signing on for 1,000,000 years to build the first family of the ages. Synopsis: Suchen dies due to an accident and accidentally awakens a system that is about to travel through the metaphysical world. But unfortunately, the system tells him that he needs to wait for 1,000,000 years before it can be completely activated. So Suchen signed up for 1,000,000 years. During these 1,000,000 years, he had acquired countless magic treasures, pills, and techniques. The amount of inferior spirit stones must all be calculated in terms of kyung. Chapter 1, Trapped for 1,000,000 years. I'm numb. Ding. The automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th grade returning Dan. Ding. Automatic signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 years of cultivation. Ding. Automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 million lower grade spirit stones. In the midst of a turbid space, from time to time, a clear and cold beep sounded, which did not contain the slightest emotion, and the tone of voice was consistent every time it spoke. After an unknown amount of time, Suchen's consciousness gradually regained its wakefulness. System: how much time has passed now? System: 10,000 years have passed so far. 10,000 years. Suchen inwardly 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past. He felt that countless years had passed, but as a result, you told me that it was only 10,000 years? He was an ordinary bricklayer on the blue planet, and although his family was not rich, he was able to get by and live a comfortable life. Suchen had all but resigned himself to his life, but a car accident sent him across the world and activated the system. For Suchen, who was a netizen, such things as crossing over plus a system naturally made him ecstatic, and he naturally fantasized about the life of the protagonist of the netizen novel. How could this not excite him now that the fantasy had become fact? But that happiness didn't last long before it turned to despair, because he crossed over, but not completely. The system is activated but not fully activated. He's stuck halfway through the crossing. What the system said was that one needed to completely activate the system before crossing over, and the activation time was 1,000,000 years. That means he needs to stay in this dark place for 1,000,000 years, possibly lacking the concept of 1,000,000 years. Suchen thought it was nothing at first and endured it, but after only a year had passed, Suchen nearly went crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that the system had kindly opened up a slumber function for him, Suchen would have suspected that he had already collapsed in this chaotic space. It was dead silent here. There was not a single sound. Even he himself could not make a sound. He could only use his mind to communicate with the system. If he could let the system accompany him to talk, it would be fine. But unfortunately, the system only replied in a targeted manner, and those meaningless questions were not answered at all. And in the end, Suchen could only fall asleep. Even though he was in a deep sleep, he could sense the passage of time, just not strongly. In this slumber, he felt like he had slept for an extremely long time, and it turned out that only 10,000 years had passed. Cthulhu, help me! While Suchen was venting his emotions by ghosting with his thoughts, the system's icy voice rang out. Ding! Automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 first grade yuan recovery Dan. Suchen was slightly stunned as he opened his system backpack to check it out, and it was already loaded with a dazzling array of items in extremely large quantities. The lower grade spirit stones alone had gained close to 300 billion, in addition to other assorted treasures. The function of his system was simple, with only a check-in function that allowed him to check in once every 24 hours and receive random rewards. But the more times you sign in, the higher the reward level. So what if there are so many treasures? I can't use them. The thought that he had only spent 0.1% of his time began to irritate him a little. Suchen let out a bitter smile and took advantage of his slightly stabilized emotions to fall into a deep sleep once again. The only thing left in this space was the system's beep. Time passes quickly. 300,000 years later. Ding! Automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the innate human sacred body. Ding! Automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations on obtaining 5 million of the very best spirit stones. Ding! Automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Saint King level technique. Kill nerve. 500,000 years later. Ding! Automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the ancient sacred soldier 7-colored Linglong pagoda. Ding! Automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations on obtaining 100 million extreme spirit stones. 800,000 years later. Ding! Automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the ancient emperor soldier hybrid seal. Ding! Automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Hongmeng immortal body. Ding! Automatic signing in was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the ancient emperor level elixir 9 turns Chen Kuan Dan. System, how much time has passed now? Su Chen's calm voice resounded within the void space. Perhaps because he had been here for too long, he had adapted to the loneliness, and his entire mood had calmed down a lot, and he was not as desperate to collapse as he was at the beginning. System, 819,563 years, 81 million years? A hint of a smile appeared on Su Chen's calm face. There's still about 180,000 years left, so I'll be able to leave this hellish place. The one thing that had sustained him from a mental breakdown over these hundreds of thousands of years was his future life after successfully crossing over. Su Chen signed in to acquire too many things. Once he crossed over, the days must have been incomparably nourishing, and it was exciting to imagine. After fantasizing about a bright future, Su Chen fell into a deep sleep with a smile on his face again. After spending 900,000 years in the void of space, signed in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 1 million immortal spirit stones. Signing in was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the immortal ranked supreme treasure chopping heaven talisman. Signed in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the immortal grade 6th grade formation. Immortal execution sword formation. 95 million years later. Signed in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the all heavens and all worlds powerful summoning card. Frying Sky Gang pushing Emperor Su Xiaojiu. Strength unknown. Can exist for 10 breaths of time and help the host to resolve any enemies. Signed in successfully. The system's beeps kept ringing out, and another 40,000 years had passed in this manner, and there were still the last 10 years before the system was activated. Su Chen awoke. At this moment, his face was full of exhilaration. Almost a million years. Finally. Without realizing it, Su Chen's face was covered in tears. Do you know how I've spent the last million years? Sparing his heart which had long been ancient wells, he couldn't help but make waves again at this moment. There were still 10 years to go. After a while, Su Chen's emotions stabilized, and the first thing he did was to check what goodies he had signed up for over the years. What is it? He saw the first column of the system's backpack, where there was a back figure that looked forced, as if an overwhelmingly strong man. Explosive Sky Gang, Su Xiaojiu? I build. Su Chen was instantly shocked. Surprisingly, he could still sign this kind of treasure. If this is directly summoned out, shall not directly crunch mess kill? The exuberant Su Chen didn't sleep for the last 10 years, and every now and then he would ask the system how much time had passed. 10 years is not too long and not too short. Under normal circumstances, with Su Chen's mindset, surviving 10 years must be simple. After all, so many years of loneliness had been endured. But as he saw that he was about to successfully activate the system, Su Chen's mood began to become anxious. Time flew by. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, and a clear and cold voice echoed within the void of space. System successfully activated. Start traveling. Accompanied by the sound of a clear and cold voice, Su Chen's consciousness instantly dissipated, and when it was restored again, he opened his eyes violently. The young master has awakened. Quickly go report to the family head. A surprised scream rang out from Su Chen's ears. Chapter 2, Hongmeng Immortal Body. 100,000 years of cultivation. Sound. Su Chen's face was filled with joy. After spending so many tens of thousands of years in the middle of that void, now he had finally heard a voice. He began to survey the world before him, full of ancient buildings, furniture, decorations. Everything was ancient, combined with the memories that sprang up in his mind. A happy smile appeared on Su Chen's face. There's no mistaking it. This is the legendary metaphysical world. I, Su Chen, have finally crossed over. But soon, the smile on Su Chen's face gradually disappeared, because he perceived very many bad things from his own memories. Su Chen, originally the pride of the Su family in Bright Moon City, was born with an extreme spiritual root. This kind of spiritual root is powerful and incomparable. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, you can basically break through the harmonization stage without any bottlenecks, and even break through to the return to Yuan stage if you have the chance. One must know that the current Su family head was only a cultivator at the peak of the spirit of transformation. Su Chen's talent made him highly valued within the clan, and the Su family also poured the entire clan's efforts into cultivating him, viewing him as the future hope of the Su family. Su Chen did not let the clan down, breaking through to the peak of the Jiedan stage at only 18 years old. His cultivation speed was so fast that it was staggering, but not too long ago, he was attacked by someone who caused him to be seriously injured and dying, and his spiritual root was also destroyed by the person who attacked him, resulting in the loss of all his cultivation and becoming an invalid. Dude is so miserable, obviously a genius, but he's in big trouble. But don't worry, I'll live well for you. Su Chen's face was filled with excitement. In the future, it would be the time for him to show off his skills. He was bound to make the name of Su Chen resound through the heavens. But now that the extreme spiritual root has been abolished, I have to restore my physical body before I can do so. And it's a good thing to be without the extreme spiritual root's kind of garbage physique. He directly opened his system backpack and began to pick the best physique he had signed up for. Immortal body. He had only drawn a total of 37 types of this level of physique, which showed its rarity. The system backpack is similar to the backpack in the game. He will automatically give you a sort, according to the overall strength to rank. And at the very front was the Hongmeng immortal body, which was known to be the strongest of the immortal bodies. This kind of immortal body physical strength crowns the ancient and modern. Then those so-called innate human holy body is not know how much stronger. To the late stage can also cultivate Hongmeng Qi. This gas contains the ultimate power of destruction, can destroy all things. Okay, just you. When Su Chen was just about to fuse, a figure walked in quickly, his body looking robust. Tatsu, how is your body? Are you feeling better? Su Chen immediately exited from the system space. He looked at the person in front of him and shouted a somewhat raw cry. Third uncle. The person in front of him was the third elder of the Su family, Su Yuanba. Su Yuanba's face was filled with concern, and after seeing Su Chen able to speak, his face was filled with joy. You can put the third uncle almost scared to death. Finally woke up. Big brother these days in order to your disease cannot less go out. Consumed countless resources to seek medical treatment. Almost the family are empty. If you this are not awake, that can be. Su Yuanba suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing. He hastened to turn his words around. He laughed dryly and waved his hand, saying all this for nothing. Xiao Chen, your waking up is fine. Su Chen's heart warmed as he looked at third uncle's concerned face. Although the Su family had a large number of clansmen, counting the collateral lines there were at least thousands of people. It was reasonable to say that with such a large group, the relationship between the first line would definitely not be particularly good. However, their Su family was very different. All the first families of the Su family were united like never before, and there had never been any infighting. Su Chen opened his mouth and asked, Third uncle, where is my father? Su Yuanba said, Big brother just went to the 10,000 medicinal mountains 2 days ago to find a life-saving method for you, so I guess the time is almost home. Hearing these words, another warm current crossed Su Chen's heart, and his sense of belonging to the Su family instantly became incomparably strong. I'm finally not alone anymore. After spending a million years in that void space, he had been alone for too long, and Su Chen was too eager for this kind of affection. I, Su Chen, will cover the Su family from now on. Su Yuanba didn't talk too much nonsense, and after a few words of concern, he told Su Chen to take a good rest. When he left, Su Chen once again turned his gaze to the system backpack. Hongmeng immortal body. Use it. System, does the host need to suppress the vision? Su Chen immediately thought of the introduction of the Hongmeng immortal body, which would be accompanied by the vision of 1,000,000 miles of Hongmeng Qi and 10,000 immortals submitting at birth. Needed. Kidding aside, once this vision was shown, the whole world knew about it. He had only just crossed over and didn't know much about the world, so it was best to stabilize his hand first. Activation successful. In a flash, Su Chen's heartbeat was beating like a drum, and the sound was thick and incomparable. His body began to change rapidly. His tendons and veins were as hard as iron. His blood whistled like a rushing river, and it was no longer bright red, but with a faint purple color. Su Chen's eyes also turned into pure purple. The look was bizarre and mind-blowing. This was the exclusive ability of the minor achievement Hongmeng immortal body, the Eye of Hongmeng. This word can see through falsehood and sweep away the effects of evil spirits, while also analyzing the enemy's attack and observing the origin, which can be described as powerful and incomparable. The current Su Chen didn't have the slightest cultivation, and just by virtue of this physical body, he could be comparable to a Yuaning stage cultivator. A moment later, the abnormality in his body disappeared, and feeling the majestic power in his body, Su Chen wore a smile on his face. This Hongmeng immortal body is strong. Very good. Next it was time to raise his cultivation, and his signing system had acquired a lot of cultivation for close to 10 billion years. This cultivation was in accordance with his normal cultivation. Even if he were to sit dry and cultivate for 10 billion years, that cultivation would have to reach an extremely terrifying realm. Use 100,000 years of cultivation first. System, is it necessary to suppress cultivation fluctuations? How can you do that? Su Chen directly chose to suppress it. A few moments later, a palpitating aura emanated from the body and then began to climb upwards. But this strong fluctuation was only transmitted 3 meters away before disappearing without a trace. Qi condensation stage. 9th level of Qi condensation. Foundation establishment stage. Jiadan stage. Yuanying stage. God transformation stage. Void refining stage. Harmonization stage. Return to Yuan stage. The stage of Dao introduction. Early saint stage. Middle sage stage. It wasn't until he was in the middle stage of sainthood that the cultivation within him stopped rising, and Su Chen's entire body was dumbfounded. Sage, as far as he knew, this kind of character was an overlord-level character in the entire Xian heavenly realm. When they reached the level of saints, none of them were old ancestors who sat in a holy land, just using 100,000 years of cultivation to reach sainthood. Then if I were to use all of it, how powerful would it be? It wouldn't be that I would directly become a great emperor as recorded in the ancient texts, would it? Or do they just ascend to immortality? This system, pure iron hangs. Su Chen originally just wanted to try what effect 100,000 years could have, but he didn't expect to directly cross so many realms. Just as he was immersed in shock, a roaring voice came from the distance, echoing throughout the Su family. Su Chen, do you dare to fight me? Are you only going to be a shrinking turtle? Su Chen's divine sense was immediately released, and when he saw the visitor clearly, his face turned cold. Looking for trouble, right? He stood up and headed straight for the door, just in time to get some exercise after being in that void for so long. Chapter 3, Su Family's Crisis. Li Haishan's Challenge. Outside the Su family was standing a cold-faced youth, and beside him was a middle-aged man, just like a protector of the Dao vigilantly watching the Su family. Although it was true that Su Chen was ruined, the Su clan wasn't. And those 2 god transformation stages were still alive. Li Haisan, you despicable underling, you didn't even dare to let out a single fart when my young master's cultivation was still intact. And now that something has happened to him, you dare to pop out. That's it. What a man. Even someone like you is worthy of being an enemy of my young master. I shucks. The Su family's crowd cursed at Li Haishan. Li Haishan. On the other hand, Wei Ran did not move and ignored these words. The Li family was one of the original 5 great families of Bright Moon City, and there was also a god transformation stage powerhouse within the family. When Su Chen had challenged the younger generations of the great clans in the city when he was at the foundation establishment stage, he had naturally been challenged by name as the Li family's most talented person. The result was that he failed miserably and was completely crushed. Because of that incident, Li Haishan had lost all his face, and he also hated Su Chen to the extreme. At the same time, he also knew very well that he could never be Su Chen's opponent, so Li Haisan could only come out to take revenge after Su Chen's cultivation was abolished. Although this was a bit disgraceful, but as long as he could make Su Chen lose face and completely sit on the name of a waste, it was all worth it. Li Haishan said coldly, the heavenly pride that your Su family regarded as a pride in the beginning is now nothing more than a waste with no cultivation, and the one who is truly unqualified is him. If you still have the guts, come out and fight with me. Could it be that the young master of the hallowed Su family is so cowardly? His voice wasn't disguised in the slightest, and it kept traveling into the Su family. A lot of people had long converged around the Su family, and they were all talking when they saw the clamoring Li Haishan. This Li Haisan is too shameless, specifically picking to come out and challenge Su Chen only after his cultivation was abolished. What did he do earlier? This is not true. Su Chen's undeniable talent is indeed good, but his life is not long. Aborted genius is still called a genius? I also think it's like this, although Li Haisan is a little less bright and open, but the current Su Chen is really a waste. Su Chen has no strength, and he deserves to be insulted. Most of the crowd was sneering at Su Chen. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, a genius that makes them jealous falls, and anyone wants to step on it. Who made the genius who was so high up in the sky in the beginning, but now was not even as good as their lower grade spiritual roots? Inside the Su family, other than the Grand Elder Su Yunxian who was outside, the remaining 4 elders were all gathered here. Su Yuanbao roared, damn it, this Li family is really bullying people too much. How about just killing Li Haishan? Su Chen was the face of their Su family, and for Li Haishan to insult Su Chen was actually no different from pointing at the Su family's nose. Second Elder Su Qingyun let out a bitter smile. Both the family head and the Grand Elder have gone out to look for a way to save Chun'er. It's better not to start a conflict with the Li family at a time like this. The Grand Elder and the family head were both at the God transformation stage. and when they weren't in the Su family, they were bound to lose out in a conflict with the Lee family. Fifth elder Su Yunping said to Su Yuanba in a deep voice, "Fourth brother, nowadays, the other three great clans within the Bright Moon City are all vaguely trending towards the Wang family. Impulsiveness is not allowed at such a critical time. There were a total of 5 major god transformation stage families within Bright Moon City, namely the Wang family, the Su family, the Li family, the Yuan family, and the He family. Among them, the Wang family had 3 god transformation stages and was also the strongest family, but the Wang family had always been at odds with the Su family. In addition, the Li family and the He family both had only 1 transfiguration stage, while the Su family and the Yuan family both had 2 transfiguration stages. Originally, when there was Su Chen, the He family had always been allied with the Su family. However, the alliance was all optimistic about Su Chen's future, and now that Su Chen had been invalidated, this alliance naturally fell apart, and it also caused the He family to favor the Wang family even more. Su Yuanba said angrily, "Are we just going to wait for death like this?" The Su family didn't have much of a family base to begin with, and with the addition of treating Xiao Chen, the family spirit stones only have less than 1 million left. Even if they are frugal, they will only be able to sustain the family for a maximum of 3 months. So what do we do in 3 months? Don't forget, 10 days from now is the 10,000 Treasures Pavilions auction, and this time there's that supreme treasure. The Wang family already has 3 transformation spirit stages. If we add another one, then my Su family will be surely exterminated. When the several elders heard these words, their faces all wore a grave expression. The situation of the Su family was indeed not optimistic, and could even be described as very bad, and all of this was a chain reaction caused by Su Chen being invalidated. The Su family is really poor now. Internal and external problems. Several elders had sad faces and their eyes were filled with anxiety. Su Qingyun shook his head and said in a somewhat helpless tone, "Chener is just as fierce. It must not be easy after his cultivation has been abolished, so set up a soundproof array inside his courtyard, lest he hear Li Hazen's words now. As for the crisis of our Su family," Su Qingyun's eyes violently erupted with an appalling ferocity. His voice was cold as he said, "All of you old brothers, don't forget that we are the roots. My Su family was born as bandits in the beginning and has become one of the 5 great families in the manhwa city. It is not relying on lips. If we are really pissed off, if we can't fight and kill him, the fish will die and the net will be broken." The other 3 sniffed and their faces turned cold. Just then, an anxious voice rang out. "Third elder, it's not good. The young patriarch, he's going to answer Li Haisan." "What?" Su Yuanba fiercely stood up. "Su Chen's condition he just went to see. Even walking is difficult. And Li Haishan fight that is not looking for death? Then why didn't you stop him?" Facing Su Yuanba's questioning, that young man's face was filled with fear as he directly knelt on the ground and said in an extremely puzzled tone, "Fourth elder, I couldn't stop the young patriarch. He pushed me straight away in one go. You farted for me, didn't you?" Su Yuanba was instantly furious. He knew very well what state Su Chen was in. How could he push you? The 7th level of qi condensation. Away. Alright, old 4, first go and see what's going on. Big brother has been worried to death this whole time. We mustn't let anything happen to Chener. Su Qingyun hurriedly stood up and walked towards the door, with the other 3 elders following suit. Outside the Su house, every now and then, Li Haisan would scream, "Su Chen, you shrinking turtle, is it possible that you still want to stay in the Su family for the rest of your life? Why don't you kowtow in front of me and apologize, so that I can let you go and never come to the Su family to trouble you again?" In the crowd, there were quite a few people from the Li family, and they were all up in arms. "Young master, I think that brat Su Chen is just scared. A waste of space only. Where would he dare to appear in front of you? Young master is the strongest." Cold and sarcastic voices continued to ring out, and the insults to Su Chen were as unpleasant as they could be, simply unpleasant to the ears. Right at this moment, a cold and familiar voice came out from within the Su family. "That's funny, Li Haisan. How does a punk like you have the courage to come bark at my Su family?" Chapter 4, Abolishing Li Haishan, Killing Yuaning Stage, Great Show of Power. The scene fell into dead silence, and everyone turned their heads toward the Su family's front door. After Li Haishan saw the visitor clearly, his pupils shrank violently, and some fear instinctively rose in his heart. But thinking that Su Chen had long since been invalidated, he let out a cold laugh. "Isn't this our manhwa city's famous genius? I thought you were going to shrink in the Su family for the rest of your life." He bit the word genius extremely hard, his sarcasm overflowing. It was fine if Su Chen didn't come out, but since he had come out, he definitely had to make a good mockery of it. Su Chen's expression was indifferent as he coldly looked towards Li Haisan. And for some reason, Li Haisan instantly had a feeling that his hairs were standing on end, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying beast. After a while, Su Chen said indifferently, "Actually, a trash like you is not qualified to be my enemy. But you are too noisy. Didn't you come to my door to challenge me? I promised." Su Chen's words were delivered, and the crowd at the scene all stared at Su Chen with wide eyes, not daring to believe it. "I didn't hear it wrong. This punk dares to agree to fight with Li Xiao. He doesn't still think he's the genius he was back then, does he?" The current Li Xiao estimates that with one punch, Su Chen won't even have crumbs left. Maybe it's gone off the deep end and can't be rationalized anymore. Shocked cries filled with mockery rang out. They had never even thought that Su Chen would agree. This kind of thing was too far-fetched. There were two youths from the Su family's first lineage, and they both couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Young patriarch? No. Old 5. Calm down." They were Su Qingyun's oldest son, Su Minghu, and Su Yunpun's second oldest, Su Kongshan. The two faces were filled with worry. The people of the Su family knew Su Chen's situation the best. To be able to wake up and walk normally would be good. How could they possibly defeat Li Haishan, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment? Tatsu. Right at this moment, a thick voice rang out as Su Yuanba stepped out from within the Su clan. The aura of the late Yuaning stage on his body was extremely oppressive, causing the hearts of the people present to flinch. They dared to mock Su Chen, but that didn't mean they dared to mock the Su family. After all, Su Chen everyone was mocking. It's impossible for your Su family to kill everyone, right? Su Yuanba quickly stepped in front of Su Chen with a look of surprise on his face. "Xiao Chen, your body is fine?" Su Chen didn't hide it as he smiled and nodded. "Fourth uncle, it's almost ready." Su Yuanba gently patted his shoulder with a trembling hand. Good, good. 3 good ones in a row was enough to see that he really cared about Su Chen, but immediately after, Su Yuanba said helplessly, "Xiao Chen, Li Haishan's purpose is to humiliate you, so don't let him have his way." Su Qingyun also walked over as he said in a soft tone, "Shen third uncle will also tell you something from the bottom of his heart. Your cultivation is wasted, but our Su family will not look down on you, and we will do our best to solve the problem of your spiritual root. There are also some supreme treasures that exist in this world that can repair the problem of spirit roots, and the Su family will also seek them out for you. Come home with us, okay?" They all understood that Su Chen was unable to swallow this breath, but the fact was already so. Su Chen's cultivation had already been abolished, and he was bound to lose in a match with Li Haishan. There's no chance of winning. Moreover, now that Su Chen had just recovered from his injuries, he might not even be able to defeat an ordinary person. So how could he defeat Li Haishan? Looking at the two people's words of concern, a warm current crossed Su Chen's heart, and he said with confidence, "Third uncle, fourth uncle, don't worry, I'll be fine." Su Yuanba and Su Qingyun were instantly anxious. But after taking a look at Su Chen's determined eyes, they knew that they could no longer stop him. Even if he could forcibly take Su Chen back to the Su family, so what? As long as he couldn't let go of the fact that his cultivation had been abolished, then even if Su Chen were to live on in the Su family, it would be no different from being dead. Su Qingyun sighed helplessly as he moved away. Since this was the case, it was only possible to save Su Chen at a critical time. Big brother has only one son, so I can't let anything go wrong with him. Li Haishan looked at Su Chen as he sneered and said, "Come with me to the martial arts arena if you have the guts." He headed directly towards the martial arts arena, which was the place where weekday duels were held, and there were often powerful cultivators competing, so the entire arena was extremely popular, and there were quite a few people who went to watch the battles every day. Li Haishan had specifically chosen this place simply because he wanted to make Su Chen lose face. Su Chen said indifferently, "Where is the need for such trouble? Just settle it here." Li Haishan's footsteps lurched as he twisted his head over to look at Su Chen and sneered, "Su Chen, you can't be worried that I'll kill you, and that's why you specifically want to compete in front of the Su clan, right? Ha 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 ha. Is this a genius? It turns out that geniuses are also so cowardly." Su Chen's eyes were cold. His figure instantly disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it had already arrived at Li Haishan's side. Put! With a wave of Su Chen's raised hand, a hideous wound surfaced on Li Haishan's abdomen, and blood kept flowing out, and all of his spiritual energy was rapidly spilling out of the opening in his abdomen. "Didn't you mock me for being a loser? Then you'll be what it's like to be a loser." Of course Su Chen would not kill Li Haishan so easily. He just wanted to tell everyone that I, Su Chen, have returned. Li Haishan trembled and fell to his knees. He looked at the blood gushing out from his abdomen and the feeling of powerlessness coming from his body. His entire body was in a daze. What happened? He didn't even see Su Chen make a move, and his own cultivation was nullified. Also, wasn't Su Chen invalidated? How could he still have such strength? Li Haishan's pupils were full of despair and regret. If he had known this, he shouldn't have come to find him to take revenge. His cultivation had been abolished. Even if he could retrieve a life, he would only be a humble ant in the future. That Yuaning stage of the Li families. His pupils drastically changed, and his face was filled with anger. You dare to waste Li Haishan. Give me death. Li Haishan was the most talented person in their clan, and in the future, he would be a god transformation stage powerhouse at worst, but now he had been wasted by Su Chen. How could he not be angry? Su Qingyun hastily reacted from his shock as he roared. Li Qiu, how dare you? Li Qiu's eyes were filled with madness. Having ruined my clan's genius, Su Chen must die. Strong and incomparable power poured out, accompanied by a terrifying pressure, and the faces of the surrounding spectators changed drastically. The big battle between the Yuaning stage is not a joke. This one is not good. It is easy to accidentally injure people, the strength of a little weaker and may die in the aftermath. Su Qingyun was in a rage. It was too late. Li Qiu was a cultivator of the late Yuaning stage, and there was not much difference in strength between him and himself. At first he froze for a moment, and now he was half a beat too slow in rushing to stop it. Damn it! Tatsuer, dodge! Su Qingyun could only yell so much, trying to get Su Chen to dodge, although the likelihood of that was very low. Even if Su Chen had recovered his cultivation, he was only at the Jiedan stage, so how could he dodge an attack from the Yuaning stage? Su Chen let out a cold laugh as he looked at Li Qiu with a morose tone and said, What kind of thing are you that you deserve to scream in front of me? An icy and piercing voice rang out. Su Chen's speed was even faster than Su Qingyun's as he blasted out his fist like a cannonball. Bang! Just a photo. Li Qiu directly flew out horizontally. The whole person plunged into the ground dozens of meters deep, like a spider web of cracks spread toward the surrounding. And Li Qiu, there was no breath left. The sudden change of events caused everyone in the crowd to show a stunned expression. Li Qiu, dead. Su Chen killed the Li family's Yuaning stage elder. Wasn't his cultivation abolished? Why does he possess such combat power? A terrified voice rang out, instantly setting off an uproar, and countless people's eyes surged with horror and fear. Chapter 5, Reborn in Fire. Strong Masters. The scene was plunged into dead silence. Everyone was staring at this with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Li Haishan was instantly wasted, and that was enough to shock them. But Li Qiu was similarly killed by Su Chen with a single strike, and this sort of thing would be too terrifying. It was important to know that Li Qiu was not an early-stage Yuaning cultivator. He was a late-stage Yuaning. Even Su Qingyun was not very easy to take down Li Qiu, let alone a junior Su Chen. But this impossible thing is happening right in front of their eyes. Li Qiu was the one who was killed by Su Chen, and it was still a second kill. Even the Su family's crowd froze, his eyes staring like bronze bells and his mouth so big he could stuff an egg in it. Su Qingyun, Su Yuanba's four elders were all completely confused. The shock in their hearts was like a raging tide. After experiencing a brief moment of silence, the Su family's crowd all shouted in exhilaration. Young Lord! Young Lord! It turns out that the young master's cultivation has not been wasted, and he has even gone further. He was able to kill the Yuaning stage Li Qiu. It's really God's blessing on my Su family. Some of the clan elders were in tears, their faces filled with excitement. Among the people who had originally come to watch the show in the dark, there were quite a few people whose faces were gloomy. Su Chen, surprisingly, hadn't been wasted yet. A few blocks away, a man with a scar on his face looked incredibly ugly as he said to the darkness with grim eyes, Hurry up and send the situation here back to the adults. Su Chen's cultivation has not been wasted. I'm afraid that he also hid his cultivation before. He is estimated to have broken through the Yuaning stage a long time ago, and is now most likely in the late Yuaning stage or even at the peak of the Yuaning stage. To be able to break through such a cultivation level at such an age, I think it won't be long before he breaks through to the god of transformation. So let your excellency hurry up and make a move on the Su family. Otherwise it'll be even more difficult later on. Also, send a message to the Wang family's people. Tell them to make some substantial moves as soon as possible. Want to sit on the fence and reap the benefits? No way. Soon there was a response from the darkness. Yes, sir. The scarred man twisted his head towards Su Chen in the distance, his eyes filled with scorn. To reach such a cultivation level in less than a teenager, it seems that Su Chen has other great secrets on his body, and this Su family deserves to be rewarded at a high price. A grim smile appeared on his face at the thought. It might also be a chance. As long as we can seize everything in the Su family, any secrets will be ours. And we will also be paid handsomely. Su Chen, you really have a great life. Consuming 30 Jiedan stage dead soldiers actually couldn't kill you. In front of the Su's house, Su Yuanba and Su Qingyun walked quickly to Su Chen's side. They had endless doubts in their hearts, but they still protected Su Chen behind them. Su Qingyun said in a cold voice to the surroundings, Li Chou took the liberty of striking out at the juniors of my clan without authorization, and being killed in return is also his own fault. If the Li family is not convinced, they can come to me, the Su family, to make a claim. Previously, without Su Chen, their bottom line was still insufficient. But now that Su Chen's cultivation had recovered, and he had also become so powerful that he was able to kill Li Chou, who was in the late stage of yuaning, it gave them a strong sense of self-confidence. While other families had deep roots, their Su family was different. The Su family doesn't have too many properties in Mingyue City. If they are really forced, the big deal is that they will just take Su Chen and leave Mingyue City, and wait until they have enough cultivation to come back for revenge in the future. It was precisely because of this that the Wang family, although stronger than the Su family, had never dared to fish out of water with the Su family. After saying that, Su Qingyun hurriedly pulled Su Chen back to the Su family. In the middle of the Su family hall, there were only the 4 elders of the Su family as well as Su Chen. Su Qingyun said with a grave expression, Chen tell second uncle properly what exactly is your situation. Su Chen's strength had grown too oddly, and Su Qingyun was a little worried that he had been taken over by someone. Su Chen had long thought of an excuse. He raised his hand and punched towards Su Qingyun, a seemingly light punch, but it directly caused Su Qingyun, a peak yuaning cultivator, to take several steps back before stabilizing. What? Su Qingyun's face was filled with horror. Su Chen's casual strike had left him without the ability to even parry. Su Chen, on the other hand, smiled and said, Second uncle, in fact, I worshipped a master when I was very young, and that person was exceptionally powerful, but he explained that I wasn't allowed to disclose his identity, so that's why I've been concealing it all along, and I'm not some extreme spiritual root. In fact, I'm a sacred rank physique. This physique wasn't completely activated until I encountered the threat of death, so this time when my cultivation was nullified, it was considered a chance for me to be completely reborn in fire. Su Qingyun's face shook when he heard these words, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The Eucharist. Su Chen was actually this heaven-defying physique, and there was a master. Why such a thing had never been heard of before, and his eyes became wary. What did I get you for your birthday when you were 7? Su Qingyun laughed bitterly, but still answered in a regular manner. You gave me a dagger that I named Qingfeng, but I accidentally dropped it at the back. It was in the next yard when you dropped me off. Su Qingyun was finally relieved when he heard this. Taking over the body between cultivators was a very normal operation, but after taking over the body, one could only have the recent memories of the original owner. Memories as distant as 7 years old were definitely not available, so Su Chen should have no possibility of being taken over. Su Qingyun's face was filled with joy. You kid, without saying a word, you didn't scare us to death during this time. The 4 elders of the Su family's faces were filled with joy. Su Chen was their nephew, or the young patriarch of the Su family, and was going to inherit the Su family's great cause in the future. The stronger Su Chen was, the happier they were naturally. Su Yuanba said without any good humor, Since your strength has been restored, why do you still put on that miserable look when I visit you? Su Chen helplessly scratched his head. At that time, I hadn't activated the Hongmeng immortal body, so I couldn't be spiritual even if I wanted to. Report, the family head and the grand elder have returned. 2 figures slowly walked into the Su family. The person in the lead was tall and looked heroic. He was the head of the Su family, Su Qingtian. The person beside him looked much more elegant, with the temperament of a scholar. This person was the Su family's grand elder, Su Yunqian. Only both of their faces were a bit gloomy. Obviously this time when they went out to think of a solution for Su Chen, it was once again to no avail. Su Qingtian sighed. Eldest, it may also be his fate that Chener suffered this great calamity. So let's not spend those resources the clan has left for future healing of the spirit root. These 2 months of running around had made Su Qingtian all desperate. He had tried all sorts of methods and spent countless resources, but they were all ineffective. And even Su Chen couldn't even wake up, and his breath had become weaker and weaker in recent times. Although it was hard for Su Qingtian to accept it, Su Chen was indeed about to be unable to hold on. Half a month's time at the most, and there might actually be nothing left to do. Su Yunqian immediately glared. What is Big Brother saying? After sister-in-law left, you still only have this one son. Even if you can't keep your cultivation, your life must at least be preserved. Even if I have to empty out the Su family, I will still pull him up from the bottom of the 9 springs. When Su Qingtian heard these words, his face became incomparably self-condemning. He felt that it was because of himself that he was dragging the whole family down. The Su family was not a native force of Bright Moon City, but rather joined in later, which led to the original 4 major god transformation families in the city very much resisting the Su family, and the Wang family even wanted to destroy them at all times. The Su family was already in a difficult situation, and now that they are in such a mess, the situation is even worse. But soon, Su Qingtian froze. Several figures were greeting them in the distance, and when he saw the youth among them, his pupils contracted violently. Tatsu-chan. Chapter 6, Family Crisis. Isn't that a coincidence? Tatsu-chan. Su Qingtian couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise as he immediately ran over, his eyes filled with joy. You're awake? His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if this was all just a dream. Su-chen felt the concern in Su Qingtian's tone as he smiled and said, Father, I'm awake. Hearing these words, Su Qingtian, a big old man, couldn't help but tremble as he took a deep breath. Good. It's good to be awake. These days he had been so busy for Su-chen's matter that he was almost worried about his hair. Wasn't it because he hoped Su-chen would wake up? Su Qingtian comforted. As long as the person is still alive, the lack of cultivation is trivial. Father will protect you for the rest of your life. Wait. Su Yuanba suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt Su Qingtian's consolation, then said with a smile on his face, Big brother, you just came back. Do you want to go to the city first to inquire about what happened? Su Qingtian frowned. What do you mean? Su Yuanba revealed a mysterious smile, which made Su Yunxian on the side but somewhat speechless as he chortled. Old 4, if you keep pretending for me, would you believe it or not? Su Yuanba immediately shrunk his neck in some fear. Among his several brothers, the one he was most afraid of was Su Yunxian. The thing is, Tatsu hasn't actually wasted. Su Yuanba recounted the entire process of the matter, and there was even the matter of Su Chen's mysterious master at the back. After hearing this, Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian were directly petrified on the spot. No wonder when he returned to the Su family, he saw a deep pit on the street and the eyes of those people around him were odd. So everything was because of Su Chen. My goodness. Scrapping Li Haishan and killing Li Qiu directly. The key is still the Holy Order physique. This kind of heaven-defying physique was something they had only heard of in ancient texts. The ranking of physique was categorized into lower-grade spiritual roots, middle-grade spiritual roots, upper-grade spiritual roots, extreme-grade spiritual roots, heavenly spiritual roots, innate spiritual bodies, sacred bodies, and beyond that they didn't understand. An extreme spiritual root was so terrifying that it was treated as a treasure by their Su family, and a sacred body that exceeded the extreme spiritual root by 2 notches. That terror was beyond imagination. Su Qingtian swallowed his saliva, then raised his palm and said excitedly, Shen come and try punching me with all your might. I want to see your current strength. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Now that he was in the middle stage of saint cultivation, he could kill Su Qingtian millions of times with a sneeze. And if he really wanted to throw a punch at full strength, then he could basically go and meet the ancestors of the Su family. However, Su Chen didn't want to expose too much of his strength, and now he was having a hard time rounding things up. Su Chen took a deep breath as he pretended to make an all-out strike, but in actuality, it was less than 1/10,000th of that. He raised his hand and blasted towards Su Qingtian, and a huge force was transmitted from the center of Su Qingtian's palm. The corner of Su Qingtian's mouth twitched without leaving a trace, and sharp pain surged from his hand into his mind. Hiss! Pain! Su Qingtian lightly coughed twice as he clouded his hands behind his back. The strength isn't bad. It should be at least half-step transformation spirit. It seems that our Su family will soon be able to add another transformation spirit stage. Su Yunxian glanced at him without leaving any traces, looking at Su Qingtian's slightly trembling hands behind his back, his face filled with shock. Su Chen, so strong? Su Qingtian was a cultivator in the middle stage of god transformation. At this moment, Su Qingtian couldn't help but ask, Chen why is this physical body of yours so powerful? Su Chen froze for a moment, then said in a calm tone, I'm a sacred body. It's reasonable for my flesh to be stronger, right? Su Kung-tian. There's nothing wrong with that answer. Sacred body flesh is powerful, this is indeed no problem, but always feel where some odd. But Su Qingtian and do not know exactly where odd. Seeing that Su Chen's problem was solved, Su Qingtian then spoke seriously. Since Chener's problem has been solved, along with the fact that all of the elders are here, it just so happens that today, let's discuss how to solve things within the clan. When the several elders heard this, their faces gradually became serious. The current situation of the Su family is really not optimistic and needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Su Qingtian hesitated for a moment. Then he said to Su Chen, "Chener, you should also follow along." With Su Chen's talent and strength, the position of the future head of the Su family was almost inevitable for him, and by learning to handle family matters properly now, he would also be able to get up to speed faster when he took over the Su family in the future. Su Family Council Hall. 7 people were sitting upright, and these 7 people were none other than the 5 elders of the Su family. And then there was the father and son duo of Su Qingtian. Su Qingtian was the first to speak. "Old third, you first say how many spirit stones the family specifically still has right now." Su Qingyun's face was a bit ugly. In order to be rigorous, he took out several booklets from among the space ring, and carefully verified them before saying, "Big brother, it's only 930,000 in total, and it doesn't go up or down more than 30,000. 930,000. Su Qingtian's face became incomparably gloomy when he heard these words. With this amount of spirit stones, even if the Su family tightened their belts, they would only be able to last for 2 or 3 months. But in this case, the clan would have almost no good resources for cultivation. It was difficult to grow their cultivation and the resources required were huge. So this amount of resources was dispensable. But the juniors in the clan were different. They were at a time when they needed resources to cultivate. Not to mention that there was Su Chen, who was a saint body and definitely needed more resources to break through. Su Qingyun said gruffly, "Although there are quite a few of our Su family's industries, we can't make ends meet. We must think of other ways as soon as possible. Otherwise the family's resources won't stop for long." 4th Elder Sui said helplessly, "But our Su family has entered Bright Moon City for just over 10 years. Unless we go robbing again. To rob the rich to help the poor. Otherwise it's really hard to obtain spirit stones in a short period of time." The hall fell into silence, and all of them looked worried. The shortage of resources in the family left them without an idea for a while. Su Chen looked left and right, then couldn't help but vocalize, "Is our Su family lacking in resources?" Su Qingyun sighed and said helplessly, "Chener, you don't know much about the Su family. Our Su family's foundation is weak. Our savings are very thin. Now the family spirit stones are almost at the bottom, and other resources such as elixirs have long been depleted." Hearing these words, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Isn't this a coincidence? The last thing he lacked was heavenly treasures, and resources like spirit stones? Su Chen opened the system and checked the number of lower grade spirit stones. Lower grade spirit stones, 6. 500 kyo 1. 564 trillion. He didn't bother to look at the exact amount, but he couldn't spend it anyway. Thinking for a moment, Su Chen took out a top-tier space ring obtained by signing in, and the space in the ring was as big as 3 soccer fields. He immediately took out 3 billion lower-grade spirit stones and loaded them in, then handed them to Su Qingtian and said, "Father, I still have some spirit stones here, which should be able to help the family tide over the crisis." Chapter 7 3 billion spirit stones? That's not much. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qingtian said helplessly, "Chener, keep your own personal money. The amount of spirit stones needed by the clan is enormous. Your bid is a drop in the bucket even if you contribute it to the clan." How many spirit stones Su Chen had on him? He as a father knew best. To have 30,000 lower grade spirit stones would be considered more than enough. The resources that Su Chen needed to cultivate on a regular basis were very huge. Basically how much he was given, how much he used. Where would there be any extra spirit stones? But Su Chen's heart was there after all, so Su Qingtian was still very pleased. When Su Chen saw that Su Qingtian refused, he once again added, "Father, this is a little bit of my small token of appreciation. Although it's not much, I can only feel at ease if you accept it." 3 billion lower grade spirit stones. It was indeed not much, not even a fraction of what he had. Seeing Su Chen being so enthusiastic, Su Qingtian shook his head and lost his smile as he smoothly took the space ring in Su Chen's hand. "All right." Su Qingtian probed towards the middle of the spatial ring. He eeped, but immediately after that, his face changed dramatically, directly frozen as if he were a wooden chicken looking at the spatial ring. From stagnation, to confusion, shock, and finally excitement, Su Qingtian raised his head and asked with shock in his tone, "Chener, where did you get all these spirit stones from?" Su Chen smiled calmly. "It's all from my master." Looking at Su Qingtian's shocked expression, Su Yunxian frowned as he brought the spatial ring over, so he was ready to check it out. Let me see how it goes. Immediately afterward, his expression also changed violently, almost similar to Su Qingtian's. Su Yunxian's eyes widened, full of disbelief as he scanned over Su Chen's body. Just short of uttering the two true words asterisk 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 asterisk, his face was filled with confusion and shock. Is that true? Oh, my God. When Su Yuanba saw the two of them in this manner, he also followed and went to take over the spatial ring. I'll have to see how it goes too. But soon, his expression was as good as any. This is 3 billion lower grade spirit stones. Su Yuanba's stamina was obviously much worse. Exclamations of shock emanated from his mouth as his face was filled with disbelief. This is 3 billion inferior spirit stones. Even all of the Wang family's reserves can't exceed 1 billion inferior spirit stones at most. We have directly surpassed the Wang family's savings accumulated over 1,000 years, and still exceeded it by a full 3 times. What? 3 billion lower grade spirit stones. The second elder and also the fourth elder and the fifth elder received the spatial ring one after another to check it out, and their expressions also became incomparably shocked. It's really 3 billion lower spirit stones. Their gazes gathered on Su Chen, their eyes filled with confusion. This little nephew seemed to be completely out of the shape they knew. First, he decapitated Li Qiu with a single move, and then he casually pulled out 3 billion lower grade spirit stones, and said that this was a little small token of his appreciation. That's your little gesture? A small token of appreciation is 3 billion lower grade spirit stones? But soon, the crowd came back from their euphoria, and Su Qingtian couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, Shen these should be the cultivation resources given by your master, right? Su Chen's eyes lit up. The excuses are all thought out for me? He immediately opened his mouth. This is all seen by you. The Su family is my home. Now that the Su family is in trouble, I'm naturally obliged to help. This 3 billion lower grade spirit stones, father, take it and use it. I still have enough resources here. Besides, that mysterious master of mine is very powerful. He's not even close to this amount of spirit stones. He's putting all the blame on that mofo's master anyway. The main thing was that Su Chen couldn't expose the system. It was his biggest card. Then if he were to find another excuse, it would be full of loopholes again. So he might as well just say that he had a very strong master. When Su Qingtian heard these words, he was also completely relieved, and his face was filled with a smile. Good. Worthy of being a son or daughter of my Su family. Su Yuanba was also incomparably happy. If Xiao Chen's master can casually take out 3 billion inferior spirit stones for him to cultivate, he must have reached an extremely terrifying realm. So he's still afraid of that Wang clan. Su Yunxian frowned and said, Old fourth, being strong on your own is fundamental. Relying on others won't last long after all. Hearing these words, Su Yuanba couldn't help but scratch his head. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Why are you taking it seriously? Second brother. Su Qingtian suddenly spoke. Shen these are your spirit stones after all. When we get through this crisis, we'll return the excess to you. Su Chen's strength growth was the most important thing, and he didn't want to delay Su Chen's cultivation as a result. Su Chen's tone was slightly tougher. Father, I said you can take these resources and use them, whether it's for the clan's disciples to cultivate or not, or you can use them yourselves. I'm not even close to this amount of spirit stones. As if he was afraid that they wouldn't believe him, Su Chen raised his hand and with a wave, 3 space rings appeared on his right hand. See this spatial ring? Each spatial ring has 3 billion lower grade spirit stones in it. You guys don't have enough, just tell me directly. I, Su Chen, am not poor in spirit stones at all. When I run out, I'll let my master give me 18 billion. Ka! The teacup slipped down Su Yunxian's hand and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Just now, after having 3 billion spirit stones, he felt that his family could already rest on their laurels, so he wanted to drink a glass of water. But Su Chen directly held a big trick for him, and 9 billion lower grade spirit stones. After using it up, he can still ask his master for another $80 billion. What kind of outrageous master is this? Su Chen directly threw the ring onto the table. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourselves. Su Yunxian immediately probed next to each other, and as expected, there were 3 billion lower grade spirit stones in each of the spatial rings. He couldn't help but gulp and look towards a few of his dazed brothers before nodding silently. There was no sound at all in the hall, and the crowd had been too shocked to speak. The entire Wang family had accumulated for 1,000 years, but it was only a family base of around 1 billion spirit stones, and now Su Chen had easily surpassed them. Should the gap be that big? Su Chen retrieved the 3 spatial rings, then breezily said, 3 billion lower grade spirit stones. That's really not much. Although these words were calm and incomparable, they were like a bludgeon, striking them deeply. 3 billion spirit stones isn't much. That's $3 billion. Do you want to hear what you're actually saying? Su Chen continued. Father, I am the young patriarch of the Su clan, so these 3 billion spirit stones can just be used to develop the clan. Still, tell me directly when you run out. I really don't lack spirit stones here. Originally, he was prepared to take some heavenly treasures to them, but after careful thought, this kind of thing cannot be rushed. The key is not good to explain, which is why he only gave 3 billion spirit stones. Chapter 8, the king's family conspires to impose economic sanctions. The Su family treated him sincerely, and Su Chen liked the family's environment very much, and being able to make the Su family stronger was also something he wanted to do. Besides, he was bound to be the future head of the Su family, so there was no excuse for him to make the Su family stronger. It wasn't long before a few of the Su family's top brass walked out of the hall with dazed expressions, and to this day, they hadn't slowed down. Su Qingtian looked at the spatial ring in his hand. Everything that happened today felt as unreal as a dream. That's a whole 3 billion lower-grade spirit stones. Even if their Su family had no income at all, they could still last for at least 100 years. Su Qingtian directly handed over the spatial ring to Su Qingyun, then spoke. Eldest, you first distribute the missing cultivation resources from last month to the clansmen. Su Qingyun immediately nodded. Good. Su Qingtian hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth again and commanded. Don't worry about the collateral lineage for now. The cultivation resources of the first lineage will be tripled starting next month. In his opinion, resources were meant for cultivation, and instead of putting them in a warehouse to eat dust, it was better to directly give them to the disciples within the clan for cultivation. Only when the strength is raised up will you have more say in this world. Su Qingyun nodded with a serious expression. Okay, no problem. Bright Moon City, Wang family. This is the oldest force in the city. It was the first of the 4 great families at the time. The strength is incomparably powerful, and there are even 3 god transformation stage powerhouses within the family. Today, all of the 4 great families' god transformation stages had converged on the Wang family. Inside the Wang family's council hall, the lord of the Wang family, Wang Ming, was seated at the main seat, and in the direction of his left hand were the grand elder of the Wang family, Wang Shou, and the lord of the Yuan family, Yuan Hao. On the right-hand side were Li Fiki, the head of the Li family, and He Hong Yuan, the head of the He family. In the entire hall, excluding the underlings who served tea and water, the others were all strong at the god transformation stage. Wang Ming looked around the circle, then said faintly, Everyone, you've all heard about Su Chen, right? Li Fiki's eyes are gloomy. Wang family master. Su Chen, that little killed my third brother. I don't share the same fate as the Su family. As long as you take the lead, Wang family master, I can immediately follow along to destroy the Su family. The strength of the Li family was not strong to begin with, and he was the only one in the clan who was at the god transformation stage, and the death of the Yuaning stage would have a great impact on them. So how could this not make Li Feiqi angry? If it wasn't for the fact that the Su family had 2 major transformation god stages, he would have rushed into the Su family and killed Su Chen. There's no rush. Wang Ming calmly waved his hand as he looked towards Yuan Hao and He Hong Yuan. What do the 2 family heads think? Wang Ming's eyes narrowed vainly, and his voice was somewhat cold. This meeting today is to decide which camp each party belongs to. Was it to choose to help the Su family, or to side with his Wang family, or to choose to be neutral? Yuan Hao immediately smiled and said, Our 4 great families are one, and the Yuan family is naturally willing to cooperate with the Wang family to exterminate the Su family together. When the Yuan family spoke, the crowd immediately looked towards the He family. There had been some hesitation in He Hong Yuan's mind. The Su family had a lot of potential, and he had allied with the Su family before. But now that the 3 great clans had joined forces, if they sided with the Su family again, I was afraid that in the end, the He family would end up suffering. He Hong Yuan immediately laughed and said, Master Yuan is right. Our 4 great families are all one, so we should naturally face the Su family as an enemy together. The He family was on the weak side, with only 1 god transformation stage powerhouse, and many times there was simply no choice. Wang Ming wore a smile on his face. Since that's the case, then we can consider this an agreement. Li Fiki hurriedly asked, Family Master Wang, then when are we going to exterminate the Su family? His tone was full of eagerness. Although the Su family only had 2 Yuaning stage, their potential was very large. Second elder Su Qingyun was at the peak of the Yuaning stage, 1 step away from the god transformation stage. Third Zhan Lao Su Yuanba was also in the late yuaning stage, and he thought that it wouldn't take long for him to break through as well. The key was that now there was also an exceptionally gifted Su Chen, and in the face of such a family with full potential, he was itching to immediately go and exterminate the Su family to put an end to future troubles. The two of them, the Yuan family and the He family, also looked grave, and they looked towards Wang Ming, also hoping that he would come up with an idea. The Su family had indeed developed too rapidly, and since they were in an alliance, they had to exterminate the Su family as soon as possible. Wang Ming shook his head. This family head is a late-stage harmonized god, and there is even a mid-stage harmonized god and early-stage harmonized god within the clan. So if I could destroy the Su family, I could have teamed up with family Headley to destroy them long ago. I didn't do it, not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't dare. Why? Li Fiki was instantly anxious and quickly opened his mouth to ask. The crowd was also incomparably curious as they looked toward Wang Ming. Could it be that the Su family had any other cards that would make the Wang family jealous? Or do you mean you're worried about the Su family escaping and making a comeback later? Wang Ming said with a somewhat grave expression. Su Hongyuan is still alive. What? How can he still be alive? Li Fiki was instantly shocked, and a look of fear welled up on his face. Su Hongyuan, the old family head of the Su family, a half-step refined void stage powerhouse. If he wasn't dead, then their four great families joining forces was a joke. Yuan Hao was also anxious. He quickly asked, Wang family master, this matter can't be joked about. Su Hongyuan still had a breath left when he entered Bright Moon City in the first place. Now it's been more than 10 years. How could he still be alive? The Su family was only 2 transformation spirit stages in the beginning, and with their 4 great clans united against each other, it was impossible for 2 transformation spirit stages to do so even if they wanted to enter Bright Moon City. After all, the cake of Bright Moon City was just this big, and the 4 great clans just happened to divide it, adding a new power of the God transformation stage, which was something none of the 4 parties of them wanted to see. In the end, the Su family still managed to enter Bright Moon City, and at that time, the one who forced the 4 great families to give in was none other than Su Hongyuan, the old family head. It could be said that without Su Hongyuan, it would be impossible for the Su family to truly enter Manhwa City. Wang Ming said calmly, Don't worry, gentlemen, although Su Hongyuan isn't dead, he's almost there. Calling you all to the Wang family today is not to discuss how to destroy the Su family. Su Hongyuan is after all a half-step in the refined void stage, and even if he is still hanging on to his breath, he is not a match for us. You all know the situation of the Su family very well. They are still shallowly rooted in Manhwa City, and their clan's resources are lacking. So as long as the Su family is sanctioned and their access to resources is cut off, they will be able to win without a fight. His Su family has a Yuaning stage consummate Su Qingyun. My Wang family also has a peak Yuaning stage, and so do the Yuan and Li families. So as long as we can make it through this, we're bound to win. Wang Ming finished his words in one breath. Then he eyed towards the several people. Li Fiki thought carefully for a moment. Then he wore a happy face. Wang family master's wonderful plan. The Su family is a bunch of poor people. I heard that the Su family's resources were only distributed 60% of the original amount last month, so I think it must be almost at the point of exhaustion. Yuan Hao also chimed in. As long as we cut off the Su family's resources, Su Qingyun won't be able to break through to transformation spirit, and Su Chen won't have the resources to cultivate. So sooner or later, we'll be able to take down the Su family easily. The Su family's own clansmen are on the verge of not being able to feed themselves. In terms of resources, any one of our 4 great clans can easily toy with the Su family. The 4 great families quickly reached a unification, and they decided to impose economic sanctions on the Su family. The Su family's biggest industry is the stores. This is the core industry of the Su family. As long as the customer traffic of these stores is snatched, the Su family's income will be reduced by at least 80%. Soon they had detailed decisions to make. Price wars. The Su family has a thin base, and the profit of the stores is not much, mainly relying on the large volume. They only need to reduce the price a little bit, then they can directly abolish the Su family's limbs without bloodshed. Chapter 9. Hundreds of thousands of pills at your fingertips. Are you serious? Showa Street, Yulin Street, Fanghua Street. These 3 streets are where the Su Chamber of Commerce is mainly concentrated. The Su family had just arrived and were ready to start their business when they realized that there were many more unfamiliar stores on the street. At first they didn't pay much attention to it, but only after a while did they realize the anomaly. These stores sell pretty much the same stuff they do, but the only difference was the price. They were all about 20% cheaper than the Su family stores. The things sold by the Su family stores were not of a high grade, and were basically for ordinary cultivators to use. And for this category of people, of course, it was a matter of saving what they could. The price that was 20% cheaper immediately attracted countless people, even the old customers that the Su family stores used to have. Steward, I've checked it out. Inside the Su family store, a middle-aged man's face was grim, his eyes filled with killing intent. Say, who dares to go against my Su family? The subordinate who reported had a somewhat ugly face, but was filled with scorn. There are shadows of the 4 great families behind all those stores. The steward's face suddenly changed. Are you sure that all 4 great families are involved? I'm pretty sure that there are close to 60 new stores in total, most of which are owned by the Wang family, and the He family, the smallest remaining, has opened 7. Listening to the subordinate's report, the steward's face changed once again. The intentions of the 4 great families joining forces to target the Su family was far too obvious. Su Yu stood up, then admonished, "Don't go looking for trouble with them." After saying that, he directly left the store towards the Su family. The matter was important. He must immediately report to the family. Su family council hall. Close to 30 people sat among them, which were all people who controlled real power in the Su family. Excluding the several great elders, there were also quite a few collateral lines among them. Su Qingtian said with a grave expression, "I won't talk nonsense. Su Yu sent word that the 4 great clans have teamed up to open stores to steal business from my Su family, selling the same things at a price that's close to 20% lower." What? Many people here were shocked. This sentence was too much information. First of all, the 4 great families have joined forces. Does this mean they have all taken sides? Sui frowned tightly and said, "The business of our stores is the key to maintaining the family's operation. This move by the 4 great families, this is to cut off both our arms. Without the proceeds from the stores, the Su family simply couldn't support this family of thousands. Even if Su Chen had given them 3 billion spirit stones, it was not a long-term solution. It was not like their family had only existed for a few decades. There was no noise or exchanging of words in the hall. Everyone was staring at each other with a grave expression, revealing a look of deep thought. Parliament, of course, discusses solutions, and naturally there is no need for nonsense when there are no decisions to be made. Suddenly, a stout middle-aged man stood up. He was Su Zhuang from the sideline. "There is one more thing to report to the family head." Su looked up. "Speak," Su Zhuang said with a saddened face. "I also just received the news this morning, only I haven't had time to report it yet. Several Yuaning stage mercenary groups that had previously cooperated with my Su family have chosen to terminate their cooperation and will no longer provide resources for my Su family in the future. And after I inquired about it, all they said was that the Wang family had coerced them into paying a high price so that they wouldn't be allowed to cooperate with my Su family." When Su Qingtian heard these words, his eyes violently erupted with an appalling murderous aura. The Wang family? Bullying people too much. No, it's not just the Wang family now. I should say it's the 4 great families. The resources sold by the big families in the city. A small portion of them were heavenly treasures that the families went out to look for, and most of them were in cooperation with those mercenary groups. The mercenary group went to look for heavenly materials and treasures, and then they would be responsible for selling them. And the fact that the mercenary corps didn't work with them meant that they basically couldn't open their stores. So you looked a little worried and said, "My Su family foundation is still shallow. Stores are thin profits. If the price is reduced by 20%, that is more than not earn the spirit stone, but also to reverse the loss. Now the Su family is already very difficult. This can be how to be good?" Many people in the Su family were all worried, but Su Qingtian and the others were fine. Although not being able to earn spirit stones did have a great impact, at least there were still 3 billion spirit stones on hand, which could keep things running for a long time. As long as a solution was found within that period. Su Yinshan pondered for a long time before speaking. To fight a price war, our Su family will definitely not be able to play with the 4 great families, so why don't we just avoid it for the time being, reduce our investment in the stores, and invest our manpower in other more productive places. For example, forming a mercenary group and searching for heavenly materials and treasures on your own, or going to the Haoyue forest to hunt demonic beasts. Although this method was the next best thing, it was one of the few ways out for their Su family. "Greetings, young patriarch," a respectful voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Immediately afterward, Su Chen's figure walked inside the hall. Su Yunxian immediately laughed. "Come, Chen sit next to me." The hearts of the crowd shook when they saw this scene. Su Yunxian was a grand elder, and to have Su Chen sit beside him, the meaning was self-evident. Of course, Su Chen was now powerful in his own right, and was indeed strong enough to become a senior member of the Su family. Su Chen was not polite and directly sat beside Su Yunqian. He looked around and directly said, "In fact, there's no need to be so troublesome. The four great families like to engage in these small maneuvers. Just let them play by themselves and don't pay any attention to them. The purpose of opening a store is to maintain the family. But our Su family is not lacking in resources." Hearing these words, the people in the hall were stunned. Many people secretly shook their heads. The young patriarch was still too young after all, and didn't quite understand the current situation of the Su family. They were now on the verge of emptying their family. Where was the argument that there was no lack of resources? The matter of Su Chen giving 3 billion spirit stones was only known to the top management of the first family, and no one else was aware of it. After all, 3 billion spirit stones was too much. If too many people knew about it after it was spread out, they feared that there would be strong people who would covet it. They still understand the simple truth that the piker is not guilty of the crime of harboring a jade. Su Qingtian knew that this son of his wasn't that stupid, so he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Chen, do you have any solutions?" Su Chen let out a faint smile, then handed Su Qingtian a spatial ring while transmitting his voice. "Father, in here are first-grade spirit gathering pills, a total of 500,000, and second-grade yuan returning pills, a total of 130,000. This is what I specifically asked my master for. Just use it with confidence. It's definitely enough to keep the family running." "What?" Su Qingtian stood up violently, his eyes filled with horror. 500,000 spirit-gathering pills and 130,000 yuan returning pills. Are you serious? The entire Bright Moon City's reserve of spirit-gathering pills was only 100,000 to 200,000 pills, and yuan returning pills were even rarer, and it was considered good to have 10,000 pills in reserve. Su Yunqi and several elders were also shocked. This expression was too familiar. Before, when Su Chen gave 3 billion spirit stones, Su Qingtian also looked like this. Could it be that? Su Qingtian received the spatial ring with a trembling hand, and then his divine sense probed into it, and what met his eyes was a mountain of porcelain bottles, each of which contained 5 round pills. It's true. Chapter 10. I'm a holy body. All this makes sense, right? How could Su Qingtian not have expected that Su Chen would be able to take out so many low-grade pills with his hands? He looked towards Su Chen once again, his eyes filled with doubt. This son who had grown up with him had become such a stranger. Su Chen naturally knew what he was thinking, so he said helplessly, "I'm a sacred body, and my master is also a very powerful cultivator. So casually pulling out hundreds of thousands of first-grade elixirs to give to a disciple to eat as a snack. That's quite reasonable, isn't it?" The corner of Su Qingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "You kid is a bit underpunched lately." However, what Su Chen said was normal. He was a saint stage physique, plus his master was incredibly powerful. In their eyes, 500,000 first-grade pills were very valuable, but in reality, the math wasn't as precious as a 6th-grade pill. If Chener's predecessor was powerful, this amount of elixir was indeed nothing. Su Qingtian took a deep breath as he looked towards the others in the hall and said in a solemn tone, "From today onwards, close all the stores, and everyone will have a good rest in the near future." With the 3 billion lower-grade spirit stones from before and so many pills, it was enough to support the Su family for a long time. When that time came, the strength of the Su family would definitely skyrocket a lot and would naturally be able to fight against the 4 great families. Moreover, Su Chen's natural talent was so strong that he thought he would be able to break through the God transformation stage in a few years, and by then there would be 3 God transformation stages in the clan, coupled with the treasure from the 10,000 treasures pavilion that would be auctioned off in a few days. It was entirely possible for the Su family to increase to 4 transformation spirit stages in a short period of time. When these words came out, many people immediately wore an anxious look on their faces. "Family master, it must not be. My Su family has not yet gained a firm foothold today. If we give up even this bit of industry, then it will be even more difficult for my Su family in the future." Su Qingtian waved his hand and said, "All right, this family master had a solution for this matter long ago. You guys don't need to worry." When the crowd heard this, even though they had 100 doubts in their hearts, they had nothing more to say. The Su family was more than united. They were also very obedient to the family. And even though it was hard to understand why such a decision was made, they still chose to follow orders. It didn't take long for the council to end. There were then only a few elders left in the hall as well as Su Chen, who took the spatial ring in Su Qingtian's hands and examined it. However, several people's expressions were filled with disbelief and shock as before. "Elixir. It's too much, isn't it? No wonder the head of the family has such a great bottom line. Su Yuanba even directly gave Su Chen a big hug. Little Chen, you are simply the lucky star of our Su family. The other few elders also had smiles on their faces. Their hearts were very happy. Su Chen was more than just the future of their Su family, but now he was also helping the Su family to solve such a big trouble. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with relief. It was the Su family's fortune to have Su Chen in the future. 4 days from now at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's auction. Su Chen, why don't you accompany your second uncle? The auction at the court of 10,000 treasures? Su Chen immediately reacted. It's for the spirit essence jade liquid? The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was not a force in Bright Moon City. They were just doing business here. If you really want to count, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was more powerful than any of the forces in the city, and their scale could even spread across the entire eastern region. In the Xian Heavenly Realm, it was divided into 4 domains: East, West, South, North, and South, and Bright Moon City was in the corner of the eastern domain. And the fact that Wanbao Pavilion was able to spread its stores throughout the entire eastern region was enough to see how powerful it was. Su Yunqian smiled and said, "That's right. Originally we couldn't compete for this thing, but with these 3 billion spirit stones, the spirit essence jade liquid will definitely be my Su family's." The spirit essence jade liquid was a precious heavenly treasure that contained the essence of heaven and earth, which could help the Yuaning stage break through the transformation of God stage with no side effects. At such a critical time, whoever obtained the spirit essence jade liquid would have an impact on the entire situation. The Su family already had a Su Chen, and if they bought another spirit essence jade liquid, it wouldn't be long before the Su family would have 4 strong spirit transformation stage players. Su Chen, of course, didn't refuse and said that he would follow along when the time came. After leaving the conference hall, Su Chen returned to his courtyard. "Greetings, young master." In the middle of the courtyard, an exquisite-looking young girl was cleaning up, and when she saw Su Chen walk in, she hurriedly bowed respectfully. This woman was named Hanyuoxi. She was sold into the Su family by her parents when she was a child. She was more conscientious and careful in her work, so Su Qingtian asked her to take care of Su Chen's life. Su Chen nodded indifferently, then casually found a place to sit down, and Hanyuoxi very consciously walked behind him and gently pinched his shoulders. Su Chen's face was filled with enjoyment. The life of the young master of this worldly family was really good. "Hanyuoxi, how long have you been following this young man?" Ruoshi pondered for a moment, then spoke. "Young master, it's a total of 11 years and 5 months. Her voice was gentle, with a sense of feminine delicacy, and just by listening to it, she knew that her looks weren't bad. Su Chen revealed a look of surprise. He had only casually asked, not realizing that Hanyuoxi could remember so clearly. "How do you feel about staying at Su's?" Faced with Su Chen's question, Xianqi revealed a look of trepidation as she hastily knelt down and begged, "Young master, please don't drive me away. I can change." Where Xianqi did not do well, Su Chen froze. He didn't think that one of his words would make Hanyuoxi reveal this appearance. He suddenly reacted to the fact that he was now the young patriarch of the Su family, with an esteemed status, and a single word or action could sometimes decide a lot of things, as well as make the people below float. Su Chen asks her how she's staying at Su's house, and gets the feeling that "I'm not happy with you." Thinking of this, Su Chen shook his head and lost his smile. He stepped forward and lifted Hanyuoxi's cheeks. Looking into her watery eyes, Su Chen smiled and said, "This young man has no intention of kicking you out." Looking at Su Chen, who had a soft smile, a trance-like expression appeared on Hanqi's face. Although the previous Su Chen wasn't harsh, he was cold and indifferent to her on weekdays and would never be so approachable, especially since the two were so close to each other. Hanyuoxi's little heart began to pound. Xianqi quickly reacted, realizing that what Su Chen asked was not what she thought. She blushed and said, "Young master, I'm very happy staying in the Su family. I like the Su family very much." Su Chen nodded and handed over a spatial ring, speaking with a bland expression. "In here are some cultivation resources as well as techniques. You are also a medium-grade spiritual root. Cultivate well to enhance your cultivation. As this young man's personal maid, don't disgrace me. Many thanks to young lord for cultivating me." A look of surprise appeared on Hanyuoxi's face as she hurriedly thanked her. After receiving the spatial ring, she immediately checked it out, and after just one look, her entire body froze. That's a lot of spirit stones. There were close to 50,000 spirit stones, as well as a sword and 2 Xian rank low-level techniques. As an underling of the Su family, she was only paid 70 spirit stones a month. It would take her a long time to save up these 50,000 spirit stones, but now Su Chen had given them to her straight away. And there are also Xian rank low-level techniques inside. How can this level of items need hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and even millions of spirit stones for better quality? Hanyuoxi's heart was grateful to the extreme, and she immediately kowtowed toward Su Chen with a look of gratitude. Many thanks, young master. At this moment, even if Su Chen asked her to go to the Mountain of Swords or the Sea of Fire, she was willing to do so. Su Chen secretly sighed in his heart. This little thing has bought the hearts of the people. Is it because they haven't seen the world? Or am I too rich? He slowly stood up and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Come on, walk me out. Chapter 11, 100 Fragrance Residence, one of the 10 beauties. Miss Jingro, Bright Moon City. Su Chen slowly walked down the street, his eyes full of curiosity. Although he had perfectly inherited the memories of his original body, he still wanted to see the world with his own eyes. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, Su Chen showed a mesmerized look on his face. It's good to be alive. In the blink of an eye, he had been strolling around in manhwa City for close to 3 hours, eating and drinking along the way, tasting all the specialties in manhwa City. The House of 100 Fragrance. Su Chen stopped in front of a restaurant, which wasn't very large, but it was decorated extremely delicately, and there were quite a few people coming and going. Go inside. It was a place he hadn't been to before, so he thought he'd go in and take a look. Hello, sir, are you two? The receptionist junior at the entrance of the 100 Fragrant House enthusiastically went forward. Su Chen said indifferently, right, 2 of your guests. Xiao Er immediately yelled loudly, then said to Su Chen with a lowered brow again, guest, please go inside. Su Chen looked at the crowd that kept coming in and out, and asked with some curiosity, what is your specialty here? Why are there so many people coming? He had wandered around quite a few places this afternoon, and many of the restaurants were even more luxurious than the 100 Fragrant Residence, but the foot traffic wasn't even half of his. Xiao Er laughed. Guests do not know. Our 100 Fragrant Residence has stationed one of the top 10 beauties of manhwa City, Miss Jingro. Every night she will come out and draw lots. Which table she draws, she will have the chance to share the food with Miss Jingro. Su Chen revealed a dawning look. So it was because of Yang Jingru. He had seen all of the top 10 beauties of Bright Moon City. 9 of them were not low in status. Only this Yang Jingro came from a cold family and had no power or influence. Among the 10 beauties, every single one of them had excellent posture, and it was normal to be able to have this kind of appeal. Interesting. Su Chen wore an expression of watching the show. He wasn't interested in this Yang Jingro. He just simply wanted to join in the fun. Having been alone in the void of space for too long, he longed for this kind of fire. Su Chen casually ordered 5 small dishes and a small pot of wine, then quietly ate, while Hanshi respectfully poured wine for Su Chen on the side. Did not wait long. A delicate figure will walk up from the high platform above the 100 Fragrant House. He wore a purple dress, face veil cover, the whole person temperament ethereal outstanding. Just look at a glance let a person intoxicated. Miss Jingruo. Miss Jingro chose me. I've been here for a month straight. I've been here for 6 months. What the hell are you here for? Miss Jingro has only been in the 100 Fragrant House for 3 months. So keep bragging to me. The Bai Xiangju suddenly became noisy, and the men at every table were up in arms, their eyes full of eagerness. Yang Jingruo's eyes were flat, and as she looked around, she was ready to pick the person she would be having lunch with today. As a woman, she was actually very reluctant to sacrifice her color for resources in her heart, but she had no other way. Only this efficiency was the fastest. Bai Xiangju would give her 3% of the total profit, and all she had to do was to come out every day to have 2 meals with her guests. Suddenly, Yang Jingruo's pupils shrunk violently as she looked towards a corner of the 100 Fragrant Residence. There was a handsome-looking youth with an extraordinary demeanor sitting there. Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. Why is he here? Is he here for me too? Yang Jingruo's heart was delighted, and she chose Su Chen's table without hesitation. Seeing this, the subordinate at her side immediately stood up and said loudly, Miss Jingro has chosen seat number 15. Table 15? The crowd immediately began to search, and soon saw Su Chen. Immediately, someone's brow furrowed. Why did they always feel like they had seen this person somewhere? Su Chen was a big shot in Bright Moon City. Not everyone could see him, and the people in the city had only heard of Su Chen as a person, and only a small portion had actually seen him. When Su Chen heard that Yang Jingruo had chosen him, he frowned slightly. He twisted his head to look at Yang Jingruo, and the two of them looked at each other in a four-eyed manner. But Su Chen just glanced at him before immediately skimming his head and signaling for Xianxi to pour the wine, with a very bland attitude. Bang! In the other direction of the 100 Fragrance Residence, table number 79, there sat a youth in her 20s. She was dressed in a flashy outfit, and at a glance, it was clear that her origins were not ordinary. Jong Hyun's face was filled with ice. This kid can dine with Miss Jing Ro, but he still dares to be so condescending. He directly stood up without saying a word and walked towards Su Chen, and the subordinates surrounding him also followed, all of them displaying a ferocious look on their faces. Boy! Jong Hyun walked straight to Su Chen's side. He glanced at Han Yuoxi, then said with an evil laugh, "This little beauty is not bad looking. Make me an offer. I'll buy it." Hearing this, Han Yuoxi was startled, and she couldn't help but feel a bit flustered in her heart. In the midst of some great powers, there were often matters of buying and selling servants, and she was worried that if this person bid too high, Su Chen would agree to sell her. Jong Hyun certainly didn't really want to buy Han Yuoxi. His main purpose was to find something to do, to properly punish the man who had neglected the Jinghua girl. In his opinion, to be able to have dinner with the Jingro girl, he should be surprised with a happy expression. And Su Chen's calmness, to him it was as if he was insulting Miss Jingro, a disrespect to her goddess. Su Chen raised his head and said in a cold tone, "Get out while I'm in a good mood." Jong Hyun Dong froze. He hadn't thought that Su Chen would dare to talk to him like this. His face sank and killing intent erupted from his eyes. "Kid, are you talking to me?" The four fighters beside him immediately stepped forward. All four of them did not have a weak aura. They were all foundation establishment stage cultivators, and the strongest one had an early Jiedan cultivation. "It's over. How did this kid provoke Zhao Hyun? He's the youngest master of the Zhao family. That Zhao family has 3 Yuaning stage sitting in the town. Being targeted by Zhao Hyun, that would be miserable. That's all because he deserves it." You didn't see the expression on that kid's face just now. There was a sense of disdain for Miss Jing Ro. Getting a bargain and still selling out. I'll be damned. Zhao Shao teach this kid a good lesson. There was an uproar in the 100 Fragrance residence, and many people were also upset by Su Chen's cold and arrogant appearance. Yang Jingro looked at Zhong Hyun, who actually dared to take the initiative to run to provoke Su Chen, and her entire body panicked. "Do you know who he is?" That was the Su family's young master and a supreme genius who could kill a late-stage Yuaning. If he got angry, maybe the entire Zhao family would be destroyed because of it. Yang Jingru was just about to open her mouth to persuade, but after thinking carefully, she still chose to watch from the sidelines. Zhong Hyun didn't have any friendship with her. There was no need to go and cross paths with Su Chen for him. To her, a character of Su Chen's level was not something she could provoke. Zhao Hyun said in a grim tone, "Kid, dare to tell this young man to get lost as well. No one can save you even if they come today. Drag him out of the 100 Fragrance residence for me and waste his limbs in the street." Chapter 12, Confident Wang Ming, Half-Step Refining Void Su Hong Yuan. There was also a Yuaning stage powerhouse behind the 100 Fragrance residence, so he naturally didn't dare to be too reckless here. The four servants immediately smiled sardonically and walked towards Su Chen, their eyes filled with killing intent. Su Chen's eyes were slightly cold, and his face also carried a bit of impatience. Today's great mood was all ruined. He raised his hand and grabbed. The air all seemed to be compressed. The four servants were directly grabbed and exploded, blood flowing out like a spring. The four were killed in an instant. Immediately afterward, Su Chen grabbed a chopstick and shot it out, directly penetrating Zhao Hyun's neck. Bang! Zhao Hyun fell to his knees as his pupils began to dilate, and he covered his neck with disbelief on his face. "What happened? You dare to kill me? The Zhao family won't spare you." Zhao Hyun reacted and opened his mouth to speak with difficulty. Su Chen didn't reply. This kind of mole-like character didn't even qualify him to look squarely at him. A moment later, Zhao Hyun couldn't hold on any longer, and he lay straight down, blood flowing out down his neck. His pupils were filled with despair and pain and regret. Why mess with this person? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regrets in this world. Even if the Zhao family would seek revenge on him, what did it have to do with himself? Being dead means it's over. Seeing Zhao Hyun killed, dead silence fell within the Baixiang residence, and the eyes of the guests coming and going were filled with fear. He actually dared to kill Zhao Hyun. Wasn't he afraid of the Zhao family's retaliation? Su Chen's stern methods made them not even dare to gasp loudly. It's too fierce. Yang Jingruo was also shocked in her heart. She didn't expect Su Chen to directly kill Zhao Hyun. At the same time, ripples rose in her beautiful eyes. If I could marry Su Chen, that would be great. Even if it's just to be a concubine, I would recognize it. Powerful and high status. Ask what woman wouldn't like it? An incomparably powerful aura instantly enveloped the 100 Fragrant house. Yuaning stage. The hearts of the people present were shaken. Did a Yuaning stage show up so soon? The one who came was a middle-aged man with a slightly chubby figure. His face carried a bit of anxiety, and when he saw Su Chen in the corner, he hurriedly ran forward and saluted with a respectful look. "My name is Dong Ji, boss of the 100 Fragrant Residence. I pay my respects to young Master Su." Dong Ji's face was tinged with trepidation, very worried that Su Chen would directly destroy him as well. The others didn't recognize Su Chen, but how could he, a Yuaning stage, not recognize the Su family's young master? A few days ago, the city was abuzz with rumors that Su Chen had killed Li Chou, the Li family's late Yuaning stage, and he, a mid-Yuaning stage, was not Su Chen's opponent even in a single fight, not to mention that there was an entire Su family behind Su Chen. What? Seeing Dongji directly salute towards Su Chen, the hearts of the people inside the 100 Fragrant Residence were shaken. What was this? Young Master Su? Nope. Could he be? To be so young and to be able to make even a Yuaning stage bow and curtsy, then it could only be the young master of the Su family. Su Chen. Holy, Zhao and have kicked a steel plate. It wasn't good to mess with anyone, but to mess with Su Chen and molest someone else's maid. If Su Chen now was so blasé about Miss Jingro, this seemed very reasonable. Manhwa City's top 10 beauties. As long as Su Chen is willing, these 10 people are all estimated to be willing to marry him, and there is still a lack of one such as Yang Jingrua? Su Chen gave him a faint look and slowly stood up and turned to leave. When it's really boring, Hanyuoxi, go home. The two of them just left the bacchanal. Looking at the backs of the two, Dongji was relieved. As long as Su Chen did not take it out on him, that was the best outcome. On top of the high platform of the 100 Fragrance Residence, Yang Jingro pursed her red lips slightly, her eyes full of unwillingness. Damn Zhou Enan. If you hadn't been bad, I could have had dinner with him today anyhow. The crowd within the 100 Fragrant Residence waited until Su Chen had left before they dared to take a big breath, but they were still quiet for a while before they continued to resume their rowdy state. The king's house. Your lordship, the situation is even better than you expected. When Wang Ming heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows and asked with some surprise, how so? The Wang family's steward immediately said again, Master, all of the Su family stores are closed. Not a single one is open. The corners of Wang Ming's mouth rose slightly at his words. Su family, you're too young to fight me. As long as we wait for my Wang family to take the spirit essence jade liquid, then it will be just a matter of time before you destroy your Su family. Right at this moment, Wang Ming suddenly frowned as he waved his hand at the steward. You go down first. The steward immediately bowed respectfully, then turned around and left. However, not long after he left, a man jumped in at the window, dressed in a black robe, his face hidden so that he couldn't see exactly who he was. The visitor bowed to Wang Ming, then said in a serious tone, there was a change in the Su family today. Su Chen gave Su Qingtian a spatial ring. I don't know exactly what it is, but they seem to have found a solution to their predicament. Wang Ming's eyes stared. Can you be more specific? The visitor continued. It can't be helped. At that time, Su Qingtian's father and son should have been communicating by voice transmission, and I don't know the specifics, but Su Qingtian seemed quite determined when he let the stores close behind him, so you guys have to be careful. After saying that, he didn't say any more and directly turned around and left. Wang Ming picked up his teacup and thought carefully for a long time, and finally he smiled contemptuously. Humph, Su Qingtian, just pretending. What the Su family is like, I am clearer than even you. Su Qingtian, if you can have a solution, I, Wang Ming, will directly read my name backwards. Wang Ming was very confident. He concluded that Su Qingtian couldn't have found a solution. At most it would be a temporary solution to his immediate needs. However, there was still some anxiety in his heart. Su Chen's talent was too strong. If he was allowed to break through to the God transformation stage, it would definitely be a great danger to his heart. We'll have to hurry up after we take the spirit essence jade. Su Chen had just returned to his courtyard when Su Yuanba hurriedly came running, his face filled with anxiety. Little Tatsu, hurry up and follow me. Seeing Su Yuanba's somewhat gloomy expression, Su Chen also hurriedly stood up. Third uncle, but what happened? Su Yuanba said with a gloomy face. The old master has woken up and named you juniors. Master. Su Chen was stunned. Could it be that he was still alive? His divine sense spread out and immediately detected a powerful yet weak aura in the Su family. Half-step refinement. Su Hongyuan. The current Su Chen was a supreme powerhouse in the middle stage of sainthood, so naturally nothing could escape his probing, except that he had never peeked inside the Su family before. Soon, several people entered the main courtyard, then circled around a few more times and entered a hidden tunnel. By all rights, the tunnel should be cold and damp. but this tunnel was warm and dry, and it was especially comfortable to stay in. In the deepest part of the tunnel, there was a pale-faced man sitting on a clean futon. His expression was breathless and his eyes were dull, as if he would die at any moment. In front of the old man stood the people of the first family, who were the several great elders and their sons and daughters. But the number was small, only 23 in all. When Su Qingtian saw Su Chen walking, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "Chen quickly come and pay respects to your grandfather." Seeing this, Su Chen hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Grandchildren pay their respects to their grandfather. Chapter 13 Master. It's just a heavenly rank. Su Hongyuan opened his eyes with great difficulty, his cloudy eyes looking towards Su Chen. The corners of his mouth showed the slightest hint of a smile, and he said in a hoarse, low voice, "Prime said that you're the great genius of our Su family, an extreme spiritual root." Cough cough. Violent coughing sounds rang out. Su Chen wanted to step forward, but Su Hongyuan waved his hand. "No need to mind me. Old habits." Su Hongyuan took 2 deep breaths and said once again, "All of you will be the pillars of my family in the future. I hope that you can lead the Su family farther. Grandpa's days are numbered, so I'm afraid he won't be able to accompany you." Although it was the first time they had met, Su Chen could feel the kindness and favor passed out from Su Hongyuan. Su River's daughter, Su Qianxian, even burst into tears in her eyes and cried softly. An air of sadness permeated all the tunnels. A look of sadness also surfaced in Su Qingtian's eyes, as well as deep self-blame. Su Hongyuan will become today's appearance, to put it bluntly, are because of his reasons. Without that thing back then, father could not have ended up in such a situation. The half-step refined void stage has a lifespan of at least 5,000 years, and Su Hongyuan was only 1,500 years old when he turned into this appearance, and it was all because of him. Damn it! Su Qingtian clenched his fists, his eyes full of unwillingness. Su Hongyuan turned his head towards Su Qingtian. He wore a soft smile. "Child, it's all right. Everything has its own destiny. That incident was not your problem in the first place. You don't have to blame yourself too much." Su Qingtian didn't say a word. His body trembled as he clenched his fists, trying his best to suppress the sadness within him. It had been more than 10 years, and this was the first time Su Hongyuan had let all of them come over since the Su family had entered Bright Moon City. It also means that his life is coming to an end. Su Hongyuan said helplessly, "I heard Qingyan say that the 4 great clans have joined forces to target you, but unfortunately, I can only stay in the Su family and can't use my last remaining strength to clear the way for you." There were formations set up here, and he was connected to them, relying on absorbing the power of the earth to survive. Once he was out of the formation, he would die quickly. Even if he wanted to use the last of his strength to help the Su family, he really had no intention of doing so. Su Qingyun said with sad eyes, "Father, you've already done a lot for us. There's no need to be like this. You have been with us all the way and we can walk the rest." Su Hongyuan had a weak smile on his face. "So, I am relieved." On the other side, Su Chen eyed Su Hongyuan. The problem on the old man seemed a little different. He sensed that Su Hongyuan was not a problem of longevity before his life breath was weak, but because of the weak physical body and soul. This situation is usually burned essence blood, or the use of some kind of taboo technique, resulting in the backlash of self-damage to the body. Su Hongyuan once again scanned them. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said in a calm tone, "I have no regrets in this life if I can see you all one last time. Leave, all of you. I want to be quiet for a while." Several people in Su Qingtian's group were all saddened, and they all knew that there was no next time they would meet. The aura on Su Hongyuan's body was already rapidly weakening, and he could still hold on for 2 or 3 days at most. Although Su Hongyuan had never stepped out of this tunnel over the years since he entered manhwa City, he was still the pillar of the Su family. Without him, the Wang family would have long ago joined forces with the Yuan and Li families to attack the Su family. If they weren't afraid of Su Hongyuan's residual power, how could the Su family's 2 god transformation stages resist the 3 families joining forces? To be precise, it was 4 families, because the He family had allied with the Su family in the first place. And more than that, it was also precisely for the sake of Su Hongyuan. Su Qingshan's eldest son, Su Minghu, suddenly spoke up. "Grandpa, isn't there any way to save you? There are quite a few life-extending heavenly herbs within the Bright Moon City that aren't particularly difficult to get." The other juniors also looked toward Su Hongyuan, their eyes filled with doubt. Su Hongyuan opened his eyes, his face showing a pampered look. "Grandpa's disease is not a longevity problem. It's a drying up of qi and blood. It can't be saved by something that is not against the heavens, and this kind of thing is rare in the world. Grandpa is already happy that you have this heart." Su-ming, whose eyes are full of gloom. The Su family originally valued kinship, even if it was the first time they met with Su Hongyuan, but blood is thicker than water, and none of them wanted Su Hongyuan to die like this. Although Su Hongyuan gave off a feeling of openness, they also sensed that the old man had a deep sense of powerlessness. No one wants to die, and neither does Su Hongyuan. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly spoke. Dad, I'd like to stay and talk to the old man alone. Is that okay? Su Qingtian nodded grimly at his words as he turned around and left the hole in the ground without saying a word. The others didn't say anything more when they heard this. Su Chen now had an extremely high status within the clan. This face still had to be given, so they all exited the hole in the ground. Soon, in the entire hole in the ground, only Su Chen and Su Hongyuan were left. Su Hongyuan's face was kind, but his voice was breathless. Child, what do you want to tell me? Su Chen was silent for a moment, then curiously opened his mouth and asked, Master, what conditions are needed to save you? No matter what the reason was, he didn't want Su Hongyuan to die just like that. Hearing these words, Su Hongyuan shook his head with a bitter smile as he opened his mouth and said helplessly, You are trying to seek help from that master of yours, right? Prime has told me all about you, but my situation is different. If it was a few years earlier there might still be salvation, but now that my essence and blood have dried up, my meridians have collapsed, and my flesh has collapsed, the treasures that can save me will all need to be at least heavenly ranked, and it has to be that kind of heaven-defying treasure of living death and birthing white bones to be possible. Su Hongyuan business is low, persuading Su Chen not to waste his efforts on him. The matter of Su Chen having a master teacher was given to him by Su Qingtian, but in Su Hongyuan's opinion, the problem in himself was too serious to be able to return. Suddenly, a huge life force surged out of the tunnel, so thick that Su Hongyuan's weak breath grew much stronger. Su Hongyuan's pupils contracted violently as he stared incredulously at the red fruit in Su Chen's hand. This fruit had golden lines growing on it, with Taoist rhythms flowing, and life essence flowing within it, so it was clear at a glance that it wasn't a mundane object. Su Chen spoke in a calm tone. Master, it's just the heavenly rank. This item is called the earth-hidden fruit. It can live the dead to produce white bones. It should be enough to solve the problem on you. Su Hongyuan's eyes widened. His originally weak face was filled with excitement. Although he didn't know what this fruit was, he knew very well that as long as he ate this fruit, the problems on his body would definitely be solved. Heavenly steps. It's really a heavenly order. This was also given by your master? When Su Qingtian had told him that Su Chen had a master, he had originally thought that it was just a harmonization stage. So a supreme treasure like the heavenly rank. He hadn't even thought that Su Chen would be able to come up with it. But Su Chen gave him a big surprise. In this way, that master teacher of his seemed to be even stronger than he had perceived. Su Chen said without blushing, Of course, the heavenly ranks aren't a treasure. Chapter 14. As he spoke, Su Chen opened his system backpack and took a look. Jizo fruit, 3120. There are still over 3,000 of them. Not a big problem. Su Chen handed the earth-hidden fruit to Su Hongyuan. Old master, try to see if it has any effect first. If not, I'll give you something more fierce. Fiercer? Su Hongyuan trembled. You still have a higher grade than this geocache fruit? He suddenly froze a bit. I just stayed in the hole in the ground for more than 10 years. Outside this is a direct change in the sky? Chen what exactly is this master of yours? Facing Su Hongyuan's questioning, Su Chen was also filled with confusion as he said, I don't know. His old man never told me my identity. I made it up myself. You ask me. Who do I ask? Sometimes a simple lie can have a much better effect, and making it up too perfectly is full of holes. Anyway, Su Chen was just asking questions, and even though they had some suspicions, they couldn't find any evidence. Since we can't find any evidence, this is the truth. Su Hongyuan didn't think much about it. His face was incredibly excited. Unexpected. The person who saved me is actually a junior. The grandfather and grandson had never met before, but the first time they met, Su Chen gave him such a great gift. Su Chen said with a smile on his face, It's all family. A family. Upon hearing these words, Su Hongyuan said no more as he took the earth-hidden fruit handed over by Su Chen and directly swallowed it. In an instant, the rich and incomparable life force flowed through his body, and the originally dried-up meridians quickly revived, as if a withered tree had sprung back to life. The old flesh, too, was rapidly becoming younger and more resilient. Su Hongyuan's appearance, from a senile old man, returned to that of an old man in his 60s in a few breaths of time. But it didn't end there. The life force of the earth fruit was still flowing through him. After tens of breaths again, The life force of the earth-hidden fruit was completely consumed, and the breath on Su Hongyuan's body became incomparably powerful, and his appearance was restored to that of a middle-aged man, majestic and extraordinary. I successfully recovered. Su Hongyuan's face was filled with excitement. An earth-hidden fruit directly restored all of his injuries and his cultivation had reached the peak of his original period. Half-step refining stage. Tatsuer, I'm relying on you this time. Su Hongyuan's face was filled with doting as he looked at Su Chen. If it wasn't for this little grandson of his, he would probably have died 2 days later. Su Chen wore a smile on his face. It's just a small matter. Looking at his breezy appearance, Su Hongyuan's heart was even more shocked. Su Hongyuan calmed his inner excitement as he took a deep breath before saying, I may have to close the door to break through the refined void stage, and I won't be able to go out for a short period of time. The earth-hidden fruit had not only restored his physical body, it had also allowed him to touch the bottleneck of the void refining stage. That's why he's going to take this opportunity to break through the refined void stage in one fell swoop. Su Chen saluted. Then Sunner won't bother much. Su Hongyuan nodded his head and looked at Su Chen's departing back, eyes turning in his eyes. For some reason, he always felt that there was something extraordinary about this grandson, and it felt like there was a big secret. Apart from that mysterious master, there must be other things that they didn't know, but Su Hongyuan did not ask. Who does not have a little secret on him? Su Chen, as long as he does not harm the Su family. Tatsu's grown up too, so it looks like we'll have to find a chance to tell him about that incident. After Su Hongyuan murmured, he withdrew his gaze. His calm heart stirred again, feeling the power that filled his body. Su Hongyuan's face was hyperactive. If they could break through the void refining stage this time, then their Su family would be able to directly control the entire Bright Moon City, and as long as they held most of the benefits of the entire city, the Su family would be able to become even more powerful at that time. After Su Chen walked out of the hole in the ground, most of the people had already left, leaving Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian as the only two people left. Su Qingtian sighed helplessly. With the formation being opened, it seems like the old man should not want us to go back in. Come on, Tatsuya, back to the house. After saying that, Su Qingtian turned around and left. Only his back looked a bit forlorn. Su Chen also didn't say anything about Su Hongyuan. When he came out of the gate, everyone in the Su family would naturally know. Su Yunxian was also ready to leave when Su Chen opened his mouth and asked, Second uncle, do you know about my mother? Su Yunxian's footsteps suddenly lurched as he said with a somewhat unnatural expression, Isn't your mother all dead? What's the point of asking? Su Chen shook his head. Just curious. Su Yunxian sniffed and said no more, and left with quick steps. Looking at his departing back, Su Chen's eyes turned. It seems that there are still things in the Su family that I don't know about. From what he understood, the Su family was once not from Bright Moon City, but from another place in the eastern domain, which was 10,000 miles away from Bright Moon City. At that time, the Su family was not yet called the Su family, named Qingfeng Gang, specializing in doing things like robbing homes. It wasn't until after some change had occurred that he came to this Bright Moon City not a million miles away, as if he was hiding from something. Although Su Yunxian didn't answer positively, he could tell that it must have something to do with his mother. Looks like we'll have to ask sometime, Su Chen said in a low voice before turning around and leaving. The next day, early morning. Today was the time when the family was giving out cultivation resources, and all the first families were on Sui's side to collect the resources. Su Minghu was holding a Qiankuan bag in his hand, and his eyes were filled with doubt. In the past, every time resources were distributed, they were given directly, so how come this time they were even packed up in a Qiankuan bag? The Qiankuan bag belonged to a small storage equipment, which was inexpensive and almost essential for cultivators, while the spatial ring was much more precious. Only after all the resources of the first lineage had been distributed and they left Sui's courtyard did they begin to check up on them. Why so many? Su Minghu's eyes were filled with shock. 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and 10 yuan restoration pills. That's just too much, isn't it? In the past, their first family was basically 3 to 5,000 spirit stones as resources. Other than that they would occasionally distribute an elixir. And this month the resources distributed were almost 10 times as much as before. I also have 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones and 10 yuan returning pills. Mine is 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones and 30 spirit gathering pills. I only have 15,000 lower-grade spirit stones and 20 spirit gathering pills. A group of people exchanged words. Their eyes were filled with shock. The resources were all given differently, but they were all 10 times as much as before. The cultivation level was different among the first lineage, and the amount of resources issued was definitely not the same. Cultivators in the chi condensation stage only had chi gathering Dan, while those in the foundation establishment stage had Yuan returning Dan. Su Minghu immediately walked inside the courtyard and then said to Su He, "Fourth elder, what is going on here? Now that the family is in such a difficult situation, what's the point of giving me so many resources?" Fifth elder Su Yunping's youngest daughter, Su Shanshan, who only had a mid-stage chi condensation cultivation, followed suit. "Right, fifth uncle, getting through the family's difficulties first is the most important thing. We'll be able to make it through a few months without resources." A group of full-fledged people have said that they want to return their resources. Su He, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Alright, stop fooling around. You guys are the future of the family. What else is more important than you? These resources are the family master's orders. You guys take it, and now the Su family is not lacking in resources. You only need to cultivate well. Do you need to worry about family matters?" Chapter 15, 10,000 Treasures Pavilion Auction. Poor man Su family? Su He said majestically, and without giving the group of juniors any room to retort at all, he directly drove them out. Now the people who knew that the Su family was not poor in resources at all, excluding the several great elders and the family head, there was no one else who knew about it. Not even them, the first-line juniors. Su Yunxian's eldest son was named Su Yujie, and was also the strongest among the younger generation excluding Su Chen, having already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Su Yuza said with a firm expression, "Since the family values us so much, let's not shirk, cultivate well, and wait until we grow up in the future. Then we can give back to the family." Hearing Su Yujie say this, they did not say anything more. The cultivation resources between the Su family's first lineage skyrocketed, but it had no effect on the side lineage. They still took as much as they should. The first family was the core of the Su family, and they would always be the Su family. The same is not true for the collateral lineage. They can be a member of the Su family or not. The Court of 10,000 Treasures. This was the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Bright Moon City, which had treasures ranging from low to high, and there were even quite a few things at the Transformation God stage level. Even if you have more advanced needs, they can transfer you from a more advanced chapter for you with a prepaid deposit. Su Chen had followed Su Yunxian here, ready to participate in this day's auction. Refinement stage. Su Chen's eyes were bemused, and with just a glance, he knew that there was a void refining stage powerhouse sitting within the Wanbao Pavilion, worthy of being the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. There are just a lot of strong people, to the point of sending a void refining stage to sit in the branch. Since today was the auction of the Wanbao Pavilion, all the large and small forces of the entire Bright Moon City had gathered, resulting in the Wanbao Pavilion being very lively, a rallying cry that no other chamber of commerce could possibly possess. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion auction was held once a year, and each time it was filled with countless treasures, far surpassing any other chamber of commerce in Bright Moon City. This was the fundamental reason why he was able to become the leader in Bright Moon City. "Isn't this the Su family? How dare you come to the Wanbao Pavilion's auction? Can you afford the things here?" Li Fiki stood in the distance, his face filled with indifference as he said with a sneer. Although the Li family and the Su family had some disagreements in the past, but there was no fight on the surface. But ever since Li Qiu was killed by Su Chen, the Li family and the Su family had become like water and fire between them. Su Yunxian's eyes were indifferent. "None of your business." After saying that, he led Su Chen into the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Li Fiki was instantly trembling with anger, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Su Yunxian, I'll see how long you can still jump around." The arrival of the Su family immediately attracted many people. The Su family actually came to participate in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion auction as well. Didn't they say that they're all too poor to be able to afford it now? Yeah, I also heard that the Su family even closed their stores, and the resources distributed by the clan were halved last month, so where else would they have spirit stones to come to the auction? This auction I heard, but there is a treasure like the spirit essence jade liquid, but according to the previous price, this thing is all going to be auctioned for at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones. There's no way the Su family can afford it, right? The murmurs suddenly rang out. The Su family didn't have much spirit stones. This was something that everyone knew. When the people from the four great families saw that someone from the Su family had come, they immediately couldn't help but sneer. Su family, just poor people. They still want to come and compete for the spirit essence jade liquid. It's simply delusional. Outsiders might not understand the Su family's situation very well and only heard about it from hearsay. But the four great families were incomparably aware that the current Su family was just in great distress. It was impressive for them to shell out 1,000,000 spirit stones. These sneering voices continued to ring out. Su Yunxian didn't have much of a reaction, but Su Chen was a little offended. Mud, you like to scream, don't you? I've got the Su family covered on this one. He had decided that whatever it was, he would just buy it. Soon, everyone was almost seated. The Wanbao Pavilion auction was not something that anyone could come to. He was using the invitation method. Only those who were invited could enter. So the people who came were almost all cultivators or forces that had reached the Jiedan stage or above in Manhwa City. Below the Jiedan stage, they could only follow their elders. An old man in his 60s slowly walked up to the auction stage. He had a smile on his face. Gentlemen, I'm Julie, the steward of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Everyone is an old acquaintance. I'm sure you all know me. This auction is then presided over by the old man. And during the process, please settle down and don't affect the order of the auction. As he said that, an extremely powerful aura permeated his body, and the hearts of the people in the hall were suddenly shaken. Alchemy stage. Julie continued to say with a smile on his face, alright, I'm not going to talk too much nonsense, so let's just start auctioning things directly. As the words fell, he raised his hand and waved it, and 3 round pills appeared on the stone platform at his side. The first item, the 3rd grade elixir, infant transformation pill. The effect is that it can greatly increase the probability of forming an infant. The starting price for a single piece is 500,000 lower grade spirit stones. Many people who came to the Wanbao Pavilion auction for the first time had shocked faces. The opening scene was a treasure like the 3rd grade infant transformation pill. It was worthy of being the Wanbao Pavilion. Su Yunxian's face was bland. Although the infant transformation dan was precious, it was not considered a rare treasure in Manhwa City. As long as you were willing to give spirit stones, you could basically buy it. 511,000 spirit stones. 530,000 spirit stones. The voices calling out the price continued to ring out, and soon reached 800,000 spirit stones, which was considered the normal price of an infant transformation dan. 800,000 spirit stones. Does anyone else continue to add more? Julie smiled faintly as he looked towards, and when he saw that no one had opened their mouths to speak again, he continued, 800,000 once. 800,000 twice. I'll give you $1 million. Su Chen's faint voice rang out. Su Yunxian immediately turned her head towards Su Chen. Her eyes filled with a puzzled look. Haven't you all already formed a baby? However, thinking that he still had tens of billions of lower grade spirit stones on him, Su Yunxian once again turned back and did not continue to pay attention. Now that Su Chen was trenchant, spending $1 million didn't seem to be a problem. The auction fell into silence, and everyone stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. Especially the man who had called for $800,000. His face was even more speechless. Does your Su family still lack this kind of elixir? Li Fiki even laughed out loud. The Su family deserves to be called the Su family. It's just unique. Even this kind of garbage elixir has to be grabbed and bought. The Yuan family's grand elder, Yuan Ji, followed suit. Perhaps the Su family can only afford this infant transformation pill. Ha ha ha. Snickering voices continued to ring out from within the auction. But the jokers were basically people from the 4 great families, and even though others wanted to laugh in their hearts, they didn't dare to do so openly. The Su family was poorer, but their strength was there, not something they could mess with. Julie continued, 1 million once, 2 times, 3 times, deal. Congratulations to young patriarch Su Chen for buying 3 infant transformation pills. The second item to be auctioned next, the 4th grade 10,000 spirit pill, with a starting price of 3 million lower grade spirit stones. Chapter 16, Spirit Essence and Jade Liquid. Are you telling me that the Su family is poor? The second item to be auctioned next, the 4th grade 10,000 spirit pill, with a starting price of 3 million lower grade spirit stones. Wan Ling Dan. The people of the 4 great clans were all staring at each other. This time there was even this kind of elixir. The efficacy of the 10,000 spirit pill was actually very simple. It could directly allow the Yuaning stage to break through a small realm, and it was effective until the Yuaning consummation. This kind of elixir was a priced treasure even in Manhwa City, and I didn't expect that the second item of this auction would bring out all the 10,000 spirit dan. According to the rules of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, 15 items would be auctioned every year, and it would get better and better. The second item was all 10,000 spirit pills, so the later would definitely be better. The 4 great families withdrew their gazes again, still deciding to leave the spirit stones behind, especially that spirit essence jade liquid. The 4 great clans all wanted it. 3.5 million spirit stones. A Yuaning stage opened his mouth, and the venue then immediately resounded with quotes one after another. 3,600,000 spirit stones. 3,900,000 spirit stones. The price slowly rose, and the voices of offers became less and less, eventually settling at 6 million spirit stones. Julie opened his mouth and said, $6 million a time. 6.5 million. Su Chen's voice faintly sounded, and the people present immediately looked towards him, many of their eyes filled with doubt. What's the situation? Didn't they say that the Su family didn't even have any spirit stones left? Why was it still able to spend $6.5 million on the 10,000 spirit pill? Li Fiqi's eyes stared as he said in a sarcastic tone, "This is the Wanbao Pavilion auction. The price cannot be shouted indiscriminately. Can the current Su family afford to take out 6.5 million spirit stones?" In his opinion, it would be impossible for the Su family to come up with so many spirit stones. Although the Wanbao Pavilion was not involved in the disputes of the major powers, it did understand the specifics of the situation in Manhwa City. Julie said with a serious expression, "Little friend, the bidding is a joke. The consequences of shouting nonsense are very serious." Without saying a word, Su Chen directly threw out a spatial ring. Julie took it and after slightly probing it, a smile immediately filled his serious face. 6.5 million once, 2 times. Sold, young patriarch Su. When the auction is over, the pills will be sent to you immediately. People in business are the most faceless, and their faces are like chameleons, changing at the drop of a hat. Su Chen nodded indifferently, then slightly sneered as he looked towards Li Fiqi, who didn't say a word, only his eyes were full of contempt. However, it was this appearance that made Li Fiqi hate his teeth. "Su Chen, sooner or later, I'm going to kill you to avenge Li Qiu." Li Fiqi's eyes were filled with doubt. How could the Su family still have so many spirit stones? After that, several items were auctioned off, almost all of which were at the yuaning stage level, but without exception, they were all taken down by Su Chen, and they were all paid for directly on the spot, which instantly put everyone in a daze. Didn't you say the Su family was poor? Even the Wang family wouldn't dare to be so wasteful, would they? Wang Ming's eyes were filled with coldness, and he always had a bad premonition. What the hell is going on? The Wang family steward beside him immediately said, "Master, it doesn't make sense. The news from our pawns in the Su family is pretty sure that the Su family now has at most 1 million lower grade spirit stones. It's impossible that there's still this much, and those guys have been working with us all for a while. It's unlikely that they would betray us." Wang Ming's expression was gloomy as he thought of the information that person had given him some time ago, that the Su family seemed to have undergone some changes. "Keep looking. I don't believe Su Chen can afford anything." Inside the venue, Julie raised his hand and waved it out, and 4 flags of different colors emerged on the stone platform, which contained a huge amount of energy. He said aloud once again, "The 13th item, intermediate Xian rank formation, the 4-elephant formation, can attack and defend. The most crucial thing is that this formation is inscribed within a flag, which can be easily carried. However, it requires a large amount of spiritual energy each time it is activated. Starting price, 10 million lower grade spirit stones." The venue fell into silence. Although this 4-elephant formation was very good, it was also very expensive. The crowd turned their gazes towards the 5 great clans. The intermediate Xian rank treasures had come out, and the things behind them were probably not their turn to compete, so they could only watch the show. Li Fiqi spoke indifferently. 11 million spirit stones. The Li family was not as strong as the Wang family and the Yuan family, so this time the spirit essence jade liquid was not expected to be much of a possibility, so it would be better to buy something useful. After he quoted the price, the venue fell silent and no one continued to quote. Apparently, several other great clans also saw no need for this item to compete. 12 million. Su Chen's lazy voice rang out. Li Fiqi immediately turned his head to look, his eyes glowing fiercely. Su Chen. He was puzzled in his heart. How could the Su family still have so many spirit stones? "I bid 13 million spirit stones," Su Chen said again. 20 million spirit stones. Hiss. Hearing Su Chen's offer, many people in the venue immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. A direct increase of $7 million. This kind of ferocious bidding had never appeared before. Everyone is thinking about saving as much as they can, and the quotes add up a little bit. Just how many spirit stones did this Su family have that could withstand such a call from Su Chen? Li Fiqi's teeth itched with hatred. He really wanted to hack Su Chen to death immediately, but this was the territory of the Wanbao Pavilion, and he didn't dare to be reckless. 20 million spirit stones had already exceeded his expectations for the 4-elephant formation, and he stopped talking with a cold snort. "I'll see how much money you Su's family has left." He didn't believe that Su Chen could remain this arrogant and buy everything. Su Chen directly threw out a spatial ring over, and after Julie checked it out, he then laughed aloud once again. Congratulations to young patriarch Su for buying the 4-elephant formation. Seeing this scene, Su Yunxian couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Chen you can't spend it like this even if you have spirit stones here. Su Chen calmly said. Second uncle, a little bit of spirit stone is just a little bit of spirit stone. I was going to spend $1 billion. Now I haven't even used 1/10 of it. The people of Manhwa City are really too poor to be under any pressure at all. The corner of Su Yunxian's mouth twitched. Truly a satiated man does not know how hungry he is. Do you know what 1 billion spirit stones is? The Su family, according to the previous operation, with an annual harvest of 5 million spirit stones, it would take 200 years without eating or drinking to save 1 billion spirit stones. Coupled with the Su family's expenses, they could only save a mere 1 or 2 million spirit stones a year, and it would take close to 1,000 years to save 1 billion spirit stones. Julie once again took out an item. He was an exquisite porcelain vase, which emitted a faint essence chi within it. Gentlemen, I'm sure you all know about the next 14th treasure. Spirit Essence Jade Liquid. It can help you wanting perfection cultivators break through the transformation stage without any barriers and without any after effects. Here we go. The words within the venue magical eyes became fiery. Even Su Yunxian was no exception. This thing was the purpose of their Su family coming to the auction. Of course, this was something that several other big clans wanted to buy. However, the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid could only be ranked 14th. So wouldn't the last treasure be even more precious than the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid? Julie said in a calm voice. Starting price, 70 million lower grade spirit stones. Chapter 17 Competition for Spirit Essence Jade Liquid? Clueless crowd. Su family turns out to be so rich. 80 million spirit stones. Yuan Hao was the first to speak, his calm voice echoing within the auction hall. Hearing this offer, many people in the venue sucked in a breath of cold air, unexpectedly adding 10 million at a time. Su Chen asked, Second uncle, I remember that the last time the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid was sold at a price of 270 million lower grade spirit stones, right? Su Yunxian was just about to shout the price, but after hearing these words he still replied, Yes, what are you asking for? Getting the exact price. Su Chen directly raised his hand. 300 million spirit stones. Boom! This statement instantly shook the hearts of the people in the venue as they looked at Su Chen with unbelieving eyes. 300 million spirit stones. This price was beyond the last Spirit Essence Jade Liquid's 30 million spirit stones. The Su family is so rich. Who on earth is spreading the rumor that the Su family is poor? Drag them out and cane them. A poor guy can just shell out 300 million spirit stones? Wang Ming and also Yuan Hao stood up violently, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Su Chen, and the Yi family head who was just about to offer 90 million spirit stones was instantly dumbfounded. What happened? 300 million spirit stones was so outrageous that even Wang Ming hadn't expected it. Su Yunxian froze in place. Well, there are spirit stones to play, so right? He was a person who was used to living a hard life, and he was more frugal in terms of spending his spirit stones, but he didn't stop Su Chen's big call. Su Chen spent his own spirit stones as he liked. Julie also froze slightly, completely not expecting Su Chen to offer such a fierce offer at once, but he was also someone who had seen the world and quickly reacted. Young Patriarch Su called for 300 million spirit stones. Is there anyone else to follow? Wang Ming's eyes were filled with ice coldness. He hadn't expected at all that the Su family would still have so many spirit stones. Abominable. No wonder they closed the stores directly. This is the bottom of the heart. Even if they do not open, the stores can be maintained for a long time. Miscalculation. Wang Ming quickly adjusted as he said aloud, $310 million. He snorted coldly. The Wang family's least bad thing is the spirit stones. You Su family can't possibly fight my Wang family no matter how rich you are. Today I'm going to show your Su family what it means to be truly rich. Su Chen lightly glanced at Wang Ming before raising his hand to call for a price. 400 million spirit stones. Wang Ming instantly froze, and he stiffly turned his head to look at Su Chen with incredulous eyes. A direct increase of $90 million at a time. 400 million spirit stones. This had already exceeded the value of the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid, but this thing had a price, so it was normal to be a little more expensive. But 400 million spirit stones was obviously too much, right? Hearing Su Chen's offer, the venue fell into dead silence. 400 million now. This is also just horrible. Su Chen, on the other hand, said in a cloudy manner, does Family Master Wang still want to add more? Wang Ming looked gloomy. The price of 400 million was obviously too much higher. But their Wang family still had quite a lot of spiritual energy reserves, and after thinking about it, he still opened his mouth. Su Chen, don't flatter me. My Wang family's spirit stones are not comparable to yours. 410 million spirit stones. Li Fiki also followed the sneer. Pretend what, broad-minded? I see you can still hold out until a few hours. Bidding so much, I think it must be almost to the limit, right? Obviously. In his opinion, Su Chen's way of asking for a lot of money at one time was precisely because of the lack of confidence in his heart, and he wanted to use it to scare the Wang family. When Wang Ming heard these words, his face also once again glowed with the color of confidence. My Wang family has been settling in Manhwa City for so long, even if the Su family still has some depth, it is impossible for it to be deeper than the Wang family's. Su Chen sneered and slowly spoke. 500 million spirit stones. The smiles on Wang Ming and Li Fiki's faces instantly froze. The Su family was even able to add, just how many spirit stones do they still have? Wang Ming suddenly felt as if his economic sanctions against the Su family were a joke. The Su family was so well funded. Were they still afraid of their sanctions? Wang Ming was still undeterred and said, 500 million won. 600 million spirit stones. Before Wang Ming could finish speaking, Su Chen's voice directly silenced what he said. Wang Ming's just raised hand stiffened in midair. Putting it down was not. Continuing the offer was not. 600 million spirit stones. This was far too expensive. After Su Chen finished speaking, he added in a contemptuous tone. Wang family master has a lot of spirit stones. Should we continue to add more? The most he had on him were spirit stones, which he had gained once by signing in half a month ago, totaling 30 million immortal crystals. According to the division of spirit stone grades, there was a total of lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, extreme grade, holy crystal, immortal crystal, and further up he didn't know. The ratio between each spirit stone was 100, which was equivalent to one immortal crystal being worth 10 billion lower grade spirit stones, and 30 million immortal crystals. It's simply a bit unimaginable. What's more, Su Chen's current lower grade spirit roots were all calculated according to Jing, so he simply couldn't spend them all. Along with Su Chen's voice, the venue once again fell into dead silence. Wang Ming also couldn't help his eyes from jumping wildly, and the Wang family's steward beside him was filled with disbelief as he angrily rebuked. How could your Su family possibly have so many spirit stones? I don't believe it. Steward Zhu. I suspect that the Su family is just quoting wildly. Not only him, everyone present didn't believe that the Su family could give so many spirit stones. It's horrible, okay? Add 100 million at a time. 600 million spirit stones were enough to buy 2 portions of spirit essence jade liquid. Su Chen said indifferently. As long as you're sure it's mine, pay the spirit stone on the spot. When Julie heard these words, he immediately said in a cold voice towards the Wang family's steward, please do not affect the normal order of the auction. He, Wan Baoge, was a chamber of commerce, so he naturally had to maintain more valuable guests. Moreover, Su Chen was very proactive every time, directly giving him the spirit stones on the spot. The Wang family steward was also instantly dumbfounded, but he still couldn't accept that the Su family could take out so many spirit stones. Wang Ming's eyes were filled with ice coldness. He didn't stop raising the price, but instead, he transmitted a message to the Wang family steward beside him and said, send a message to those people to make a move against the Su family right away. This time, my Wang family will go all out to completely eradicate the Su family. Su Chen looked like he definitely still had spirit stones. There was no point in calling for more. 600 million spirit stones far exceeded the value of the spirit essence jade liquid itself. He also couldn't accept another step in the strength of the Su family. He had to immediately start the plan to eliminate the Su family. Otherwise, when the Su family added another new god transformation stage, plus Su Chen also broke through, then it would be very difficult to deal with the Su family. The Wang clan's steward's complexion shook as he listened, and he nodded respectfully before directly leaving the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Wang Ming, on the other hand, was silent as he looked toward the people of the other 3 great clans, and the 4 of them looked at each other with a very tacit understanding, their eyes all filled with coldness and killing intent. After a few inquiries from Julie to make sure that no one had raised the price, the spirit essence jade liquid belonged to the Su family, and Su Chen directly paid the 600 million spirit stones on the spot. Julie looked at the mountains of lower-grade spirit stones amongst the spatial rings. He also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was invigorated beyond belief. There was hope that this year's performance would skyrocket. As a steward, Julie naturally had a commission to take, and the more things he sold, the higher the commission he received. Julie waved his hand once again, and an elixir appeared on the stone platform next to him. Next is the grand finale of this auction. 6th grade pill. Dragon Transformation Pill. What? Wang Ming stood up violently as he looked incredulously at the dragon pattern pill on the stone platform. This finale was actually the Dragon Transformation Pill. This kind of elixir was similar to the 10,000 Spirit Pill, but it was much more powerful than the 10,000 Spirit Pill. It could directly raise the cultivation level of the spirit transformation stage, and all of them required at least a 6th grade high-level alchemist to be able to refine them. His eyes instantly glowed with greed. The Su family had spent so many spirit stones to buy the spirit essence jade liquid before. They couldn't still have extra spirit stones to buy this dragon transformation dan. With the Wang family's strong assets, it could completely crush the other 3 great families. If he could obtain this dragon transformation pill, it didn't seem too bad. A confident smile once again returned to Wang Ming's face. Chapter 18, Out of the Way. A great war is about to break out. Zhu Li spoke aloud. Starting price, 100 million inferior spirit stones. Wang Ming was just about to open his mouth when that familiar voice sounded once again. Su Chen spoke indifferently. 600 million spirit stones. The smile on Wang Ming's face instantly froze, and he looked at Su Chen with a blank and confused look. Your Su family still has spirit stones? The key is also a direct one-time increase of 500 million. And then have a spirit stone is not you so-called a price, right? It wasn't just Wang Ming. Many people throughout the auction house sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes shocked as they looked at Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at Wang Ming, then asked suspiciously, does Family Master Wang like it too? Then let me add another 100 million spirit stones. 700 million spirit stones. I'm Nima. Wang Ming's face was filled with anger. Ever since he became the head of the family, he hadn't been angry for how long, but now he actually had the thought of wanting to strangle Su Chen. It's disgusting. Su Chen's brutal bidding caused the 3 great clans, who had originally been foolishly moving, to fall silent. That's a hell of a bid, opening with 700 million lower spirit stones. Among their 4 great families, only the Yuan family and the Wang family were able to take out 700 million spirit stones, but with that look on Su Chen's face, he definitely had extra spirit stones. They were puzzled as to how the Su family had so many spirit stones. It's outrageous. The hearts of the other people in the venue were shocked beyond measure. This was definitely the most outrageous auction they had ever seen. In the past, everyone shouted the price a little bit, but Su Chen was adding billion points. There are some Yuaning stage even feel incomparably difficult. Their family spirit stone total add up to only a few tens of millions. Other people casually pull out a few 100 million. This is completely incomparable. But some people had a sneer on their faces. The Su family was so rampant. This was a complete way to take death. The 4 great families would never let the Su family off the hook just like that. Among the Li family, the one who came to the auction with Li Fiki was his eldest son Li He. When Li He saw this scene, his eyes were filled with worry. Father, what can we do? The Su family's economy was so strong that the economic targeting they had done before could be said to be completely useless. Now that the Su family had obtained several more supreme treasures, it was even more difficult for their 4 great families to target the Su family. And if they gave the Su family the chance to grow up, it would be a disaster for all 4 of their families, especially since their Li family had torn their faces off with the Su family. Li Fiki's eyes were gloomy as he said faintly, don't worry, the Su family won't survive today. When Li He heard these words, a joyful look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Father, does it mean that it's already time to take action against the Su family? Li Fiki nodded his head as he said with a cold smile, so what if there are so many treasures? That also depends on whether they have the life to use them. If the Su family was given time, they would indeed see their strength skyrocket in a short period of time. But the current Su family was only 2 transformation spirit stages. On top of the high platform, Zhu Li's face was filled with a kind smile. 700 million spirit stones once, 2 times, 3 times, deal. Congratulations to young Patriarch Su for buying the Dragon Transformation Pill. This auction has come to a successful conclusion. Please just leave the venue in an orderly manner. When the crowd heard this, they all left with mute expressions. This auction was outrageous. Everything was bought by one person, something that had never happened before. Many of the juniors who were brought in were full of exuberance. And what they saw today was enough to take back and blow for a year. Inside one of the auction's luxurious boxes, Zhu Li's face was filled with smiles as he handed up a spatial ring. Here are the things the young patriarch bought, so you can take inventory. Although he was at the refined void stage, he was very serviceable and his posture was very low instead. The stewards of the Wanbao Pavilion almost all climbed up step by step from the bottom. Plus the Wanbao Pavilion has always adhered to the customer first. The Su family is so rich, he naturally has to be careful to take care of it. and maybe it will bring great benefits in the future. Su Chen, on the other hand, took a step back and said to Su Yunqian, "Second uncle, you've seen more than me. It's better for you to confirm." He said this of course to give Su Yunqian face. After all, he had followed to gain insight. Now it made it seem as if Su Yunqian was the follower. Su Yunqian didn't mind. He went up to receive the space ring and then carefully checked it, confirming that there was no problem, and then said to Zhu Li, "Thank you, Steward Zhu." Zhu Li immediately waved his hand. "It's all what I should do. But," he said in a smirking tone, "the Su family seems to be in trouble. If you have enough spirit stones, I can introduce you to reliable and strong people to shelter you. As long as the price is right, the refining void stage is also available." If it was under normal circumstances, Zhu Li would definitely not have introduced it, but the Su family had displayed amazing financial strength, which was why he had specifically mentioned it. Su Yunqian's face shook. Worthy of being the 10,000 treasures pavilion, he could actually find even the refined void stage. "Dare I ask, Steward Zhu, how many spirit stones can I afford?" Zhu Li smiled and said, "According to the past, 100 million inferior spirit stones is enough to shelter a strong void refining stage person for a year." 100 million spirit stones. Su Yunqian was instantly shocked. This price was obviously a bit shocking, but it wasn't like the current Su family couldn't afford to pay it. Seeing Su Yunqian's face showing an expression of interest, he gave a transmission jade talisman. "Grand Elder Su can come to me anytime he needs to." This kind of job was something he secretly engaged in. The business of the 10,000 treasures pavilion allowed him to know many strong people, and naturally, there were many void refining stage cultivators who lacked spirit stones among them. He gets a big commission for introducing those people to jobs, and there is little risk. Su Yunqian arched his hand and nodded. Then he led Su Chen away from the Wanbao pavilion. This kind of thing definitely needed to go back and discuss it. The main reason was that the Su family also had a void refining stage right now, so the demand wasn't great. When the two left, Zhu Li looked at their backs and then at the distance as he said with indifferent eyes, "It looks like Bright Moon City will be bustling again." The two of them, after leaving the 10,000 treasures pavilion, quickly headed towards the Su family. Su Yunqian was still a little panicked in his heart. Their Su family had bought too many things, plus showing such a strong financial power. He was really a little worried about the Wang family tearing their face off. As soon as the words fell, a strong and incomparable aura violently erupted from the distance, instantly enveloping the two of them. No good. Su Yunqian's face suddenly changed. It was really what was said. "Su Yunqian, stay here." Wang Ming suddenly surfaced, and without the slightest concealment, he raised his hand and waved out a huge fireball, killing towards Su Yunqian. It was as if this fireball could burn everything, and the temperature was extremely high. Su Yunqian was only at the early stage of God transformation. He resisted with difficulty, and immediately afterward, he roared, "Wang Ming, does your Wang family want to fight to the death with my Su family?" His eyes were filled with worry. Wang Ming had directly exposed his figure. Clearly he had made all the preparations to go through life and death with the Su family. Damn it, if we give the Su family some more time, do we still need to be afraid of his one family? Su Yunqian, today your Su family will be destroyed. Li Fiqi's figure instantly appeared, his expression grim and full of killing intent. "And you, Su Chen, I'll definitely whip you into shape." The next moment Li Fiqi appeared. The lord of the He family and Hong Yuan also arrived, and beside him were the remaining two God transformation stage powerhouses from the Wang family. Su Chen's expression was bland and incomparable. He even revealed a bit of sarcasm. "Don't worry, you won't be able to kill anyone today." Just as he finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to have gone a bit wild. After all, on the bright side, he was still only a Yuaning stage cultivator now. However, if something really happened to the Su family, he would directly intervene. Sure, after today, even if nothing happened to the Su family, he would directly exterminate the four great families of Tomorrow City. An aura of the God transformation stage unfolded in Bright Moon City, and countless people revealed a look of trepidation. In particular, some of the closer forces and crowds had long since run far away after noticing that there was something extraordinary this time. There's going to be an outbreak of the transformation stage war. With a battle of this intensity, no one was willing to watch the show. Even a single slip of the Yuaning stage could die in the aftermath. "Do you really want to die with my Su family?" Su Yunqian's eyes were filled with ice. Su Qingtian's figure also instantly appeared on the side. He had long since sensed the situation over here, so he had rushed over early. Su Qingtian's expression was grave to the extreme. There were a total of 7 transformation spirit stages from the 4 major clans of Bright Moon City combined. Their Su family only had 2 harmonized god stages. In the past, these people were probably afraid of the old man's residual power, which is why they had not dared to make a move, but now they finally couldn't hold back. What words did Grand Elder Su say? Yuan Hao's voice rang out as his figure slowly unfolded from high in the sky, flanked by another transformation spirit stage of the Yuan clan. At this point, all of the 4 great families' god transformation stages had arrived. Yuan Hao looked at Su Yunqian with contempt in his eyes and said, "Is your Su family also worthy to fight to the death with our 4 great families? If it weren't for Su Hongyuan's sake, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter Bright Moon City." Chapter 19, The Strange Su Chen, Caught in a Crisis. Hearing these words, the faces of both Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian were unsightly. Indeed, if the Su family didn't have Su Hongyuan sitting on their side, they really didn't have the qualifications to compete with the 4 great families. Su Qingtian said in a calm tone, "Chen at the first sign of a fight later, you'll hurry and find a chance to leave. Your third uncle is already making arrangements. You don't need to care about anything, just escape. Even if the Su family is destroyed, as long as you don't die, the Su family will still be there." Although Su Qingtian spoke calmly, his grave expression was enough to see just how serious this time was. It was not even surprising that the Su family was bound to be destroyed. Su Chen, on the other hand, was pondering whether or not to directly kill the people of the 4 great families, and how should he explain to them if he did? "My master enlightened me directly? That's ridiculous." Su Chen even felt a bit of bull asterisk. He was not worried about the safety of Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian. With himself around, it would be hard for them to die. It was just a matter of how to go about explaining it. Su Chen quickly thought of a way out. He smiled and said, "Father, you're underestimating me. I'm at the peak of the Yuaning stage, and with my strength, I'm invincible below the middle stage of transformation. Haven't you heard that those supreme geniuses can cross the border to kill their enemies?" Su Qingtian froze as he asked with a somewhat serious expression. Really? With 3 transformation spirit stage combatants, it was clear that they were more resistant than 2, or at least had a better chance of survival if they had to escape. Su Chen laughed as his figure transformed into a meteor towards Li Fiki to kill him. Li Fiki's eyes were contemptuous. A small Yuaning stage even dared to take the initiative to attack. He really didn't know the heights of heaven. He raised his hand and then tried to grab Su Chen. "Since you sent yourself to the door, don't blame me for being rude." Li Fiki tried to grab Su Chen's fist, but he suddenly felt a huge force coming from him, and his face suddenly changed. Bang! Li Fiki flew directly across the room and smashed down in the city. What? Everyone present stared at this scene with wide eyes, not daring to believe it. Su Chen unexpectedly possessed this kind of strength, able to directly blast Li Fiki with one punch. Bearing in mind that he was in the middle stage of the transformation of God, and the gap between him and Su Chen was one major realm and one minor realm. Some geniuses can indeed cross the realm to kill the enemy, but that is a small realm. You cross a large realm, this is very unreasonable. Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian stared wide-eyed, feeling like they had seen a ghost. Su Chen is so powerful? To dry fly Li Fiki with one punch. This kind of thing even Su Yunqian couldn't do, but Su Chen did it easily. What a terrifying fleshly body. Put! Li Fiki violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. That punch was filled with dark energy. If not for his quick reaction, serious injury was possible. Why do you have such strength? Li Fiki raised his head, his tone full of disbelief. He couldn't accept the fact that he had been injured by a punch. Su Chen said indifferently, "There are many things you haven't seen." Wang Ming then yelled, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and kill them, don't hold back in the slightest." Su Chen's strength caused him to completely panic as well. He was less than 19 years old and could have strength that rivaled the transformation spirit stage. If he was given 2 more years, wouldn't he directly break through the refined void stage? And now that the Su family had shown their amazing financial strength, it made them even more anxious. Wang Ming's late transformation god stage aura was instantly displayed, and the pressure filled the entire Bright Moon City as the 5 transformation god stages from the Wang and Yuan families killed towards Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian. Li Fiki and He Hong Yuan, on the other hand, killed towards Su Chen. The big battle is imminent. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with gravity as he exuded a savage aura and his muscles became crimson. Kill. 2 against 5. This was hardly suspenseful. Only just exchanging a few moves, Su Qingtian and the 2 of them were almost losing ground. Don't get attached. Just run when you find an opportunity, Su Qingtian said in a low voice. Wang Ming spoke coldly. No one can save you today. He raised his hand and flung out a few stones towards the front, which sparkled with mysterious symbols engraved on their surface. Formation stone. This kind of stone is usually engraved with formations, just like that 4-elephant formation, and you can just pull it out when you need to use it. Wang Ming formed the formation quickly, and by the time Su Qingtian reacted, the formation had already wrapped them completely. Damn it! Su Qingtian cursed, and his face became incomparably gloomy. Wang Ming laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, this formation is an intermediate Xian rank killing formation. I have spent a great deal of money in order to kill you guys. As the words fell, he maneuvered the formation into motion, and a huge long blade violently killed towards Su Qingtian. This long blade was a formation illusion, but it possessed the power to decimate the transformation spirit stage. Su Qingtian dodged with difficulty, and that long blade swiftly killed Su Yunxian again. His strength was only at the early stage of incarnation, and the speed of the long blade was so fast that he couldn't dodge it at all, and could only resist it with difficulty. Put! The long blade directly pierced through his defense and killed towards Su Yunxian's head. I'll help you. Su Qingtian's aura was strong to the extreme, and he dispersed the long blade with one punch, which saved Su Yunxian from danger. When Wang Ming saw the scene, his eyes were filled with coldness. It's not over yet. 3 weapons immediately surfaced in the large formation: a long knife, a long sword, and a long spear. At the same time, the transfiguration stages of the Yuan and Wang families also entered them, working together with the formation to kill towards the two. Suffered. Su Qingtian's face was bitter. The 4 great clans had long been prepared, which filled his heart with a sense of powerlessness as well. With the joint efforts of the 5 major god transformation stages, coupled with this strong formation, I'm afraid I'll perish here today. Thinking of this, Su Qingtian hurriedly yelled, Chen hurry up and escape. Don't mind us. But soon, his entire body froze slightly. I saw something. In his line of sight, Su Chen was pressing in fighting Hong Yuan and Li Fiki. Su Chen's strength was so outrageous? These two were both in the middle stage of god transformation. It's outrageous for you to be able to fight against one at a single Yuaning stage. Why can you fight 2 at the same time? Hong Yuan roared loudly. Wang family master, quickly decapitate the 2 of them. There's something odd about this kid's strength. When Wang Ming saw that the 2 of them couldn't take Su Chen even with their joint efforts, he subconsciously roared. Waste! Hong Yuan is furious. Come and try to fight with him. This Su Chen is fast, and his physical body is strong and incomparable. And he was just about to cast a spell. Su Chen came to his face. If you fight for your physical body, you can only take a beating. It's really too stifling. Moreover, Hong Yuan always felt that Su Chen was toying with them. Wang Ming withdrew his gaze as he once again looked towards the 2 Su Qingtian men and said in a cold tone, hurry up and kill them. The fact that Hong Yuan and Li Fiki couldn't even defeat Su Chen made him a little annoyed in his heart, and he even wondered if the 2 were colluding with the Su family. The 4 great families were only supposed to be temporary allies, and once the Su family was destroyed, they would go back to fighting openly and secretly. Originally he had wanted to kill the 2 without injury, but now it seems somewhat unlikely. Rabbits bite when they're anxious, let alone 2 transformation spirit stages. If they really fought for their lives, it was inevitable that someone would be injured, and then it might give the other clans an opportunity to take advantage of it. Even if the people of Bright Moon City didn't make a move, there would be others who would want to do so. With such a big piece of cake like Bright Moon City, there were quite a few people who had their eyes on it. Put! The long sword killed towards Su Qingtian, and when he couldn't dodge in time, Su Qingtian's arm was instantly cut open with a huge gash, and blood flowed out. Chapter 20, Changes appear. 3 great void refining stage powerhouses. The battle was barely suspenseful, especially after the Wang clan's god transformation stage had no scruples. Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian had no power to fight at all. Bang! Su Yunxian was directly blown away and smashed onto the ground. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the breath in his body became extremely weak. Kill him! Wang Shou's hands erupted with killing power as he fiercely killed towards Su Yunxian. Damn! Su Yunxian wanted to resist, but the sharp pain in his body temporarily paralyzed his body, and now he couldn't even raise his hand. Penis! Su Qingtian roared, his eyes filled with anxiety. Wang Ming sneered. Don't worry, I'll send you down to accompany him later. Right at this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from the distance that horrified people's hearts. What's the situation? The crowd streaked towards that direction, their expressions incomparably grave. This is the aura of the void refining stage. That direction. An unpleasant feeling surfaced in the hearts of the 4 great families. Wang Shou was shaken. Under this terrifying pressure, the spiritual energy in his hands was a little unstable, and the attack he had just condensed directly exploded in his hands. inside the court of 10,000 treasures. After Julie detected this aura, his eyes violently erupted with a brilliant light. With a look of watching a good show, the four great families are going to suffer. Soon, that strong aura disappeared instantly. Just as the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, a figure came tearing through the void. He was tall and tigerish, and his eyes were filled with sternness. Is this the void refining stage? Seeing this unfamiliar figure, the crowd of several great clans were immediately startled and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Elder. Su Hongyuan sneered. He raised his hand and grabbed it. The void suddenly ruptured and Wang Shou was directly pinched in his hand. This cultivator in the middle stage of spirit transformation was actually like a chicklet. Defenseless. Senpai. Wang Shou showed a look of panic. He didn't understand why this refined void stage in front of him wanted to take action against himself. The moment Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian saw the visitor, the expressions on their faces became extremely rich. Master, you broke through. This appearance in front of me is exactly what Su Hongyuan looked like in the beginning. Only because of that battle only after the qi and blood dried up, resulting in the appearance becoming incomparably old. When the two saw Su Hongyuan's breakthrough, their faces were filled with exhilaration and happiness. They also didn't expect that Su Hongyuan would still be able to survive in extremis. Now that the Su family had a void refining stage powerhouse, they still needed to be afraid of the four great clans. My ass. Su Hongyuan laughed. Of course, hard work you guys, leave it to me next. After saying that, he exerted a slight force, and the wine show in his hand directly exploded and instantly fell. Wang Ming felt Su Hongyuan's aura, and he also reacted violently as he screamed in horror. You're Su Hongyuan, how could you not be dead? When Su Hongyuan first entered Bright Moon City, he was in an extremely poor state, as if he would die at any time. All these years had passed, and his state had not gotten worse, but better, and he had even broken through from the half-step refined void stage to the refined void stage. Wang Ming really couldn't accept the scene in front of him. Su Hongyuan's face showed a cold smile as he directly blasted out a fist that contained infinite power, directly shattering the formation that Wang Ming had set up. The aftershocks attacked towards the transformation spirit stages of the Wang and Yuan families, immediately causing them to keep retreating. This was only the aftermath. If it hit them, they would probably be reduced to pieces on the spot. The more the realm reached the later stages, the wider the gap became. The difference between the divine transformation stage and the void refining stage is one realm, but the difference in combat power is as great as the difference between mud and clouds. This kind of powerful strength made a group of Yuaning stage feel fearful. Wang Ming's face was even more gloomy to the extreme. With Wang Shou dead, even if they had destroyed the Su family, the loss of their Wang family would be incomparably painful. Looking at Su Hongyuan, whose breath was powerful, he couldn't help but roar angrily. How long are you going to watch the show? Su Hongyuan sneered and said contemptuously, any more helpers? But soon, his expression shook and he looked toward the distance with some gravity, only to see the distant void violently cracked open. Slowly walking out of four figures, the person at the head looked a bit lousy, and even broke an arm. His breath was a bit weak. Wang Ming's pupils shrunk violently as he knew who the person at the front with the broken arm was. This person was exactly the one who had previously cooperated with him in preparation for the destruction of the Su family, and was also a late-stage transformation spirit powerhouse. But then who were the three people behind him? The aura of those three people were all frighteningly strong to look at, clearly beyond the transformation of God stage. They were all strong in the refining void stage. What the hell? Wang Ming's heart was filled with fear. How did this matter involve three more void refining stages? Everything in front of him was clearly beyond Wang Ming's expectations. Of the three, a slim man with a long nose laughed grimly. Ha 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 ha. It took all the effort to get here. I can't imagine that the Qingfeng gang that secretly posted the mission is actually the Su family. Dark Sentry. Everyone's faces were shaken. They had all heard of this power. The Dark Sentinel was an assassination force that was feared in the Eastern Domain. They had their own assassins and also issued bounties for anyone who wanted to take orders. Wang Ming's eyes were filled with horror. Who exactly was the Su family being rewarded by that could cause three void refining stage powerhouses to be moved? Su Hongyuan's face changed dramatically. After hiding for so many years, he was still found? The three people in front of Qi were all stronger than him, and the person who spoke just now even gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression. Late refinement. The other two were also in the middle stage of void refining. My lords, I have brought you here. May I be released? The man with the broken arm had a pleading look on his face. LV sneered and raised his hand before directly obliterating him. Such a big man, and still so childish. After saying that, he then once again looked towards the people of the Su family, finally settling on Su Hongyuan's body. You are called Su Hongyuan, right? Su Hongyuan's complexion was a bit gloomy, and his entire body was also taut, ready to counterattack at any time. He had only just broken through the void refining stage, and the pressure of facing 3 powerful void refining stages was immense. Lu Mei said indifferently, "Refined void stage now. There is some discrepancy with the intelligence. It seems that during this period of time you have broken through again. Didn't I say that you are dying from serious injuries? But you can still break through. It really is a bit of a surprise to this seat." Then he pointed at Su Qingtian. "Your name is Su Qingtian? And Su Yunqian? Why are there 4 missing?" Luo Xingye sneered. "Big brother, wouldn't we know if we arrested the person and directly searched his soul?" Lu Mei smiled broadly. "Makes sense." Immediately after that, his eyes became incomparably greedy. "One head is worth 2 million upper-grade spirit stones, and you're still just a bunch of trash. I don't know which great power you guys have offended, that you all want to kill you at such a great cost." Hearing these words, the hearts and minds of the people from the several great clans were shaken. 2 million top-grade spirit stones, that's 20 billion lower-grade spirit stones. The Su family's head was worth so much at the Dark Sentinel? Su Hongyuan shouted violently. "Prime, take Chener and hurry to escape." At the same time, the aura on his body exploded violently and became more and more violent. Su Hongyuan was burning his essence blood to forcefully raise his strength up for a short period of time. He had to stop the 3 void refining stages to buy time for the Su family to escape. Su Hongyuan didn't expect that he would have to fight to the death again just after he had broken through. Su Qingtian's body shook. This appearance today was too familiar, and he stood in place with his fists clenched tightly. Su Yunqian said in a low voice, "Hurry up." Su Qingtian slowly said, "Elder 2, what happened back then had a great deal to do with me. It was because I caused the old man to be seriously injured and dying. I can't accept the same thing happening again. You take Tatsur and escape. I'm going to stay here." Chapter 21 Su Family Victory. Su Chen's mysterious master so strong? Su Yunqian roared. "No, you must come with me. No one is going anywhere." Lu Ming sneered as he looked at Su Hongyuan with some contempt. A refined void stage that has only just broken through is a bit too inadequate. As the words fell, the aura on his body instantly exploded. As if heavenly might had enveloped the city, countless people only felt their scalps numb and their eyes filled with fear. In this world, no strength is just that. And when you meet a strong man you can only pray that he will leave you alone. There is nothing else to do. Here the strong are honored. A strong man kills a weak man, even if he's innocent. But everyone will think it's normal. I'll deal with Su Hongyuan. You two go and kill the remaining 6 targets. But don't let them escape. Luo Xingye laughed ferociously. "Don't worry big brother. There's no escape." In the distance, Su Chen looked at the 3 people who had suddenly appeared and shook his head helplessly. "I thought that after the old man came out, basically things could be set right. But it turned out that there was still this kind of accident. I still have to make a move." He slightly raised his hand, and a spiritual light violently blossomed, tearing through the void to kill directly towards Luo Xingye. Put! Luo Xingye's head instantly exploded, blood scattering in all directions in a shocking scene. What? Lu Mei and Pan Huan were also fierce people who walked on the tip of the sword and had incomparably rich combat experience. They reacted extremely quickly and prepared to escape without saying a word. To be able to instantly kill Luo Xingye without any notice is enough to prove that the strength of the person who did it in the dark is very powerful, and it's absolutely impossible for them to defeat it. Put! The 2 auras flashed again, and the 2 men's heads exploded one after the other, their breath completely gone. All 3 were powerful void refining stage cultivators, but they were powerless in front of Su Chen. Killing them was like stepping on an ant. 3 void refining stage powerhouses died, always after less than a breath of time. The scene was silent, and everyone's eyes were filled with bewilderment. What happened? However, the people here were not ordinary people, although they didn't know what had happened. After the 3 major void refining stages died, the people from the several great clans began to fall back frantically. Su Hongyuan took the lead as he directly blasted out a fist, and Wang Ning directly fell on the spot. The late transformation god stage was still too big a gap in front of the refining void stage. Su Hongyuan shouted in a cold voice, "Kill them!" The people from the several great clans were jealous, their eyes filled with horror. No matter how things went today, they were actually going to suffer. If the Su family won, several big clans would definitely be destroyed, and if the Su family lost, those 3 void refining stage powerhouses would definitely kill and exterminate them, especially He Hanyuan. He was filled with regret right now. Had he known that he wouldn't have gotten on this thieving boat of the Wang family? Before he thought it was a sure win, Now it's a sure win my ass. Follow the Wang family and die a steady death. Soon, all of the transformation spirit stages of several great families were killed on the spot, and only the Su family was left at the scene. Su Hongyuan said respectfully to the high sky, "Thank you, senior, for your help." The heavens and earth were silent without the slightest reaction, and Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with doubt as to who was actually making a move to help. Su Chen also stepped forward and said, "Master, is that you?" A vortex of spiritual energy violently blew up in the sky and earth, but it disappeared in just a moment. The pupils of a few people from the Su clan shrunk violently. Was it that master of Su Chen's who had made the move just now? Although they had heard that Su Chen had a master, they had never seen it, and there was always some illusory feeling in their hearts. But what happened today was incomparably real. To be able to easily kill 3 void refining stages in seconds, one of which was still in the late void refining stage. Such strength was simply too terrifying. When Su Chen saw that there was a reaction, he then said again, "Disciple, thanks master." This time, however, there wasn't the slightest feedback from heaven and earth anymore. Su Hongyuan looked towards Su Chen, his eyes full of complexity, not expecting that the one who had saved the Su family in a row was only a junior. "Prime, why don't you step aside and let Chinner be the head of the family? He's more suitable than you, so you can just assist him when the time comes." Su Kung Tian, "Master, are you polite?" However, Su Qingtian did not mind as he looked towards Su Chen. "Chenner, how about it? Do you want to be the head of this Su family? Don't worry, when the time comes, your father and a few uncles, all the things to you to deal with the clear. You only need to do the general direction of the decision can be." The strength that Su Chen had displayed was too terrifying, not to mention his terrifying master. Just this Yuaning stage battle against the 2 great middle transformation god stages without losing. It was enough to stand proudly against the crowd. The head of a family very often sits in the family and is a symbol of the highest level of war power. Not necessarily personally. The current Su Chen definitely had the qualifications to be the head of the Su family. Su Chen thought about it and still chose to reject it. "Father, you might as well be the head of this family for now, and wait until some years later." After Su Qingtian pondered for a moment, he nodded and smiled. "Then this position, father, will give you a seat first. When you want it, tell me directly." After saying that, Su Qingtian once again looked towards Su Hongyuan, his eyes filled with gravity. Su Hongyuan also knew what he wanted to ask, so he spoke before him. "It's all because of Chenner that I was able to recover from my injuries and make a breakthrough." "It's still true." Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with shock as he looked towards Su Chen. This son of his had more and more secrets in him. However, he didn't ask. Su Chen also had secrets that belonged to him. Su Hongyuan spoke. "Eldest, you go and deal with the people who were secretly watching the show just now, and King Tian go back and bring the Su family's people to deal with the 4 great families' properties, and cut off the roots." Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. They were from bandit gangs. Naturally they were not good people. The 4 great families must be killed cleanly to stop any future trouble. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he arched his hand and said, "Yes." After saying that, he simply turned around and left. The Bright Moon City soon set off a bloody storm. The 4 big families were wiped out in one day. The whole family, the chickens and dogs, the eggs have to be shaken loose. The ants' nests have to pour a pot of boiling water down. Everyone knew that the Su family had won the dispute between the 4 great families and the Su family. The new king ascended to the throne. The many forces in the city are silent. For fear of catching fire, all shrink in their homes, do not dare to go out. The street pedestrians have become very few. At least until the dust settles, they don't dare to go out at will. Especially the subordinate forces of the previous 4 great families. They were even more afraid to the extreme, worrying that the Su family would directly exterminate them as well. In the current Bright Moon City, excluding the Su family, there was no longer a single god transformation stage cultivator. It was also on the same day that Su Qingyun utilized the spirit essence jade liquid to break through to a transformation god stage powerhouse. Su Qingtian had just returned to the Su clan when he heard the report from below. His eyes became incomparably gloomy, and he said in an icy tone, "Have the collateral elders Sui come over." Chapter 22, 4 Families Extinguished. The Secret of the Su Family. Soon, Sui walked over, and he bowed with a respectful expression. "Greetings, family master," Su Qingtian said with gloomy eyes. "Does Elder Sui know what I've called you over for?" Sui's heart thumped, but he still forced a smile as he revealed a puzzled expression. "I don't know." Seeing him in this state, Su Qingtian's eyes also grew colder and colder. "Sui, what the Su family hates most is traitors. According to the rules of the Qingfeng gang back then, Do you know what the consequences of betrayal are? Hearing these words, Sui also knew that the matter was exposed, and with a terrified face, he knelt down and begged, "Family master, listen to my explanation. It's all because the Wang family forced me to do it. I beg family master to spare my life." Forcing? Su Qingtian let out a cold laugh. "Steward Wang made it very clear that you took the initiative to find your way to the door." The pleading on Su Yi's face instantly solidified, and his eyes were filled with panic. From the beginning of the cooperation with the Wang family, he was able to be sure that the Su family was bound to lose, so he invested in advance. But in the end, the evolution of things was simply unpredictable. The four great families actually lost. And still, the defeat was extremely thorough. The Su family didn't even suffer a single loss. Only Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian suffered some minor injuries. Su Qingtian said in a cold tone, "You are the head of a vein. According to the rules, you have betrayed the Su family, and an entire vein will have to abolish their cultivation and be expelled from the Su family." Sui was shocked to hear this, and he begged in a hurry, "I beg the family master to spare my life. I'm willing to bear all the consequences and only beg the family master to spare my lineage." Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with ice coldness as he directly raised his hand and waved it, abolishing Su Yi's cultivation on the spot. "Someone come, abolish the Sui lineage and expel everyone from the Su family." He would not be merciful to traitors. Hang Sui in front of the Su family's door for 3 days, and behead him in 3 days for a demonstration. Su Qingtian's words seemed like a sharp sword that was thrust into Sui's heart. Sui also knew that it was useless to beg for mercy now. He screamed and roared, "Su Qingtian, you executioner! You can even lay your hands on your kinsman, you animal!" Su Qingtian said in a cold voice, "Why didn't you think of this when you betrayed your clan? If it wasn't for Chen'er and the old master's breakthrough into the refined void stage, the entire Su family would have been wiped out as a result. Have you ever thought of these things? In order to preserve your own lineage, you dared to do something like collaborating with the enemy. Sui, you can't be redeemed by 10,000 deaths." He didn't pay any attention to Su Yi's yelling and directly turned around and left. The Su family's guards directly dragged him out and hung him next to the Su family's gate. What Sui had done quickly spread within the Su family, and after hearing about it, countless members of the Su family were filled with righteous indignation and took whips to whip Sui. The Su family hated traitors the most, and what Sui had done was unconscionable and extremely selfish. Originally said hanging Sui for 3 days, and then beheaded. But half a day, Sui was pumped skin and blood, and the whole person was directly pumped to death. But the people of the Su family had not yet rested their anger, and they kept whipping the corpse, collaborating with the enemies of the Su family. This was too bad in nature, and a slightly more serious situation might lead to the extermination of the Su family. So they are also angry to the core. After a few days, Manhwa City had also regained its peace and quiet, and after the Su family had destroyed the 4 great families, there had been no other unnecessary actions, which had also made many people relieved. Even in the period of time that followed, the Su family was extremely quiet, and many people were wondering if something had changed in the Su family as well. The inner courtyard of the Su family. The 3 of them, Su Hongyuan, Su Qingtian and Su Chen, were sitting around. Su Hongyuan's face was a bit hesitant, but after dwelling on it for a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Chen'er, at first you were still small, so I let Prime keep from telling you, but now that you have enough strength to block it, it's time for you to know the truth." Su Chen's eyes narrowed. There really was some inside information he didn't know about what happened back then. Su Hongyuan sighed. The color of reminiscence appeared on his face. "My Su family was named Qingfeng Gang in the beginning, this you should know. The cause of all things came from Yi Qingling, that girl. That is, your mother." Hearing the 3 words Yi Qingling, gloom and sadness surfaced in Su Qingtian's eyes, and his mood became extremely heavy. Su Hongyuan continued, "The 2 of you, your mother and father, met by chance, married in less than 3 years, and gave birth to you. But just after giving birth to you for less than a month, the forces behind Qingling came to my door. Those people were very powerful, so powerful that it was unimaginable. At first I was a half-step in the refined void stage, but the weakest of those people made me feel suffocating pressure. As if thinking of something bad, the color of fear appeared on Su Hongyuan's face. They captured Qingling and are planning to destroy my Su family. Those people feel that my Su family has tainted their bloodline. If it wasn't for a mysterious powerhouse in the back who stepped in to help, I'm afraid the Su family would have been destroyed, but I'm still left with indelible injuries. To this day, we don't know if Qingling is alive or dead, or even who the person who captured her really is." After listening, Su Chen fell into silence. "In my last life, As an old netizen, such episodes seemed to be a bit of a déjà vu. Su Qingtian's eyes were full of expectation as he said, I've heard that the Sacred Order physique has a chance to break the shackles of heaven and earth in the future and become the legendary sage powerhouse. Shen if you ever reach that point, you must bring back your mother. In the end, Su Qingtian's tone was filled with sadness and helplessness. Being a man and not even being able to protect his woman is the most painful thing for every man. If it wasn't for Su Chen's help, Su Qingtian might have lived in remorse for the rest of his life. Everything that happened was because of him. If it wasn't for himself, the Qingfeng gang wouldn't have disbanded. The old man wouldn't have been seriously injured and dying, and Xingling wouldn't have been taken back to live or die. It's all about him. But he also knew deep down that he would never be able to bring Xingling back. His natural talent was there, and the refining void stage would be the limit. The only one within the Su family who could possibly do so was Su Chen, who had a strong natural talent and a powerful master to protect him. Su Chen said with a firm expression, Don't worry, I will definitely bring back my mother. Although he had never met his mother, he had to bring the person back, whether it was for himself or Su Qingtian. Hearing Su Chen's affirmation, Su Qingtian also nodded in relief. Su Hongyuan sighed and said, This may be the only thing you don't know, but I hope you don't do anything stupid and never go to them before you have enough strength. Su Chen smiled and nodded. He did not answer positively. When he returned to his own courtyard, Su Chen's eyes were starry-eyed, and subtle Tao rhythms flowed out. In the next moment, his body surfaced above 10,000 feet in the air, and when he looked down, Bright Moon City was already tiny. Getting his mother back was certainly not something he would pay lip service to. He himself was hung, and he didn't need to be like the protagonists inside those novels, who went through a lot of trouble to search for them, and eventually rescued them. Chapter 23, Sage's Might. Anomalies in Heaven and Earth. In the realm of saints, the great Tao is complete. All things are indestructible, and they possess endless power. Su Chen directly peered into the heavenly Tao, wanting to probe his bloodline's closest relatives. But soon, he frowned. He actually couldn't find out anything. How is that possible? There were only two outcomes to this situation. Either his mother was dead or the other party had a stronger cultivator than him to cover up. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Whether he was alive or dead, he had to make sure. But along with his continued probing, Su Chen surprisingly found nothing. But he was also certain that it was because of a strong person covering him up that he was unable to probe, because he was scoping out his own mother. And surprisingly, he knew nothing about it. Under normal circumstances, even if his mother had died, he himself would have been able to detect it. Use of cultivation, 100,000 years. Since the current cultivation level is not enough, it will continue to increase. Does the host need to suppress cultivation fluctuations? The system's icy voice rang out from his head, and Su Chen did not hesitate to choose to suppress it. The aura on Su Chen's body also immediately began to climb, breaking through to the late saint stage. Sage perfection. Early Saint King Realm, Middle Saint King Realm, Late Saint King Realm. This time, 100,000 years of cultivation had only allowed him to break through a large realm. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he said again, Use 2 million years of cultivation. The aura on his body also began to climb once again, at a strangely fast speed, as if he had cultivated himself, with no after effects at all. Peak Saint King Realm, Early Saint Emperor Realm, Middle Saint Emperor Realm, Peak of Saint Emperor Realm, Early Hotian Ancient Sage, Peak of Hotian Ancient Saint, Early Stage of Innate Ancient Sage. These 2 million years of cultivation had caused Su Chen's realm to break through two large segments. At this moment, Su Chen only felt that he was omnipotent, as if heaven and earth were under his control. His divine soul probed out, and the entire eastern region was instantly enveloped by him, and things big and small were transmitted into his mind. And the entire eastern region did not have the slightest secret in front of him. Even if he wanted to, he could raise his hand and destroy the entire eastern domain. Is this the ancient sage of the first heaven? Su Chen probed again, and this time there was also finally a bit of feedback from the bloodline fluctuations. Found it. After reaching this realm, he naturally knew about many things in heaven and earth. There was another realm above the innate ancient sage, the supreme sage. Further up that was the great emperor realm, which was also divided into 3 stages, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor, and Ancient Emperor. However, the most recent powerhouse in this world to reach the Emperor level had disappeared hundreds of thousands of years ago. Just as Su Chen was about to go searching with all his might, the surrounding void violently began to collapse, and it was still spreading. The heavens and earth seemed to be unable to withstand Su Chen's power at all, and if he were to forcefully probe, the the millions of miles around would probably be reduced to nothingness. What's the situation? Su Chen frowned. Was this world's heavenly Tao so weak? But he quickly withdrew his mind and began to think about how he could get his mother back. To execute it at full strength would cause the void to collapse, countless living beings would fall, and even the majority of the eastern region would fall. But if you don't search with all your might, you can't find out where your mother really is. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen still decided to call it quits. Since his mother was still alive and there was such a strong cultivator to cover her up, it meant that there wouldn't be any problems anytime soon. Although Su Chen hadn't probed to find out exactly where his mother was, he was certain that she was definitely within the Xian heavenly realm, and as long as she was still in the Xian heavenly realm, then sooner or later, she would run into her. Moreover, being able to stop himself from probing, the cultivation level of the other party was also clear. The lowest was the early stage of the innate ancient sage and upwards. With such a powerful strength, it wasn't hard to find within the Xian heavenly realm. It just took a little time. But, what's the deal with this Tendo? Su Chen gazed and sensed the power of the heavenly Tao of the Xian heavenly realm, and always felt a little breathless and will-be-wooden. Woo! A bizarre voice suddenly entered Su Chen's mind, and the power of the heavenly Tao stirred around him. It is! Su Chen's body shook, and his eyes were filled with gravity. The heavenly Tao seemed to be communicating with him just now, as if a wild beast was asking for help from a human, and that voice carried a very rich color amongst it, pleading, desperate, agonizing, when he wanted to investigate further. But the power of the heavenly Tao around him had disappeared without a trace, and he couldn't sense anything anymore. What the hell is going on? Su Chen's brows rose abruptly. There seemed to be a major change in the Xian heavenly realm. This situation was unnoticeable even to the previous Su Chen, and if he hadn't wanted to use the power of the heavenly Tao to probe the bloodline of his closest relatives, he probably wouldn't have been able to notice that something was wrong with the heavenly Tao. Spooky, unspeakably spooky. He always felt that the world was hiding some secret. Even the former sage Su Chen was unaware of it until he broke through the innate ancient sage, and only after deeply probing the heavenly Tao did he have some faint sense of it. After that, Su Chen carefully probed again, but still found nothing. Wacky. Not being able to get a result, Su Chen could only call it quits. As for his own mother, he didn't even have to look. Those people had issued a mission at the secret outpost, and as long as they knew where the Su family was, it was expected that they would come to exterminate the Su family at the first opportunity. Interesting. Su Chen wore a smile on his face. It would be meaningless if everything was unruffled. Anyway, he had many cards, so if he couldn't, he would use all his cultivation. And 10 billion years of cultivation would be enough for him to break through to an extremely terrifying point. If that didn't work, he still had Su Xiujiao's summoning card. After the four great families were destroyed, the Su family also entered a phase of rapid development. After inheriting the legacy of the four great families, the current Su family could be said to be rich, and the accumulated spirit stones of the four families alone amounted to 3 billion. In addition to this, there were all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, too numerous to count. Of course, the most important thing was their industries, which could provide the Su family with a steady stream of resources. In the past, the He family was the smallest among the four great families, but they all had a population of close to 10,000 people. The Wang family was even more terrifying, with close to 70,000 people. The fact that they were able to save so many spirit stones in addition to maintaining the family was enough to see just how huge the profits were. The Su family's population was small, which led to more resources being distributed to each person. Originally, the cultivation resources of the first family had been doubled tenfold, and because of the extermination of the four great families, it had been doubled about 3 times on top of the tenfold. Even the cultivation resources of the collateral lineage had risen by about 3 times. It was also just half a month after the four great families had been exterminated that the four great surrounding cities all came to the Su family one after another to congratulate them. In this corner of the eastern domain, there were 5 major cities, namely Bright Moon City, Gusu City, Wanli City, Pingyang City, and Wind and Snow City. There wasn't much of a power gap between the 5 cities, and they had always been in a state of alliance. Sort of like an alliance state. We all mind our own business, and if a foreign enemy comes, we will support and help each other. Chapter 24, Going to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion again. The forces of the other 4 major cities were even willing to voluntarily pay a certain amount of protection fees to the Su family every year. The amount was also not large, only 500,000 lower grade spirit stones for each god transformation stage power. Each year, the Su family was equivalent to picking up close to 10 million spirit stones for nothing. Among the other 4 major cities, there were close to 20 god transformation stage forces. In the long run, 10 years would be 100 million lower grade spirit stones, which was still a very sizable amount. However, they were also considered to have eyesight when they operated this way. The Su family's strength now far exceeded the other 4 major cities, all of which were explicitly 4 transformation spirit stage and 1 void refining stage powerhouses. Secretly, there's still Su Chen, the big man. This move of the 4 major cities was actually no different from actively becoming a vassal of the Su family. If they didn't take a bit of initiative, sooner or later, Su Qingtian would also unify the 4 major cities. There was also a hierarchy of forces in the Xian heavenly realm. It is divided into king, emperor, saint, and imperial levels. King level is, for example, the Jinghan dynasty, which is closer to Manhwa city, is a typical king level power, or a power that has the presence of a strong person at the stage of merging, can also be called king level. The imperial level, on the other hand, was a force that existed at the Dao entry stage of power. Sacred level was like those holy places in the Xian heavenly realm right now, ancient clans, forces that were guarded by saint-level powerhouses. As for the emperor level, in short, it was a power or family that had a great emperor powerhouse, except that the current Xian heavenly realm didn't have this level of power anymore. However, there were some clans that had once given birth to great emperors that were still using the emperor clan to refer to themselves today. The Su family was not a bumbling generation. Su Qingtian naturally had his own ideal ambitions. He also wanted to elevate the Su family to a king-level power. To achieve this step, it would definitely require a massive amount of resources, and taking the other 4 major cities under their wings would naturally benefit the Su family a lot. Even if the major powers were showing favor to the Su family now, sooner or later, Su Qingtian would still force them to submit. It's total and complete submission. Chen keep this dragon transformation pill for your own use. In the middle of the Su family's inner courtyard, Su Qingtian handed over the dragon transformation pill that he had obtained from the auction. In his opinion, this kind of elixir had the best effect when Su Chen used it. Su Chen's face was a bit unhappy. Father, I've told you that I don't lack resources at all, so you can just keep them for yourself. If I give it to the Su family, then the Su family will take it, and don't be polite to me in the future. Su Qingtian was always thinking about him, which was indeed very good. But the point was that Su Chen was not lacking in resources at all. Su Chen directly raised his hand and waved it, and the hall was instantly filled with a rich fragrance of dawn, and the energy emitted from each of them exceeded that of the dragon transformation Dan in Su Qingtian's hand. I don't even lack something like a 6th grade elixir. Su Qingtian had wanted to say something, but after seeing the 7 or 8 6th grade pills that appeared in Su Chen's hand, his pupils shrunk violently. His whole body was dumbfounded. 6th grade pills were rare treasures in Bright Moon City. As in the case of something like the Dragon Transformation Pill, the last time it appeared was 10 years ago. However, Su Chen casually pulled out several 6th grade pills, and they were all of a higher grade than the Dragon Transforming Pill. This shook Su Qingtian's entire body into speechlessness. I'm the one who's out of touch. It's just outrageous. Open the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Su Qingtian took the elixir back with some embarrassment. Seeing this, Su Chen said, keep this elixir for yourself. Break through to the peak of the spirit transformation stage as soon as possible, and I'll get you a transformation void elixir when the time comes. Su Qingtian's expression was shocked. You were able to get your hands on the transformation void pill? Compared to the dragon transformation pill, the transformation void pill was the true treasure. He could allow a spirit transformation stage cultivator to directly break through the refining void stage. However, this kind of pill had to be refined by a 7th grade alchemist. So it resulted in the turning void pill being a rare treasure in the entire eastern region. Su Chen said with a calm expression, it's just a 7th grade elixir, 8th grade elixir, and 9th grade elixir I can get. I'm afraid your perception of my master is not very too clear. That master is all mood anyway, so feel free to brag all you want. Su Qingtian was shocked beyond words. 8th and 9th grade pills could be obtained? Is there an 8th grade alchemist in the eastern region? While he was in a daze, Su Chen stood up and turned to leave the hall. I'm going out. Looking at Su Chen's back, Su Qingtian was silent for a long time before he finally raised his head with a smile on his face. His eyes filled with relief. Qingling, our child, have a future. After Su Chen left the Su clan, he headed straight towards the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Although the Su family did not lack cultivation resources now, there was still a problem. The resources are too single, and the choices of techniques are less. What with the alchemist and the weapon refiner being even more of a non-existent one. A huge family, all of which were dryad cultivators. was clearly very unreasonable. Moreover, Su Chen was still facing a problem, and that was that there were too many lower-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were troublesome to absorb and not as good as those heavenly treasures. So Su Chen planned to spend some of the spirit stones and purchase a little more heavenly treasures to use to enhance the strength of the Su family. The court of 10,000 treasures. As soon as Su Chen walked in, the reception at the door immediately lit up. Greetings to young patriarch Su, the current Su family that was the overlord of Manhwa City, coupled with Su Chen's trenchant shouting of prices at the previous auction. Now when they saw Su Chen, it was as if they were seeing a big moneymaker. What does young patriarch Su intend to buy? Little man will immediately take you to see. The reception face was full of fawning and pleasing colors overflowing. Su Chen stood with his arms folded as he said indifferently, "Tell Steward Zhu to come out. There are a bit too many things I want to buy." The smile on the receptionist's face remained unchanged as he respectfully said, "Young patriarch, wait for a moment. I will immediately go and call the steward to come out." After that he left. If it was anyone else, even if it was Wang Ming who had run to the 10,000 treasures pavilion in the first place, he wouldn't have had such confidence to directly call Julie out. But ever since the last auction, Julie had specifically explained that he would immediately inform him whenever Su Chen came over. It was less than 10 breaths later that Julie walked towards him, a companionable smile on his face. "Little friend Su Chen, I was busy just now, and I was not able to personally greet our honored guest. It was really my dereliction of duty." It had to be said that the people of the 10,000 treasures pavilion were just mellow. Even as a void refining stage, they still put their posture extremely low in front of Su Chen. But this was normal. Others were here to deliver spirit stones. It was fine to have a lower stance. For businessmen, a thick skin is their powerful weapon. Julie said with a smile on his face, "Little friend, this way please." Soon, a few people entered a luxurious private room where two people sat opposite each other, with pastries and freshly poured tea on the table. Su Chen grabbed a piece of light red pastry and said with a smile, "Steward Zhu is really bloodthirsty. This level of spirit cake is actually taken out to entertain people." The pastries placed on the table contained a huge amount of spiritual energy, and if they were to be taken out and bought individually, their value would be at most 30,000 spirit stones apiece. Julie laughed. "Little friend, that's what I said. You're our Wan Baoji's honored guest. If you like this little thing, I'll immediately have someone pack it up and send some to the Su family. Worthy of being from a businessman." A few words made Su Chen's body and mind extremely comfortable. Julie turned his words around as he asked suspiciously, "What is little friend Su Chen going to buy this time? I will immediately have someone send it over." Chapter 25, Buying out the Wan Bao Gu. "Like 200,000 pieces. Are you kidding me?" Su Chen asked curiously. "How many spirit stones of items does your 10,000 treasures pavilion usually stock?" Julie was a little confused as to what exactly Su Chen wanted to ask, but he still revealed a thoughtful look and gave a rough figure a moment later. 10,000 treasures pavilion chapters generally go about deciding what level of items to stock and how many to stock based on the region they are in. Like our Bright Moon City branch has at least around 4 billion spirit stones in reserve. Towards the end, Julie's face was filled with arrogance. As the steward of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, he still had an innate arrogance in front of these local forces of Bright Moon City. After all, their capital strength was completely crushing the local forces in the city. He thought that Su Chen would show a surprised expression, but it was not the case. 4 billion? Su Chen's eyebrows suddenly plummeted. Actually so little? He directly spoke indifferently. "Please trouble Steward Zhu to go and calculate exactly how many spirit stones it is, and pack it up for me. I'll take everything in the 10,000 treasures pavilion." "Okay, let's go." "Ha?" Julie fiercely looked toward Su Chen and asked in a confirming tone, "Little friend Su Chen, what were you saying just now?" Su Chen calmly said, "I said, I'll take whatever it is in the Wan Bao Gu." Julie violently sucked in a mouthful of cold air as his eyes were filled with gravity and doubt. 4 billion spirit stones? Little friend Su Chen is sure. This is no joke. Buying up the empty manpower pavilion. Something like that was horrible and had never happened before. Moreover, Julie was also very skeptical of the Su family's financial strength. After all, they had all consumed so many spirit stones before. Even if the Su family had destroyed the 4 great clans, at most, they would barely be able to come up with 4 billion spirit stones. But he didn't believe that the Su family would buy so many useless things. Among these 4 billion spirit stones of items, at least 1/3 of them were items that did not help much in cultivation, which was equivalent to buying only to put them in the warehouse to eat dust. Su Chen was also too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly threw out a space ring, in which was exactly 1 billion lower grade spirit stones. Consider this a deposit. Julie took a look after receiving it and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. 1 billion spirit stones as a deposit. At this point, even if he was skeptical, he had to believe it. Other people have taken $1 billion directly as a deposit. How can this be fake? Julie's eyes were filled with fire. With a performance of 4 billion spirit stones, the commission he received was quite terrifying. Just a moment. I'll get it ready right away. Julie was afraid that Su Chen would be waiting for a long time. He immediately ran out and arranged for manpower to load the stuff, then began to calculate the value. It was only half an hour before Julie brought everything to Su Chen's body. Young Patriarch Su, here are all the things from the Wanbao Pavilion. The total value is 4.3 billion next 5,700,000 lower spirit stones. But it's the first time that our Wanbao Pavilion has encountered such a generous customer. So we've given you a reduction of 7,000,000 spirit stones. In Julie's hands were 11 top-grade spatial rings, which were extremely spacious and were stuffed with heavenly treasures. Julie also thoughtfully categorized the various treasures so that they could be seen at a glance. After Su Chen checked that there were no problems, he directly gave the remaining spirit stones. Still, he asked with some intent, is that all you have at the Wanbao Pavilion? Isn't there anything better? Julie couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Wasn't this bad? Among those things that Su Chen had bought, there were several treasures that were treasures for strong people at the void refining stage. Doesn't your Su family only have one void refining stage? But Su Chen's tone was full of contempt, as if he was saying, Wanbao Pavilion, this is it? Originally, Julie was proud of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, but Su Chen came up and bought them empty, which caused him to be a little less confident all of a sudden. Better meaning in what way? Su Chen didn't answer as he opened his mouth and asked, your Wanbao Pavilion is capable of ordering goods, right? Julie's heart was abruptly startled. Su Chen still wanted to order. That meant that the Su family still had spirit stones? I'll be damned. Julie hurriedly said, of course, I can transfer whatever you want from other branches or the headquarters, but you need to pay a portion of the deposit in advance. Su Chen nodded. Then he began. 3rd to 5th order cultivation elixirs, the same 100,000 first, and 100,000 healing elixirs. After saying that, Su Chen fell into deep thought, and the smile on Julie's face suddenly contracted. His face filled with confusion. What the hell are you talking about? 3rd to 5th grade cultivation pills, like come 100,000 pills? Are you sure it's 100,000 pieces? Wait a minute, young Patriarch Su, are you sure you're right? 3rd grade cultivation pills, one of them all starts at least 50,000 spirit stones. 100,000 of them would be 5 billion spirit stones. 4th grade cultivation pills all start at 500,000 spirit stones. And 5th grade pills basically start at 2 million. Are you sure you want to buy so many? If Su Chen hadn't bought out the 10,000 treasures pavilion, and he had come running to tell himself that he wanted to buy 100,000 3rd to 5th grade pills, he would have thought that this man was a cutie. But now he actually instinctively felt that Su Chen was able to pay for it. Su Chen did a little contemplation. Just now all of those all together, it should be just over 200 billion. It seems to be less than even 1 trillion. And his lower grade spirit stone balance still has 6,500 and 5,563 trillion. Well, add 100,000 pieces, like 200,000. Looking at Su Chen's serious expression, Julie's entire body was taut. He thought that Su Chen was reorganizing his words by showing a thoughtful expression. I didn't realize he was too little. After Su Chen finished speaking, he then looked at Julie with a skeptical gaze. Steward Zhu, your Wanbao Pavilion, can you do it? Can. My ass, Julie said with the corners of his mouth twitching. It's really a bit difficult to handle. There's definitely no problem with the 3rd and 4th products, but 200,000 5th product pills is a bit too much. Even the headquarters side can't get it all together in a short period of time. Why don't you take a look at the others? Saying that, Julie hurriedly handed up a booklet that recorded all the items for sale in Wanbao Gu. In fact, he just now is a bit stiff upper lip, not to mention the 5th grade elixir. Even the 4th grade elixir they cannot come up with 200,000. The only 3rd grade cultivation elixir to come up with can get. Su Chen glanced at him with some suspicion, guessing that Wanbao Gu probably didn't have that many pills. He pointed to the dragon transformation pill that he had bought at the auction earlier and asked, do you have a lot of this kind of elixir in your Wanbao Pavilion? Julie's face was a bit embarrassed as he replied. This kind of elixir is extremely troublesome to refine, and the 10,000 treasures pavilion doesn't have much in reserve. Su Chen waved his hand, not wanting to hear anymore. He said with some speechlessness, your Wanbao pavilion is also too pulling the crotch. Nothing elixir. The smile on Zhu Li's face stiffened beyond recognition, but he couldn't refute it. Open your mouth for 200,000 fifth grade elixirs. What kind of backbone do you have to refute him? But to be honest, Zhu Li also had some worries in his heart. Even if the Wanbao pavilion really took out 200,000 fifth grade pills, that would be worth at least 200 billion lower grade spirit stones. Can he really take it out? Chapter 26 Ordering. After Su Chen looked through it for a while, he said with flat eyes, how about this? You go back and find the people above you to figure out exactly how many things are in the 10,000 treasures pavilion, and I'll take them all. There were too many inferior spirit stones, and Su Chen was thinking of realizing all of them into treasures, which would help him a little more. Besides, he still had countless medium-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones that he hadn't used. It's hard to be taught. Zhu Li's brows furrowed as he said in a speechless voice, Young Patriarch Su, our 10,000 treasures pavilion has a lot of treasures. A rough estimation are all worth at least $10,000 trillion. This can't be a joke. If Su Chen said that he wanted to buy 100,000 pills, he could still believe it a little. But if he was to buy out the entire 10,000 treasures pavilion, that would basically be impossible. That's ridiculous. Who in the entire eastern region could buy out their Wanbao pavilion? Unless it's one of those saint-level forces that makes it possible. Trillions? Su Chen did some silent math. A trillion is a trillion. A trillion, that's a kyo. Balance of lower grade spirit stones, 6, 500, 156, 300 trillion. Su Chen himself couldn't help but spit out two words of truth. I've worked so hard and it took 0.006%? After carefully thinking about it, Su Chen still gave up the intention of realizing all of it. It's just too hard and it does seem a bit shocking somehow. Su Chen shook his head and still spoke. Forget it. In another way, your 10,000 treasures pavilion will send 3 billion lower grade spirit stones of resources to my Su family every month. Pick the popular ones for feats, formations, and elixirs, not the cold kind, and even out the grades a bit, from the chi condensation stage to the refining void stage. If the quality of what you give is good, then I'll continue to buy it, and if it's not good I won't buy it. Saying that, Su Chen directly pulled out a spatial ring and handed it over. Here are 200 million lower grade spirit stones, just as a deposit. As an innate ancient sage powerhouse, he wasn't worried about Zhu Li running away with the spirit stones. Wasn't it simple to find a void refining stage? Zhu Li looked at Su Chen's bland expression. His heart was horrified beyond measure. The businessman for many years could not tell him that the Su young patriarch in front of him was by no means as simple as it appeared. Must be hiding a big secret. But Zhu Li didn't dare to be the slightest bit greedy. The fact that Su Chen dared to give him the spirit stones directly and buy these things with a strong bottom line meant that he wasn't worried about his greed at all. And there was no precedent of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce striking out at a guest. Zhu Li looked a little respectful. Yes, rest assured young Patriarch Su. This matter will be immediately reported to the headquarters and will be sent to the Su family as soon as possible. Su Chen didn't talk nonsense. He nodded and then turned around to leave the Wanbao pavilion without any delay. Looking at Su Chen's departing back, Zhu Li was a little dazed, always feeling that what happened today was like a dream. Pop! He slapped himself so hard that the stinging pain flooded into his head, and Zhu Li knew it was all true. Zhu Li looked at the empty Wanbao pavilion and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. There were no more Wanbao in the Wanbao pavilion now. There were only spirit stones. After being in a daze for a long time, he left Bright Moon City and went forward to report to the headquarters of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Their Wanbao pavilion only did business. Even if Su Chen had more spirit stones, they would not have bad intentions. It was also because of this reason that their 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was able to keep developing in the Xian Heavenly Realm and grow to its current size. But Su Chen is really a bit perverted, right? How can there be so many spirit stones? At least this kind of character shouldn't appear in Bright Moon City. On the way back, Su Chen looked at the treasures acquired by signing in among the system and asked with some curiosity, "System, can I give those spirit root spirit bodies to others to use?" He relied on signing in to acquire too many physiques, ordinary just like those extreme spirit very heavenly spirit roots. He had hundreds of them. The better ones were the sacred body immortal body, which were also very numerous, whereas he could only possess one type of physique on his own, and more than one would clash. Then the rest is a waste. System, it can be given to others to use. But outsiders are not protected by the system and will experience unbearable pain when incorporating spiritual roots or special physiques. Su Chen was instantly delighted. So it seemed that he would be able to give those extra physiques to the Su family's first line to use. Is this still a concern that the Su family can't rise to the top? Su Chen had now taken the Su family as his own, and naturally wanted the Su family to become even stronger. After returning to the Su family, Su Chen did not hand over all the things purchased by the 10,000 gold chamber of commerce to the Su family, but instead only picked out the treasures that were worth 1 billion spirit stones that would be helpful for cultivation, while the rest were kept for himself. With the huge resources Su Chen had given several times before, Su Qingtian was much more calm this time as well. Su Jingtian held the space ring given by Su Chen, and his heart was also mixed, as well as deep doubts. Everything that happened to Su Chen was too odd, giving him a feeling of unreality. Shaking his head, Su Jingtian's eyes also regained their calmness once again. No matter what secrets you have in you, you are my Su Jingtian's child, and you are also the young patriarch of the Su family. So, it will be enough. Regarding the secrets on Su Chen, he didn't want to explore them. When he returned to his own courtyard, Su Chen lay down on his own chair with a face full of enjoyment. Soothing. This post-crossing life is not a waste of the millions of years I spent in the void of space. When Han Yuoxi saw Su Chen come home, she immediately walked up to massage for him in a well-behaved manner. The Su family's subordinates were all trained, and their techniques were not much worse than those of the professionals outside. Su Chen laughed. Not bad. Already at the 8th level of Qi condensation. Hearing Su Chen's praise, Han Yuoxi's face was also filled with excitement as she gratefully said, it was all because of the young patriarch's cultivation that Han Yuoxi was able to make a lucky breakthrough. Su Chen smiled faintly. He didn't continue to speak, but closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed himself. In fact, the cultivation of the Su family is partly because he himself likes it here. In addition to this, there is a very important factor. Su Chen didn't like being alone. He preferred being in groups. In my last life, when I read netizens, many protagonists were widowed and alone for their entire lives, bent on monasticism and whatnot. However, Su Chen felt that such a life was too boring, and whether it was a human or an animal, it was actually very difficult to get away from a social group. Moreover, Su Chen didn't need to cultivate at all. The signing-in system had arranged everything for him. Resources, cultivation, treasures, almost all of which could be obtained by relying on signing in. He was perfectly capable of lying completely flat. The same bowl of rice feels mediocre when eaten by one person, but if all three grab it, it's flavorful. If one was the only one on the path of cultivation in the future, what was the difference between that and being in the midst of void space? However, the cultivation and qualifications of the Su family were too poor, and among the younger generation of the Su family, other than him, the best spiritual root qualification was a medium-grade spiritual root. The cultivation level was also only at the late stage of foundation establishment. Although it was considered good in Manhwa City, it was still much worse. After thinking about it for a while, Su Chen decided to first raise all of the Su family to heavenly spiritual roots, and then gradually raise them to spiritual bodies and sacred bodies. After all, coming up to elevate to spiritual power and sacred body was indeed a bit too difficult to explain. Su Chen also didn't want to be so quick to forcefully raise the strength of the Su family. Gradual progress was the best. Chapter 27, Reforming Spiritual Roots. Su Chen opened his system backpack to check how many heavenly spirit roots he had. Celestial Spiritual Root, 1798? So much more. These were almost enough to raise the qualifications of the entire Su family, but he certainly wouldn't do that. Among the sidekicks and underlings, surely only those who are loyal and dependable will be selected. Su Chen said to Ruwashi by his side, go and notify for me, so that all the Su family's direct lineage will come to me, as well as the family head and the various elders as well. The Su family's direct lineage wasn't much, filled with only 30 or so people. After Ruwashi received the order, she immediately trotted away. She knew very well that Su Chen's status was very high in the Su family now, and she herself had to do her job well in order to get more appreciation from Su Chen in the future. Soon, the Su family's direct lineage all gathered together, including the great elders were all very facetious, and as soon as Su Chen called out, they immediately ran over. Su Chen basically wouldn't have anything to call them for, this time calling all the Su family's first family members. It must be something big. Su Yuanba laughed. Little Chen, is there something you want? Su Chen looked around and saw that their eyes were filled with doubt. So he spoke. There is indeed a little matter. Fourth uncle, since you spoke first, let you feel it first. Me? Su Yuanba was stunned, but he still walked up, before sitting on top of the stone bench under Su Chen's guidance. For their part, the Su clan's crowd watched with great curiosity, all with puzzled faces, completely unsure of what exactly Su Chen wanted to do. Su Chen smiled and said, "Fourth uncle, it's going to hurt a little bit later, so you have to bear it. Oh, ouch." Su Yuanba laughed out loud and said, "Xiao Chen, you're also underestimating your fourth uncle. The thing I'm not afraid of the most is pain. But what the hell do you want with this?" Su Chen smiled mysteriously. "You'll know soon. Use the heavenly spirit root." A spiritual light converged in Su Chen's hands, then followed Su Yuanba's head into his body. In the next moment, the originally breezy Su Yuanba's face changed. He just felt like there was a fire inside him and it was getting hotter and hotter, as if someone was sticking a needle into you like crazy. Su Yuanba gritted his teeth and held on. This was painful, but it was still in the zone that he could endure. And out of his trust in Su Chen, he did not resist the pain. A mere 10 breaths of time had passed. The pain in his body then became even more powerful, and in the end it was as if someone was holding a stick and stirring his internal organs. Su Yuanba's face was hideous. The intense pain caused his body to tremble and his forehead veins bulged. Seeing him in this state, Su Qingtian couldn't help but ask, "Chen nothing will happen to your fourth uncle, right?" Su Chen shook his head and said, "Don't worry. It will just hurt a little." Hearing these words, Su Qingtian was also slightly relieved, but he was still puzzled as to what exactly Su Chen wanted to do. It wasn't just him. The Su family's crowd couldn't understand it either. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Su Yuanba was lying on the ground. His entire body was already dripping with sweat, and even the naked eye could see the surface of his body writhing. It was as if there was a giant worm inside him, looking extremely terrifying. "Dad!" Sua's bright eyes were filled with worry. Soon, the miserable screams became more and more overpowering, as if Su Yuanba was enduring endless pain. The faces of the Su family's crowd also changed. "This is called having a little pain? Dad, are you okay?" When Sua saw Su Yuanba in this state, he was ready to run over to check, but Su Chen stopped him. "Sister Sua, don't worry. Your brother Chen would still be able to harm his own family." Su Chen had a calm smile on his face. Hearing these words, Sua's tense mood slightly loosened up a lot. It was also at this time that Su Yuanba's scream stopped, and he lay on the ground panting heavily. "Tatsu, is this what you call a little sore?" Su Yuanba's voice was breathless as he said. Obviously this time had tortured him badly. But soon, he blushed. "It is." Su Yuanba felt the spiritual energy that kept pouring in around him, as well as the incomparably wide meridians in his body, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "Why is it that I'm absorbing spiritual energy so much faster? At least 5 times faster than before." 5 times. Su Qingtian was instantly startled. He felt that spiritual energy around Su Yuanba and said with some trepidation, "Fourth brother, try not absorbing the spiritual energy first and stop cultivating." Although Su Yuanba was a bit puzzled, he still did as he was told. But soon, a shocking scene occurred. Su Yuanba did not cultivate, but the spiritual energy in the heaven and earth still continuously converged into his body. Affinity with heaven and earth. Automatic cultivation. This is the sign of a heavenly spiritual root. What? All the faces of the Su family were shocked. Su Chen stepped forward at this moment and said, "That's right. This is the heavenly spirit root. I have a way to raise your qualifications to heavenly spirit roots without any side effects, perfectly matching your physical body. You only need to endure the pain, but the younger you are, and the lower your cultivation level, the less painful it will be." The reason why Su Yuanba was in so much pain was also because his own roots were already deeply rooted, and raising the spirit root was a forced transformation. It would be strange if it could not be painful. It was a good thing that this process wouldn't be too long, usually ending after 30 breaths or so. Otherwise Su Yuanba might really have to collapse. It can be upgraded to a heavenly spirit root. Su Qingtian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The best qualified of their Su family was only a top-grade spiritual root. If the first line could all be upgraded to a heavenly spiritual root, it would be of great benefit to the entire Su family. Boosting the spiritual root the day after. This would have been an impossible thing to do, but Su Chen had just managed it. If not for the fact that it was right in front of him, Su Qingtian would really find it hard to believe. Su Chen said aloud, "Who's next?" Thinking that he could become a heavenly spirit root, Su Qingyun immediately walked up. "I'll do it." Su Qingyun's face was full of arrogance. He looked at Su Yuanba with some disdain and said, "Old four, this pain tolerance of yours is still too poor. It's not like you're going to die. I really don't know what you're screaming about. Su Yuanba had some shame on his face. He had boasted to Su Chen earlier that he wasn't afraid of pain, but as a result, he hadn't been able to hold back the screams. It does seem a bit humiliating. Su Chen started doing the same thing to Su Qingyun again. Not long after, another lingering scream was emitted from the middle of the courtyard, even louder than Su Yuanba before. Almost the entire Su family was about to hear it. Many of the side families and subordinates were filled with confusion. What was the inner courtyard doing? Su Qingyun was at the god transformation stage, and his transformation qualifications were naturally more painful. The screams soon stopped again. Su Qingyun was sweating profusely, as if his entire body had been deflated. It hurts too much. But soon, Su Qingyun burst out laughing. What a fast absorption speed. I, Su Qingyun, am finally no longer a medium-grade spiritual root. I am also a heavenly spiritual root. Su Yuanba sneered. Who said just now that he wouldn't scream miserably? The smile on Su Qingyun's face stalled, and a look of embarrassment spread across his face. Su Chen, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention as he continued. Next, Chapter 28, Heavenly Spiritual Roots of the Lift Clan. In the middle of the Su family's inner courtyard, miserable screams rang out from time to time and lasted for close to an hour. The Su family's crowd were all sitting on the ground full of weakness, and all of the first families had been upgraded to heavenly spirit roots by Su Chen. Of course, this was only the first step, and at the back Su Chen would continue to improve their qualifications. The faces of the Su family's group of direct descendants were filled with ecstasy. Heavenly spirit root. I'm actually a heavenly spirit root too. This level of qualification is simply not available in the 5 great cities, and I've heard that there are only 2 or 3 people with this kind of qualification amongst that amazing empire. God, slap me. I feel like this is all a dream. Pop. Su Kongshan, you actually really hit me. Really, I don't know? I just wanted to express my feelings of shock. The key is that you also hit me so hard. Just tell me if it was intentional. Su Kongshan is full of grievances. Wasn't it you who told me to fight? Su Qingyun was also ecstatic. With such a group of heavenly spirit roots in the Su family, why would the family worry about not prospering in the future? He suddenly spoke. The young clan chief helped you guys improve your qualifications. Why don't you hurry up and say thank you? Although he didn't know how Su Chen was able to do something so heaven-defying, it didn't matter. The future of the Su family was definitely Su Chen's, and having the juniors strike a good relationship with Su Chen at this time would help them more in the future as well. The younger generation immediately reacted and stood up to salute. Many thanks to the young patriarch. At this moment, the way they looked at Su Chen changed. With some awe and gratitude, Su Chen didn't refuse. He just smiled and nodded. Su Qingtian suddenly spoke in a serious manner. Everyone is not allowed to leave. They all go to the Grand Elder's place first. The other elders immediately knew Su Qingtian's intention. Today's matter could not be spread out. Otherwise it would be an absolute disaster for the Su family. Such a thing as being able to enhance qualifications. Even if they had checked countless ancient books, they had never heard of such a thing. There were only some heaven-defying treasures that strengthened the physical body and increased one's upper limit. But the help that Su Chen brought them was completely different. He was really changing the qualifications completely. These were 2 completely different concepts. Therefore, Su Qingtian was prepared to use the soul forbidden mantra on all of his direct lineage, forcibly restricting their divine souls so as to ensure that today's events would not be spread. Su Yunxian also spoke. All follow me. There were some people in the first family who were confused and didn't know what they were going to do, and there were also intelligent people who knew why, but they didn't have any repulsive attitude, because in their opinion, today's matter must never be spread. When they all left, Su Chen glanced at Ruwashi by his side, and he spoke calmly. Ruwashi, come over here as well. Ruwashi was slightly stunned, then immediately reacted as a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on her face. Thank you, young patriarch. Soon, Ruwashi was rolling all over the floor screaming in agony. Su Chen raising Ruwashi's cultivation was actually quite simple. This little girl was very loyal to him, and her ability to do things was okay. So after raising her cultivation, she would be able to help herself to do more things as well. Su Chen and Ruwashi were the only 2 left in the courtyard. After a short while, the pain on Ruwashi's face disappeared, and as she felt the spiritual energy rapidly surging into her body, her pretty face was filled with excitement. From now on I'm also a heavenly spirit root. Ruwashi hurriedly knelt down at Su Chen, her tone filled with respect. Ruwashi thanks the young patriarch for the reward. Su Chen said indifferently, this young man gave you the heavenly spiritual root in the hope that you will do your job well and never let me down. Ruwashi's heart condensed as she spoke with a serious expression. Please rest assured, Ruwashi is the young patriarch's person in this life and in the next, and will never betray. She knew very well that what the young matriarch valued was definitely not ability, but loyalty. With Su Chen's identity wanting to find someone to do something completely efficient than their own people. However, he still chose to upgrade his qualifications, showing that Su Chen valued his loyalty. Ruwashi's heart was filled with excitement, which meant that she would be taken seriously if she was only loyal to Su Chen. She was Su Chen's person since the moment she served him, and loyalty was the most basic thing. Besides, she was willing to die for Su Chen now. What was so difficult about loyalty? Su Chen said indifferently, I hope you're not just paying lip service. He turned around and returned to his room. Ruwashi looked at Su Chen's back and lightly bit her lower lip as she blushed. Young patriarch, do you need a slave girl to serve you in bed? In addition to taking care of their master's food and living, maids were also required to wait on their beds when necessary, which was already a normal thing in the Su family. Su Chen raised his eyebrows as he turned around and returned to his room. Ruwashi, on the other hand, was ecstatic that the young matriarch hadn't closed the door, which meant she was being let in. Ruwashi's face was filled with excitement and thrill as she hurriedly followed. Seeing Su Chen lying on the bed, she walked to the bedside and gently removed her own clothes and climbed onto the bed. Thinking of the Su family deacon's teachings, Ruwashi's face was covered with a reddish haze as she gently undid Su Chen's clothes. Then, a night of springtime, early in the morning, the sky and earth were covered with rain and mist, revealing a cool feeling. Su Chen walked out of the room refreshed, while Ruwashi followed behind with somewhat unnatural footsteps. Clearly yesterday was a big defeat for her. Su Chen only felt a sense of relief in his heart, and he was no saint. Since they have crossed over, it must be to enjoy life. Widowed and alone for a lifetime as a monk, not the things that are most attractive to men. Power, money, women, kids make choices. I want it all. That's why he didn't refuse when Ruwashi took the initiative to mention that she wanted to serve in bed. However, there was still one person in the Su family who hadn't had his spirit root upgraded. Su Hongyuan. The old man had just broken through the refined void stage, and his realm was a bit unstable, so as soon as he returned to the Su family, he went into seclusion, and could only find a time to dedicate to upgrading him. After that, after a few days, Su Hongyuan stabilized his realm and walked out of the tunnel. The Su family even held a large banquet to celebrate, but it was only held within the family and not to the public. And Su Chen also took this opportunity to raise the old man's spiritual root to a heavenly spiritual root. Bright Moon City. Su Chen was lying on the bed. He was wearing a thin white shirt, while Ruwashi was tenderly massaging him from the side. Reporting to young master. There's someone outside looking for Ruwashi, saying they're calling for Li Qingqing. Ruwashi's hand movements jerked, but quickly returned to normal, continuing to massage Su Chen. Go out and take a look. It's fine, Su Chen said. Ruwashi's face was hesitant, and after some entanglement, she stood up. Many thanks, young lord. Su Chen waved his hand, so Ruwashi turned around and left the courtyard. In front of the Su family gate, a woman in her early 20s had an anxious look on her face as she kept walking back and forth. Not a moment later, Ruwashi walked out. Seeing Ruwashi's figure, Li Qingqing rushed up as if she had seen his savior. Little sister, please help. Something has happened inside the house. Chapter 29. Going to the door to ask for someone. Forging the identity of the Su family? Ruwashi's face was a bit cold, ignoring Li Qingqing's words, and said indifferently, ever since I was thrown in front of the Su family's door, I've had nothing to do with you guys, so don't look for me anymore. She was dropped off at the Su's house from a very young age, less than 2 years old at that time. If it weren't for the kindness of one of the Su family's stewards, she might have even died. After saying that, Ruwashi was about to turn around and leave. Li Qingqing saw this scene, her face covered with pleading. Little sister, father and mother are not have to do that. At that time the family has been rice cannot afford to eat, coupled with that year extraordinarily cold. You are too young, simply cannot get through it. That's why father and mother couldn't send you to the Su family, so please just help us. As she spoke, Li Qingqing directly knelt down for Ruwashi, almost not kowtowing. Ruwashi's footsteps lurched as she took a deep breath, her face filled with impatience. In fact, she also knew that the situation inside the family at the time was indeed very difficult. When she was still a child, the family still visited her occasionally and came to ask her if she wanted to go back for the holidays. But Ruwashi has a strong grudge against that family. Why did she have to throw herself into the Su family? And why did she choose not to have her when there were 3 other sisters in the family? But although Ruwashi spoke harshly, she didn't want anything to really happen to her family. or she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Ruwashi twisted her head around and said in a somewhat cold tone, "Say, what is it?" When she saw Ruwashi stop, Li Qingqing's face was filled with gratitude as she hurriedly said, "2 days ago, the Long Teeth gang captured Sister Ying and also Sister Xiao, and also injured father and mother as well. But fortunately it did not break any bones, but the Long Teeth gang wants Sister Ying and also Sister Xiao to go to the Long Red House to be a girl, and now you are the only one who can save them." Li Qingqing's voice was all in tears, and her face was even more filled with despair and helplessness. The Long Tooth sect was a famous force in manhwa City, with a total of 2 Yuaning stage powerhouses. Excluding the Su family, it was considered to be a top-ranked force. They were just ordinary mundane families. How could they rival a powerful cultivation force like the Long Tooth sect? Hanyuoxi's eyes stared, followed by anger on her face. Where are Sister Ying and Sister Xiao now? These two were her own sisters, although she had seen them 2 or 3 times since she was a child. But blood is thicker than water, and when she heard that her loved ones had been captured and taken as girls, her heart was still burning with anger for no reason. They're all in the Evergreen Hospital, and it's been 2 days, so I don't know how they're doing. Li Qingqing hurriedly stood up and led the way ahead while shedding tears. Soon they arrived before a large, bustling pavilion, on which red flags were displayed and a group of warblers were enthusiastically soliciting customers. The Ever-Red House. Ruwashi walked up, and a girl at the door immediately said with a smile, "Yo, there's a little beauty here, but we're a man's place, not a woman's." Many of the girls in the Ever-Red courtyard couldn't help but let out smiles. Ruwashi's face was somber. "I am a member of the Su family. Let your steward come out." "Su's." The woman was instantly startled, and then carefully surveyed Hanyuoxi before she said with some suspicion, "Just a moment." Although she was a little unconvinced that Hanyuoxi was a member of the Su family, she decided to go and report it to avoid any mistakes. The main reason was that the Su family was now too prestigious and had to be treated rigorously. Moreover, Hanyuoxi looked like she was coming to the door looking for trouble, and there weren't many forces in Bright Moon City that dared to take the initiative to look for the Longtooth sect. Soon, 5 people walked out of the Chonghong courtyard, and the middle-aged man at the head of the group frowned when he saw Ruwashi. "I'm Hu Huan, Vice Master of the Longtooth gang. May I ask who you are?" "Su's family." Ruwashi took out a token, a status symbol that everyone in the Su family had. In the past, Ruwashi was only a subordinate, and his token was only made of ordinary wood. Later, because of Su Chen, Ruwashi was also valued a lot more, and his token was replaced with a silver token that only the stewards had. Silver medal. Hu Wan's face was shocked. The person who could get this identity card. How is it that all of them are cultivators with a successful Jiedan stage? Although he was a bit shocked at Ruwashi's age and cultivation, he looked at the token in his hand and still stepped forward with a smile and arched his hand. "So it's the supervisor of the Su family. I didn't recognize him for a moment. Please forgive me. I don't know if the steward has come to my long red courtyard for something?" Hu Huan spoke respectfully, but he kept sizing up Ruwashi. When did the Su family add such a young stewardess? Why had I never heard of her before? Although there were 100 question marks in Hu Huan's mind, no one dared to forge the identity of the Su family in Manhwa City, so he could only half believe it. Ruwashi said in a cold voice, "I'm here to look for the main 2 people in the Hu gang." "Want someone?" Hu Huan was completely confused. What was the situation? Gao Xiong, who was beside Hu Huan, suddenly looked at Li Qingqing. His expression slightly froze, then suddenly his eyes condensed, and immediately whispered twice in Hu Huan's ear, "Deputy Gangmaster." Then that girl beside him is. Hu Huan's eyes narrowed at his words as he looked toward Li Qingqing, then at Ruwashi, and immediately bellowed, "How dare you even forge the identity of the Su family? Come on, arrest the 2 of them." The few people beside him immediately rushed up, and they were ready to surround the 2. Ruwashi's beautiful eyes crossed, her tone filled with anger. "What are you going to do? Aren't you afraid of offending the Su family?" "Offend the Su family?" Gao Xiong sneered and said in an extremely contemptuous tone. "You guys also think too highly of yourselves. Are you addicted to pretending to be the Su family?" And Li Qingqing, in order to save her sister, she dared to work under the name of the Su family. "Let the Su family know about it, and your entire family will surely die. If you want to save your own sister, it's simple. Just bring me 1,000 spirit stones. As long as you return them to me, you will naturally be able to bring back your own sister." Hearing these words, Li Qingqing's eyes were filled with hatred as she yelled, "Goliath! My sister only borrowed 50 taels from you to give her parents medical treatment, yet you made her pay back 1,000 spirit stones. Where do we have so many spirit stones to give you?" Around Bright Moon City, there still existed a number of mortals, and their currency was still silver and gold, a mortal commodity. This kind of people made up the majority around Bright Moon City, and almost 70% of them were mortals, and one spirit stone could be exchanged for about 500 taels of silver, which was enough to see just how many times Goliath and the others had doubled. You could say it's super usurious. When the girls inside the Changhong courtyard heard Li Qingqing's words, their eyes flashed with a gloomy color. Almost all of the girls who come here are persecuted by the Long-Tooth Gang and are forced to come as girls to please the men. There was a lot of foot traffic in the lot where the Changhong courtyard was located, and when they saw the quarrel over here, a lot of people immediately gathered around. This Long-Tooth Gang is also too shameless. 50 taels of silver can be flipped to 1,000 spirit stones. Isn't this their usual tactic? I've long heard that all the girls in the Changhong courtyard are forced by them. It's a shame that these two don't look too old. Don't I see that he's holding the Su family's stewardship token in his hand? The Long-Tooth Gang is so unafraid of death that the Su family dares to offend them? Su family, my ass. Have you ever seen such a young steward? It's still just a chi condensation stage. The thing is like this. That girl's sister was captured and put into the Changhong Yuan as a girl, so I guess I wanted to save her and went crazy. So I forged the identity of the Su family to come and save her. So stupid? This forged identity should at least find a strength match. Letting a chi condensation stage forge the Su family steward looks like bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Murmurs continued to ring out, and no one believed that Ruwashi was really a Su family steward. After Goliath heard Li Qingqing's words, he let out a cold laugh. Since you can't afford to pay back the debt, why did you borrow it in the first place? Or was it me who forced you to borrow silver in the first place? It's only natural to repay debts, and since I don't have the spirit stones to pay me back, isn't it only human nature for me to arrest you all to come to Changhong Yuan to repay your debts? Chapter 30 Clueless. These people aren't even afraid of the Su family? Goliath said something justified, as if the wrong person is them. Ruwashi was also shaking with anger, her eyes filled with ice cold. Don't you guys just want spirit stones? I'll give it. Hurry up and release them to me. Saying that, she directly lost 1,000 spirit stones over. It was obviously unfavorable for her to start a conflict with the Long-Tooth Gang. Although she was a member of the Su family, she did not have much power. Even if she really wanted to do something to the Long-Tooth Gang, she did not have the ability to do so. Moreover, there were two Yuaning stage in this Long-Tooth Gang, and the probability was that the Su family wouldn't go and feud with the other side for the sake of her, an underling, unless she went to beg Su Chen for help. But she was the subordinate and Su Chen was the master. It's always been the subordinate who does the work for the master. Where is there a master who does the work for the subordinate? When he saw Ruwashi really take out 1,000 spirit stones, Cao Zi's eyes immediately lit up. He twisted his head and Hu Huan exchanged a glance, and after receiving the affirmation of Hu Huan's eyes, Cao Zizi instantly let out a cold laugh, then said contemptuously, 1,000 spirit stones, that's the money. Li Ying and Li Xiaomi. We brought her to the Ever-Red Academy for training and guidance, and also taught them how to be a girl, so you still have to make up for the guidance fee of 100,000 spirit stones before you can take someone away. Ruwashi's face was filled with anger. Outrageous of you. Her face was incomparably ugly. This one-time increase to 100,000 spirit stones. It seemed like they just didn't want to release anyone at all. The surrounding pedestrians passing by could not help but shake their heads when they saw the scene. That's a disgusting way of doing things for the Long-Tooth Gang. It can't be helped. Others are powerful. Even if they disgust you, what can they do? These two girls are probably finished as well, losing their ladies and soldiers. With the means of the Changhongyuan, the two of them are probably the girls here in the future as well. Don't tell me, that tender woman is not bad looking. If she becomes a girl here, I will order her. Some people look disdainful, and others are dismayed. But the Long-Tooth sect was too powerful, and even though they had an intolerant heart, they didn't dare to go forward to stop them. Gao Ziong coldly said, cut the crap. If you can get the 100,000 spirit stones, you can take the person away. If you can't, both of you stay in Changhong Yuan for me. With that, he licked his upper lip, his eyes showing lust. Ruwashi's posture wasn't bad. Even in the entirety of manhwa City, it was considered relatively rare. With a little nurturing, it's bound to be another headliner. Moreover, with his status, all the girls in the Evergreen Courtyard could be played with at will, so he had to savor it himself when the time came. Goliath looked as if he had the two eating out of his hand. And even if Ruwashi did come up with 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones, he could still use other excuses, such as them forging the identity of the Su family. Li Qingqing's face was filled with panic as she hid behind Ruwashi, her voice trembling. What to do now? Little sister. Ruwashi's face turned blue. I am a member of the Su family. If you dare to touch me, aren't you afraid that the Su family will retaliate against you? Su's family? Goliath looked like he was stifling a laugh, his face full of disdain. If Li Qingqing and the others had a Su family steward behind them, how could they be living such a miserable life, having to go out and borrow even a little bit of silver for medical treatment? He simply didn't believe that Ruwashi was a member of the Su family. Not to mention the Su family. If you can't give the spirit stones today, it won't work even if the heavenly king comes. Li Qingqing family Gao Xiang to understand. They simply do not have any background. Is a small mountain village inside the ordinary people. 3 generations have not been out of the cultivator. Such a man he could take any way he wanted, and there was no risk yet. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around him, Hu Huan suddenly opened his mouth. Don't worry, my long-tooth gang is not anything unreasonable. If you can earn 100,000 spirit stones for the Long Red Academy, I will let you guys go. Hu Huan also did not want to get too stinky reputation, which is why he spoke out in saying the white face. Hanshi was trembling with anger. She hadn't expected Hu Huan to be so shameless. With a crowning face, Hu Huan immediately changed his tone and said somewhat sternly, of course, you have another option. We tie you up to go to the Su family, but the consequences will be very serious. You and your family will die. Falsifying the identity of the Su family, that's a big offense. And the fact that this gangmaster is still willing to give you a chance to live is already a great gift. Hu Huan scanned the surroundings, and he hinted at Gao Xiang with his eyes. Goliath immediately understood, arrest me. Ruwashi's mind shook as she drew her own longsword and bellowed, her powerful aura permeating out. I'll see who dares. What a strong sword chi. Surprise appeared in Gao Zi's eyes. Hanyuoxi was only a chi condensation, but he detected an aura of danger from within the other party. Just a mere chi condensation perfection. Pretending in front of Laozi. Gao Zi laughed coldly. As a chi condensation stage, although Hanyuoxi displayed a somewhat powerful aura that pushed right up against a foundation establishment stage cultivator, a chi condensation stage was always a chi condensation stage. He fiercely grabbed towards Hanyuoxi, his Jiedan stage aura blossoming out, immediately causing Hanyuoxi's expression to tense up. Ruwashi's heart was filled with anxiety. She didn't think that this group of people weren't even afraid of the Su family. Since entering the Su family, she had never encountered anything like this, nor had she ever considered such issues as survival. All she thought about daily was how to serve her master. But today she left the Su family and realized that the outside world was so vicious. Stop! A loud bellowing voice rang out, followed by a stocky figure coming out of the crowd, who was dressed rather plainly. When he saw Goliath strike out at Hanyuoxi, he became furious. What are you doing? Don't you know that he's a member of the Su family? Gao Xiang immediately froze, and then gave a wild laugh to the sky. You guys are doing whatever it takes to save people, and you're actually asking people to act together. Acting? Hearing this, the stocky man immediately cursed angrily. I'll play your horse. He then pulled out a wooden token with a large Su character written on it. However, this wooden token had a silver edge added to it, and the word pun was engraved on the back, making it very different from an ordinary subordinate's token. I am the 7th son of the 3rd house deacon of the collateral line. Su Si, Su Li, dare to say that I am pretending to be a Su family. Do you want to die? If it was an ordinary sideline that really didn't dare to clamor with the Yuaning stage forces, but the 3rd house of the sideline was also considered the core layer of the Su family. The deacon, on the other hand, was the leader of the 3rd house, and his power in the Su clan was not small. He was still an early stage Yuaning figure. He naturally would not be afraid of the long-tooth gang. Su Li then angrily rebuked. You dogs, this is Miss Ruwashi. She's someone by the young master's side. You actually want her to be a girl in the long red courtyard. If the young master finds out about this, all of you in the long-tooth gang will have to die. Obviously, his entire body was enraged when he heard someone say that he was forging the identity of the Su family. Goliath was also bluffed, but after careful thought, he reacted. Asshole, you dare to scold me. Li Qingqing definitely didn't have the background of the Su family, and he was very firm on this point. They have not had a good time within their family over the years. If they really had the background of the Su family, even if they were just an ordinary subordinate, they would never have been so miserable. Gao Xiang's eyes were filled with anger. Dare to insult my long-tooth sect. Today I will chop off your limbs as a warning to others. Saying that, a strong aura erupted from his body. His palm became as hard as iron and violently grabbed towards Su Li. This strike he was holding a killing intent. Su Li was instantly shocked. He was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Where could he block the Jiadan stage? His whole body was confused. Are you guys not even afraid of the Su family? Is the world changing in Bright Moon City now? My father is the deacon of the third house. If you dare to kill me, the Long-Tooth gang will be destroyed. Su Li roared. His eyes were filled with anger. He didn't believe that this Goliath really dared to make a move. Gao Zi snorted coldly, his eyes full of sarcasm. Still pretending. I would like to see how the Long-Tooth sect was destroyed. If you guys are from the Su family, then I'm the god of heaven. Stop it. A furious voice rang out, followed by a sword aura coming from afar, which contained a strong sword intent, instantly chopping off Gao Ziyang's arm. Chapter 31, Dare to Kill My Su Family. Su Chen strikes. Ah! Goliath's miserable scream suddenly rang out. His voice was mournful and incomparable. Su Qian appeared from a distance, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. He was Su Yuanba's eldest son, or Su He's older brother. Su Qian said in an icy tone. Good. I've seen it. The Long-Tooth sect actually dares to move even my Su family's people. He had been drinking here with Sully, but he didn't expect to come across something like this. Originally, he thought that Su Li would be able to set things right, but he didn't expect that this Long-Tooth sect would actually dare to kill even the Su family. When Hanshi saw Su Qian, she was relieved. The Su family's first family members all showed up, so it seems like there should be nothing to worry about today. Su Qian coldly looked toward Hu Huan. Hu Gangmaster, you better give me an explanation. Otherwise today this thing, I'm afraid that we can't make good. Before Hu Huan could speak, Gao Ziyang roared. Kid, you seek death. Being chopped off a hand made his heart angry to the extreme. The key was that Su Qian was still only at the peak of foundation establishment cultivation. Knowing that he was at the early stage of Jiadan, to have his arm chopped off by a foundation establishment stage was a disgrace. Hu Huan hurriedly pulled Gao Ziyang to a halt, his eyes gradually becoming grave. Su Qian has a good temperament on him, and he also has the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. If there is really a foundation establishment stage cultivator behind this Li Qingqing, then there is no need for them to go to Gao Ziyang to borrow for a little bit of silver. Could they really be from the Su family? At this moment, Hu Huan suddenly panicked a little. Hu Huan arched his hand and said, Dare I ask the name of the gentleman? Su Qian said indifferently. Su family, Su Qian. Su Qian? Hu Huan frowned. A name he had not heard of. The Su family had originally come to Manhwa City less than 20 years ago, and the younger generation of both the direct and collateral line had not shown up much, so Hu Huan was also somewhat unfamiliar with the name Su Qian. However, after seeing Su Qian's confident and calm appearance, he still had some worries in his heart. After careful thought, Hu Huan still said, Sir Su Qian, if you can prove that you are a member of the Su family, I will immediately release the two, Li Ying and Li Xiao. Su Qian instantly laughed in anger when he heard this. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Su Qian, who had no qualms about laughing rampantly, Hu Huan's face instantly became gloomy. Gao Ziyangzui said coldly from the side, Vice Master, they are definitely acting. I've checked this person Li Qingqing, and she definitely doesn't have the slightest relationship with the people of the Su family. When Hu Huan heard these words, the hint of caution in his heart grew weaker and weaker. Su Qian laughed for a while before he got tired of laughing. He looked at Hu Huan with a sneer. Sect leader Hu, are all of you Long-Tooth gang stupid? Su Li also couldn't help but say, It's not great. It's the first time I've seen such a stupid person in Manhwa City. Unbridled. Hu Huan could no longer tolerate it, and in his anger he lost his mind a little. Coupled with the fact that Gao Ziyang said that these people could not possibly be from the Su family, he then went straight for it, killing towards Su Qian with a thunderous force. The monstrous might spread. Hu Huan's attack is too strong, contains the power of thunder and lightning, which immediately let Su Qian's face changed greatly. After all, the realm gap is really too big. In front of the Yuaning stage, Su Qian, a late-stage foundation establishment, was no different from a mole cricket. Su Qian heart is very puzzled. Hu Huan actually really dared to kill Su family direct line in the Bright Moon City. Is he not afraid to die? Is it possible to be a madman? Hu Huan, you seek death. Su Qian roared. As a direct descendant of the Su family, he naturally still had a life-preserving card, but just as he was about to use it, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and Hu Huan shot back like a stringed arrow, smashing a several-meter-deep pit in front of the ever-red courtyard, blood spilling out of his body non-stop, only to see a figure standing in front of Su Qian. His face was clean and handsome. His body was slender and handsome. Young lord! Exclamations of surprise rang out, and Ruwashi's face was filled with joy. Su Qian also reacted. He had a happy face. Fifth brother. He was a few months younger than Su Chen, so there was nothing wrong with calling him fifth brother. Su Chen nodded towards him. Then he looked towards Hu Huan and said in an indifferent voice, "A mere early Yuaning stage dares to make a move against the Su family's direct lineage. He really doesn't know how to die." The moment they saw Su Chen, many of the people around them were instantly shocked. "This guy looks familiar." "Don't look familiar. He's Su Chen, the young patriarch of the Su family." "My god, could it be that these people are really from the Su family? It looks like the long-toothed gang is going to be finished. If that Su Qian is really a full-fledged family member, they're definitely dead." Daring to make a move against the Su family's people, he, Hu Huan, is truly living to the end. No, I should say that all of the long-toothed gang has come to the end. Su Qian didn't know many people, but there were still some who knew Su Chen. When they saw Hu Huan suffer, a group of them all revealed gloating expressions. Hu Huan's chest collapsed. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. However, the life force of the Yuaning stage was amazing, and he was able to survive this, only that he was still seriously injured as well. Hu Huan forced himself to endure the severe pain all over his body. He hurriedly climbed up and knelt on the ground, his face filled with fear. "Su young master, spare your life. I listened to the slanderous words for a moment and almost injured the Su family. By mistake. How could he not have thought that these people in front of him were really people from the Su family? The key is that Li Qingqing, you can shake so many Su family. Why is the family still living so miserable?" Now even if he doubted Su Chen's identity anymore, it was useless, because with that exchange of hands just now, he could be sure that he was by no means Su Chen's match. "There," Su Chen said indifferently. "This young man doesn't like to listen to such nonsense." As the words fell, his figure appeared like a ghost at Hu Huan's side, then raised his foot and stomped down. A seemingly uneventful kick directly crushed Hu Huan's Dantian Yuaning. Hu Huan's cultivation, also because of the Dantian Yuan baby broken, and fell to the bottom, became immortal. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. A Yuaning stage cultivator had his cultivation abolished like a pig or a dog. Su Chen said in a stern tone, "Anyone who dares my Su family's direct lineage, then in the future, what prestige will my Su family have to speak of in Bright Moon City? Su Qian, bring this man back to the Su family and behead him in the martial arts arena in 3 days." He didn't kill Hu Huan immediately. Naturally it wasn't because he was merciful, but he wanted to establish authority, to make everyone fearful and terrified when they heard about the Su family. Otherwise this kind of thing would happen again. What happened today was really a bit ridiculous. The people of the Su family had displayed their identities, and there were actually people who dared to make a move against them. The point is that it's still in Bright Moon City. Su Qian immediately nodded and said, "Yes, young patriarch." Although they were both direct descendants of the Su family, Su Chen's status was above him. He stepped forward and immediately grabbed Hu Huan, then threw him straight at Sully. "Bring it back." At this moment, Hu Huan's eyes were filled with despair. He knew that he was finished, and actually ran into the Su family's guns just like that. At the same time, he hated Goliath to the core. If he hadn't misled himself, he would have been careful to verify the other party's identity before making any plans. As the vice master of the Long-Tooth Gang, being able to grow up to the Yuaning stage, he was naturally not a stupid character. But today he fell at the hands of one of his own people. Li Qingqing was just an ordinary person. Where would she have the guts to dare to impersonate the Su family's identity? This alone was not something to be careless about. However, Li Qingqing's low status made it difficult for him to connect it with such a behemoth as the Su family, and coupled with Gao Zion's misinformation, he directly assumed that these people in front of him were not the Su family at all. Hu Huan suddenly roared at Goliath. "Goliath, you dog bastard." Unpleasant words kept coming out of his mouth, but at the moment Goliath was already dumbfounded, and his whole body was a bit sixfold. Su Chen gently grabbed, and a terrifying force swept away, and those people from the Long-Tooth Gang died directly, which naturally included Gao Ziong. The destruction of the Long-Tooth Gang caused the hearts of the people present to be overwhelmed with fear. Is this the Su family? A Yuaning stage power was so weak in front of him. The key was Su Chen, who seemed to be much tougher than the rumors. Chapter 32, Long-Tooth Gang Extinction. I'm invincible. Mustn't I pursue a bit of splendor? At the same time, two auras erupted from the Bright Moon City, wrapped in a suffocating sense of oppression, one of which was significantly stronger than the other. The transformation stage, and the Yuaning stage. Elder Su Qingyun, why did you strike at my Long-Tooth sect? I've never offended the Su family. Accompanied by the sound of a roar, not a moment later, the aura of the Yuaning stage was completely extinguished. The hearts of all the people were shaken. especially those who were outside the evergreen courtyard, but they knew very well what had happened. For many people, the Yuaning stage was a mighty powerhouse, but such a character was so weak in front of the Su family that he didn't even have a shred of resistance. It was so easily extinguished. But many people felt that the long-toothed gang leader died too unjustly, being killed without knowing anything. But this kind of thing happened too much in Bright Moon City, where there was no reasoning in a world of the weak and the strong. Other side. After Su Chen killed Hu Huan, he disappeared into thin air. Ruwashi looked at where Su Chen had disappeared and once again bowed respectfully. Many thanks, young lord. When the long-toothed gang was destroyed, some of the bold girls in the long red courtyard immediately began to escape. One person took the lead, and eventually the entire long red house of girls dispersed in a flurry. Two figures ran out of the Chonghong courtyard. They were dressed somewhat flamboyantly, and their faces wore a look of panic. These two were none other than Li Ying and Li Xiao, and the long-tooth sect had used their parents as blackmail to force them to pick up customers at the ever-red courtyard. Both would have been desperate and willing to accept their miserable fate. Today was also their first day of receiving guests, and it turned out that the guests hadn't even been received yet before such a turn of events occurred. The two were a little too scared to run away at first, but when they saw that many of the girls had run away and were left alone, they followed. Sister Xiao, Sister Ying, Li Qingqing hurriedly shouted when she saw the two. Li Ying and Li Xiao were instantly startled and looked towards the direction of the voice, and to their eyes, there was a familiar figure and an unfamiliar figure, but both men recognized who the man was. A few years ago the family went to the Su family to see Ruwashi, and although they had only seen her in a hurry, they all remembered Ruwashi very clearly as their sister. The two immediately ran up and pulled them away. Hurry up! Ruwashi didn't resist, and a few people ran a long way before stopping on the side of the road to catch their breath. Both Li Ying and Li Xiao are very happy to see Ruwashi again, and both are shocked to learn that it was this sister of theirs who saved them. Originally, they all thought that Ruwashi was just a servant in the Su family, but they didn't realize that she was working as a servant for the Su family's young master. Watching Ruwashi have such a chance, both of their eyes were filled with envy. In the end, all three sisters tried their best to keep Ruwashi, trying to get her to go home and visit, but Ruwashi still refused, not knowing how to face her parents yet. I'll find you guys a good house, so you guys can move to Bright Moon City as soon as possible, and when you do, just come directly to the Su family and look for me. Ruwashi turned away after she finished speaking. Li Qingqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that this sister of ours still has a grudge. Li Ying and Li Xiao both couldn't help but sigh. What happened in the first place was indeed wrong. Ruwashi was alone in the Su family with no one to turn to, alone and without the care of her family. She suffered a lot of aggression and it was normal for her to have a grudge, but that's all good compared to starving to death along with it. It coincided with a natural disaster, and the temperature plummeted, which naturally had no effect on the cultivators, but they mortals suffered. And if they didn't send out Ruwashi, there was only the end of starvation. Their three older sisters were slightly older and could all work, but Ruwashi was too young, so they were forced to send her to the Su family. In fact, when Ruwashi was first dropped off at Su's house, her parents were so worried that they waited half a day at a distance until Ruwashi was carried into Su's house. Still, judging from Ruwashi's current attitude, there was a big turnaround. Su Chen continued to recline on the chair with a cozy look on his face. It was still comfortable inside the home. After squinting like this for half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes again. The current Su family already had 3 harmonization stage: Su Qingtian, Su Yunqian, Su Qingyun, and the remaining 3 elders had all arrived at the peak of the Yuaning stage. It was thought that it wouldn't be long before he would break through to become at the God transformation stage, and although such progress was not bad, it was still a lot short of what was needed. A powerful force is not just cultivation. It also needs to have powerful techniques, and the side paths need to be strong enough, such as alchemy and refining artifacts and formations which are auxiliary paths. Su Chen took out a formation. This formation was called the Spirit Summoning Formation. It was of the intermediate level of the heavenly stage, and it could increase the speed of the birth of spiritual energy in the surroundings. Taking the Su family as the center, the speed of spiritual power birth within 500 meters increased by 2 times. The speed of spiritual power birth within 3,000 meters continued to be doubled, and the speed of spiritual power birth within 10,000 meters was increased by 50%. The cultivation environment of Bright Moon City could only be considered average after all, and it was extremely difficult for a void refining stage cultivator to be born, and the harmonization stage was even more impossible. This situation was either to upgrade the environment, but that would take some effort, or to simply take the Su family and leave Bright Moon City? Migration. Obviously. Su Chen felt that the latter was better. There really is no need to stay in this place. manhwa City. There are many cavernous places in Xian Heaven Realm. Is it not good to let the Su family settle in that kind of place? Even if you want to enhance the environment, then you can pick a better place. The main reason was that this place, the 5 great cities, was too remote and not conducive to the development of the Su family. But that's all behind the scenes and there's no need to rush it just yet. Su Chen began to think about himself again. Because of his previous use of his cultivation, his Hongmeng immortal body had now become a great success, and his body even contained such a horrifying killing technique as the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Still, he felt almost something. The attacks are a bit too one-dimensional and don't have that coolness to them. Su Chen turned his gaze to the column of his own feats, which contained countless feats ranging from yellow rank feats to immortal rank feats. Howling Fireball Technique, Xian Rank Advanced Technique, can spray out scorching hot giant waves with great power. Use it. Su Chen did not hesitate to choose to use it. In the next moment, there was the route of operation of the Howling Fireball art that was deeply embedded in his mind, as if he had practiced it himself. Next, Su Chen began to select other feats. Illusory God Technique, Heaven Stage Advanced Technique, Cultivate, Split Sky Sword Technique, an intermediate level technique at the Emperor level. Cultivate, God Devouring 9 Chopping, Immortal Rank 3rd Grade Technique, Cultivate. In total, Su Chen had picked close to hundreds of techniques to cultivate, a small portion of which were below the heavenly order, and most of which were saint and immortal order techniques. Only then was he satisfied and closed the system space. In the future, he didn't need to just use his physical body to kill people. He could also make use of these feats, although the effect was the same, but the compulsion was raised by countless notches. The Hongmeng immortal body's physical body was incredibly powerful, and a random punch was comparable to immortal ranked feats, but it was too simple and direct, and the means were not flashy enough. Since we're all invincible, we mustn't go for a little panache? Chapter 33, The Su Family's Rapid Development. The shocking empire's outbreak of the 9 dragons raiding the first prince. For a period of time after that, Su Chen was within the clan instructing that younger generation of the first family to cultivate. The Su family also gradually noticed Su Chen's terror and mystery. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. 3 strong and incomparable auras suddenly erupted within the Su family, filled with a sense of oppression. And many people within Bright Moon City raised their heads, their eyes filled with shock. This is the direction of the Su family. They've broken through 3 more God transformation stage powerhouses. Doesn't that mean that the Su family already possesses 5 God transformation stages? No. Did you forget about Su Chen? Wasn't he rumored to have the strength of the peak Yuaning stage before? How come he's also broken through the transformation stage now, right? That makes the Su family 6 at the God transformation stage and 1 at the Void refining stage. The Su family head seems to be at the peak of the God transformation stage as well. So I guess it won't be long before he breaks through to the Void refining stage as well. How difficult is the Void refining stage? How can it be so simple to break through? Discussions continued to ring out in the city, and everyone's words were filled with awe when they talked about the Su family. The current Su family was truly a bit too terrifying. With the addition of 3 new God transformation stage powerhouses, the Su family's position in the 5 great cities was already unbreakable. Su Chen gave the Su family many more strong cultivation techniques to enhance their fighting strength. There are also some alchemy weapons, these sideways of cultivation. Originally the Su family only has a 3rd grade alchemist. The number of 3rd grade alchemists had now increased to 7, and there was also a 4th grade alchemist. And with the heavenly spiritual roots, the younger generation of the Su family had also grown extremely fast, like Su Yujie, who had now broken through to the peak of Jiedan, and was just 1 step away from the Yuaning stage. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. In Bright Moon City, everyone's eyes stared. All of them felt that their breathing was a little unsmooth, as if the air in heaven and earth had been drained away. It was extremely depressing and uncomfortable. What's the situation? The crowd looked in the direction the scent came from, their eyes filled with trepidation. Immediately afterward, a strong and overwhelming aura erupted from within the Su family, and under this aura, it was as if the crowd felt as if they were mole crickets and could only prostrate themselves on the ground. The aura of the Void refining stage. The eyes of the people in Bright Moon City were filled with fear, and they were filled with a sense of powerlessness in the face of such a strong person. Soon, the aura blossomed completely, and a figure rose up into the sky, creating ripples in the void around him. Ha 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 ha, I, Su Qingtian, have finally broken through the Void refining stage. Su Qingtian laughed out loud, and at this moment, He was as oppressive as a prime powerhouse. This is the Su family's lord, Su Qingtian. My god. Someone from the Su family has actually broken through the void refining stage again. So strong. Is this the feeling of oppression brought about by the refined void stage? Countless people's faces were horrified and filled with awe. The Su family now had 2 void refining stage powerhouses. That strength was even more unshakable, especially after the other 4 major cities knew about it. They all brought gifts to their doors to thank them and express their loyalty. And Su Qingtian also directly asked the remaining 4 major cities to submit to the Su family. Of course, all the forces of the 4 major cities agreed and were willing to voluntarily supply the Su clan on a yearly basis. Up to this point, the 5 major cities were all in the Su family's sphere of influence. And that year, among the younger generation of the Su family's first line, there were 5 who broke through the Yuaning stage, and 2 deacons in the sideline also broke through the spirit transformation stage. In the current Su family, there were a full 8 at the god transformation stage alone, and the Yuaning stage of both the first and sidelines added up to close to 30 people, an extremely terrifying number. After another half a year, Su Hongyuan also once again broke through to become a middle stage of refining void, which made the other 4 cities, which were originally still dissatisfied, no longer have the slightest other thoughts. The Su family's direct lineage were all sky spirit roots in the first place, and with the cultivation resources that the Wanbao Pavilion sent every month, basically they were all able to make a quick breakthrough to advancement. For a time, the Su family reached an unprecedented state of prosperity, and the matter of the 5 great cities even spread to the midst of the shocking empire, attracting the attention of many people. Nowadays, the amazing empire is not stable, and His Majesty Amazing is going into seclusion to break through the returning Yuan realm, so he is preparing to abdicate the throne. But the throne of the amazing empire definitely had to continue to be maintained. So the 9 imperial sons began to fight for the position of the crown prince. There had been a total of 3 emperors in the Jinghong Empire plus the current Ginghong king, but every time there was a competition for the emperor, almost all of the participating imperial sons had died, leaving only the final winner. That is to say, among the 9 people, only 1 person can survive in the end. This is the royal family, extremely bloody and cruel. Therefore, during this period of time, the shocking empire was incredibly turbulent, and there were quite a few strong people behind the 9 imperial princes, with the strongest of them, the Grand Imperial Prince, having even reached the middle stage of refining void. Beside him, the followers are also the most numerous. He was also the one who had the best chance of seizing the throne out of all the princes. Now that the 9 dragons seizure had reached a white-hot stage, almost all of the forces within the stunning empire that had reached the refined void stage had already taken sides. But at this time, 2 void refining stages suddenly appeared in the 5 great cities, and one of them had a mid-void refining stage, which immediately caused all 9 imperial princes to have the same thought. Be sure to pull in the Su family. Although the stunning empire was very powerful, the number of void refining stage was just that many, and again, it was a high-end battle force, and the 2 void refining stages can even play a very crucial role in many cases. Just a few days after the Su family's deeds spread out, all the emperors in the stunning empire have sent people to express their intention to pull together, but the Su family has just been stabilized, so Su Qingtian almost all shrugged it off. The Su family received the living room. A man in a flashy dress sat there with a somewhat less than ideal face because just now, Su Qingtian had rejected the suggestion of defecting to the Grand Imperial Prince. Huang Qi said with a somewhat displeased expression, "Family Master Su, the Grand Imperial Prince is already sincere. Refusing will not do you any good. Moreover, the Great Prince has the strongest power. If we have the 2 refined void stage of the Su family, then the odds of winning will increase once again, and when the Great Prince takes the throne, then he will be the king of the amazing empire. At that time, will your Su family still need to reside in a remote place like the 5 great cities? The Grand Imperial Prince can pick a place within the amazing empire with abundant spiritual energy for you." Su Qingtian smiled with him and said, "Lord Huang, my Su family has no desire to fight. We only want to preserve ourselves." The battle of the 9 dragons was simply too terrifying. The slightest mishap could lead to the annihilation of the Su family, and there was absolutely no need for him to participate in it. Hearing these words, Huang Qi's face became even more unsightly. "The word is out, and you're actually refusing." Huang Qi stood up, his breath in the middle stage of void refinement slowly releasing out. His entire body was like a raging lion in fury. "Family Master Su, I hope you can understand that the fact that this place, the 5 great cities, is not governed by anyone is nothing more than a pact that was made between the previous emperor of the shocking empire when he started off with the lords of the 5 great cities, but now that all 5 major cities have disappeared, and you have rejected all the imperial princes, no matter who takes the throne, there will be no place for your Su family. Trying to save your life in a clear way. Does Family Master Su think that's possible? Su Qingtian's face instantly changed. Although the current Su family had 2 void refining stage, it still didn't have the power to fight with such behemoths as the surprising empire. If he was really missed by the emperor, then indeed no matter who came to power, his Su family would be liquidated. Huang Qi was also too lazy to talk nonsense with Su Qingtian as he turned around and left with a cold snort. Humph. Su family master, take care of yourself. Inside the room, only Su Qingtian was eventually left alone, his face somewhat sad. The Su family just wants to develop peacefully. Is it so difficult to fulfill such a simple request? Shaking his head, Su Qingtian sighed helplessly. This world was like that. Not having strength was the fundamental problem. And so it was for 2 more days. Family Master, there's someone outside seeking an audience. He said that he and Family Master are old acquaintances. Chapter 34, The 7th Prince of the Striking Empire. Lin Jin, pick up the living room. After Su Qingtian saw the person standing inside, he immediately said with a surprised face, Brother Lin Jin, why you? Inside the receiving room stood a man with a friendly face, looking calm and steady, with a faint aura of superiority. Lin Jin wore a smile. Brother Su, long time no see. Su Qingtian immediately smiled broadly and said, Brother Lin, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You mustn't leave so soon. This time we must drink and have a good time. Lin Jin was someone he knew back in the Qingfeng gang, and even when the Su family was able to migrate to Manhwa City, there was Lin Jin's help behind it. When Lin Jin heard this, the smile on his face tightened, and he let out a bitter laugh. Does Brother Su think I'm still in the mood to drink right now? Su Qingtian froze violently. He had suddenly forgotten Lin Jin's identity. Amazing Empire. 7th Prince. Su Qingtian also knew Lin Jin's intention of coming to the door. His face was a bit heavy. Can't we withdraw from the competition for the Crown Prince? Lin Jin said in a bland tone. Retreat? How to retreat? Regardless of who wins, everyone will be liquidated in the end. And if I become the Crown Prince, I won't let go of the other imperial princes either. The amazing empire is suppressed by the ancestors of the harmonization stage. And it doesn't matter who the throne belongs to, as long as you are a member of the royal family. Even if you become the amazing king, others can pull you down. This world strength is king. There is no such thing as the people's heart. As long as you have the ability to kill the king of stunning, then you are the king of this empire. Therefore, the first thing anyone who ascends to the throne does is to sweep away any future problems and kill all the other royal brothers. Su Qingtian was instantly dumbfounded. He had also heard about this kind of crown prince competition, which was bloody and cruel beyond compare. This would have the advantage that there was no water in the people who became emperors. No matter whether they were gifted or skillful, they were almost always at the top. Such a person taking control of the empire would also allow it to survive better. But the downside is that there's no more kinship, and good brothers will give you both. The atmosphere in the hall started to become a bit depressing, and both of them didn't say a word. In the end, Lin Jin sighed helplessly. Among the 9 imperial princes, I am the only one with the weakest power. The other imperial brothers all have at least 3 void refining stage powerhouses to assist them, while I only have 2. Judging from the movements of the other royals, it seems that they all have plans to deal with me, the weakest. First, hearing this, Su Qingtian's eyes were full of entanglement. Lin Jin was a very good friend of his, and in the beginning, in order to help the Su family relocate, he had also spent quite a lot of his resources and connections. If it wasn't for Lin Jin, it certainly wouldn't have been so simple for them to come to Bright Moon City. So the Su family sort of owed Lin Jin a big favor, but it was a matter of the Su family's survival, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious as well. Lin Jin's strength was deviant among the several emperors, so that meant that the probability was that he would lose, and if the Su family followed him, then naturally, it would be hard to escape his fate. Although he was the head of the Su family, the Su family was everyone's Su family, not his alone. Lin Jin said to this point. In fact, the meaning was already very obvious. That is, he hoped that he would stand on his side. Suddenly, Su Qingtian opened his mouth and asked, Brother Lin, when you hadn't even come to Manhwa City yet, you said that the child was about to be born. What? A boy or a girl? Lin Jin smiled and said, How long has this been going on? A girl has been born. She's already 18 years old. I'll bring her to get acquainted with you when I have the chance. Saying that, there was a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Failing in the battle to seize the throne, his family would definitely be decimated as well. I'm afraid there's no such opportunity. Lin Jin also saw Su Qingtian's difficulty. He stood up and said, "Since that's the case, Brother Su, then I won't bother you much. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with amongst the stunning empire." He also knew very well that it was a very risky thing to have Su Jingtian stand up for himself. That's why Lin Jin came to the Su family today. He just wanted to try it out and didn't want to force it with the favor the Su family owed him in the first place. After all, even with the help of the Su family, his chances of winning in this battle to seize the throne would not be particularly high, and there was no need to let the Su family follow him to his death. Seeing that Lin Jin was about to leave, Su Qingtian hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, wait a moment. My Su family is also not a generation that forgets what's right and wrong. Of the 9 emperors before, the remaining 8 have sent people to their door. I'm afraid it's not that easy for my Su family to hide, but there is so much at stake that I still need to confer with the clan before making a decision." Lin Jin was instantly delighted. "Many thanks to Brother Su." Su Qingtian nodded, and then he began to gather all of the Su family's senior members, the 5 elders of the first line, and the 13 lead deacons of the sideline. Of course, Su Chen was naturally on the list. In the middle of the council hall, Su Qingtian recounted the entire process as it was. After Su Qingyun heard this, he directly said without hesitation, "The 7th prince helped us in the first place, but now if we go to aid the other emperors, isn't that the equivalent of becoming the 7th prince's rival?" The hall fell silent at those words. Taking sides among the many emperors seemed like a multiple choice question. But in fact, there was only one option. The 7th prince. Either you choose the 7th prince or you don't. Their Su family had always emphasized love and righteousness. If they chose another prince, it would be the same as sending the 7th prince to his death. Something that ran counter to the Su family's philosophy. Su he frowned. "I have also investigated and understood the situation of the surprising empire. The 7th prince has low strength and is only assisted by 2 void refining stage cultivators by his side, whereas the grand prince has 9 void refining stages, and 3 of them are void refining stage perfection. The power gap is a little too great." The moment these words came out, some of the people who had wanted to help the 7th prince were instantly dumbfounded. What's the point of fighting when there's such a big difference in strength? There was a lot of discussion in the hall, but none of the people gave a clear statement as to whether they would side with the 7th prince or choose not to. Others feel it's best to just run away and not take sides with anyone. If they ran away now, when the battle to seize the throne was over, even if they wanted to report the recovery of the family, it wouldn't be that easy to find them. The argument went on for an hour, and in the end there was no good result. In the end, Su Qingtian looked towards Su Chen. "Tatsuer, do you have any ideas?" The people within the clan immediately looked towards Su Chen. Their eyes were full of expectation. In the past, every time the clan had a problem, Su Chen had always helped them solve it. "Is it the same for this one?" Su Chen said indifferently. "There's nothing to dwell on. Since our Su family owes Lin Jin a big favor, we can choose to help. If father chooses to help no one will dare to clear the air afterward." His words were full of confidence, and the crowd in the hall stabilized slightly after hearing them. In Su Chen's opinion, if the amazing empire really dared to liquidate it, then he would not recommend giving that empire a new king or directly destroying the amazing empire. For a king-level power that was only at the conjugation stage, there was no difference between it and an ant in his eyes. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qingtian also made his determination. "Help Renjin. The favor owed to him must be returned." Besides, Su Qingtian couldn't stand by and watch Lin Jin die. Outside of the few elders of the initial direct line of the Su family, the deacons of the sideline didn't know Su Chen very well, but they all knew that it was all because of Su Chen that he was able to have the changes he had now, so they all trusted Su Chen very much. Su Chen once again said, "Since that's the case, then I'll go to the amazing empire alone. It just so happens that I plan to go over there to have some fun as well." Chapter 35, Going to the Shocking Empire, Planting an Ambush. "You're going alone?" Su Qingtian's expression was a bit gloomy, and the people in the hall glanced at each other with a somewhat puzzled expression. Su Chen's strength was also at the early stage of transformation. At least that's what he said himself, even though everyone didn't believe it. But even if his combat power was comparable to the peak of the transformation god, even if he was at the refined void stage, it seemed pointless. The 7th prince wasn't that far off from such a void refining stage combatant. Su Chen said calmly, "Don't worry, with me here, the 7th prince will definitely seize the throne, and no one will be able to snatch it away." Hearing these words, the crowd was once again shocked. The battlefield of the 9 Dragons Raider that was the refined void stage. Could Su Chen sweep through the group? Su Qingtian thought for a moment. He finally nodded and said, "Good." Now he was very trusting of this son. Su Chen's was very mysterious and powerful. It was definitely more than just the transformation of God stage. But he had never said anything about it, so Su Qingtian didn't point it out. Plus he had that mysterious and powerful master. Not to mention whether the seventh prince would be able to successfully seize the throne in the end. At least he himself would not be in trouble. The Su family then quickly negotiated. And in the end it was just Su Chen alone who left with Lin Jin, while the Su family did everything as usual. Outside Bright Moon City, the 3 dragon carriages whisked to a halt. The eyes of those passing by were filled with horror. The unique markings on the carriages allowed them to recognize that these were the carriages of the royal family of the Shocking Empire. Su Chen and Lin Jin walked out from the city, looking at the bland-faced youth beside them. Lin Jin's eyes were filled with puzzlement. Can he really help himself to the throne? Thinking of Su Qingtian's firm tone when he was leaving, Lin Jin was starting to get a little confused. Could it be that Su Qingtian was teasing him? The aura on Su Chen's body was only at the god transformation stage. What impact could such a person have on the battle to seize the throne? The competition for the crown prince is not a simple fight between the major princes. He is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is before the battle for the throne, and the major princes will try to make their rivals appear as staffed down as possible. And when the battle to take over the throne actually begins, that's when the great battle will truly begin. And at that time, it will be presided over by His Majesty Shocking himself, allowing the strongest men under the command of the major imperial princes to wrestle. Whoever wins in the end will be the crown prince. It's not just a test of one's strength, but also very much a test of power and intelligence. Of the 9 princes, although the eldest prince was the strongest, the second and third prince's strength was just 2 refined void stage short. If they formed a short-lived alliance, they would be a very great threat to the Grand Imperial Prince as well. And now, there are only 7 days left before the battle for the first wife, but there are only 2 available people under him. The chances of winning this battle are slim. Lin Jin didn't count Su Chen in at all. In his opinion, the Su family had raised Su Chen to himself, so he probably just didn't want the relationship to be too embarrassing. But he didn't blame it. After all, his own chances of winning were too low. Even with the help of the Su family it was the same. It couldn't change the final situation. He also didn't want to end up causing the Su family to be exterminated because of himself. Lin Jin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It had only been more than 10 years. Su Qingtian had become so unfamiliar and so human. If he was not willing to help himself, he could just refuse directly. Why would he want Su Chen to follow him to his death? Greetings to the 7th prince. Beside the dragon carriage, a middle-aged man immediately stepped forward to salute. His eyes lingered on Su Chen, and his eyebrows also slightly plummeted. Transformation stage, Lin Jin said indifferently. This is Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. He will be coming with us to the amazing empire. He didn't explain too much, and clearly didn't take Su Chen very seriously. Zhang Yan's brows plummeted as he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that His Highness hadn't invited the Su clanspeople. He was one of the early void refining stage under Lin Jin's command, and he was also the one who had specifically followed to protect Lin Jin this time. Your Highness, Zhang Yan's face was a little worried. This time there was no extra refinement stage invited. That meant that there were just 2 refinement stages under the 7th prince. Lin Jin waved his hand. Let's go. Go back first. Both of them did not look too squarely at Su Chen. After all, it was only a transformation of God stage, even if he was a genius demon. But how strong could he be? Soon, the dragon horse directly lifted its hooves and stepped into the air, disappearing into the sky. This hybrid dragon horse was domesticated by the founding emperor of the Shocking Empire, and had always been a special mount for the royal family, capable of riding on the wind and extremely fast, comparable to the peak of the transformation spirit stage. Su Chen sat inside the carriage, looking at the scenery that was receding at breakneck speed. He instantly began to consider whether he wanted to take in a zippy mount as well. But he couldn't look at ordinary demonic beasts. How could he start with divine beasts? This one will only be found slowly later. Right at this moment, Su Chen looked toward the distance, the corners of his mouth revealing the slightest hint of a cold smile. I didn't expect trouble to find us so soon. The words had just fallen, when the void suddenly stirred right in front of the dragon carriage. Immediately afterward, a huge void rift appeared, and 4 overwhelmingly powerful attacks chopped out from within the void rift, swiftly killing towards the carriage where Lin Jin was. The clouds in the sky were all churning up, affected by these few terrifying mites. Your Highness, look out! Zhang Yan's pupils snapped as he blocked with all his might. However, the 4 attacks were too overwhelming. and with the sneak attack, how could he, an early stage void refining stage, completely block them? Put! A mouthful of bright red blood spurted out, and the breath on Jiang Yan's body became shriveled. Ambush! Lin Jin's eyes were filled with crazy killing intent as Lin Jin jealoused his eyes. Couldn't help but kill him so soon? His eyes looked towards the other dragon carriage, which was exactly the one Su Chen was sitting in, but at this moment, it had been destroyed as much as it could be. Su Chen fell, which completely extinguished all expectations in his heart. When he left the Su family, Su Qingtian swore that Su Chen was very capable, but now it seems hard to say. Lin Jin could never have imagined that this good brother of his was really stonewalling him. Ha ha ha, Your Highness the Seventh Prince, you won't be able to leave today. A masked black-clothed man stepped out, and he carried a heavenly blade aura, as if he could cleave through everything. Just looking at him made one's eyes ache. Immediately afterward, 3 more figures stepped out from the void, and the auras on them were all incomparably powerful. 4 people, 4 mid-refinement stages. On Lin Jin's side, there was only Jiang Yan, an early stage of void refining, so it seemed extremely obvious what would happen. Lin Jin tilted his head and said in a cold tone, "Who sent you here? Big brother? Or second brother?" The man with the sword coldly laughed. "Worthy of being the 7th prince, to be so calm in such a situation is a talent. It's a pity." As the words fell, he directly raised his hand towards Jiang Yan to kill him. Lin Jin was only at transformation spirit perfection. As long as he killed Jiang Yan, the fly, then killing Lin Jin would be a probe. Jiang Yan yelled, "Your Highness, escape! Do you think you can still walk away today?" An incomparably cold voice rang out, and the surrounding several dozens of miles instantly froze, the temperature plummeting, and even the void refining stage Jiang Yan couldn't help but shiver. The moment this person made a move, Lin Jin also knew his identity. A person under the banner of the Grand Prince, the Lord of the Frozen Valley, Duan Wuhan. On the other side, Jiang Yan screamed miserably as one of his arms had been directly chopped off, his face grimacing to the extreme. However, this kind of injury was not fatal to the void refining stage, and at this level, it was no longer difficult to regenerate severed limbs. "Your Highness, the 7th Prince, please go to hell." Duan Wuhan's tone was grim, as if he was a harsh ghost under the 9 specters, and a huge ice cone coalesced towards Lin Jin to kill him. This time, in the battle for the crown prince, the prince was fighting for the throne, while they were fighting for their future. Once the imperial son they supported came to power, there would be endless benefits for themselves and their forces. On the contrary, it would be a fall into an infinite abyss. So they wanted to win more than even the princes vying for the throne. "It's not that easy to kill me." Lin Jin's eyes were filled with ice coldness, and the aura of his body seemed to break through the shackles, instantly breaking through from incarnation perfection to early refining void. Immediately afterward, he grabbed Jiang Yan and prepared to tear through the void to escape. "Unexpected. You're actually at the void refining stage." Duan Wuhan's eyes were filled with surprise. Chapter 36, Old Lin Jin. Cascading cards. Where to run? The void refinement stage slayer who used a sword slashed across the sky, his sword chi cutting through the air and directly severing the void crack that Lin Jin had torn open. At this moment, the eyes of the 4 major void refining stages were filled with a rich murderous aura. Lin Jin was actually at the early stage of void refining, and looking at the thick aura on his body, it was obvious that he had broken through a long time ago. Among the 9 great princes, only 4 had broken through the refined void stage, and now there was an additional one. The key is that the 4 people in front of them are all in the open, but only this Lin Jin is hiding. Being so tolerant, there might be many more tactics in his back that he hadn't used, so he had to be killed today. At the same time, the 4 of them made up their minds to kill. The battle to seize the throne had not yet begun, and someone like Lin Jin was surely showing weakness by being strong, secretly storing up his strength and waiting for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the others, and they would not allow such a potential threat to exist. Kill him. 4 people killed towards Lin Jin at the same time. The heaven and earth began to shake. As if the earth couldn't withstand the momentum, it began to crack inch by inch. It was appalling to watch. Countless low-ranked demonic beasts in the mountains and forests also fled in all directions with terrified faces. Jiang Yan's eyes were also filled with shock. Obviously he had only just realized that Lin Jin was at the early stage of void refining, but he still yelled, "Your Highness, don't worry about me. Run away." Lin Jin didn't pay any attention as he took off the jade pendant on his waist and threw it out towards the 4 people. In an instant, the violent energy poured out, instantly sweeping the 4 people in. It was as if this energy could destroy the sky and the earth, and the surrounding void was trembling crazily as a huge void crack appeared. accompanied by the sound of an explosion. A deep pit instantly surfaced in the middle of the earth, stretching for dozens of miles. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Jin led Zhang An to directly tear through the void and leave. He knew that this strike would definitely not be able to kill all four. As for Zhang An's comment about letting him escape alone, this was not even a consideration. Even if you can escape today, how can you escape from the battle for the throne? Lin Jin's face was hard to see. Among the 8 emperors, he was the only one who spoke lightly, and from the time he was born, there was hardly any support for him. The other princes more or less had their mother's family to help them out, and walked a lot smoother than he did. Therefore, Lin Jin has learned to hide his clumsiness since he was a child, thinking that when he accumulates enough strength, he will compete for the position of the crown prince. Unfortunately, the heavens were not to his liking, and the abdication of the amazing king was too sudden. And although he had quite a few tricks up his sleeve, it was also true that there were only 2 void refining stage powerhouses under his command. If he gave up on Zhang An, it would mean that there would only be 1 void refining stage available under him. By the time the day of the battle for the first wife comes, he will be defeated. And what greeted him was being liquidated by the new king. Abominable. Lin Jin's eyes were full of unwillingness. If he had given himself a little more time, 100 years, even another 100 years, he wouldn't be so bad. He could do a lot of things in 100 years. He could break through to the middle stage of void refinement, or even the late stage of void refinement, and he could recruit more void refinement stage powerhouses. When the time comes to fight for this position of the crown prince, his chances of winning will be greatly increased. Just as he instantly moved out but tens of miles, for overwhelmingly powerful auras quickly chased towards him, only they were not as strong as before. The 7th prince is a good tactician. Along with the sound, tens of feet of void cracks were torn open. Immediately afterward, a blade on killed Lin Jin. The might of this blade was even greater than before, and wherever it passed, space was collapsing by inches, terrifying to the extreme. At the same time, 3 powerful and incomparable attacks were killing towards Lin Jin. Lin Jin's anxious face also violently became calm as he abruptly stopped, his eyes cold as he looked at the 4 people behind him, only to see that the 4 attacks had been stopped 10 meters in front of Lin Jin, where it was as if there was an invisible barrier blocking them. Seeing this situation, the 4 of them were immediately shaken. No good. It was at the same time that the firelight between heaven and earth began to flicker, and a huge pillar was instantly erected in the surrounding space, tattooed with mysterious and bizarre red runes. Inside the area surrounded by the pillars, the temperature suddenly began to climb, and even void refining stage powerhouses felt that it was somewhat unbearable. The 4 wanted to rush out, but a strong pressure emanated from those 4 pillars, making it difficult for them to move at all. Lin Jin's eyes were filled with ice coldness. This burning sky purgatory formation was intended to be used in the midst of seizing the throne, used to kill the consummate void refining stage in a formation, but I didn't expect it to be wasted on you guys. You guys. Damn it. Burning heaven purgatory formation. Earth-rank advanced formations were known for their killing power. Feeling that they were being continuously refined, all 4 of them had a horrified expression on their faces. The 7th prince actually has a card? And the mind is just a little too scary. They've been calculating all this from the beginning. Reveal their cultivation to attract their scorn, then use the explosion to stall for time, then set up a formation here and wait for them to take the bait. All of this, Lin Jin had counted clearly at the beginning. All die for me. Lin Jin roared angrily, his eyes filled with harshness. This formation was one of his bottom cards, but now it was being used, which meant that his original 20% chance of winning the battle for the throne was now much lower. The 4 of them immediately cried out in pain. The scorching heat was unbearable for them, and in at most 30 breaths of time, they would be directly melted. Don't you guys make a move yet? Duan Wuhan couldn't help but roar at once. He was originally practicing the cold ice attribute technique, and this scorching heat made it extremely difficult for him. Along with the words falling, a powerful sword-on was violently chopped out of the void, and the burning sky purgatory array was also directly chopped out of an opening, and the temperature inside began to drop non-stop, and the array was on the verge of collapsing. The burning sky purgatory formation was extremely difficult to break from the inside. Even a perfect void refining stage couldn't do it, but it was very simple from the outside, which was also his huge flaw. At the same time, a bizarre figure killed towards Lin Jin, holding a short dagger, his eyes filled with coldness, as if he was an emotionless machine. Lin Jin's pupils contracted violently, and there was disbelief in his eyes. In order to kill themselves, they had actually sent out 2 late-stage void refining and 4 mid-stage void refining. Abominable. Lin Jin's face was hard to see. To be honest, he still had one more card, but if he used it in a place like this, what about the battle for the throne? His heart was filled with anger. Mud. I'm the weakest. Why do you have to kill me first? Among these people, there were at least 3 sets of people, that is, all 3 imperial princes, who were all striking out at him at the same time. Standing in their perspective, he himself was the weakest, and basically had absolutely no possibility of competing for the crown prince, which amounted to him just watching the show. So this would be one of those things where you get the spectator dead before the fight to avoid being picked off, right? Lin Jin's eyes were filled with coldness. Since all of you want to kill me, none of you will have a good time. He was just about to make a move when he realized he couldn't move at all. What's the situation? Lin Jin's eyes revealed a look of horror. But soon, he also realized that everyone around him had stopped, even to the extent that the entire heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Good show! Good show! A slightly lethargic voice rang out, and Suchen slowly walked out of the void. The moment he saw Suchen, Lin Jin's eyes became shocked. It's him! Chapter 37 Arrival at Amazing City. At this moment, Lin Jin's eyes were filled with horror. It was actually Suchen. How was this possible? Was he not dead at all? From Suchen's body, Lin Jin felt an extreme sense of oppression, and all of the spiritual energy in his body seemed to be encountering a natural enemy, all of which shrank in his body and did not dare to move, as if it had solidified. So scary. This young master Su Chun was actually this powerful? Lin Jin had thought that Su Qingtian was teasing him, but he didn't expect him to be for real. Can have such a strong sense of oppression? That must be a merging stage mighty cultivator. If one can get a merging stage support, then the position of the crown prince who can still compete with oneself? There were a total of 3 major harmonization stages in the surprising empire, which were the surprising king, as well as the great general of Xinhua, and the imperial master. However, these 2 people in the back hadn't shown up for 100 years, and were both in closed-door cultivation. Among the provisions of King Jinghong's regulations for the battle to seize the throne, there was nothing that said that it was not allowed to allow the entrance of the harmonization stage. And in his opinion, if the prince could find the help of a harmonization stage powerhouse, that would also be his own ability. Su Chen stepped on the void, his body exuding a palpitating aura, causing everyone present to be terrified to the extreme. This aura was very weak, but it was countless times more terrifying than the refined void stage. Under the shroud of this aura, they felt like someone was stabbing you with a needle, and a sharp stabbing pain was coming from all over their bodies, even their divine souls, causing their hearts and souls to break down a bit. The void refining stage cultivator who had come to ambush Lin Jin's heart was filled with trepidation at the moment. They had vaguely guessed that Su Chen should be the helper that Lin Jin had hired. Lin Jin was actually able to invite a great cultivator of the harmonization stage. Doesn't that mean he's bound to win in this battle to take over the throne? At this moment, they were filled with regret, not realizing that the 7th prince with the worst strength was the one with the most power. Instead, they came to target the strongest person right from the start. What was this if not looking for death? Su Chen's figure completely stepped out from the void as he raised his hand and took out a long sword, looking plain and unassuming, containing no might, only to see Su Chen lifting his hand and chopping out. The invisible sword chi instantly erupted, killing towards the distance. There was no strong fluctuation, nor was there any special visions. All of this looked extremely ordinary. However, with such an ordinary sword, the late-stage void refining stage that was in front of Lin Jin was directly decapitated. Immediately after that, Su Chen swung his sword one by one, and with each swing, one person would die. In front of Su Chen, they were like ants. The most crucial thing was that all of them were unable to move and could only watch themselves die without being able to do anything about it. And this sense of despair was what caused them the most pain. In the end, all 6 were easily decimated by Su Chen as if he were chopping up melons and cutting vegetables. At this point, the pressure that enveloped heaven and earth dissipated as much as possible, and Lin Jin's movements returned to normal. He hurriedly walked towards Su Chen and said with a somewhat respectful expression, "Many thanks to young Master Su for relieving me." Although Su Chen was considered a junior, he didn't dare to hold his status and play big in front of Su Chen. That's a merging stage. Now when he thought of the way Su Chen had killed the 6 void refining stages just now, he was a little terrified in his heart. If Su Chen had tried to kill himself just now, it would probably have been just as easy. Lin Jin's heart was shaken to the core. Su Qingtian's son's talent was really too demonic as well. He was actually a harmonization stage cultivator. Breaking through the harmonization stage at such an age is extremely rare even in the entire Xian heavenly realm, isn't it? I'm afraid that only those supreme prides of the sacred clan could have such talent. Lin Jin was envious beyond measure in his heart. Su Qingtian had given birth to a good son. Su Chen nodded lightly and said in a calm voice, "It's just a small matter. Let's go." Since the dragon carriage was decimated, the three of them were left to catch up on their own, and Lin Jin had also resuppressed his cultivation to the transformation god stage. As for Su Chen, the aura on his body had always been at the god transformation stage. Zhang Yan glanced sideways at the two and couldn't help but gulp. It's really Een. A refined void stage pretending to be a transformation god stage is not even a problem. But you, a great power of the ensemble stage, actually disguised as a transformation god stage as well. Everything that happened today made his heart mixed. Originally he owed Lin Jin a huge favor, which made him help him. He had even planned for certain death because Lin Jin's chances of winning were just too low, but now his thoughts had changed radically again. Lin Jin, it was far from as simple as he saw it. Moreover, he now had the help of a harmonization stage powerhouse, and the probability of him wanting to take over the throne was at least 90%. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan Xian was invigorated and had a feeling of having survived a robbery. No need to die. If Lin Jin became the new king, then he would still be able to obtain a broad future. Just like the current imperial master and Jinhua great general. These two people were the ones who had assisted King Jinghong to ascend the throne in the first place. Neither Lin Jin nor Su Chen were going too fast, while Zhang Yan took the initiative to lead them to tear through the void towards the amazing empire. The 5 great cities in the Surprise Empire were only 1,000 miles apart, and they had also entered the Surprise Empire long ago. But their purpose was the king city of the Surprise Empire. Surprise City. As a king-level power, the amazing empire's territory was extremely vast, with a total of 27 counties, each of which was tens of thousands of miles in size and immense. Su Chen also looked around with interest. It had to be said that the aura of the surprising empire was indeed much denser than the 5 major cities, and the probability of such a place giving birth to heavenly treasures and spirit stone veins would be greater. Moreover, the flow of people here was even greater, and any random city was twice the size of Bright Moon City. After less than 2 hours, a huge city came into view. Amazing city, it's here. In terms of scale alone, this city was about 30 times the size of Bright Moon City, terrifyingly incomparable. Su Chen was arranged by Lin Jin in the box room in the inner courtyard of the royal residence, and was also specially equipped with 3 exquisite-looking women to serve him exclusively. Lin Jin said with a respectful expression, "Young Lord Su, if you have any needs just mention them to me and Little King will do his best to fulfill them." Su Chen wore a smile. "Thank you." Seeing that Su Chen didn't seem to have the desire to climb too much, Lin Jin also withdrew from the courtyard. At the same time, the matter of Lin Jin returning to Surprise City was immediately known by the other princes. Some were calm, but there were 3 who looked grave. The Mako King's mansion. This was the residence of the Grand Prince. At this moment, Lin Mu's complexion was incredibly gloomy as he indifferently asked, "Still can't reach them?" Beside him stood an old man who nodded with a somewhat ugly face. The Grand Prince took a deep breath. His eyes once again regained their calmness. This time there were also Old 3 and Old 5 who made a move. "The 3 of us couldn't even take down Old 7. It seems that Old 7 is still very much in deep cover, and was actually able to take care of even 6 void refining stage powerhouses." Although his tone was very calm, anyone could hear that underneath the calmness was a monstrous rage. This time, he had deployed a late-stage void refining and a mid-stage void refining, and both of them ended up dead, which was an irreparable loss for him. Originally, he had 9 void refining stage powerhouses, but now there were only 7, and the gap between him and the second and third emperors was instantly narrowed, which made him extremely unhappy in his heart. The old man did a little pondering before speaking. "Your Highness, my subordinate feels that it is not the 7th prince's cause." Lin Mu frowned. "You mean to say that there are other imperial princes involved?" The old man nodded, and Lin Mu also revealed a deeply thoughtful look. Lin Jin's strength was poor. This was something everyone knew. Even if he was hiding his clumsiness, the fact that there were only 2 void refining stages under his command was extremely difficult to change, and as he himself only had the cultivation of the god transformation stage, how could he not kill 6 refined void stages? It was only possible that the other emperors didn't want Lin Jin to die, and they had secretly stepped in to protect him. Thinking of this, Lin Mu's expression was filled with gloom as he snorted coldly. "If you want to fish in troubled waters, don't see if you have that qualification." Chapter 38, The Abominable Su Chen. Lin Mu spoke again and asked, "Did the Su family in Bright Moon City help Old 7? The old man immediately replied respectfully. According to the report from the scouts, Bright Moon City seems to have helped the 7th prince, but their 2 void refinement stages didn't make a move, and only sent out Su Chen, the young patriarch of the Su family. Oh, Lin Mu frowned. Where does this Su Chen come from? The old man slightly organized his language before continuing. There are some news about this person, the strangest of which is that he was only at the Jedan stage a few years ago, but a sneak attack on him saw his cultivation wasted. After appearing in the limelight again, he easily killed a late-stage Yuaning, and later on, there were rumors within the Su clan that Su Chen had already broken through to the god transformation stage. Many people in the Su family also hold Su Chen in the highest esteem, and his status is even higher than Su Qingtian many times. He recounted what Su Chen had done in Bright Moon City. After listening, Lin Mu fell into deep thought. Though in his mind the throne was bound to belong to him, he would not slight anyone to be on the safe side. Is the transformation stage? In the end, Lin Mu let out a cold snort. Although from the information, Su Chen had somehow broken through from the Jedan stage to the harmonization stage in a short period of time. But none of that matters. It's just a god transformation stage. So what if it's a bit weird? Is it hard to match the void refining stage? Lin Mu's face became a bit grim. The Su family doesn't know what's good for them. When this palace takes over the throne of the crown prince, he will be killed by his entire family. Other side. After Su Chen had entered the Jinwang mansion, he had always been provided with good food and drink, which had attracted the attention of many people within the royal palace. At such a critical time, Lin Jin brought someone back, and they all thought that Su Chen was a savior. But after finding out that he only had the strength of the god transformation stage, the Jin Wangfu people despaired again. They were all Lin Jin's people, and if their master died, they, the subordinates, would certainly not be able to escape. Su Chen, on the other hand, was very relaxed and comfortable. His days were very easy and comfortable, with his underlings bringing him food every day, and it's almost always written about things that are full of aura. Surprise City was indeed incredibly prosperous. And when he took care of Lin Jin's business, he also planned to go for a good stroll. Su Chen face cozy, beside a maid to rub his legs, a pounding shoulders, and one is the fruit peeled into Su Chen's mouth. This simple and unadorned crossing life. Lin Jin was also very attentive, picking 3 girls who were all very good looking, each one arguably above Ruwashi. Moreover, from the feminine aura of these 3 people, one could tell that they were all still first blood. Of course, although Su Chen was a mundane person, he wasn't a spermatozoa, and he would rush up to any person. Miss, this is it. Outside the courtyard, the voice of an underling suddenly rang out. Immediately after that, a soft voice came into the middle of the courtyard. Mr. Su, my daughter Lin Yimeng, I heard that you are a member of the Su family of Bright Moon City, and I have come to pay my respects. Su Chen frowned. This name seemed familiar. He had occasionally heard the Jin Wangfu underlings mention it. By the way, it seems to be the sheriff, or Lin Jin's daughter. What did she want with herself? Come in, Su Chen said indifferently, and then continued to lie down on the eunuch chair, continuing to enjoy the soft comfort brought by the 3 maids. Soon, the 2 figures walked into the middle of the courtyard. Walking in front was a slender woman with bright eyes and white teeth. Her face was flawless, with a bit of light makeup, adding a few points of mature seduction to her already beautiful cheeks. She was wearing a light green long skirt, and under her feet was a pair of ink-white embroidered shoes, and her overall appearance was extremely agile and alluring. In terms of face value and temperament alone, it is not at all comparable to Ruwashi, and the gap between the two is really a bit big. Taking 100 points as a perfect score, Ruwashi might only have 80 points, but Lin Yimeng would have at least 95. Although it is only a difference of 15 points, the difference is extremely obvious in the eyes, and behind her was an old man in his 60s. Although he had concealed his cultivation, Su Chen still detected that he was a mid-virtue refining cultivator. It seemed that this should be the second void refining stage of the Jin Wanfu. After walking in, Lin Yimeng looked at Su Chen, who was lying on a chair with his eyes closed and enjoying himself, and suddenly her eyebrows slightly plummeted, and her eyes flashed with a color of displeasure. I've come to the door to pay my respects. At least be normal. You're still lying down. You don't even get up. It was too much to put her in her place. Originally, Lin Yimeng still thought that Father King must have his reasons for bringing a god transformation stage over at this time, but now it seemed that this Su Chen was a real dude. The 3 maids also sensed that the county princess was a bit unhappy. They all had a look of panic on their faces, but after all, the king had commanded them, so they could only continue to serve Su Chen with a stiff upper lip. Su Chen said indifferently while eating the grapes with overflowing aura. Sister Yimeng, right? I've heard of you. What's the matter with looking for me? Hearing the name Yiming's sister, Lin Yiming immediately got goosebumps all over her body. Lin Yiming had a bit of anger on her face, and was just about to accuse, but in the end she stiffly held her anger back. Mr. Su, father announced that you would be allowed to represent the Jinwangfu to be the third person to participate in the battle to seize the throne. So my daughter wanted to come and meet you to see what kind of a saint Mr. Su is. That father loves him so much. Lin Yiming squeezed out a smile on her face and her tone was warm and calm. The purpose of her current visit was simple. She wanted to test Su Chen, although there was no longer a need to test, but out of caution, she still followed the normal process once. Su Chen's strength Lin Jin did not publicize. Up to now only Zhang An and Lin Jin both know. Even Lin Yiming, this biological daughter, he did not tell. However, Lin Yiming's heart was incomparably disappointed after seeing Su Chen. Prior to this, after the Su family had given birth to 2 void refining stages, she had investigated the Su family and naturally knew Su Chen well. Some stray bits of information is plucked out, eventually coming to a conclusion. That was the reason why the Su family could grow from the 2 transformation spirit stage forces in the beginning to the present in just less than 2 years. And the probability behind it was all due to Su Chen. Following this conclusion, coupled with the fact that her father had specifically brought Su Chen back, she thought even more that Su Chen would definitely not be as simple as he appeared to be. But now it seems, although Lin Yiming knew that one shouldn't judge a person by their appearance, Su Chen's appearance didn't look like he had the slightest bit of a master's demeanor. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yiming before closing his eyes again and said, "So you've seen it now." Lin Yiming waited quietly. She thought that Su Chen had the following, but as a result, after waiting for a while without hearing Su Chen speak, she was a bit quick to hold back the anger in her heart. Damn it! Su Chen! Chapter 39 God Transformation Stage Su Chen. The battle for the first wife begins. With Su Chen's attitude, Lin Yiming wanted to just turn her head and leave. It's so infuriating. If it is a change in the usual, which man to see their own is not ass. Only Su Chen seems to be a bit of love and care. She took a deep breath and suppressed her inner fire before she pulled back to the subject and asked again. Mr. Su, I wonder if you have confidence in the battle to seize the throne. This was the fundamental purpose of her coming here, to test Su Chen. Although Su Chen looked a bit breathless, Lin Yiming still didn't believe that her father would bring a waste back. Everyone else's perception of Lin Jin might have been weak and non-existent, but Lin Yiming knew very well that her father was an ambitious and resourceful man. He would never do something that was pointless. Su Chen said in a bland tone, "I'm a transformation spirit stage. Where did I get the confidence?" Lin Yiming frowned, displeasure flashing in her eyes. However, she was able to hold back, but the old man beside her couldn't. Unbridled. Su Chen's appearance was truly too irritating. A god transformation stage, actually so arrogant. Accompanied by a chortle, Gong Sun Yang's body erupted with the pressure of a middle stage of refined void, instantly enveloping towards Su Chen. If an ordinary transformation spirit stage encountered such a situation, they would probably just collapse to the ground. But Su Chen was just like a person who was fine. What's the situation? Gong Sun Yang's brows furrowed as doubts flashed in his eyes. But immediately afterward, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and an invisible sense of oppression instantly enveloped Gong Sun Yang. In a flash, Gong Sun Yang was as if he was in the middle of the 9 specters, surrounded by life-threatening ghosts. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body was freezing cold. Despair, helplessness flooded the mind. Gong Sun Yang once again looked at Su Chen, and in his gaze, Su Chen was like a deity that was so high that it could not be blasphemed. Gong Sun Yang gulped, his feet subconsciously stepping back because of the fear in his heart. Lin Yiming glanced at Gong Sun Yang's abnormality, her eyes filled with doubt. Master? Gong Sun Yang is the master that Lin Yiming worshipped when she was a child. And because of this crisis in the Jinwangfu, he chose to step in and lay down his life to help this disciple of his. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, and the oppressive feeling that had enveloped Gong Sun Yang suddenly disappeared. Gong Sun Yang instantly seemed to come back to life, and with a terrified look on his face, he hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully saluted. I'm disrespectful. Please don't be offended. Your Excellency. Although he didn't know Su Chen's exact realm, but just that feeling of oppression alone was at least a half-step harmonization stage cultivator. I didn't think that Prince Jin would be able to invite such a character. Seeing Gong Sun Yang's respectful appearance, Lin Yiming also couldn't help but reveal a shocked look. Her own teacher was in the middle stage of void refining. Even he needed to be treated so respectfully. That meant that Su Chen was definitely extremely extraordinary. Sure enough, one guessed right. But what just happened? Lin Yiming looked at Su Chen with a lack of interest. and she immediately revealed a moving smile. Sir Su Chen. Then we won't disturb you. You continue to rest. At this moment, she suddenly felt that such a Su Chen was also quite handsome. Su Chen nodded and went back to closing his eyes and feeling his laying flat time. Only after leaving Su Chen's courtyard a long way away did Lin Yiming stop her steps and asked with a grave expression, "Teacher, what is Su Chen's situation?" Gong Sun Yang swallowed, his eyes still somewhat fearful and distraught as he said in a low voice, "I don't know." "No?" Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with doubt, somewhat not quite understanding. "Why is it unknown?" Gong Sun Yang's expression was serious to the extreme. "This must not be offended. His strength is extremely terrifying. Other than that, I don't understand." Hearing these words, Lin Yiming also had about two judgments about Su Chen. However, she was very curious. From investigating Su Chen's information, he was also an extreme spiritual root, and 2 years ago he was still only at the Jiedan stage. But why was he like a different person within these 2 years? Even now it has grown to such a terrifying level. Su Chen's current age should just be less than 21 years old, and at this kind of age, coupled with his extreme spiritual root, even if he cultivated even faster, reaching the transformation god stage would already be the limit. Lin Yiming's eyes were full of doubts. She didn't know since when, even before she had met Su Chen, she was already full of curiosity about this person who was covered in mystery. She twisted her head again to look at the courtyard where Su Chen was, worry flashing in her eyes. I hope she can help my father take over the throne. Otherwise, there was only one winner in the Battle of the 9 Dragons, so they had to win out of it, and one step back would be the end of everything, so they could only move forward with their heads. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the battle for the first wife arrived. Royal Martial Arts Arena. This was the largest martial arts arena in the stunning city, and could accommodate millions of people at the same time. Many people in the surprising empire had rushed over, ready to observe this event, and the entire Royal Martial Arts Stadium was filled with people, standing densely packed with people. 9 dragons for the first wife. I've never heard of this kind of thing before. Similarly, having 9 imperial sons openly fighting for the throne as such was still the first time this had happened since the creation of the amazing empire. The first 2 times they fought for the throne, it was all about princes secretly building up their strength, and then using all sorts of plots and tricks to trap each other, and finally taking the throne by trickery. This time, it was completely different. Of course, it was also possible that King Shocker's strength was too strong, half a step to the returning Yuan realm, which was just too terrifying. Basically, as long as the King of Amazing Harmony didn't die, it meant that the Amazing Harmony Empire would never be extinguished, and even if these emperors made a lot of noise, it wouldn't hurt. And once he became the Amazing King, it meant that he enjoyed the resources of the entire empire. Breaking through the harmonization stage was simple, and there was also supreme authority, so just ask who could not be greedy. However, the fundamental reason for the emergence of this battle for the first wife is still estimated to be that King surprisingly was in a hurry to make a breakthrough in seclusion, so he couldn't wait for all the royal princes to compete. Let them compete directly, dry and direct. 9 dragons seizing the throne. This is too exciting. It's not in vain that I came all the way from Qingyang County. Who do you guys think will win from this one? I think the Grand Prince is a sure winner, right? I don't think so. I also heard 2 days ago that there was an accident with the people under the Grand Prince's command. Originally there were 9 void refining stage powerhouses, but now there are only 7, and it seems that an early void refining stage and a mid-void refining stage have fallen. So what? The Grand Prince has 3 other great refined void stage perfections following him, just as completely abusing anyone else. The second prince and the third prince are just 1 refined void stage perfection each. On the Huang family martial arts arena, the crowd was boisterous and lively, and countless people were discussing who would actually be able to take over the throne today. However, most people favored the Grand Prince. After all, he was the strongest. You're all talking about who can take over the throne. Anyway, I think the 7th prince definitely can't. Seconded. Laughing to death. As I look at the list announced for the battle for the first wife, there's even a Yuaning stage under the 7th prince's command that went to war. Is this a case of being sick and desperate? In the battle to seize the throne all of them are void refining stage cultivators. Only the 7th prince brought a god transformation stage up here. It's indeed hilarious. This kind of idiot is also worthy of being the king of my shocking empire? Don't be funny. There was also a fair amount of sneering at the 7th prince. No one thought he could win the title. When talking about the 7th prince, their tone also seemed as if they were mocking clowns. Let's just say that there's never a shortage of keyboard warriors anywhere. Chapter 40, King Shocking. Royal Martial Arts Arena. War Preparation Hall. Inside stood a silhouette. The aura of each person was extremely powerful, of which the first 9 people were the 9 emperors of the stunning empire. Some of them had cold faces, some wore a faint smile, and some looked nervous. Among the 9, the person standing behind the Grand Prince had the most powerful aura, and when the other princes looked at them, their expressions were extremely grave. Old 7, even bringing in the transformation god stage, wanting to win so badly? Third Prince Lin Yu spoke indifferently, and although his expression appeared calm, the contempt in his eyes was hard to hide. Hearing these words, the others also looked towards the 7th prince. In the entire battle preparation hall, excluding a few other imperial princes who were at the perfection of god transformation stage, all the other cultivators were at the refined void stage, making Su Chen's figure particularly eye-catching. The crowd was filled with disdain in their eyes as they looked at Lin Jin. Lin Mu had previously thought that Lin Jin had brought along a spirit transformation stage with ulterior motives, or that he had hidden his cultivation to prepare as a killer weapon. But now after meeting, he was almost certain that Su Chen definitely had not hidden his cultivation. In order to ensure victory this time, Lin Mu had even gone to borrow a detection-type supreme treasure, which was of the middle level of the earth rank, so basically anyone had nothing to hide in his eyes. Lin Mu looked coldly at Lin Jin. A faint golden aura flashed in his eyes as he smiled contemptuously. What is the use of hiding one's cultivation at the early stage of refining? There are still only 2 refining stages available. The rules of the battle for the first prince were very simple and similar to a normal competition. That is, the major princes would select one person under their command to go on stage and challenge the other princes, and the challenged person could not refuse, even if there was a gap in the realm. For example, if the Grand Prince sent out a refined void stage consummate to challenge an early refined void stage, it could not be refused, so it could be said to be very unfair. This meant that the 2 emperors could target one person at the same time to specifically challenge someone under his command. If there is no one left under them, then the emperor can also take the field himself, or he can choose to give it up. In the end, whoever wins will be the king of this amazing empire. The rules are so arbitrary, but the more arbitrary the rules, the less loopholes. More competition is their own hard power and strategy. Lin Jin said indifferently, it's not yet known who will lose or win. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Yu smacked his lips and said in a tone full of disdain, so, Old 7 is still very confident of winning over us? It seems like you still have some killer weapon that you haven't used yet. The crowd immediately looked towards Lin Jin, and then took a serious look at the 3 people behind him, before finally letting out another cold laugh. One at the God transformation stage, one at the early void refining stage, and one at the mid-void refining stage. What can such a combination do even with an undercard? Although this was the logic, there were still a few people who had a change in their eyes when they looked at Lin Jin, so when the battle for the first wife began, they would take care of him first, lest we all fight to the death and let him come out and pick up the slack. When Lin Yu saw this scene, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, making everyone hate Lin Jin so that one person could be decided, giving everyone one less competitor. 9 people and 8 people, even though the difference was only one person, would greatly increase each other's chances of seizing the throne, so the thoughts in everyone's mind leaned together. 5th Prince Lin Hong suddenly opened his mouth and said with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Big brother, since you're the strongest and the 7th brother looks like he has no chance with the battle to seize the throne, why don't Big brother go and finish him off later, so that the 7th brother can rest earlier, and in the meantime, show off Big brother's prowess. With Lin Jin's strength, it was almost completely possible to crush Lin Jin on the surface, and he only even needed to send a late-stage void refining to suffice. If Lin Jin really had any cards, then he could also consume Lin Mu's strength. Lin Mu didn't refuse, he said with an unfathomable smile, no problem. Hearing these words, Lin Hong's eyes narrowed as the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. Su Chen watched from the sidelines as this group of people fought openly and secretly. 9 people. 900 hard eyes. Lin Jin didn't show strong emotions in the face of their overt and covert targeting. Instead, he seemed incredibly quiet. In his opinion, as long as there was Su Chen's presence, then his chances of winning this time would be very high. A mighty cultivator who was at least a half step at the harmonization stage. Even Lin Mu's 3 void refining stage perfections were no match. But, Lin Jin's eyes flashed with gravity. This time, the freedom of the battle to seize the throne was too high. Formations, talismans, and even many strong magic treasures could be used. With high freedom, that's a total competition for home base. As for the Grand Prince, his family was the deepest, His mother's family was another king-level power within this stunning empire. The Du family. The Du family was only a vassal of the amazing empire. If they were to help Lin Mu with all their might, even the Du family's oldest ancestor, who was at the conjugal stage, could come out directly to help. However, it was fortunate that the participants in the battle had already been determined 3 days ago, and there was no Du clan's old ancestor among these people. It was probably also because they were worried about King Shocking's scruples, and the Du family didn't dare to blatantly help Lin Mu. Of the 7 people under Lin Mu's command right now, they were 3 void refining stage completion, 3 late void refining stage, and 1 mid void refining stage, and their strength was overwhelming, almost completely crushing the other Imperial sons. And this was still superficial strength. With Lin Mu's means, he could definitely get many supreme treasures, and his strength would definitely increase greatly. Lin Jin was a bit speechless in his heart. Were Lin Yu and Lin Hong both stupid? Of the 9 people present, who didn't have a little bit of cards, coming up to target him, the weakest, might as well target Lin Mu, the strongest. Wouldn't it be better to wait until the strongest one is finished and then we can peck each other? Of course, he thought so without adding Su Chen to the mix. However, Lin Hong's purpose had indeed been achieved. According to normal circumstances, Lin Mu came up and had to get him killed. That would be the equivalent of letting himself test Lin Mu, and also consume a bit of his strength. After a round of verbal exchanges and heart games, the battle preparation stage was plunged into tranquility. After about half an hour, a shrill voice was transmitted out, echoing throughout the martial arts arena. Silence, my king has arrived. The first to step out was a eunuch in white cloud pattern silk who stepped out with a powerful breath. Half a step to the harmonization stage. The entire royal martial arts arena instantly fell silent. A pin drop could be heard, and countless people raised their heads to look towards the direction the voice came from, their eyes filled with awe. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing lavender clothes stepped out. His face was stalwart and unruffled, as if he was an emperor who was in the 9 heavens, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. From his body, a suffocatingly terrifying aura was vaguely perceived. Amazing empire. Amazing king. A half-step return to Yuan realm cultivator. Countless people looked at the amazing king with terrified eyes, not daring to take a breath. This was the seed pin of the stunning empire. As long as he existed, it was impossible for the stunning empire to be overthrown. Chapter 41, This Old 7. Not simple. 4 chapters. In the battle preparation stage, the 9 great emperors' eyes flashed with fire when they saw the amazing king, and they all fantasized that they too would have such a day. The absolute king of the world. A man of 10,000. King Amazing walked to the highest point of the martial arts arena. He looked around and his calm voice echoed out. Today, it is the battle to seize the throne of my shocking empire. So I thank you all for coming to support us. Who the next amazing king will also be seen today. Accompanied by the sound of the amazing king's voice, the martial arts arena erupted into a skyrocketing call, and countless people's eyes were filled with exhilaration. After a few moments of this, King Jinghong slightly raised his hand, and the sound came to a screeching halt, once again resuming its silent state. This is the influence of a king. A single word or action is enough to make all beings bow down. King Jinghong sat on the throne that belonged to the take. He said blandly, the rules of the battle for the first wife are all already very clear. Everyone is based on their own abilities, and they can use whatever means they have. In that case, let's begin. As the words fell, a figure violently sprang out from the battle preparation stage, holding a long sword and radiating monstrous battle intent. Boom! On top of the huge ring in the center of the martial arts arena, a figure fell heavily, the sound exploding in the ears of the crowd as if it had suffered a heavy blow. It's starting. Countless people's eyes were filled with excitement and sizzling heat. This was a great battle between void refining stages. Although the stunning empire is powerful, but Yuaning stage below the cultivators, still the following occupies 80%. Yuaning stage cultivators were quite common, but further up the ladder, they started to become rare. And today's battle to seize the throne was almost all void refining stage powerhouses. How could they not be excited to observe a great battle between such powerhouses? When they turned their gaze to the stage, they immediately recognized who this person really was. The head of the Mingtai sect, a late-stage void refining cultivator, Ji Wu Chang. This person was also a cultivator under the Great Prince's command. Worthy of being the Grand Prince, he immediately sent someone up in the opening. His bottom is too strong. The Great Prince will win. The Great Prince will win. Cheers erupted. On top of the high platform of the martial arts arena, Ji Wu Chang's eyes were filled with coldness as he twisted his head towards the battle preparation platform behind him. On behalf of His Highness the Grand Prince, I challenge Gongsun Yang under the command of the 7th Prince. Enlighten me. In the middle of the battle preparation stage, Gongsun Yang's expression was incomparably grave. Ji Wuchang's strength was far superior to his, and as he was a sword cultivator, he was almost certain to lose this battle. Lin Jin transmitted his voice and said, Mr. Gongsun, if you are not able to defeat him, you should directly admit defeat. This battle to seize the throne is still explicitly for the purpose of a sparring match, and with father looking on, he will definitely not dare to kill you. Just do your best. Gongsun Yang nodded gruffly before he directly tore through the void to arrive on top of the battle preparation stage. In a flash, the scene was lit up again. A void refining stage battle. This is the first time in my life that I've seen it, and I never imagined that I'd be able to watch it so close one day. Unfortunately, this Gongsun Yang is probably going to lose. I don't dare to say much about the others. Anyway, the 7th Prince's seizure of the throne this time is definitely out of the question. There's no one available under the 7th Prince's command. It's already good enough to have a Gongsun Yang in the middle stage of refining void. That can't be said. Isn't it because the 7th Prince doesn't have any followers because he himself is mediocre? If he was strong, even if he had a void refining stage, he wouldn't have only 2 followers, right? Somewhere in the viewing gallery, the eyes of a stunningly beautiful woman were filled with worry. Lin Yiming grabbed her clothes, her heart incomparably nervous. Teacher, don't let anything happen to you. Ji Wuchang is a late-stage void refining, with outstanding talent, reaching his current cultivation level at less than 2,000 years old, while on the contrary, his teacher Gongsun Yang does not have much longevity now. This comparison is a tall order. The eunuch beside King Shocking spoke. Begin. Next moment, 2 strong auras then swept out, and a sharp blade uncut through the sky, like a shocking sword to kill Gongsun Yang. Gongsun Yang made a seal in his hand, and the power in his body ran wild. Open mountain seal. A huge dark green great seal crashed towards the blade chi. Boom! Explosions erupted, gusts of wind tore through, and whimpering sounds continued to ring out. This was just this one impact. If the martial arts arena didn't have a formation, I don't know how many people would have died in the aftermath. This is the void refining stage powerhouse. Gongsun Yang's figure flew out horizontally, blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. The breath on his body was a bit disorganized. There was no trial and error in the exchange between the two. It came up to be a big move, but it was clear that Gongsun Yang had lost. Ji Wuchang sneered, his eyes filled with indifference. He raised his hand once again, and his blade intent shot straight up into the sky, penetrating the clouds, and at this moment, he was like a sword. In the next moment, Ji Wuchang's figure instantly disappeared in place, turning into a stream of light towards Gongsun Yang. Sensei, Lin Yimeng stood up, her eyes filled with worry. It looks like Gongsun Yang is going to lose. The difference in strength between the two is just too great. Ji Wuchang is also considered a genius. Back then, he had fought with a void refining stage perfection, so his strength is naturally not comparable to a mid-void refining stage like Gongsun Yang. The crowd felt very normal about Gongsun Yang's impending defeat. Sensible things. Gongsun Yang looked at Ji Wuchang, who was killing towards him at extreme speed. His eyes were filled with indifference as he loftily rushed forward without fear. Seeing this scene, countless people even shook their heads. Obviously the strength is not as good as others, but still do not go to avoid the front line for the time being. This is not looking for death as what? Stupid one. Ji Wuchang sneered. The knife in his hand became more and more powerful. The surrounding crowd watching the battle just watched. They all felt some stinging sensation in their eyes. Die! Just as the two were about to collide together, a flash of golden light suddenly surfaced in Gongsun Yang's hand. Buzz! The void suddenly began to stir as a majestic sword intent filled out. What is this? Ji Wuchang's eyes flashed with gravity. This sword intent gave him goosebumps straight away, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Next moment, the golden light imprinted into his eyes and instantly penetrated Ji Wuchang's neck, slicing off his entire head. He didn't even have time to react before he was directly decapitated. That wasn't the end of it. The golden aura didn't stop yet. It directly penetrated through the formation of the martial arts arena, leaving a huge gash in it before stopping. How possible? Ji Wuchang's pupils continued to dilate and his life breath was rapidly disappearing. His voice was filled with disbelief. How could one lose? Bang! Bang! The head fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and the crowd in the martial arts arena froze. Ji Wuchang was defeated. This was something that no one had expected. Originally they thought that with the next move, Gongsun Yang should have bloodied the ring, but it was the other way around. Ji Wuchang was beheaded. The sudden reversal took the crowd by surprise, and there was a slight look of confusion in their eyes. What the hell just happened? On top of the throne, King Surprise's eyes narrowed vainly as he looked at the formation that had broken open the hole and said with interest, Heavenly Sword Mountain. Sword King's sword intent. This old 7 is not simple. Chapter 42. The 7th prince will definitely lose. Preparing for Taichung. The crowd of emperors also had shocked faces. Ji Wuchang was actually directly killed. This was something none of them had expected. Several of the emperors were even looking at Lin Jin with a vain look in their eyes. Fortunately, they were all planning to destroy Lin Jin first, otherwise there was a real possibility that they could pick up the pieces for him. From amongst that majestic sword intent just now, they roughly guessed what that treasure of Lin Jin's was. Heavenly Sword Mountain. This was a powerful king-level strength, and the Sword King of Heavenly Sword Mountain was even a powerful sword cultivator in the middle stage of harmonization. At the time when King Shocking had not yet broken through the half-step return realm, the Sword King was even able to fight with King Shocking. Of course, it's certainly not working now, and amongst the amazing empire, only the Sword King could have such a powerful sword intent. The golden light just now should have contained the Sword King's strike, which was able to cut down Ji Wuchang. The great prince's face was incomparably gloomy. His eyes were cold to the extreme, actually losing another late stage of refining void. These people were not only those who represented him in the battle to seize the throne, they were also important ministers after they ascended to the throne in the future, and any one of them dying would be a great loss. Lin Mu glanced at Lin Jin with cold eyes, then said lightly, 7th brother is so tactful. Lin Jin stood with his arms folded, simply ignoring him. Lin Mu sneered and laughed at the situation. I'd like to see how many more cards you have. Wei Jiu, you go. Behind him, a person with an ordinary appearance stepped out. And the aura on his body wasn't weak either. The same person in the late stage of refining void. However, the aura on his body was a shade weaker than Ji Wuchang's. This person was the head of the 10,000 rune sect, Wei Zhou. He himself was a 7th grade senior talisman refiner, carrying countless treasures on his body, and his ability to save his life was extremely strong. Even if Gongsun Yang had any more cards, as long as he was careful, it would be very difficult to kill Wei Zhou. Wei Zhou arched his hand towards Lin Mu before he directly disappeared into the battle preparation platform. When it reappeared, it had arrived atop the ring. The rules of the Battle of the Titles: you can challenge anyone, and anyone can challenge you, and there is no option to refuse. Of course, you can also choose to admit defeat. However, admitting defeat is tantamount to elimination, and you may not challenge or be challenged again, but those who win are free in their choices, and can choose to continue the challenge or recover and heal. The moment. The crowd looked at the two people above the ring, their eyes filled with gravity. After experiencing Ji Wuchang's death earlier, they weren't as contemptuous of Gongsun Yang. Sure enough, there is not a single simple character from the 9 great emperors. Isn't that nonsense? But I don't think it's possible to have this kind of underhanded means all the time, right? There is only strange. Just now that a sword intent is obviously the merging stage of the great powers. This kind of treasure thing if the 7th prince has a lot that is not good. The throne directly to him. Although Gongsun Yang had killed Ji Wuchang, most people still thought that the 7th prince had come to an end. Can we win? It's simply not possible. Unit Gao's voice sounded again. Begin. Along with the voice, Wei Zhou raised his hand and waved it out. A talisman sped towards Gongsun Yang, exploding in the air and turning into a monstrous flood to kill. This talisman still possessed the power to kill the void refining stage, and even Gongsun Yang couldn't help but turn pale. His eyes were filled with seriousness. This time there was no doubt that he would lose, and his aim was to injure Wei Zhou and weaken him. With this thought, Gongsun Yang's aura on his body reached its peak, and his eyes were crimson as he killed Wei Zhou. Kill! Wei Zhou sneered. Even you can block this heavenly sea talisman of mine, you don't know yourself. Only to see that the monstrous flood instantly swept Gongsun Yang swept into it. The huge pulling force almost did not let Gongsun Yang split into pieces. He used all his strength to escape from it. Bang! Gongsun Yang collapsed on the ground. At this moment, he was already drenched in blood, and his breath was atrophied to the extreme. Just one talisman made Gongsun Yang unable to withstand it. This was the strength of the late stage of refining void. For most ordinary cultivators, they didn't have the ability to kill their enemies by crossing over the ranks, and they could only be suppressed even when facing someone who was one small realm higher than them. What's more, Wei Zhou had come up to use one of his strongest talismans in order to test out Gongsun Yang's other cards. Sky and Sea charms, even for those in the late stage of void refinement, are extremely threatening, let alone Gongsun Yang. a mid-stage of void refinement. Being able to retrieve a life has been extremely rare. Wei Zhou sneered. What? No other bottom card? With that, a fiery red talisman appeared in his hand, from which an appalling and incomparable might was transmitted, and the temperature above the entire ring rose abruptly. Wei Zhou was just about to use it when Gong Sun Yang gritted his teeth and said, I admit defeat. Upon hearing these words, a wave of contemptuous voices resounded within the martial arts arena. Wei Zhou's eyes narrowed as he put away the talisman in his hand, a cold smile on his face. It is death not to admit defeat, and it is equally death to admit defeat. Once the seventh prince was defeated, the Grand Prince was sure to spare them even after he took the throne. Gong Sun Yang stood up with difficulty as he disappeared above the ring, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in the middle of the battle preparation stage. He came to Lin Jin's side and said with an apologetic face, Your Highness, I'm sorry. Lin Jin shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Mr. Gong Sun should rest first. At this moment, Wei Zhou above the ring once again said aloud, I challenge Zhang Yang under the seventh prince's command. There was just one early stage of refined void in the transformation god stage left under Lin Jin's command, so as long as this refined void stage was taken care of, the remaining transformation god stage would basically be no threat at all. Zhang Yang was just about to go above the ring, but Lin Jin then stopped him. Admit defeat. Zhang Yan's injuries hadn't fully recovered yet. Going up to fight Wei Zhou would be a complete death sentence, and he might not even be able to cry out to admit defeat. Zhang Yan glanced at Lin Jin and immediately spoke aloud. I concede. Accompanied by the sound that rang out from within the battle preparation stage, the expressions of the people within the entire martial arts arena were somewhat strange. What is this? Could it be that the seventh prince is going to end so soon? There's still one god transformation stage left. Isn't that ironically cool? Even if there is that hidden undercard from earlier, the difference between the refined void stage and the transformation of god stage is too great. And even if there is a strong magic weapon, it may not be able to be used. The seventh prince seems to be leaving the field the fastest. I don't know what he's looking for in a transformation god stage. Funny? Ha ha ha. I estimate that the transfiguration stage was directly killed in seconds in an instant. Above the ring, a sneer also flashed in Wei Zhou's eyes. I challenge the seventh prince under the command of Su Chen. In the middle of the battle preparation stage, Lin Jin looked towards Su Chen behind him, then arched his hand and said, Trouble. Seeing this scene, the other princes all showed sneers. Old Seven mustn't be stupid. To be so respectful to a transformation spirit stage. Does he think a transformation spirit stage can win? It seems that Old Seven still wants to win too much and has begun to become unhinged. Su Chen nodded, then lifted his feet and slowly left the battle preparation stage as his figure floated up, eventually landing gently on top of the ring. The aura on his body was always at the transformation spirit stage, and for him, the only way to enjoy the fun of fighting at this level was to suppress his realm. Otherwise, it's a slice of 999. Seeing Su Chen's somewhat young appearance, many people in the martial arts arena revealed disdain. It's really the transformation of God stage, so it seems that the seventh prince is bound to lose. Chapter 43. What's the situation? Is a transformation stage so tough? Ha 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 ha. This is really a transformation god stage. Is the seventh prince not being funny? Don't laugh. Maybe he's hiding his cultivation? How is it possible to conceal one's cultivation to the god transformation stage? Can't other people see that? This Su Chen's true cultivation but exceeds the late stage of refined void. Do you think the Grand Prince would let Wei Zhou challenge him? This Su Chen, a spirit transformation stage, has really brought down the grade of the battle for the first battles, and he's worthy of coming to participate in this kind of battle? Cold and sarcastic voices continued to ring out, and they all felt extremely ridiculous about the soul transformation spirit stage that had appeared in the battle to seize the throne. That's ridiculous. I don't know what the seventh prince was thinking, stuffing a transformation stage in here. What's not funny about that? Or is the seventh prince really out of options? Above the ring, the corners of Wei Zhou's mouth also rose slightly as he wore a sneer on his face, clearly also very much looking down on Su Chen. Su Chen, on the other hand, ignored everyone's sneers and faintly took out a long sword. This long sword wasn't special. It was just a low-grade earth-rank treasure sword. Eunuch Gao glanced at the stunning king beside him. If there were no surprises, immediately the seventh prince would be eliminated. He naturally had to consult his master. King Shocker nodded with indifferent eyes. As far as he was concerned, as long as nothing too outrageous happened during the process, he stayed out of the way. Eunuch Gao immediately said, "Begin." Accompanied by a sharp sound, a bloody light exploded from the center of the ring. Su Chen had already disappeared in place at some point, and Wei Zhou was directly cut in half from head to tail. The scene was bloody to the extreme. Su Chen murmured, still not controlling his strength. Suppressing it to the transformation god stage won't work, and he still needs to suppress the Hongmeng immortal body as well. The Great Completion's Hongmeng immortal body was simply too strong, and the speed increase was too great. Even though he had already withdrawn his power just now, he still directly killed Wei Zhou in seconds, and the entire martial arts arena had been plunged into dead silence along with Wei Zhou's death. Even the surprising king had a stunned expression on his face, clearly not expecting things to turn out like this. After a while, the crowd came back from the shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. What happened? Wei Zhou was instantly killed. Wasn't he a spirit transformation stage? How could he instantly kill Wei Zhou, who was in the late refined void stage? My god, is this the 7th prince? I can kind of see that I shouldn't belittle any of the imperial princes. This Su Chen obviously has suppressed his cultivation, to be able to instantly kill a late stage refined void in seconds. How does this have to be a perfect refined void stage? The eyes of the crowd showed shock, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Obviously, Su Chen's strength had completely startled them. In the middle of the battle preparation stage, the Grand Prince's face was ironic, and his eyes even erupted with horrifying killing intent. Su Chen had concealed his cultivation and he hadn't seen through it, which made it a little hard to accept in his heart. In that case, there were only two possibilities that existed in this Su Chen. Either he had treasures on him that could be shielded, or Su Chen was a supreme powerhouse, and the odds were that he was a half-step harmonization stage powerhouse to start with. Lin Mu's eyes were filled with coldness. He didn't believe that Su Chen was a harmonization stage cultivator. The strongest person in the Su family in Manhwa City was only in the middle stage of refining void, and that Su Chen was a member of the younger generation of the Su family, and his strength would top the sky if he could have a harmonized god stage. He looked towards Lin Jin with a gloomy expression. I didn't expect Lin Jin to hide this kind of tactics, using him to slacken his mentality, and then killing people with special treasures like Gong Sun Ming. Obviously, in Lin Mu's opinion, Su Chen himself simply didn't have the ability to kill Wei Zhou. It must have been because Lin Jin had given Su Chen some kind of treasure that allowed him to instantly kill Wei Zhou in seconds. Lin Mu took a deep breath as he arched his hand at the middle-aged man behind him. Mr. Banqing, you step up this time. This person was the strongest person under his command, and he had died 2 people in a row before in order to solve Lin Jin, and this time, he absolutely could not continue to die, or else his prestige would also fall into the dust. Banqing's complexion stared as he nodded his head before he simply disappeared in place. Above the ring, when the crowd saw Banqing, their eyes flashed with confusion, obviously having never seen this person before. Wasn't it someone from the Amazing Empire? Although he didn't recognize it, the aura on Banqing's body still caused countless people to be appalled. Perfection of the refining stage. If such a strong person took one step further, it could be a great cultivator of the harmonization stage. The void refining stage perfection has made a move. This Su Chen, even if he really does have some sort of undercard, it's impossible for him to defeat such a powerful person, right? After all, he's only a god transformation stage, someone said with heavy eyes. However, it was clear that the people under the 7th prince's command had created 2 consecutive impossibilities, which caused many people to become a little less confident. So they're all reserving their opinions for now and waiting to comment until it's actually over. Many people had a look of excitement on their faces. If every prince had so many means on them, then today's battle to seize the throne would be something to see. Ringside, Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with the color of expectation, and without realizing it, her palms were already filled with sweat. Su Chen, you must win. Banqing looked at Su Chen and said in a cold voice, it's your luck that you killed Wei Zhou by fluke, but it's all over. It will be impossible for you to defeat me today. I'll let you understand just how big the gap between the transformation stage and the refining void stage is. The 2 before him had used their own means, but he was different. He had other treasures on him that Lin Mu had given him. For Su Chen to want to kill him was tantamount to a pipe dream. Su Chen's expression was bland. He just looked at Banqing without saying a word, the corners of his mouth showing a faint sneer. A moment later, Yunit Gao's voice spread throughout the martial arts arena. Begin! In a blink of an eye, the 2 figures instantly collided together, and a sharp and incomparable sword intent streaked across, filling the entire martial arts arena. What? When Lin Mu saw this scene, his eyes flashed with disbelief. Su Chen was able to keep up with Banqing's speed. Could it be that he was also a cultivator at the perfection of void refining stage? The point was that if he really was at the perfection of void refining stage, then why was he unable to see through his cultivation? Above the ring, Su Chen's expression was cloudy as he held a long sword. His figure was like a ghost. On the surface there was a back-and-forth fight between the two, but in reality it wasn't like that, as Su Chen's every attack left injuries on Ban Xing's body almost all the time. In contrast, Ban Xing was unable to injure Su Chen at all. That's the gap. Abominable. Ban Xing's eyes were filled with gravity. He knew that Su Chen was definitely not as simple as what was in front of him. He must have hidden his cultivation. Could it be the half-step merging stage? While he was pondering, a sword light violently chopped towards him, and unable to dodge, Ban Xing's chest was chopped out on the spot with a hideous and incomparable wound. And this scene made the hearts of the crowd in the martial arts arena clench. What a situation! Is a goddess of transformation that tough? Chapter 44, Combination Stage Powerful. Reversal and reversal again. Along with Ban Xing's injury, everyone's mentality towards this battle changed once again. Above the ring, the two of them, Su Chen and Ban Xing, quickly exchanged blows, and the strong fluctuations continued to be transmitted out, and the ring seemed to be somewhat unable to withstand the two's powerful offense, and cracks also began to gradually appear. Gradually, Su Chen also lost his interest in playing. It's too easy. Even though he was suppressed to the transformation god stage, he could still easily battle Ban Xing back and forth, and if he wanted to, he could even kill Ban Xing directly in a single move. The difference between the two is just too great. The gap in strength between the God transformation stage and the void refining stage was indeed large, but this kind of was only for the average person. In the eyes of those top-tier celestial pride of the Xian heavenly realm, the chasm between the God transformation stage and the void refining stage wasn't unbridgeable. In the end, Su Chen gently fought, and the sword light slashed through as if it was alive, carrying a roaring sound as it directly swept Ban Xing away. Ka! A clear and pleasant sound rang out, and it was as if something shattered on Ban Xing's body, and his entire body retreated at the speed of light. Ban Xing's complexion was frozen to the extreme at the moment. Just such a simple sword had destroyed the defense treasure on him. If this sword were to chop on him, he didn't even dare to imagine what would actually happen. The exchange of blows between the two was also watched by the crowd, and countless people couldn't help but feel breathless. From the beginning, everyone had trouble believing Su Chen's strength, but gradually, they all began to accept it. Su Chen was really strong, and ridiculously strong. So the seventh prince is the biggest dark horse. My god, who the hell is this person and why does he possess such a powerful strength? I heard someone say that it seems to be the young patriarch of the Su family of Bright Moon City, but this strength is too outrageous, isn't it? Is that the power that recently broke through two void refining stages? Voices of astonishment continued to ring out, clearly shocked by Su Chen's formidable strength. The eyes of Ban Xing as he looked at Su Chen were incomparably grave, but gradually, this gravity turned to indifference as he said with a cold expression, "Your strength is very powerful. All of you have at least a half step of the harmonization stage. But, it's still a bit short." As he said that, the aura on his body became incomparably powerful, and his entire body emanated a monstrous aura as if he was a beast that had broken free from its shackles. At this moment, the aura on Ban Xing's body was countless times more powerful than before. A complete difference between clouds and mud. He's at the harmonization stage. A gasp came from the viewing gallery, and everyone looked at Ban Xing with shocked eyes. The Grand Prince has actually invited a harmonization stage powerhouse. Doesn't that mean he's a sure winner in this battle to seize the throne? Right. Even if this Su Chen is strong, he can't be stronger than the harmonization stage, right? This harmonization stage doesn't seem to be an ordinary character. I estimate that there is at least a mid-harmonization stage. A god transformation stage in the viewing gallery said with a grave expression. When the people around them heard this, they couldn't help but let out exclamations of shock. The middle of the ensemble. Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with despair when she saw this scene. It wasn't because she didn't believe in Su Chen, but the mid-conformity stage was simply too powerful. She also saw that although Su Chen's fighting strength was very powerful, the aura on his body had remained at the transformation spirit stage. However, the fact that his fighting strength was so powerful could only mean that there were two reasons. Su Chen either had a heaven-defying and incomparable supreme treasure in his body, or there was the fact that he himself was a supreme genius, with an incomparably powerful strength that allowed him to cross the border and kill his enemies. Although such people are extremely rare, the world is a big place and there are indeed such characters. In the midst of the shocking empire, there were occasional messages like this. For example, the son of So-and-so's Holy Land crossed the ranks to kill his enemies. The refined void stage overcame the harmonization stage, and there was even a harmonization stage that overcame the returning Yuan realm. Lin Yiming found it hard to believe that Su Chen was also such a genius. After all, it was too far away from them. Although the strength he was displaying now was also very powerful, at least comparable to some of the top-tier Heaven's Pride. The Su family was after all only a small family, and even if Su Chen's natural talent was strong, there would ultimately be a great deal of limitations. Although there was some instinct in her heart that she was going to lose, she still expected Su Chen to win. After Ban Xing had displayed his aura, King Surprise's eyes narrowed vainly. He wasn't happy that Lin Mu had a mid-conformity under his command. Instead, he looked a little deep. The moment, above the ring, after Ban Xing raised himself to the peak of his strength, he raised his hand and waved it, taking out a long round moon blade in his hand. That was his own strength. Mid-conformity. Originally, Ban Xing felt that he had suppressed himself to the consummation of the void refining stage, and with his experience and feats, it would not be too difficult for him to gain victory in the battle for the first wife. But he didn't expect such a turn of events to actually force him to use his full strength. Ban Xing said with a cold look on his face, "Being able to make me use my full strength is enough for you to be proud of yourself. But it ends here." Saying that, the aura on his body instantly blossomed out, and the surrounding emptiness all began to crumble, and a powerful sense of oppression instantly passed out from the middle of the ring. And even though there was a formation blocking it, it still caused the crowd in the martial arts arena to feel a bit suffocated. How terrifying! Is this emerging stage powerhouse? Just looking at it feels a little heart-stopping. It seems like there's no way Su Chen is going to win. Indeed, just now he was only able to gain a slight upper hand, and now if he wants to win against the harmonization stage Ban Xing, it's obviously a bit unlikely. The strength that Ban Xing had shown made everyone completely sideways to Ban Xing, no longer thinking that Su Chen could win. Originally, everyone was thinking that Su Chen would win, but now there was suspense again. This battle to seize the throne had just begun and it was so exciting that it instantly triggered everyone at the scene. Reverse and reverse again. At first, everyone thought that the seventh prince was bound to lose, but he repeatedly created the impossible. The Grand Prince was also strong in his heritage, and actually had a mighty cultivator of the harmonization stage under his command. Sweeping through the group, when the major princes in the middle of the battle preparation stage saw this scene, their faces lost their breezy expressions and instead became incomparably frightened and panicked. Although they were all somewhat prepared, they by no means had the means to fight against the combine stage. This meant that Lin Mu was definitely the strongest person in this battle to seize the throne, and they didn't have a chance to fight for it at all. In the ring, Su Chen looked at the disdainful-faced Ban Xing, and he also said indifferently, "Are you so sure you can kill me?" Saying that, Su Chen raised the sword in his hand with a somewhat contemptuous expression. "Since you're so desperate to find death, I'll show you a couple of moves so that you'll know that there's a world outside of man." Hearing Su Chen's words, for some unknown reason, Ban Xing's heart instantly became incredibly tense, as if he was about to face some great terror. Ban Xing's expression was incredibly grave as his figure instantly disappeared in place, and the aura in his body rose high to the extreme. He came up and used all his strength to kill Su Chen as fast as possible to avoid any more trouble. Su Chen smiled indifferently. The next moment, he moved too. Chapter 45, Su Chen's terrifying strength. The crowd was shocked. Su Chen lifted the sword in his hand and violently swung it out towards the front. Chopper. In a flash, a scene that terrified countless people surfaced. A huge mouth emerged from the sky and earth, containing starlight that was extraordinarily brilliant, mesmerizing people just by looking at it. This huge mouth was close to thousands of feet, mapped in the uppermost part of the stunning city, and almost everyone saw it. Countless people's faces changed drastically. Although the starlight inside this mouth was incomparably bright and dazzling, it was filled with a violent destructive force. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying a force it would be if all the starlight inside poured out. Would anyone in this world be able to withstand it? Among them, there was no one more fearful than Ban Xing, who was directly hit by this sword. His entire body was wrapped in starlight, and his flesh rapidly dissipated. In a breath's time at most. "I'm afraid I'll fall completely. It's that horrible." For ordinary people a breath might be very short, but for the harmonization stage powerhouses, a breath of time was too long for them. Ban Xing was wrapped in starlight, unable to move at all, and his eyes were first a bit dazed, not yet having reacted from such a turn of events, but soon, his eyes were filled with despair and remorse. Why would such a strong person participate in the battle for the first wife? The key is to go and help that punk. The seventh prince? Ban Xing really couldn't understand. The strength that Su Chen had displayed was just too terrifying. Even he, a middle stage harmonization, was defenseless. This was enough to show that Su Chen's strength was at least at the returning Yuan realm. He didn't believe that a heavenly being could be able to decapitate the middle stage of harmonization at the transformation of God stage. And even if someone could rely on the advantages of magic treasures and a special physique to barely take on the harmonization stage, it would be impossible to kill him so easily. Let's at least get a couple of moves in, shall we? But in Su Chen's case, he felt nothing but despair and was defenseless, let alone getting through 2 moves. He couldn't even block this one. The difference is just too great. The entire martial arts arena was plunged into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open and their expressions were wooden. They had already lost the sense of organizing their expressions. The scene in front of them really brought them a deep shock, ruthlessly shattering everyone's cognition and common sense. Ensemble stage. To fall. They, on the other hand, were to witness the fall of the harmonized stage. For how many years? The amazing empire hadn't seen a harmonization stage fall, but today they had seen it. Looking at the constantly struggling Ban Xing, it was as if their hearts were hit by a heavy hammer, and their entire bodies were frozen in place. Even they did not know what language to use to express their current feelings. The point was that the person who killed him was only a transformation stage, although it might be a fake. However, the aura that Su Chen displayed was only at the God transformation stage, which made them instinctively think that a conjugation stage powerhouse had been killed by the God transformation stage. He killed the harmonization stage. Young Master Su Chen of the Su family. This name will resonate throughout the entire amazing empire from this moment onwards. Not only the amazing empire, even the entire eastern region. No, the entire Xian heavenly realm would know this name. Do you guys know what it means for a transformation stage to be able to kill a harmonization stage? Even in the ancient texts, only the emperor's son of legend this can do it. Emperor's sons, are they the descendants of those great emperors? Of course, that's why you guys know how terrifying Su Chen really is. He's already comparable to the legendary emperor's son. Su Chen had only displayed the strength of the transformation spirit stage since the beginning, and even the final slash was only unleashed with the cultivation of the transformation spirit stage. If one were to use the technique with the cultivation of the harmonization stage, it was estimated that the entire surprising city would be wrapped in that field of starlight. A breath of time passed in a flash. Soon, Ban Xing was completely lifeless, and above the throne, King Shocker stood up violently, his eyes filled with disbelief and panic. It was hard to imagine that this king of the amazing empire would also reveal a look of panic. With Ban Xing's strength, it was impossible for him to kill so easily, but Su Chen did it, and seemed to have quite a bit of strength left, looking as if he had a light-hearted demeanor. In other words, the strength of the person in front of him was definitely above him. The realm of the returned. How could King surprisingly not have expected that old 7 Lin Jin would be able to invite such a powerful person to help him? However, he was a bit confused. How could a strong person of the returning Yuan realm look at this bit of family business of the Jinghong Empire? If he was willing, he could directly take the Jinghong Empire under his command, and he still needed to help Lin Jin to ascend to the throne? No matter why, he knew he had to be nicer to Lin Jin in the future. This kid was not only able to get the Sword King to help him, but now he was even able to invite the returning Yuan realm. It was simply terrifying as hell. He didn't care who was the king of surprise. As long as the strength he showed was able to take control of this empire and lead the surprise empire farther, it was enough. It's a bit cold-blooded, but to survive in this world is to be cold-blooded. And at the moment, among the preparation tables, Lin Mu roared, his eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. How could Ban Xing not be an opponent? He's a mid-harmonization cultivator. Not only was he having trouble believing it, but even Lin Jin was. When he thought of what Su Qingtian said when he left the Su family, he immediately felt a bit ridiculous. This was too outrageous, wasn't it? Su Jingtian's son can be so unbelievable? Could it be that the Su family's strength had increased so much, and I'm sure it was all because of Su Chen? Although Lin Jin didn't have much contact with the Su family, he thought that he still understood them relatively well, being able to sweep away the other forces in the middle of entering Bright Moon City and then growing rapidly. This is clearly beyond the Su family's their own capabilities. At first, Lin Jin thought that the Su family had obtained some kind of chance, which allowed them to make rapid progress in a short period of time, but now that he thought about it, wasn't this chance precisely Su Chen? With such a strong person, how could the Su family not progress? In the middle of the battle preparation stage, all the imperial princes were incomparably terrified. If Su Chen was just a harmonization stage, they all had the determination to fight to the death. But he was a returning Yuan realm powerhouse. How could this be a fight to the death? It's a total mantra, hitting a stone with a stone. If they had the strength to be able to decapitate Su Chen, they would have long ago kicked King Shocking off the stage. And they would still need to engage in some kind of battle to seize the throne here? Lin Feng, the ninth prince, was the first to speak. He said respectfully to Lin Jin, "Seventh brother, it seems that the throne is yours, so my younger brother congratulates you in advance." The eighth prince, Lin Bei, followed suit. "Congratulations to seventh brother. Although all the successive after ascending to the throne, they would kill all their brothers and sisters, but they still have expectations in their hearts, and no one wants to die." The other emperors also congratulated Lin Jin, but Lin Jin's expression never changed much. He took a deep breath and calmed his inner excitement before saying with a smile on his face, "It's not over yet, so don't congratulate me just yet." Truth be told, he had made up his mind about these brothers of his a long time ago. Those who should be killed should definitely be killed, and those who shouldn't be killed don't have to be. Among the 9 emperors, not everyone wanted to fight for the throne, just like the 9th prince Lin Feng. He had never thought about this kind of thing and only wanted to get away with it, only to be forcibly lifted into the battle for the throne. Besides, he was no threat to himself, so he could be killed without having to. However, like Lin Mu, he was in the mindset of certain death, but he can't just coldly say, "I'm going to get you all killed when I ascend the throne," or at least pretend to be kind on the surface and give them hope that they can live. When the throne is secure, then immediately move against them. After all, the rabbit is anxious to bite people. Really push them anxious, anything to do out, then certainly is a lot of trouble. Immediately afterward, he looked at Su Chen once again. The realm of the returned. Su Chen was also too terrifying. In an instant, many thoughts arose in his mind. Su Chen, not married yet, right? My family Yimeng is also a great beauty in the stunning city, but with such a horrible strength like Su Chen, what kind of woman do you want that you don't have? If it's not possible, let Yimeng become a concubine or maid. Lin Jin's mind was abuzz with thoughts. Lin Yimeng probably couldn't have imagined herself that she was almost given away by her dear father. Chapter 46, Mount Hopeful Cloud, Cave of Heavenly Bliss. Killing a harmonization stage was very simple for Su Chen, so his expression barely changed. To save time, why don't the people under the command of the imperial princes go together? A faint voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena, and everyone was stunned speechless by his words. One person's strength to challenge dozens of void refining stage powerhouses. The strength is just too terrifying. The crowd all looked towards the battle preparation stage. They were eager to see how the princes reacted now, and were also very much looking forward to the other princes having even stronger means. But it was clear that the other princes obviously didn't have any stronger means. In the end, the battle for the first wife ended with Su Chen winning easily, and the Grand Prince left the battle preparation stage in a state of dismay. What Su Chen represented was the 7th prince, which meant that Lin Jin was the future king of amazing harmony. For Lin Jin to have the support of a returned Yuan realm, King Jinghong didn't show any rejection or resentment. It was a blessing for the Jinghong Empire that such a strong person could help him. Reaching his realm, he no longer particularly values power, and in his eyes there is only the word gain or loss. For Lin Jin to be able to rely on a returned Yuan realm, it would only benefit the amazing empire. After 3 days, the news of Lin Jin's ascension to the throne was announced to the entire stunning empire. The efficiency could be described as strangely fast. The entire stunning empire power is huge and incomparable. In addition to this time on behalf of the major princes to participate in the battle to seize the emperor, there are dozens of refining period. They are neutral, and because of the back of the head are a little bit of conjunction stage background, so it is not involved in it. However, now that Lin Jin had ascended to the throne, they still went forward to congratulate him and show their goodwill. The Imperial Palace. Hao Ran Hall. This is where Lin Jin lives now. Compared to the Jinwang mansion that is simply a world of difference. Lin Jin wore a blue robe, and he said with a smile on his face, "This time, I still have to thank young Lord Su." Su Chen nodded his head and said, "It's just a small matter. When you helped the Su family, there's no problem returning a favor to you now." Lin Jin smiled somewhat awkwardly. He had always wanted to get closer to Su Chen. But unfortunately, Su Chen was all aloof and seemed to have absolutely no interest whatsoever. However, it was also very normal. He didn't have any friendship with Su Chen, and the fact that he was able to invite this great Buddha was all because of Su Qingtian. If the Su family didn't owe him a favor, it was estimated that Su Chen would simply ignore him. "Greetings, father. Greetings, Mr. Su." Lin Yiming's figure slowly walked in. She saluted towards the two of them with the appearance of a lady of the house. Looking extremely comfortable, and Lin Yiming's pair of bright eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration as she surveyed Su Chen. Everywhere, women are the ones who admire power, and that power in the mundane world is status, money, and power. But in this world where strength is honored, it is natural for women to revere strength. Lin Jin suddenly said, "Young Master Su, in the past 2 days, he has already instructed people to go down to look for an abundance of spiritual qi, and he has also already made an appearance. So when the time comes, the Su family can directly move to the amazing empire." This matter had been mentioned by Su Chen before, so after Lin Jin took the throne, he immediately used the power of the royal family to search for it. The royal family was extremely powerful, and finding places with spirit veins was naturally not difficult. The corner of Su Chen's mouth finally revealed a smile. "Then it will be troublesome." Seeing Su Chen's appearance, Lin Jin slightly revealed a joyful expression. Judging from Su Chen's attitude, prying him away seemed difficult, but it was possible to go about gaining Su Chen's favor by showing goodwill to the Su family. After that, the two of them chatted for a while, but Su Chen all acted very flat, without a strong desire to chat. In the end, Lin Jin could only push the thought of having Lin Yiming follow him deep in his heart. Moreover, judging from Su Chen's attitude, he didn't seem to have too strong of a passion for Lin Yiming. Helplessly, Lin Jin could only say, "Young Master Su has not yet taken a good stroll when he came to Surprise City, so why don't we let this girl, Yiming, accompany you for a stroll? She's at least been in the stunning city for so long, and she's quite familiar with those places to eat and drink within the city, so she can be a guide for young Master Su." This was the second best way to retreat. Su Chen hadn't shown any thoughts of leaving the stunning empire in a short time, so let him maintain a relationship with Lin Yiming. Maybe the two of them would still have drama? When Lin Yiming heard these words, she immediately looked at Su Chen with some nervousness and anticipation. I don't know when she started. She had some weird emotions towards Su Chen. Exactly what emotions Lin Yiming couldn't say, but she just wanted to get closer to Su Chen more. Su Chen nodded. Good. He was also going to have some fun within the city of Surprise, and it was better to have a guide. Su Chen, after all, had traveled across the world, plus his strength was incomparably strong, so he could completely lie down, and he had more of a game of life mentality towards this world. Hearing Su Chen's agreement, Lin Yiming was a little nervous and excited. Her pretty face was caused to emerge 2 shades of red due to her excitement. Next to guiding Su Chen, does that mean they're all alone? Lin Yiming was a little happy in her heart, and her mind recalled Su Chen's handsome and heroic posture in the royal martial arts arena, and the bad image she had at the beginning in the Jin Wanfu had long since disappeared into thin air. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Yiming, with a somewhat shy face, took Su Chen away and wandered around in Surprise City. Lin Yiming took Su Chen to many places in the city to play, eat, drink and play. Surprise City was indeed much more prosperous, and the ingredients of the cuisine were much more advanced than Bright Moon City. And there was also the meat of the God Transformation Stage demonic beasts, and even the meat of the Void Refining Stage demonic beasts could be gotten. It was just rarer. This would simply be unimaginable in Bright Moon City. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and it had been a long time since Lin Jin had ascended to the throne, and the Jinghong Empire had completely adapted to the fact that Lin Jin was their new king. The eldest prince, Lin Mu, was also killed by Lin Jin's design half a month ago. The Du family behind Lin Mu also didn't have the slightest whisper, plus the fact that the great general of Jinghua also stood out and publicly expressed his congratulations. The meaning of this was also very obvious. That is, the meaning of expressing support. At this point, Lin Jin was considered to have completely secured his position within the amazing empire. Lookout Cloud Mountain. This place towered into the clouds, and the surrounding mountains stretched endlessly, looking extremely spectacular. And right at the foot of the mountain, there was a river tens of feet wide. This place was incomparably rich in spiritual energy, and the mountain contained an extremely high-quality spiritual vein. Spirit veins were also generally categorized into lower, middle, upper and extreme grades, with lower grade veins containing tens of millions of lower grade spirit stones, middle grade containing billions of lower grade spirit stones, and upper grade containing tens of billions of lower grade spirit stones. The extreme spirit veins were even more terrifying, and all of them contained at least hundreds of billions of lower-grade spirit stones. Of course, this lower-grade spirit stone was only a unit of statistics. Most of the extreme spirit veins were filled with middle-grade and upper-grade spirit stones, and a small amount of extreme-grade spirit stones, while lower-grade spirit stones were relatively rare. Most importantly, the extreme spiritual vein contained a dragon vein, and as long as the dragon vein was not drawn away from him, he would continue to nourish more aura, and in the long run the spiritual energy of this place would be even more abundant. This Wangyun Mountain is the current address of the Su family, located in the hinterland of Qinghu County of the Amazing Empire. It was also considered a rare cave land. Chapter 47 Red-Horned Lizard. The Amazing Empire is full of treasures. At the very top of Mount Wangyun, Su Chen looked down and nodded. This place is so much better than Bright Moon City. However, the Su family did not completely leave behind the 5 great cities. Su Chen slightly remodeled that place and set up a few spirit summoning arrays to make the spiritual qi much more plentiful, and then left the 3rd elder Su Yuanba and the 4th elder Su He to take turns guarding the place. In addition to this, there are several side branches. The Su family's intention was to wait until the collateral line was a bit stronger. Then they would let a line of collateral lineage go to the town. This kind of thing was very common amongst the big families. Many big families, due to their vast sphere of influence, need their own family members to take care of many places, and in the end, they leave a line of small branches to take control. After all, the 5 great cities could still gain great benefits, and the Su family didn't want to give up just like that. The main city of Qinghe County is called Qingfeng City, although it is not as huge as the stunning city, but at least 3/5 of the size of the city, which is also considered to be more prosperous. With the support of the royal family, the Su family also managed to enter the city and conduct many businesses, although the other forces disliked the addition of the Su family. But now that Lin Jin had just taken the throne, no one wanted to run into a gun, so no one dared to say a word. Of course, even without Lin Jin, they wouldn't dare to provoke the Su family. Who let the Su family have a returning Yuan realm cultivator? With a fixed industry in Qingfeng City, the Su family could be considered to have completely established themselves within Surprise City. Mount Wangyun is divided into 3 parts. They were the uppermost part, where the Su family's direct lineage lived, and downwards, where the collateral lineage lived and the subordinates lived, in that order. Since Mount Wangyun was too huge, the uppermost part of it was enough to house at least 10,000 people, and there were only a few dozen of the Su family's direct lineage right now, so Su Chen's other compound was very luxurious, almost 5 times the size of when it was Manhwa City. The inside was luxuriously decorated, and there were special guards stationed at the entrance, which was specially arranged by Su Qingtian. In the entire Su clan, excluding Su Chen and his subordinate Ruoshi, anyone who went in had to ask for Su Chen's permission in advance, even if it was him. Of course, this was not a rule set by Su Chen, but by Su Qingtian. Su Chen was now very powerful. He was the guardian god of the Su family. He couldn't let anyone disturb him, and he also had to make all the Su family members fear him. Su Qingtian did this so that all the people of the Su family would know of Su Chen's current lofty position. It is also considered to pave the way for Su Chen's future as the head of the family, although it is somewhat meaningless. After all, Su Chen's strength is there. He is the head of the family Su family, absolutely no one dares to say a no. Hope Cloud Yard. This was the name of the courtyard where Su Chen lived. Su Chen sat in the courtyard, while Ruoshi stood beside him in a well-behaved manner to massage him. Although this Mount Wangyun is full of spiritual energy, it's still missing a lot of things. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen began to set up in the cloud-watching mountain. He showed that he had set up a heaven stage advanced spirit summoning formation, as well as 2 types of defense formations that would be actively triggered whenever there was an enemy attack. They are the Heaven Swept formation and the Demon Vulnerable formation, respectively. The Voodoo formation was more spiritual. He could automatically record the aura of everyone in the entire Lookout Cloud Mountain, and once someone released hostile intent and had never appeared before, he would directly strangle them. The Heavenly Plundering formation, on the other hand, was an auxiliary formation that would suck the energy from a specific person, and could also serve as an energy replenishment station for the Demon Vanquishing formation, and together with the Dragon Vein underneath the Wangyun Mountain, a constant flow of energy could be achieved. With the Spirit Summoning formation, the Dragon Vein below became more active, and the speed of spiritual power birth in Wangyun Mountain became at least about 3 times faster. According to this continued development, the Su family would soon have their own harmonization stage cultivator. At that time, the Su family would be considered to have hardened capital in the Amazing Empire by themselves. Right now, they were only relying on Su Chen's might. Purple Haze Mountain Range. This place was close to the Wangyun Mountain, and the entire mountain range was close to tens of thousands of miles, with a strange natural landscape. In other places, the evening sunset falls are golden yellow, but only the evening sunset in the Purple Cloud Mountain Range is mauve. Once many people thought that there was some kind of treasure, and many strong people also probed but after realizing that there was nothing special about it later, it was treated as normal scenery. In the Purple Cloud Mountain Range, although there were no void refining stage level demonic beasts, there were quite a few at the god transformation stage. Su Yujie and 3 other direct descendants were running wild in the middle of the Purple Cloud Mountain Range. Nowadays, the aura on Su Yujie's body was not to be underestimated. He had just broken through the Yuanying stage a few days ago, becoming the first cultivator to break through the Yuanying stage within the Su family excluding Su Chen. And he came out today because he wanted to hunt demonic beasts in the middle of the Purple Cloud Mountain Range to consolidate his strength. Several people quickly found a suitable demonic beast. Third order consummate red-horned lizard. This demonic beast has a powerful breath. Not far from the fourth order demonic beast, with a strength comparable to that of an early stage Yuanying, it is exactly a very suitable object for training. Kill him. Su Yujie took the lead and battled with the red-horned lizard. Accompanied by him were Su Minghu and Su Qian, as well as Su Kongshan. After expending some effort, the 4 of them were able to kill the red-horned lizard without any danger. Su Ming's body was even carrying many injuries, but they weren't really serious. He slowly walked forward and chopped off the fiery red horn of the red-horned lizard with a single slash, a delighted smile appearing on his face. From today onwards, I, Su Mingza, am also a Yuanying stage cultivator. Seeing this scene, Su Minghu's face was filled with envy. Big brother, the speed of your breakthrough is too fast. Su Yujie laughed. What is this saying? I am only cultivating half a year earlier than you guys. The 3 of you are all at the complete Jiedan stage, and breaking through to the Yuanying stage is just a matter of these 1 or 2 months. Hearing this, all 3 of them broke into smiles. The current Su family was growing too fast. Almost all of their juniors were at the Jiedan stage, and the worst was only Su Yunping's 4th daughter, Su Qingye, who was still at the foundation establishment stage, but that's also because she's young. Several deacons of the Su family's collateral lineage were now on the verge of breaking through the god transformation stage, while Su Yunqian, an elder of the Su family's direct lineage, was also at the consummation of the god transformation stage, and wasn't far away from the refining void stage. Su Qian suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You guys, look at what's that?" The crowd followed the sound and saw that where the original red-horned lizard was coiled, there was a small nest with close to 10 crimson eggs inside. Red-horned lizard eggs. Su Minghu immediately let out a shocked cry. They didn't think that they could actually encounter such a great thing. The red-horned lizard is considered special among the demonic beasts. He will secrete a kind of red blood crystal. This thing can help the cultivator to wash the meridians and marrow. Extremely mild and not irritating, even better than some of the effects of the elixir. If the red-horned lizard was properly cultivated and raised to the Yuanying stage or even the god transformation stage, it would simply be a huge help to the Su family's juniors. They could get red blood crystals to wash their meridians from a young age. As for the red-horned lizard eggs, due to the fact that they were extremely difficult to obtain, a red-horned lizard might not be able to give birth to an offspring for the rest of its life. And because of this scarcity, coupled with the help brought by the red blood crystals, a single red-horned lizard egg could even be sold for around 500 million lower-grade spirit stones in the marketplace. There were 10 of them here, so that would be the equivalent of them picking up 5 billion lower-grade spirit stones. All 4 of them had a look of excitement on their faces. It was worthy of being the shocking empire. The ground was full of treasures. Chapter 48, The Clear Wind City. This Purple Cloud Mountain Range could now be said to be the Su family's private hunting ground, and ever since the Su family had occupied the Wangyun Mountain, many people rarely came towards this side. It's like wild animals. They all have their own sense of territory. No one wanted to offend the Su family, so they stayed away. Moreover, under the influence of the Wangyun Mountain Dragon Vein, the entire Zixia mountain range was also full of spiritual energy, which could perfectly serve as a resource supply place for the Su family. Just the treasures that the Su family had obtained within the Purple Cloud Mountain range in recent times almost all amounted to close to 10 billion inferior spirit stones, which was something that was completely unimaginable before. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the Su family had already been stationed at Mount Wangyun for half a year. Elder Master Su Qingtian had just broken through the perfection of the void refining stage just 2 days ago, and Su Qingyun had also broken through the void refining stage a month ago. So today's Su family had truly had 3 void refining stage powerhouses. During this half year's time, the Su family had also changed greatly, and the deacons of the sideline had broken through to 13 transfiguration stage powerhouses. Although the current Su family did not have a strong harmonization stage person, it was still considered a powerful force within the shocking empire. Within the entire surprising empire, excluding those few harmonization stage king level forces, the refining void stage perfection forces were almost the strongest. As for the younger generation of the Su family, almost all of them had gone out to practice. Su Yujie even formed a force. The name was called the Falling Clouds Sect, although it was only a small fight, but he was building it very seriously. Maybe in the future it could really grow into a powerful force. Hope Cloud Yard. Reporting to young Lord, Princess Lin Yiming has sent a letter. Su Chen opened his eyes and said indifferently, "Bring it in." During this period of time, Lin Yiming would send him some letters from time to time, as well as gifts, either by sending him something to eat or play with. The guard walked into the courtyard and respectfully handed over the letter. Su Chen ripped open the letter. Inside were 3 sheets of yellowed paper with densely written compact characters, like works of art, flowing in a stream. Mr. Su Chen, are you still staying at Wanyan Mountain this recent period of time? When are you going to come to Surprise City to play it? I recently discovered a restaurant. The flavor inside is particularly delicious. Spilling out close to 100 words, the first and second sheets of paper were written about the recent interesting events in Surprise City, as well as the things that happened around her. Then, Su Chen picked up the last letter. I've heard people say that the scenery of the Thousand Mountain County is extremely good. It is the most beautiful place within the amazing empire. I'm going to go over there to take care of some things after a while. Doesn't Prince Su Chen always like to roam around? Do you want to travel with him to have some fun together? Seeing the end, Su Chen frowned, an odd color appearing on his face. Is this a date? A beautiful figure emerged in Su Chen's mind, who always carried a bit of shyness in front of her. Thousand Hills? He had heard his subordinates mention this place before, and from the rumors it was indeed a nice view. He has no plans to play there at the moment though. He may or may not go in the future. Ruwashi smiled and said, "Young lord, Her Highness seems to quite like you." Su Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Although he was very ordinary in his last life, he had been in a few relationships, so how could he not know what Lin Yiming was thinking? When Ruwashi saw this, she once again stepped forward to give Su Chen a massage. She didn't really have much of a sense of crisis in her heart regarding Lin Yiming's appearance. She was very clear about her own position and wouldn't covet something that didn't belong to her. Su Chen said to the guard outside the courtyard, "Send someone to return a letter for me. Just say that I won't be going to Thousand Mountain County in a short period of time." "Yes, sir." The guard's respectful voice sounded again. Su Chen looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking in his eyes. "Fifth brother, are you there?" Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Su Chen immediately heard who the speaker was, and he immediately said, "Come in." Soon, a young girl wearing a light pink dress walked in, her eyes glowing, looking extremely cute, as if she was a porcelain doll. The visitor was none other than Su Yunping's daughter, Su Shanshan, who was only 15 or 16 years old now. However, although he was not young, his cultivation was very high, and he already had the Jiedan stage, which was not even comparable to the original body in the beginning. This was enough to see how much resources could help a cultivator. Su Chen sat up straight and asked with a smile on his face, "Ninth sister, looking for me for something?" Su Shanshan faced with some embarrassment. "Fifth brother, there is no more suitable gong method for me within the family. My father asked me to come to you to ask." "So, Kung Fu?" Su Chen was slightly stunned, then opened his mouth and asked, "Which aspect do you cultivate?" Su Shanshan sniffed and immediately took out a red fan that was extremely delicate, and Su Chen immediately understood. It was true that there were no more powerful feats in the area of fans within the Su family. After all, this was too raw and very few people practiced these aspects. In the Xian heavenly realm, the most common types of cultivators were sword cultivators and blade cultivators, and almost close to half of the cultivators were of these two types. Su Chen began to look in the system space, and soon found a heavenly rank advanced technique, which also belonged to the fan category. Refining Fire and Green Cloud Fan. This gong method belonged to the Fire and Wind dual attribute gong method, and it was considered to be more suitable for Su Shanshan. Check it out. Su Chen handed over the memory jade talisman that stored the technique, and when Su Shanshan saw that Su Chen still had it, joy immediately surged on her face. Many thanks to fifth brother. Su Shanshan used the memory jade talisman, and the cultivation route of the Fire refining green cloud fan immediately appeared in her mind. But the next moment, her entire body froze in place. Heavenly rank advanced. Su Shanshan's eyes were filled with disbelief. This gongfu was actually a heavenly rank advanced gongfu. The Su clan's current top-tier technique was the Earth Stage advanced technique given by Su Chun earlier, which was enough to cultivate to the harmonization stage. Originally, she had thought that this was the limit, but who knew that Su Chen had directly given her a heavenly rank advanced technique? Su Chen smiled and said, "Ever since I was little, fifth brother hasn't given you any gifts, so this gongfu will be taken as making up for it." Hearing these words, the always emotional Su Shanshan's eyes immediately filled with watery mist. "Thank you, fifth brother." The two of them chatted for a while longer, and it wasn't long before Su Shanshan left the courtyard and went to cultivate her gongfu. The records of the technique in the memory jade talisman were extremely detailed, and as long as one followed the steps to cultivate, basically there would be no problems, so there was no need for someone to guide them at all. Qingfeng City. Su He and Su Chanshan were holding hands and wandering around the city. This Qingfeng City was not far from their Wangyun Mountain, only about 300 miles away, and with their current Yuaning stage cultivation, they could basically arrive in about 10 minutes. Moreover, they didn't need to go on foot because the Su family had directly set up teleportation arrays in Wangyun Mountain and Qingfeng City for the convenience of traveling back and forth. At this distance, one could arrive in 10 breaths using the teleportation array. Both of them were not bad looking, and many of the young men around them glowed slightly in their eyes when they looked at them. Qingfeng City was very large, and when they wandered into a sparsely populated street, two hands suddenly grabbed them and instantly disappeared above the street. The two men's eyes were filled with terror, and whimpering sounds rang out. Eventually, they were caught in the middle of a side yard, and with so few people walking down the street, the disappearance of the two was hardly noticed. Chapter 49, The Essence Sect. The Su family's murdered. "Who are you?" Su's eyes were filled with horror as she looked at the three people in front of her. They were dressed somewhat Thai, with a touch of lewdness and evil. From the moment she came in, her cultivation had been sealed, and a formation had been set up around her, so that no sound could be transmitted. "Ha ha, what two pretty little pussies." Among those three, one of the men with a single eyelid smiled evilly and said, "Why don't you guess what we are?" When Su Chanshan saw the markings on the cuffs of the three of them, she suddenly said with a horrified face, "You are the Essence Transformation Sect." When Sui heard this sect, his face suddenly became incomparably fearful. The Essence Transformation Sect. This was a devilish force within the shocking empire, specializing in refining women to cultivate. The way of its refining is no different from that of the Acacia sect, which is to drain the woman's body of its essence and cultivation through the bed thing. However, compared to the Acacia sect, the Chemical Essence sect was simply evil by an unknown number of times. The Acacia sect belonged to the Dual Cultivation sect, but the Essence Transformation sect was a proper devilish force, and was among the infamous ones within the entire surprising empire. "How did you come across this demon clan?" Su's eyes were glistening with tears because of her anxiety and fear. The one-eyed man smiled wickedly as he licked his lips and said, "Not bad, actually recognizing our sect. Then you should also know what we do, right?" After saying that, he looked straight at Su Chanshan, his eyes full of evil coldness. His favorite thing to do was to watch the fearful expressions of these wonderful women before they died, which would give his great satisfaction. As expected, when the two of them, Sua and Su Chanshan, heard these words, the look on their faces changed violently. If these people were really the transforming essence sect, then the two of them would already have a predictable end. Absolutely incomparably miserable. Sua two people only felt some scalp numbness, the whole person goosebumps. They wanted to escape, but they were grabbed by a person with a robust figure. They could not move at all. Moreover, his cultivation was sealed, and the spiritual energy in his body could not be mobilized at all. At this moment, the hearts of the two men were filled with despair. How could they be so unlucky to encounter the demon cultivator of the Essence Transformation sect even within the Qingfeng City? The single-eyed man smiled evilly, then slowly walked forward. He raised his hand and pinched Su Chanshan's chin, surveying it for a moment before praising it. "It's still really fine." Just as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. "How come the aura in your body is so rich?" "Something's wrong. You're a heavenly spirit root." The man's face was filled with joy as he surged his spiritual energy into Su Chanshan's body for probing the situation. A moment later, the joy on the one-eyed man's face intensified. "It's really a heavenly spirit root. They, the Essence Transformation sect, could devour a woman's entire essence and bloodline, and if the other party's cultivation qualifications were better, they could also, to a certain extent, enhance their physical body's spiritual roots. Although this enhancement was limited, he was now yuaning perfection. And being able to slightly enhance his spiritual roots would mean that he would be able to break through to the transformation stage, and even further. Then, he checked over towards Suhi and finally realized that both of them were actually heavenly spirit roots. "Ha ha ha, casually grabbed two people to quench my hunger, but I didn't expect that they were both heavenly spirit roots. I hit the big time." His face was filled with ecstasy. This kind of qualification was considered rare even within the Amazing Dynasty. Even among the void refining stage forces, it was considered a treasure trove. And even if he had the idea, he didn't have the strength to catch this level of food. I didn't expect that the two people who casually grabbed today were both heavenly spiritual roots, which could be the same as seeing a million top-grade spirit stones on the main road. A pie in the sky. Little girl, haven't you heard your family say that? It's not safe out there. Don't come out and run around with nothing to do. An evil grin filled the one-eyed man's face as he said impatiently, "Send these two to my room. I want to enjoy them." After the other two from the Essence Transformation sect heard that Su-He and the others were heavenly spiritual roots, a fiery look surged in their eyes. But they were only early Yuaning cultivators. Even if they had some small thoughts about the two Su-He, they didn't dare to disobey, so they could only say, "Yes, sir." With that, the two of them directly set up the two Suwa towards the room. And the expressions of the two Suwa men had been completely desperate. They were so devoid of the power to resist that they couldn't even commit suicide. Once in that room, they all knew exactly what their impending downfall would be. Su Chanxian suddenly yelled, "We are from the Su family. If you dare to kill us, then the Su family will definitely not let you go. And the Harmonized Essence sect will definitely be destroyed as a result." The Su family? The one-eyed man's footsteps lurched, and he turned his head to look at the two men with a grave expression, before contempt finally flowed out of the corners of his mouth. "No wonder you guys, as heavenly spirit roots celestial pride, actually don't even have an escort. Is this ignoring everything by virtue of the Su family's blessing?" This formation was given by the patriarch himself, a high-level earth-ranked shielding formation. As long as that returned Yuan realm of the Su family isn't around, no one will know exactly what's going on inside. As long as I kill the two of you, who will know that I did it? And how can I find trouble with the Essence Transformation sect? Upon hearing these words, the two men completely despaired. They knew that the man was telling the truth. Not to mention that the formation was a high-level Earth Order shielding formation. As long as the distance was far enough away, even just a Xian Order formation would be able to block the probing of a returning Yuan realm cultivator. Su Chen usually stayed in Wangyan Mountain and rarely went out, and there were only a few Su family spirit transformation stage guards in Qingshui City, so it was impossible to find out about their murder. Right at this moment, a piercing and incomparable cold light erupted. "Who?" The single-eyed man looked towards a certain place and violently bellowed, only to see a sword light pass through the outermost shielding formation and stab towards him with a murderous aura. Although there was a shielding formation separating this courtyard, this formation had extremely poor protection, and when it shielded the people outside, it also shielded its own people. "Lu Yin, take your life." Along with this stern voice, from outside the formation, a woman in white suddenly appeared, his face cold and full of killing intent. Lu Yin's face suddenly changed. Half-step transformation god stage. Powerful aura burst out from his body, and he struck his palm towards the swordlight in a futile attempt to stop the swordlight's attacking might. And when the two Suwa girls saw the person who suddenly appeared, a bright light of expectation surged in their eyes again. Yuan Meng came up and did not leave any residual strength, instantly chopping off an arm for Lu Yin. Miserable screams rang out, echoing ceaselessly in the courtyard. "Who the hell are you?" Lu Yin's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. This woman knew that they were here and had obviously followed them all the way long ago. Otherwise how could a Yuaning stage consummate probe the situation within the formation? "This man is here specifically to kill him." Yuan Meng sneered. "You killed my two sisters and now you can't even remember what I look like?" Lu Yin took a serious look at Yuan Meng, then his pupils contracted violently. "You're that little girl from the Yuan family." Chapter 50. Don't be afraid. Your fifth brother is here to save you. Yuan Meng let out a cold laugh, her face filled with resentment. "Lu Yin, the Essence Transformation sect annihilated my Yuan clan. You sucked and dried up my two sisters. I will kill you today to console my clan's spirits in heaven." Saying that, the moves in her hands changed, and an even more powerful attack was directed towards Lu Yin. A look of fear surfaced on Lu Yin's face. How could he not have thought that Yuan Meng would be able to break through to a half-step transformation spirit? At that time, when the Chemical Essence sect annihilated the Yuan family, she was only at the Jiedan stage, and it was only less than 10 years ago that she broke through to the half-step transformation spirit. In these 10 years, Lu Yin had only broken through from the early stage of Yuaning to Yuaning perfection. This kind of speed was almost already comparable to many extreme spirit roots, but they were all surpassed by Yuan Meng. Lu Yin raised his hand and a handful of small flags appeared in his hand. He threw them directly towards Yuan Meng. Boom! With the sound of a violent explosion, Yuan Meng was unable to dodge and was directly smashed out. blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. This item was given to him by an elder of the Essence Transformation sect, possessing a blow from the God Transformation stage, and it was also something he kept to save his life. But today he had to take it out and use it. Luin laughed coldly. Since you took the initiative to send me to the door, I'll even eat you together today. Greed surfaced in his eyes. Two female cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots, plus this Yuan Meng who was at the half-step transformation spirit stage. By devouring all three of them, he would definitely be able to break through the transformation spirit stage. The key was, Yuan Meng's qualification he remembered seemed to be only an upper-grade spirit root, and to be able to break through to a half-step transformation spirit in such a short period of time, she must have gained some kind of chance. If he could plunder his chances together, he would definitely be able to go even further and even become an inner sect elder. The Essence Transformation sect was a devilish sect, and the disciples of the sect below the inner sect elders had drawbacks in the techniques they cultivated. One had to reach the half-step void refining stage and become an inner sect elder before the patriarch could personally remove this drawback for them, and breaking through the half-step refinement stage. This was almost always the dream of all the disciples of the Essence Transformation sect. Yuan Meng's eyes were filled with ice coldness. Don't worry, you don't have this chance. She stood up and killed towards Luin once again. How is it possible? Why are you okay? Seeing that Yuan Meng's might did not diminish, a look of panic appeared on Lu Yin's face. Although that attack just now was not enough to kill Yuan Meng, it could definitely seriously injure him. How could she, a half-step transformation spirit stage, not have anything happen to her at all? Yuan Meng let out a cold smile. Although that strike just now had injured her, however, most of the power was resisted by the protective magic treasure on her body, and she only received less than 20% of the power. Yuan Meng's attack was extremely fast, arriving in front of Lu Yin in an instant. When Suwa saw the scene, her face was filled with joy. As long as Lu Yin died, they would be saved. A sense of aftermath surfaced in the hearts of the two men. Fortunately, they were lucky today and encountered someone seeking revenge from the Essence Transformation sect. Otherwise it would have been disastrous. However, just as Yuan Meng was about to kill Lu Yin, a change suddenly appeared. Bold! A dull chortling sound rang out, instantly exploding in the minds of the crowd. The one who was most affected was Yuan Meng. Her entire body fell to her knees, her face filled with pain. In the other main room of the courtyard, an old man in his 60s slowly stepped out. His face was grim, and although he looked a bit old, his eyes were gleaming and sharp. Seeing this, Lu Yin quickly reacted and saluted this person. Greetings, Elder Wang. Wang Jin looked at him with a gloomy expression. Lu Yin, this is the good place you've been looking for. You don't even know that someone has followed you. If you let her affect the sovereign's plan, you will not be able to atone for it with 10,000 deaths. When Lu Yin heard these words, a strong look of fear appeared on his face, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. Elder Wang, I was negligent for a moment. Please punish Elder Wang. In this matter, there was no need for sophistry, and now that Yuan Meng was also under control, the best thing for him to do was to sincerely admit his mistake. Wang Jin said in a cold tone, if this were any other elder, your brat would have lost his little life today, but the next is no exception. Don't make this kind of low-level mistake again. Otherwise, don't blame this elder for being merciless. Lu Yin was cultivated by him and had done a lot of things for him, and captured a lot of women for him every year, so naturally Wang Jin would not kill him so easily. Feeling Wang Jin's icy tone, Lu Yin's heart trembled. He knew that if this kind of problem came up again in the future, there was a real possibility that he might lose his little life. Many thanks to Elder Wang. Wang Jin did not say any more as he turned his head towards Yuan Meng. In the next moment, he waved his hand violently, and Yuan Meng smashed directly into the corner of the wall as if she had suffered a heavy blow, and her aura became incomparably shriveled. Half-step transformation god. That's not a bad dessert. I'll take this one. Take the other two for yourself. Wang Jin's tone was unquestionable, and although Lu Yin had some reluctance in his heart, he could only nod his head in a hurry. There were at least 2 more heavenly spirit roots left for himself. In fact, a half-step transformation god was already of minimal help to Wang Jin, a transformation god stage perfection, and he was definitely attracted to Yuan Meng because there was something in Yuan Meng that attracted him, so it seems that there must be a great chance on Yuan Meng. Pity! Lu Yin's heart was filled with anger. He didn't dare to spread his anger to Wang Jin, so he turned his head to look at the 2 Suhi. Little beauties. I'll let you feel what it means to want to live and die later. He had a grim smile on his face, and his entire person was as if he was a demon, causing the 2 Suwa to be terrified to the extreme. I had thought that all of them would be saved today, But I didn't expect that another god transformation stage would come out. Su Chanxian was younger than Su Wa, and she had long since filled her eyes with tears. Sister Sua, what to do? She was only 17 years old, still just a little girl. How could she not be afraid when she encountered such a thing? Fear and despair kept filling the hearts of the two men. When Yuan Meng saw this scene, it was as if she had seen her relatives from the Yuan family back then, who were similarly suffering from the chemical essence sex poisonous hand before her eyes. You let go of them. Yuan Meng's heart was filled with anger, and she couldn't help but roar angrily. Although Suwa and Su Chanxian met her in passing, she didn't want to see what happened within the Yuan family repeated a second time in front of her eyes. Just then, a suffocating sense of oppression enveloped her, and Wang Jin's cold voice rang out, all by themselves and in the mood to care about her people. The anger on Yuan Meng's face did not diminish as he hurriedly poured his spiritual energy into the ring on his finger. His tone filled with anxiety. Master, have you awakened? In a flash, a helpless sigh rang out. You girl? I've only been asleep for 3 months, and you've already caused this kind of thing. When it's true, it's not saving Master's heart. Obviously, it's not like they're strong enough, so why do they have to look for trouble from the Essence Transformation sect? There was a bit of heartache and doting in this voice. Her previous slumber was because Yuan Meng had run off to seek revenge on the Essence Transforming sect when she was still at the Yuaning stage. As a result, he encountered the Void Refining stage chasing him, and in the end, it was only she who could make the move. It was because of that battle that she suffered severe damage to her mental power and was forced to fall into a deep sleep. As a result, now that he had just awakened, he had encountered this kind of thing again. This stupid disciple, he really doesn't want to recover himself. I'm a saint, and after 10 years of awakening, I'm actually weaker than when I first awakened. Just as well, let go of your mind and let me take care of the aftermath. But I'm not sure I can kill this transformation spirit perfection. At most I can only take you and those 2 little girls to escape, but I've just recovered my spiritual power a little weak, so I won't necessarily be able to preserve the 3 of you. If there's no other way, I'll leave them both behind. Just as she was about to take control of Yuan Meng's body, an aura that caused her heart to palpitate spread out from the middle of the courtyard. Immediately afterward, a gentle and magnetic young voice resounded in the middle of the courtyard. Don't be afraid, little sister Sua. Your 5th brother is here to save you. Chapter 51, Suchen Strikes Out, a mere district transformation essence sect. When Sua heard these words, her expression first froze, followed by excitement and aggravation welling up on her face. 5th brother, is that you? She twisted her head towards the direction where the voice had just sounded, only to see a gentle-faced youth standing there, as if he was a big brother who knew his heart. Just looking at him gave her a feeling of being in the spring breeze. The moment she saw this person, Su Chanxian also shouted with excitement. 5th brother. Now that the people of the Su clan knew that Su Chun was incredibly powerful, and that he had arrived, this transforming essence sect was definitely no longer a threat. The 2 of them had tears in their eyes, and they didn't know whether they were frightened or because they were crying out of joy. Wang Jin's eyes were filled with gravity as he faced the sudden appearance of Su Chen. In the next moment, his body's aura unfolded like a raging lion, blasting towards Su Chen to kill him. Although Su Chen didn't have an aura radiating out, he still felt a great pressure. Facing such an opponent, one would either have to fight with all his might to kill him or run away. But outside was Qingfeng City, fleeing was definitely not an option. So the only way was to take the risk of killing Su Chen. Su Chen looked towards him, his eyes calm and indifferent. Griffin. His voice seemed like a heavenly authority, and it was instantly transmitted. Bang! Wang Jin was directly pressed down on the ground, as if his body was being pressed by Tarzan, and his bones began to continuously rub together because they couldn't withstand the pressure, emitting crunching sounds that made people a little creepy. You! Wang Jin's lifted his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with panic. Who the hell is it? Such a powerful and suffocating sense of oppression caused his entire being to despair a little. Even in front of the harmonized essence sex harmonized stage patriarch, he had never felt this way. In fact, Wang Jin already knew the answer in his heart. Before Sui said that they came from the Su family, then there was only one possibility for this person in front of him. The Su family. Su Qin, returned to Yuan Realm Cultivator. At this moment, the fear in his heart was so extreme that he wanted to beg for mercy, and that intense feeling of oppression prevented him from even being able to speak. Wang Jin's back teeth were clenched. He really wanted to get Luin killed. It's not good for you to arrest anyone, but the Su family. When Luin saw this situation, his heart was also chilled beyond measure, and at the critical moment, he was ready to use the lives of the 2 Suhi as a threat. However, Just as he grabbed towards the two of them in Suwa, his body began to twist uncoordinately. Intense pain came from all over his body, and his hands, feet and limbs began to rotate, and ultimately wrapped around his waist like a twist, and he was completely lifeless. His eyes were wide, and it was clear from the grim, fearful facial expression just how much pain he had gone through. The other two people from the Essence Transformation sect were also in such a state of death. They were unable to make a sound and only screamed silently. On the other side, Wang Jin also couldn't suffer from that powerful pressure and was directly crushed into a meat cake. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great, and it was not at all of the same level. Su Chen hadn't even used 1/10,000th of his strength. Killing a transformation spirit stage perfection was too simple for him. It's okay. Su Chen looked towards the two of them, and said in a gentle tone, "Next time, remember to bring along the family token. There is a formation in there, which can save your lives at critical times, and can also notify the rest of the Su family." Su He and the two of them didn't care about this at the moment. Both of them ran over with crying faces and hugged Su Chen. Fifth brother. Although the two had wanted to cry before, they had held back, but after seeing Su Chen, the emotions in their hearts could no longer be contained. Su Chen raised his hand and rubbed their heads, saying in a soft tone, "It's alright, with fifth brother here. No one in this world can harm you." The two didn't keep crying, and after venting their emotions for a while, they stabilized. Su Chen cared for the two of them for a while longer before looking towards Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng's heart immediately tightened. She knew that the person in front of her was definitely not simple, so she hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, senior." Su Chen glanced at Yuan Meng and then at the ring on her hand. Grandpa in the ring? But hers didn't seem to be an old grandpa, and judging by the scent, it would be a female. There was still a faint holy might on his body, but the aura on his body was very weak. Even at his peak it was estimated that he was just a saint. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, then said indifferently, "Are you willing to serve my Su family?" If the Su family wanted to grow in the future, some powerful henchmen were essential, and whether it was this Yuan Meng or that saint in her ring, it would help a lot in the growth of the Su family. Yuan Meng's face shook. Su's. The person in front of him was from the Su family, and to be so powerful and so young, then wasn't he that Su Chen of the returning Yuan realm? But soon, Yuan Meng's face showed a tangle of colors. Joining the Su family, that meant being a parasite. She still had a great revenge yet to be avenged. Could she still take revenge after joining the Su family? Yuan Meng said with some caution. "Senior, my daughter has not yet avenged her great hatred. I am afraid that." She wanted to refuse, but was worried that saying it outright would displease Su Chen. "The great enemy? Do you mean the chemical essence sect?" Su Chen said in a flat tone. "This clan will disappear from this world today, so you don't have to worry about that." It was naturally impossible for him to let go of the harmonized essence sect, and when the matter here was over, he would directly go and exterminate him. Yuan Meng was instantly startled, and she had a joyful look on her face. Senior is serious. Only after she said that did she realize that she had slipped up. There was absolutely no need for such a strong person to deceive her. "A half-step transformation spirit stage ant," Yuan Meng immediately said. "Senior, if you are willing to exterminate the essence transformation sect, then my daughter will be a member of the Su family from now on, and is willing to sacrifice her life for the Su family." Su Chen nodded. Then he turned his head and smiled as he said to the two of them, "I'll leave first. Be careful the next time you go out." The two of them nodded heavily. After going through this incident, they had also realized that this world was more dangerous than they had imagined. In the next moment, Su Chen disappeared in place, and following him was Yuan Meng. Due to Su Chen's speed being too fast, Yuan Meng even blurred her vision directly, unable to see what was happening at all, and her entire body felt like it was spinning around in the sky. A few breaths later, she regained her clarity, while what met her eyes was an incomparably large sect. At the very front of the clan, there was a signboard hanging with 3 large characters tattooed on it in a dragon's flight. The Chemical Essence Sect. Although this clan was a devilish force, it also had a place within the Surprise Dynasty due to its strength being too powerful. In the view of the royal family of the Amazing Empire, although the Chemical Essence Sect was a devilish force, as long as it didn't go too far, he still belonged to the forces within the empire. That's why the royal family just suppressed it without really eradicating it. Seeing this clan, Yuan Meng's eyes were filled with resentment. The Chemical Essence Sect, Yuan Meng said through gritted teeth. This clan was the force he wanted to destroy all the time. It was because of them that his clan died out and she was forced to wander the world alone. If it wasn't for the Essence Transformation Sect, she would probably still be her own young lady in the Yuan family, enjoying the care brought by her parents and sister. But now, it's all gone. Su Chen looked down. Strong fluctuations passed out from his body, just like an awakened flood beast, causing people's hearts to palpitate. He raised his hand and pointed downward. With just this finger, the heavens and earth began to break apart. Cracks in the void continued to emerge, and the earth trembled as if it was also in fear of this power. Which senior is coming? An incomparable voice of horror came from within the chemical essence sect. In the next moment, a figure scurried out from within the essence transformation sect, his face wearing an unspeakable look of horror. This person was the patriarch of the harmonized essence sect. Before he could react, a powerful force smashed down from the sky. A huge explosion sounded, and almost the entire surprising empire of the transformation spirit stage and above detected the aura. Countless people looked towards the direction where the breath had erupted, with a look of panic in their eyes. What a horrible breath! Who is it? Chapter 52 Terrifying Su Chen. Saint Emperor Strong Start. Under this power, the head sect of the chemical essence sect was like a mortal encountering a heavenly disaster. Without any resistance, without even uttering a scream, he was directly dissolved between heaven and earth, and his divine soul was silenced. At the location of the chemical essence sect, a pit several hundred meters deep was left behind. The deep pit continued for dozens of miles, shocking people just by looking at it. Almost without exception, the entire strongest members of the harmonized essence sect died in this strike. When Yuan Meng saw the scene, she was also directly stunned speechless. This is a return to Yuan realm cultivator? It's just so powerful. The most powerful cultivator she had ever seen was the refined void stage. But in front of Su Chen, she felt that there was absolutely no comparison. It was basically a difference between clouds and mud. Previously, she felt that the refined void stage was a strong person. But when she saw Su Chen's strength today, her entire perception had completely changed. On the other side, Su Chen's expression was calm and unperturbed, just as if he had done something very ordinary. After doing all this, Su Chen directly brought Yuan Meng to the bottom of Wangyan Mountain and left after handing her over to Sui. A person like Yuan Meng, of course, could not be treated according to the standards of an ordinary subordinate. She had to be allowed to work exclusively for the first family. So Yuan Meng joining the Su family, although she was only an underling, her status would not be very low. After Yuan Meng had seen Su Chen's strength, she was naturally very happy to join the Su family, and after Su he registered her identity and then assigned her residence. She was considered to have entered the Su family in the true sense of the word. Inside a house halfway up the mountain, Yuan Meng couldn't help but shout in a low voice, "Master, are you still there?" From the moment Su Chen came out just now, her master teacher had been completely unresponsive. After a long time, a green smoke floated out from Yuan Meng's ring and eventually transformed into a woman. She wore a long green dress. Her appearance was like a heavenly fairy, and her figure was exquisite to the extreme, as if she was a work of art. And Qinglian's eyes were somewhat complicated as she looked up at the lookout cloud mountain. That person must know about me, and there's no need to hide it. There was a hint of awe and respect in her tone, which instantly caused Yuan Meng to reveal a look of surprise. "Master, that one? What do you mean?" She is very clear. Her own teacher was a saint-level powerhouse. Can let her have some respect for the character that how heavenly? Could it be that young Master Su wasn't a return to Yuan realm cultivator? Or did he mean something else? And Qinglian was silent for a moment. Recalling the incomparably powerful saint might on Su Chen's body, she took a deep breath before saying, "It's the young master of the Su family. Su Chen, there is no problem for you to join the Su family." With that Su Chen guarding the Su family, the future Su family will definitely become one of the most powerful forces amongst the entire Xian heavenly realm. It had only been a simple contact before, but Qinglian had already judged that Su Chen's cultivation was definitely far above her peak. All of them were at least Saint Emperor powerhouses to begin with. Cultivators of such a level, in the entire Xian heavenly realm, were almost all giants on one side, old ancestral powerhouses guarding holy places. She could never have imagined that such a cultivator existed in the Su family. Yuan Meng couldn't help but ask, "Where exactly is he?" And Qinglian shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. But she still explained, "I don't know much about it, but this young Lord Su Chen is definitely more powerful than I was at my peak." "What?" Yuan Meng was instantly startled, and a shocked look surfaced in her eyes. The Su family, surprisingly, existed with a saint-level powerhouse. In the next moment, excitement surged on her face. Wasn't it a great opportunity for her to join a force with this kind of strong person in charge? A saint. Yuan Meng couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The outside world thought that Su Chen was just a returning Yuan realm. Who knew that he was actually a saint-level powerhouse? And Xinglian said with a somewhat grave expression, "Manga, you mustn't spread this kind of thing without that young Master Su's approval. Otherwise the consequences will be very serious." She knew that a strong person of this level had his reasons for doing things. Maybe Su Chen was plotting something, and Yuan Meng would spread the news. And then it might be a big disaster. Yuan Meng's heart and mind flinched. "Don't worry, Master. I will definitely not mention it to anyone." Saying that, she also put a gagging spell on herself just to be on the safe side, so as to avoid accidentally speaking out of turn. After being happy for not long, Yuan Meng gradually calmed down. She raised her head to look towards the distance, and since she was on the mountainside of Wangyun Mountain, her view was also extremely open. Feeling the breeze on her face, Yuan Meng couldn't help but sigh deeply. The essence transformation sect was destroyed, but she didn't feel a bit happy. Instead, her mood was incomparably heavy. What would be the point of destroying the transformation essence sect, as my sister and the clan would not be able to return? Seeing this, and Xinglian patted her shoulder and said in a soft tone, "Child, now that you are the only one left in the Yuan family, for the sake of your family, it's all the more important for you to live well so that they will be relieved in heaven." Yuan Meng nodded. "Master, I know. She wasn't that fragile inside. She just couldn't help being a little sentimental." Soon, Yuan Meng rearranged her emotions as she said with a firm expression, "Since this Su family has such a strong person, then the speed at which my disciple recasts your flesh for you can be faster. And besides, Master, didn't you say that there are still a bunch of people after you? With the blessing of young Master Su Chen, those people will surely not dare to come after you again, right?" And Xinglian nodded and laughed. "Indeed, there are no powerhouses among those people that can rival Saint Emperors, so they naturally don't dare to come to trouble me." Holy Emperor? Yuan Meng's head was full of question marks, obviously having never heard of what this was, and Xinglian shook her head. "When you grow up, you will naturally be able to understand that it is imperative that you awaken your Empyrean sacred body first is the focus." Yuan Meng immediately nodded her head. "Well, I'll listen to everything Master Teacher says." Low murmurs continued to ring out from within the house. Other side, where the chemical essence sect was located, countless powerful people cautiously rushed to check out the situation. Everyone was shocked when they realized that the chemical essence sect had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a large pit. The harmonized essence sect has been destroyed. Who did this? This is a power of the harmonization stage. Could it be that the old Imperial Lord did this? Impossible. The old Imperial Lord has long been in seclusion to break through the returning Yuan realm. This place is so close to Mount Wangyun, and the one who is able to kill a great power at the harmonization stage, the one from the Su clan seems to have a great possibility as well. I think the high probability is the one from the Su family. You guys also detected that aura just now. It's too strong. Even the old Imperial Lord is far from it. This transforming essence sect actually messed with that person. It's really looking for death. Obviously, they all thought that the destruction of the harmonized essence sect was done by Su Chen. This devilish force was incomparably powerful, and its patriarch was even a mid-period harmonization cultivator. So in the entire surprising empire, only the imperial family could exterminate it. Unfortunately, the royal family never did anything about it. Now that the essence transformation sect had been destroyed by the Su clan, countless people clapped their hands. For a time, the fame of the Su family skyrocketed once again, becoming the hottest force in the amazing empire, and countless heavenly prides even took the initiative to come to the door to join the Su family. Of course, Su Qingtian only selected a portion of the quality ones to stay, and rejected most of the others. The Su family needs loyal dependable people, not those who climb the ladder. Chapter 53, Subduing the Green Zhao of the Ink Sea. With more people defecting, the Su family also grew extremely fast, and the scale of their power became more and more massive. However, Su Chen didn't even bother with these things. He just quietly stayed in the Looking Cloud courtyard to lie flat. He liked this state of life. Do not need to worry about anything. When bored, go out and around. And even Su Chen also specializes in barbecue these things. From time to time in the yard inside the rack grilled. The day was extremely comfortable. Such a peaceful and restful life was exactly what he was looking for. Report to the young lord. Outside the courtyard, the guards' respectful voices rang out. Your previous command to search for Demon King level mounts has made progress. In the Lost Sea in the eastern part of 10,000 Seas County, there is said to be a Demon King of the conformity stage, whose body is a Jiao dragon. There was a bit of excitement and awe in the guards' voices. The young lord was too ferocious to capture a conjugation stage Demon King as a mount. Wanhai County? Su Chen nodded. I know. After saying that, his divine sense then directly spread out, instantly enveloping the entire Wanhai County, and he soon found the scaly dragon. However, Su Chen also detected that the other party's breath was a little weak, and the life force in his body was dissipating. Obviously, this augur had not much longer to live. The lifespan of demonic beasts is generally more than that of the human race. The lifespan of a harmonization stage cultivator is 10,000 years, and augur dragons with a powerful bloodline like this one are at least 20,000 to 30,000 years old. But he doesn't even have a lot of life left in him, which is enough to see how old he really is. Jiao dragon. Unfortunately not a true dragon, but slightly purified bloodline. Used as a mount barely enough, Su Chen murmured, and then disappeared into Mount Wangyun. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the Lost Sea of 10,000 Seas County. The Sea of Lost Paths was vast and incomparable, and there were dark currents everywhere below, as well as many demonic beasts, among which there was no lack of such sixth-order demonic beasts of the refined void stage, which belonged to the forbidden land of the human race, and that was how the Sea of Lost Paths came to be known as the Sea of Lost Paths. And in the depths of the Sea of Lost Paths, a behemoth was perched here. Its body was close to 1,000 feet, and within the surrounding 100 miles, there was not a single demonic beast. This behemoth had a pair of claws, a horse's head and a snake's tail, and was covered in light black scale armor, with whiskers and horns on its head, looking extremely extraordinary. On his head, a small horn sprang up, glowing green. This is the overlord of the Lost Sea, the Inksea Green Zhao, which is itself a descendant of the Green Dragon, only that the bloodline is a bit thin. Suddenly, the Inksea Green Zhao's eyes snapped open, and a faint green aura emanated from his enormous pupils as if they were rivers of stars. Humans! The Inksea Green Zhao's voice rang out, and the surrounding sea immediately boiled, and the surface of the sea all began to flood with powerful bursts of waves. His eyes were filled with gravity. Demonic beasts were sharper than the human race. But the fact that this person was able to arrive in front of him silently meant that the other party's strength was definitely so powerful. As a demon king of the conjugation stage, he was naturally not as foolish as the lower-ranked demonic beasts, so he didn't attack rashly. However, the Inksea Green Zhao is still incomparably cautious, and there is constant friction between the human and demon races, so the human race can become a demon food, and the parts on the demon race can help the demon race to refine pills and weapons. This stranger race in front of him couldn't be here to kill him, could it? Su Chen didn't reply, but instead gave him a serious look before nodding his head and saying, "Not bad, the mold is quite a sight to behold." Then, he raised his head towards the Inksea Green Zhao and said in a calm tone, "I'll give you a chance to become this seat's mount." The Inksea Green Zhao's huge eyes glared, and his voice was like a loud bell as he said, "Human race, do you know what you're talking about?" A powerful baleful aura was released from its body, and the entire Lost Sea began to become restless, with countless demonic beasts rapidly heading towards the fringes. The Demon King is awakening, and he's going to start foraging for food. Some of the demonic beasts that had opened their minds looked at the direction of the breath emanating from the distance with fear in their eyes. The eyes of the Inksea Green Zhao were filled with killing intent, daring to take him as a mount. Even the Shocking King didn't have this qualification. He was naturally extremely strong in battle as an augur, although he was only at the middle level of the 7th rank, just similar to the middle stage of the human race's harmonization. His combat power was actually comparable to a half-step of the returning Yuan realm. The Inksea Green Zhao's eyes flashed with scorn as he said coldly, "Human, this king has no more lifespan left. There is no more possibility of a breakthrough. At most 100 years before I die. Let me spend the rest of my last life. So what if I give you my body at that time? Otherwise, this king will not let you live well even if he spares his life." He was dying, and in his last hours all he wanted was to see the world again. Otherwise, he didn't mind fighting Su Chen for his life, and sooner or later, he would die anyway. Su Chen did not speak. His palm immediately condensed a drop of bright red blood, which seemed to have a true dragon roaring within it, deafening the ears and emitting an appalling fluctuation. The Inksea Green Zhao trembled and his pupils contracted violently as he exclaimed, "This is," Su Chen said indifferently, "a drop of true dragon blood. You are also a descendant belonging to the dragon race, so you should know just how much this thing will help you, right?" The Inksea Green Zhao trembled, and its breath then began to become agitated. At this moment, he was excited to the core. True dragon blood. Once one was able to absorb it, more than just evolving the bloodline, one's cultivation would be able to advance even further. The ink sea green Jiao looked toward Su Chen with an expression that was incomparably grave, bringing true dragon blood to his door. It seemed that the other party was not here to kill him. Ride. The eyes of the ink sea green Jiao were full of tangled colors. As a descendant of a true dragon, although his bloodline was a bit thin, his heart was still proud beyond measure. It was a bit hard to accept for him to condescend to become the mount of the human race. Watching him hesitate, Su Chen didn't rush him. In Su Chen's opinion, there was no point in forcing the ink sea green Jiao, and since he wanted him to be his mount, it was actually no different from a partner. If in the end, the ink sea green Jiao was still unwilling, he was too lazy to force himself. After a long time, the ink sea green Jiao raised its head and said in a loud voice, "Okay, I promise." Anyway, he was already dying. This true dragon blood would not only allow him to go further, there was also a chance for the bloodline to return to its ancestor. Such a heaven-defying benefit was really a little hard for him to resist. The bottom line was that he didn't want to die. True dragon blood will keep him alive. Su Chen nodded, raised his hand and waved it out, and a seal was then directly engraved on the center of the ink sea green Jiao's brow. This is master-servant contract. How is that possible? The pupils of the ink sea green Jiao contracted violently, looking at Su Chen with an expression of extreme fear. Reaching a master-servant contract with a demonic beast had to be something the demonic beast was willing to do. Otherwise it was extremely difficult to do. But just now, without even noticing it in the slightest, he had been forcibly established a master-servant contract. This meant that the human race in front of him was powerful beyond his imagination. At this moment, the pride in his heart was completely put down, leaving only a full of respect. The demon race worships the strong. As long as you are stronger than me, then you are the king. And the strength that Su Chen had displayed was extremely terrifying. Subjugating such a strong person would not be burying him. The fact that the key opponent was still able to casually take out such a heaven-defying item like true dragon blood was enough to see how extraordinary he was. Su Chen handed over the true dragon blood and calmly said, "Hurry up and refine it." The ink sea green Jiao's heart was flabbergasted, and he hurriedly said, "Yes, master." Chapter 54, The compulsion is straight up. The true dragon's blood was swallowed by the ink sea green Jiao, and the massive bloodline power immediately began to swim all over his body, and it was as if his entire body was rejuvenated. In an instant, a strong aura filled the air, enveloping the entire sea of lost ways. Roar! A high-pitched dragon's roar sounded. The forehead of the ink sea green Jiao originally only had one small horn, but now another one had emerged, and this pair of horns was large and very conspicuous. Along with this dragon's roar, all of the demonic beasts in the Sea of Lost Paths prostrated themselves on the ground, each of them trembling, obviously terrified. Immediately after that, the ink sea green Jiao kept hissing, filled with pain. The true dragon blood was too overbearing, and he was frantically transforming the flesh and bloodline of the ink sea green Jiao. This feeling of going back to the drawing board was naturally incomparably painful. Although it was very difficult, the ink sea green Jiao was enjoying it. He felt the power of the bloodline in his body getting stronger, which caused his entire demon to become incomparably exhilarated. Soon, his flesh began to change, and his original ink-black scales began to fall off crazily, becoming a bloody mess. But it didn't take long to grow green scales again, which emitted a strange stream of light, paired with the rippling seawater, looking extremely mysterious. The aura on the ink sea green Jiao was also climbing, directly breaking through from a demon king in the middle stage of harmonization to a half-step return realm. If one were to convert it according to the ranks of the demon race, it would be half a step to the 8th rank, half a step to the demon emperor. The ink sea green Jiao violently drilled out of the Sea of Lost Paths, his breath exploding out recklessly as he traveled between the heavens and the earth, just like a swimming dragon. Ha 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 ha, I've transformed into a dragon. This is the true dragon. At this moment, his heart was excited to the extreme, although he couldn't be compared to those dragon clans with powerful bloodlines. At this time, he had indeed transcended the realm of the augur and had become a true dragon. His body had grown close to 3 times bigger than before. Originally it was only 1,000 zhang, but now it was around 3,000 zhang, just like a behemoth. Just looking at it made people's hearts fearful. In the middle of the surprising empire, countless people's expressions were somewhat horrified after they detected this terrifying aura. That direction is 10,000 Seas County. Such a powerful demonic aura. Could it be that that demon king of the Lost Sea has broken through again? Isn't the ink sea green Jiao's lifespan running out? To have managed to break through at this time, the luck is too good, isn't it? This breath is a bit too powerful. It's very different from the ink sea green Jiao. It's not him. Is it possible that the Lost Sea has given birth to a new demon king? Almost at the same time, the powerful people in the middle of the amazing empire all looked at the direction of the Sea of Lost Ways with gloomy expressions. The inksea green Jiao was already powerful, and with this breakthrough again, wouldn't it be able to separate itself from the shocking empire? The Lost Sea. After the inksea green Jiao had laughed freely for a while, he once again came to Su Chen's body. He no longer spoke, but quietly lowered his head. As a mount, he didn't need to talk much, he just needed to follow his master's orders. Su Chen jumped to his head and sat down, looking towards the distance. The view and everything is very good, and after the bloodline of the inksea green Jiao was elevated, the appearance looked like a thief. The compulsion pulls straight through. Not bad. Su Chen was still very satisfied with this mount of his. Let's go back to Lookout Cloud Mountain. Accompanied by a gurgling dragon's roar, a huge object then tumbled through the sea of clouds and headed into the distance. As they passed through the territories of some human cultivators, countless human cultivators looked at the giant dragon flying overhead with shocking fear in their eyes. What a terrifying aura! Where did this demon race come from? Is there such a powerful demon king within our stunning dynasty? It can't be a demon king from somewhere else coming to attack our amazing empire, can it? Why do I look a little off with this demonic beast? It seems like a dragon. Dude, you're kidding. Our eastern domain has long since lost its dragon race. There's only one dragon in the Sea of Lost Paths. Discussions continued to ring out. At first when they saw the inksea green Jiao, they were a little alarmed, but after seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any killing intent, they relaxed once again. As he passed by Qingfeng City, the face of Qingfeng City's city lord shook as he immediately scurried out from within the city lord's mansion with a respectful expression. What demon race senior is here? Although humans and demons have always been somewhat at odds, they are both equally cultivating, and both are seeking immortality. Coupled with the fact that having reached the realm of a demon king, his spiritual intelligence was already no different from that of the human race, there was no problem in addressing a senior. The inksea green Jiao didn't speak, he just coldly looked at the little bug in front of him. Qingfeng City Lord also finally got a good look at the behemoth in front of him. True dragon. His eyes were colored with disbelief. The demon race in front of him was completely similar to the dragon race's appearance. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, collar like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, ears like an ox. Other than some slight differences in very few places that aren't particularly similar, there really isn't any difference between it and the dragon. There were even true dragons in the Xian heavenly realm. There were divine beasts of this level like true dragons in the past. But along with the disappearance of the Xian heavenly realm's great emperors, many divine beasts followed suit and disappeared, and among them were true dragons. After so many more years of evolution, the divine beasts in the Xian heavenly realm were almost already rare. The key was that the aura emanating from the inksea green Jiao's body was too appalling, and it was completely different from the demon races, filled with divinity. Is it really a divine beast? But soon, he noticed that above the dragon's head, there was a bountiful and handsome youth sitting on a plate. Human. Qingfeng City Lord's pupils contracted violently. Could it be that this dragon was his mount? To be able to subdue such a powerful dragon, then as his master's strength had to be at what level? Qingfeng City Lord hurriedly saluted. Greetings to senior. He didn't dare to look at Su Chen too much, but after sweeping a glance just now, he felt incomparably familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Su Chen said indifferently, so it's City Lord Zhou. Goodbye. The Qingfeng City Lord raised his head violently, and when he thoroughly saw the figure on the head of the giant dragon, his entire heart shook dramatically. Su Chen. The Su family stayed at Wangyun Mountain, which was extremely close to Qingfeng City, and he had met Su Chen once when he visited the Su family. How amazing was the memory of a cultivator. So naturally, he recognized that it was Su Chen at a glance. Zhou Yuan's entire body was dumbfounded. Was Su Chen's strength so heaven-defying? How could he even take in a true dragon? Judging from the aura emanating from the inksea green Zhao's body, he was at least all at the half-step returning Yuan realm, and the sense of oppression was much more powerful than the old shocking king back then. Zhou Yuan hurriedly saluted Su Chen. Greetings young Master Su. Is this? Su Chen said blandly. It's just a mount. Ride. I'll be damned. Zhou Yuan's heart was filled with shock. It was really his mount. To be able to take in such a terrifying demonic beast as a mount, who would be able to shake the Su family's position in the future? Su Chen also did not climb too much with him, directly on the inksea green Jiao to Wangyun Mountain. By the time Su Chen came back in the inksea green Jiao, everyone in the Su family was in deep shock, especially looking at the scene of Su Chen sitting on top of the dragon head. the compulsion was simply drawn out. It caused the Su family to be envious. In the end, the inksy green Jiao lived amongst the high-altitude clouds of the Purple Cloud mountain range. He had now transformed into a dragon, and although his bloodline still wasn't strong enough, he had all of the skills he should have as a dragon. Controlling wind, rain, thunder and lightning are all basic operations, and traveling heaven and earth is naturally not a problem. The inksy green Jiao was also given a new name by Su Chun, Limestone. Looking from Mount Wangyun towards the Purple Cloud mountain range, he saw the huge figure above him, hidden within the clouds. Chapter 55, Xian Heavenly Realm's Secret Story. Upgrading to a saint rank physique. The fact that Su Chen had subdued a true dragon was quickly spread within the Surprise Empire, which immediately caused a huge uproar, and even several of the neighboring empires were prepared to come and take a peek at the truth. A real dragon. How long had it been since the Xian Heavenly Realm had encountered a true dragon? Not to mention the top-tier divine beasts like the Dragon Clan. Even other divine beasts simply couldn't even be seen in shadow, and were only heard of within certain holy ancient clans. A living divine beast. Who could not be curious? As a result, around the Purple Cloud mountain range, many people came daily to watch the behemoth above. This appearance seems to be really a dragon, and the breath is so powerful. I see that there are at least late stage of harmonization or even half-step returning Yuan realm. Such a terrifying divine beast can really be subdued by the Su family. But is this a divine beast or not? I strongly suspect it's somewhat fake. I think so too. The divine beasts disappeared into obscurity a long time ago. Not to mention the dragons. Murmuring voices continued to ring out, which naturally allowed Qingshi to hear them as well. He was a bit speechless. If it was according to his previous character, he would have killed them all long ago. But the current him was Su Chen's mount, and before he got his master's order, was he not free to kill at will? As a result, he could only invoke clouds and mist to completely cover himself up, and those who came to the Purple Cloud mountain range would never see him again. That's what caused their enthusiasm to drop and the number of people coming to watch each day plummeted. However, since they didn't see the real face, many people simply didn't believe that it was a dragon race, and gradually no one talked about it anymore. Hope Cloud Yard. Su Chen lay on the chair in boredom, looking at the clouds drifting by in the distance. With nothing else to do, Su Chen looked towards the system backpack again to see what he had signed up for recently. The system would automatically label the new items obtained within half a year. Su Chen checked. Now his item level should have reached something like the 8th item of the immortal stage, and he didn't know very much about what realm he was benchmarking against. Su Chen glanced at the cultivation he had gained by signing in, and had previously used over 2 million cultivation, so there were still tens of billions of years left. Use a little first. Use your cultivation for 1 million years. Along with Su Chen's operation, majestic power suddenly surged into his body. In just a moment's time, Su Chen had broken through from the original innate ancient sage to supreme sage, and the Tao force in his body was already dense to the extreme, with the life force gushing out as if it was endless. After reaching saints, the lifespan would all be at least 100,000 years. If one could break through among the saints, one could have a maximum lifespan of 200,000 to 300,000 years. His current cultivation level was that of a supreme sage, and he even had millions of years of lifespan. The cultivation level of the system signing in was calculated according to normal cultivation, while his Hongmang immortal body itself was immensely powerful, and the energy needed to break through was even more massive. There were no resources to assist, it was just a case of normal cultivation, so the speed of breakthrough was extremely slow. After reaching the supreme sage, the cultivation within Su Chen's body hadn't stopped climbing. Suddenly, an icy voice sounded in his head. Warning, the host is about to break through the quasi-emperor realm. This heaven and earth can't withstand an emperor-level powerhouse. Once he breaks through the quasi-emperor, this world collapses as a result, so please ask the host if he wants to abort the breakthrough. 10, 9, 8. A prompt box appeared in front of Su Chen's eyes. Abort! Su Chen did not hesitate to stop as he chose, but his brows were tightly furrowed. Abort successful. Return the host's 500,000 years of unused cultivation. Su Chen looked towards the middle of the sky, and at this moment, he felt the power of the heavenly Tao of the Xian Heavenly Realm very keenly. Xian Heavenly Realm. Very weak, very small. With his current strength, one punch would probably collapse the entire eastern region. The world was that weak. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. The heavenly Tao had become weaker and was unable to break through to the emperor level. So there must be a connection with the disappearance of the great emperor powerhouses hundreds of thousands of years ago. He had nothing to do much of the time in the cloud-watching courtyard, so he would go through various books. From the records, hundreds of thousands of years ago there were a total of 3 great emperor-level powerhouses sitting in the Xian heavenly realm, but for some unknown reason, these 3 great emperor powerhouses inexplicably disappeared. At the same time, the spiritual energy within the entire Xian heavenly realm had plummeted by close to 2/3. It's only been a few 100,000 years. There should be saintly powerhouses who have lived from that era to the present, so we'll know when we ask. Su Chen didn't continue to think deeply about it. He didn't like to dwell on these things. He would know sooner or later anyway. After thinking about it, Su Chen then directly transmitted his voice for Su Qingtian, Su Hanyuan, and Su Yunxian to come over. He had previously upgraded them to heavenly spirit roots, and now he could also upgrade them again. However, he was prepared to raise them one batch at a time, rather than raising everyone up at once. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the cloud-watching courtyard. Tatsuer, what's the matter with calling us here? Su Hanyuan looked at Su Chen with a kind face. He was very fond of this little grandson of his. Su Chen smiled and said, "Improve your qualifications." The 3 of them were stunned. Upgrading their qualifications? Su Chen nodded and continued to speak. Previously, I upgraded all of you to heavenly spirit roots, and now that I see that everyone has fully adapted, I am going to upgrade all of the Su family's direct lineage to saint stage physiques, and then upgrade some of the core members of the side lineage to heavenly spirit roots as well. The 3 people's pupils immediately shrank, shocked by Su Chen's words. Upgrade to Holy Order Physique. Su Yunxian's mouth was shivering as he said with a trembling voice, Sacred Order Physique. Chener, are you sure? Heavenly spiritual roots in the stunning empire are top qualifications. Heavenly spiritual roots above the spiritual body that is even rarer. As for the legendary holy body, the entire stunning empire also appeared 3,000 years ago. In the end, this person was worshipping a holy land in the eastern domain called the Xian Holy Land. Su Chen smiled and said, how can this be false? What kind of technique you cultivate? Great Elder, I can match you with a suitable saint body. He signed up for a lot of Eucharist, of any type. Su Yunxian gulped. What I cultivate is the way of the sword. Sword. Su Chen nodded, then began to search through the system backpack. Range Moon Sword Body. Star Sword Body. Yin Yang Sword Body. One by one, the saint-ranked physiques crossed in front of his eyes. Soon, Su Chen picked a suitable saint body. Thundering Sword Body. Su Yunxian's sword was very domineering, focusing on power, and the Thundering Sword Body was considered to be more explosive amongst the saint bodies, and it was considered suitable for him. Su Chen smiled and said, Grand Elder, please take a seat. Su Yunxian was thrilled in his heart. It was hard for him to believe that he had a chance to become a sacred body. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have believed that there was such an operation, but the shock that Su Chen had brought to them was too much, which made Su Yunxian have to believe it as well. He sat down on the stool and Su Chen placed his hand on his head. A moment later, a power filled with lightning surged into Su Yunxian's body. In a flash, the violent power of lightning was instantly released from Su Yunxian's, as if it could destroy everything. Su Chen immediately blocked this force, stopping it around Su Yunxian. If he let all of this lightning power be released, he wouldn't be able to keep this hopeful cloud courtyard. Soon, miserable and incomparable screams resounded within the hopeful cloud courtyard, causing one's scalp to go a little numb and their hairs to stand on end as they listened. Chapter 56, For Elephant Sect. The miserable screams lasted for a long time, almost about 3 times as long as when the heavenly spirit root was transformed before, and the pain is more than triple. Of course, Su Chen definitely didn't know that this was just his guess, because Su Yunxian did look as if she was in pain. Su Yunxian was lying on the ground screaming miserably. His body was twitching all over. His face was hideous to the extreme, but the aura on his body also became more and more powerful with this scream. The 2 guards at the entrance of the hopeful cloud courtyard glanced at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell is going on in there? The screams went on like this for a while before finally slowing down. Inside the House of Hope and Cloud, Su Yunxian's body felt as if it had been deflated as he lay on the ground, his entire body continuously panting heavily. I feel like I'm dying. Su Qingtian, however, was too lazy to care about this as he hurriedly walked up and asked, Elder, what's your situation? Su Yunxian took a deep breath, feeling the massive lightning power within his body. The look on his face became extremely excited. This power of thunder and lightning was too powerful. More powerful than the power of thunder and lightning condensed by many Earth-rank advanced techniques, and that was only if his thundering sword body had not yet become a minor success. He really didn't dare to imagine just how terrifying this would be if it reached great completion. The key was that this thundering sword body fit with the sword Dao, and those lightning powers could be perfectly integrated into his sword Dao. Su Yunxian said excitedly, "Big brother, it's really a holy body. I feel like my flesh has strengthened by at least 4 times, as well as my body is filled with the power of lightning." With that, he stood up and a long sword appeared in his hand. Chop! Su Yunxian bellowed and swung toward the sky. In a blink of an eye, a powerful swordlight slashed through, and along with the massive power of lightning, an incomparably terrifying void crack appeared above the entire Mount Wangyun. Oh, my god! Su Qingtian and Su Hongyuan were dumbfounded. What a terrifying power! Su Yunxian, on the other hand, laughed out loud and said, "Is this the sacred body? I feel like the power of the same moves has increased by more than 10 times at least. No wonder those heavenly talents can cross the realm to kill their enemies." Although he was only at the early stage of refined void now, this sword was already completely capable of rivaling the late stage of refined void. If he could reach the small completion of the thundering sword body, he would even be able to fight with a half-step harmonization stage. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with envy, and he couldn't wait to say, "Shen quick, give me one too." Su Chen smiled and nodded. What Su Qingtian cultivated was also a sword. However, his sword was different from Su Yunxian's. Su Yunxian pursued dominance, but Su Qingtian's sword was similar to the waves of the sea, with waves stacking on top of each other, getting stronger and stronger the more he fought. Indestructible sword body. Although the destructive power of this sword body wasn't as great as the thundering sword body bonus, it had a particularly large increase to the physical body and was itself a sword fetus physique. This kind of physique, no matter what kind of technique Su Qingtian cultivated in the future, could be quickly introduced, and casting it out would have a sword intent addition, and the power would be equally strong and incomparable. Soon, the screams resounded again. After half an hour, Su Chen was able to raise all 3 of them to saint body. Since Su Hongyuan cultivated a physical body, he directly chose the desolate ancient sacred body for him. This kind of physique is considered to be the best among the sacred bodies, with an incomparably powerful physical body, and the rebirth of the blood drops after the great success is a basic operation. Ah! The holy body. From today, they're all holy bodies. The 3 of them all wore a look of excitement on their faces. When they had upgraded their heavenly spiritual roots before, apart from their cultivation speed becoming faster and their fleshly bodies being somewhat strengthened, there hadn't been any particularly large enhancements in other aspects, but the sacred body made it obvious that they felt that they had become too much stronger. There's just a feeling of a child suddenly growing up into an adult, and the overall fighting strength is not at all comparable to what it was before. The key was that this was only when they had just fused their sacred bodies. Not even the sacred body Chengdu had reached, and when they had completely adapted to their physical bodies, then the combat power would be truly terrifying. Killing enemies across a large realm is a basic operation. Of course, this was only those ordinary cultivators. If the other party was also a heavenly pride and possessed some strong physique, it would be more difficult. In the period of time that followed, Su Chen would have some of his first family members go to him from time to time, and then help raise them to the sacred body. In half a month's time, all of the Su family's direct descendants had been elevated to the saint body level. With the enhancement of the physical body, the consumption must have become incomparably huge as well, and the key was still so many saint bodies. Therefore, Su Chen directly gave Su Qingtian close to 30 billion top-grade spirit stones, as well as countless heavenly treasures. After the matters of the first lineage were dealt with, Su Chen began to raise the qualifications for the side lineage again. In terms of bloodline, they were all Su family members as well, so naturally, it was impossible to just straight up leave them alone. He was in the collateral lineage, and Su Chen had selected close to 30 people to raise them to heavenly spirit roots. Up to this point, the Su family could be said to be one of the forces with the strongest genius qualifications in the Eastern domain. All of the first family members were saintly bodies, and for that matter, even the Holy Land couldn't do it. The Su family began to flourish once again as their strength increased. It must not be long before the people of the Su family would all become famous and strong in the amazing empire. The 5 great cities. When the Su family was leaving, Su Chen made a special trip to remodel the environment here, and the aura became more abundant. Although it was still a lot worse than the amazing empire, it was not a small improvement. The current 5 great cities were not very useful to the Su family, but at least they could still bring in some revenue. So the Su family had never given up on this place. After all, what power would mind having a large territory? Bright Moon City, Su family. Nowadays, the Su family here has long since not been as lively as it was at the beginning. and the number of people coming in and out is much less. With only the 3 side deacons and Su Yuanba holding down the fort here, the Su family was very powerful now, but if Su Yuanba was not in Bright Moon City, the people of the 5 major cities would definitely be less disciplined. It's the same as if you're at work and you're sure to paddle without the supervision of your boss. Originally, it was Su Yuanba and Su He who took turns guarding the town, but later on, Su Yuanba simply stayed here. Although the spiritual energy in the 5 major cities was indeed much scarcer compared to Mount Wanyun, Su Yuanba could use spirit stones to cultivate, which would have a similar effect. Suddenly, Su Yuanba snapped his eyes open, his complexion somewhat grave. As soon as the words fell, a majestic aura instantly filled the Bright Moon City, and countless hearts and minds were appalled and incomparably fearful. Immediately after, 2 figures appeared in the Su family. The person standing in front was relatively young, looking to be in his 20s, and behind him was a middle-aged man. The aura of both of them was incomparably powerful, one at the late refined void stage and one at the half-step harmonization stage. Su Yuanba stood up violently. He walked out of the room. His heart jumped when he saw the 2 people. He hurriedly went forward and smiled. I wonder what the 2 seniors are here for, the youth standing in front said in an icy tone that could not be questioned. This seat, Zhang Bu of the 4 Elephant Sect. From today onwards, the 5 great cities will be under the jurisdiction of my 4 Elephant Sect. Do you have any objections? Chapter 57, The Tough Su Yuanba, for chapters dedicated. As Zhang Bu said, the aura within his body erupted once again, directly enveloping Su Yuanba's entire body. Since Su Yuanba himself was only a transformation spirit perfection, even with his saint body, he was still under pressure in the face of the huge realm gap. It was as if his head was being pressed by a huge mountain, and the chi and blood in his body were slightly solidified. This attitude did not give Su Yuanba the qualification to refuse at all. The 4 Elephant Sect was in the other direction of the 5 major cities, belonging to a king-level power that was a bit on the weak side, with only one early stage of harmonization sitting in the town, and there was still a gap between this kind of power and the astonishing empire. Originally, they couldn't look at this place, the 5 great cities, but they heard the disciples under their command say that the 5 great cities had developed quite well recently. One city might not be much, but 5 together was enough to compare to some of the medium-sized cities under their clan, and the revenue it brought in was not bad. After Zhang Bu and the others arrived at Bright Moon City, they felt the concentration of spiritual energy around them and confirmed the information that the disciples had passed up earlier. In the eastern region, basically every place was occupied by large forces. Their 4 Elephant Sect did not have a vast territory like the Shocking Empire. If they could conquer the 5 major cities, it would also increase the 4 Elephant Sect's heritage. Su Yuanba's face was a bit grim, and under this pressure, he had a feeling that he couldn't breathe. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, Senior, the 5 great cities are the territory of my Su family. Aren't you afraid of offending my Su family with this behavior? The current Su clan was no longer the Su clan from back then, and he naturally had this kind of backbone, even if this 4 Elephant Sect was a king-level power. Unbridled, Zhang Bu fiercely shouted angrily as he instantly disappeared into a residual shadow. Boom! In a flash, Su Yuanba was directly blasted out. Countless courtyard walls were pierced through, and even Su Yuanba was directly smashed out beyond the Su family. Zhang Bu said with a grim expression, a small Su family, what does it dare not offend? People from small places are just stupid. My 4 Elephants Sect is a king-level power, and I have to be afraid of you. A transformation spirit stage? They had understood a little bit before they came. The strongest person in the Su family seemed to be only at the refined void stage. What was there to worry about with such a force? Wasn't it easy for them? The 4 Elephant Sect? Su Yuanba smashed to the ground and a mouthful of blood spewed out. But fortunately, his elevated sync body belonged to the flesh-strengthening category, so he did not suffer any very serious injuries. However, the chi and blood in his body were rolling around, making it very difficult for him, and his face was flushed. The place where the Su family residence was located was the busiest street in the entire Bright Moon City. The people around them couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they noticed it. That's Su Yuanba, the 4th elder of the Su family. There's even someone who dares to make a move against someone from the Su family. Aren't they afraid of death? Shoo, keep your voice down. Didn't you detect those 2 auras from before? So strong, they are bound to be at the void refining stage, or even among the strongest of the void refining stage. Could it be that the Su family has messed with some powerful force? I look at the Su family seems to have not much people, seems to be all migrated out, will not be messed with what big people to escape to go? It's very likely. Otherwise, why is the Su family so cold? Those core figures of the Su family in the past, none of them can be seen now. Although the things that happened in the stunning empire had a very large ripple effect, but the 5 major cities here were after all relatively remote, with limited access to information. It was difficult to associate that behemoth Su family in the stunning empire with the Su family in the bright moon city. Moreover, the Su family had only entered the amazing empire for a few years, and their reputation wasn't that widespread. Fourth elder. The people of the Su family who stayed in Bright Moon City also sensed the situation, and the deacon of the 7th house of the collateral lineage hurriedly took out a transmission jade talisman to notify the Su family in Wangyun Mountain. The others rushed to help Su Yuanba up. Fourth elder, are you alright? Su Yuanba stood up with difficulty, his eyes filled with anger and ice. However, he also knew that he was definitely not Zhang Bu's opponent, so he could only suppress his anger and said, "Then what your excellency means is that you must make my Su family hand over the 5 great cities?" Zhang Bu said coldly, "Naturally, not only the 5 great cities, but your Su family must also submit to me. Otherwise, Su family would have no need to exist." Saying that, killing intent violently erupted from his eyes. The 5 great cities, still needed to be taken care of after they had taken it over, and having the Su family continue to do this kind of thing was very appropriate. All they needed to do was to make the Su family make offerings every year, which was a common tactic used by many big powers. Hearing these words, Su Yuanba's face immediately surged with anger. If it were any other elder, perhaps he would have agreed on the surface, and waited until the people of the Su family had come to support them, and then went to clean up their 4-elephant sect. But Su Yuanba's character was rather fiery, and he couldn't tolerate this. "If you want to eat my Su family, it depends on whether you have the qualifications." As the words fell, Su Yuanba's body was crimson, bursting out with horrifying heat waves, and the temperature around him began to climb. This is his holy body, Red Sun's sacred body. In the next moment, Su Yuanba then directly killed towards Zhang Bu as he swung his fist and slammed it down. Seeing that Su Yuanba still dared to take the initiative, Zhang Bu's eyes narrowed and he said icily, "Seek death." He directly raised his fist, his power pouring out as he blasted over against Su Yuanba. A violent ringing sound erupted, and Su Yuanba flew out directly backwards, the aftershocks from his body churning the passing houses into rubble. Zhang Bu also took about 10 steps backward, feeling the tingling and burning sensation coming from his hands. His face was colored with disbelief. How is this possible? The aura on Su Yuanba's body was clearly just a complete transformation spirit stage, and it was obviously a recent breakthrough, and the realm was still a little less solid. And he was the one who had long ago broken through the late stage of refining void. The difference in strength between the two of them was huge. How could a transformation spirit stage injure himself? As much as Zhang Bu didn't want to admit it, Su Yuanba had indeed destroyed his physical body. Damn it! Zhang Bu's face sank, his forehead veins bulging as a sense of humiliation rose in his heart. How could he himself be injured by a transformation spirit stage? Zhang Bu's figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at Su Yuanba's side. After experiencing that blow against the bombardment just now, Su Yuanba still didn't suffer any fatal injuries, only that his arm felt like it was going to be broken, and the pain was incomparable. He struggled to get up from the ground, but before he could stand up completely straight, a huge thumping sensation came from the small of his back. Bang! Su Yuanba was once again blown away. Zhang Bu immediately chased after him as he said with a grim expression, "Since you want to seek death, I will fulfill you." Su Yuanba was constantly bombarded by Zhang Bu. The realm gap was just too great. Even if he had a holy body, he couldn't resist. Soon he was drenched in blood, and his entire body lay on the ground, his breath becoming extremely weak. Zhang Bu slowly walked up with a gloomy face and directly stepped on Su Yuanba's head as he said in a cold voice, "A small harmonized god stage. How dare you defy this seat?" Even though Su Yuanba was beaten like this, the anger in his heart did not diminish. When had he ever been so humiliated? "Kill me if you want to. What's the need for nonsense? Even if I die, there's no way I'll submit to you guys. There's no such word as fear of death in your grandfather's dictionary. If you kill me, your 4-elephant sect will definitely be destroyed by my Su clan as well." Chapter 58, The Unimaginable Su Family. Su Yuanba gritted his teeth and said, his character was like this, he would rather die standing than live on his knees. To make him submit to the 4-elephant sect, this was something impossible. Even if it was just for show, he was not willing to do it. Many people in Bright Moon City couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw Su Yuanba's miserable state. "It's over. Su Yuanba, I guess I'm going to die here today." When I look at the jade pendant on those two, it seems to be the 4-elephant sect's elder token. How did the Su family provoke a king-level power? 4-elephant sect. No wonder the Su family's people are running away from Bright Moon City, so they've messed with a king-level power. Having incurred such a behemoth, it would be wise for the Su family to leave Bright Moon City. And I don't know what happened, but ever since one person said that the Sus might be going on the run, everyone thought that was it. The main reason was that the Su family had been too abnormal lately, as a large family in the Bright Moon City with thousands of people, but this period of time had been extremely quiet, to the point where they couldn't even see anyone from the Su family at all. Plus, now that the 4-elephant sect had come to their door, it was even more of a confirmation of their suspicions. Zhang Bu looked cold. He really wanted to directly step on Su Yuanba, but looking at the other party's sneering expression, he knew that the person in front of him was not the kind of person who was greedy and afraid of death. Zhang Bu sneered. For this kind of people, there was no point in killing them directly. It was necessary to make them suffer. Since you want to seek death, then I'll prefer not to let you die. With that, he took out a talisman with a sneer in his eyes. This object is called the Soul Control Talisman, which contains a wisp of a dog's soul, and attaching this object to you will make you behave like a dog in everything you do. I will let you, a lowly mole cricket, enjoy all the humiliation on earth. Su Yuanba roared at his words. You dog, you have the guts to kill me. In the face of his hissing, Zhang Bu only sneered. Just as he was about to paste the Soul Control Talisman onto Su Yuanba's body, the aura in Bright Moon City suddenly stirred. What's going on? Zhang Bu was instantly startled, then turned his head toward the heights of Bright Moon City. Only 4 pillars of light were lit up above Bright Moon City, and in the direction of the center, there were fluctuations of space coming out. Transmission array. Zhang Bu frowned. What was this? In the next moment, a huge spatial crack appeared, in which 2 people walked out. At the head of the group was none other than Su Honyuan. He and his body's breath seemed like a flood beast, very oppressive. His eyes also carried a bit of golden light, and golden stripes emerged on his body, mysterious and powerful. Behind him was Su Qingtian, who had a sword intent that went straight to the sky. The whole thing was like a sharp sword that could cut through everything. Many people looked up and were stunned by the sharp sword intent. Some people with lower cultivation levels could even feel the stinging sensation as if they were being stabbed by needles. When Su Qingtian saw Su Yuanba lying on the ground, an icy cold and incomparable killing intent immediately flowed out of his eyes as he directly chopped out his sword and killed towards Zhang Bu. This sword contained a strong and incomparable might. Sword intent. Zhang Bu was immediately startled. Although the aura on Su Qingtian's body was only at the early stage of refining void, but a sword cultivator with sword intent and a sword cultivator without sword intent, those were 2 completely different concepts. The key was that the sword intent on Su Qingtian's body was still very powerful, and even he, a late-stage void refining stage, felt threatened. But soon, Zhang Bu's face turned cold. Seek death. Although this sword intent was somewhat powerful, early stage of refined void was early stage of refined void, and there was still a realm gap with him. His aura blossomed as he attacked towards Su Qingtian's sword light. But in the next moment, the change suddenly appeared. Zhang Bu's hand was actually directly chopped off, and blood flowed out along the wound, which was shocking to watch. What? The middle-aged man who came with Zhang Bu from afar had an incredulous expression on his face when he saw this scene. Su Qingtian was only an early-stage void refining stage. How could he have broken through Zhang Bu's attack so easily? Su Qingtian's eyes were incomparably cold. Dare to touch my Su family's people. Looking for death. He was the one who had been upgraded to the sacred body in the beginning, and after this period of cultivation, he had already reached the sacred body minor achievement realm, and with the fact that he himself was in the early stage of void refining, he wouldn't be able to put any pressure at all in a battle against an ordinary late stage of void refining. He could even find an opportunity to directly cut him down. This was the power of the sacred body. Su Qingtian's figure instantly disappeared in place, and the sword in his hand was like a shock, slashing down towards Zhang Bu's head with a terrifying might that made people tremble. In front of this terrifying sword intent, Zhang Bu was as if he was facing something terrifying, and he couldn't even lift the strength in his body to resist. Or maybe he simply didn't have the courage to resist. Why? He was only an early stage void refining stage. How could he possess such a powerful force? Facing this sword from Su Qingtian, all he had in his heart was despair and helplessness. No wonder that the man from the Su family said that the Su family would not let us go if we killed him before. So it turns out that they have this kind of strong presence. Zhang Bu's heart was filled with regret. Had he known this, he should have acted more gently. At least there was room for maneuver. Zhang Bu, The middle-aged man's face was shaken, and he wanted to make a move to rescue him, but it was already too late. A crisp sound rang out. Zhang Bu was not directly chopped in half under the sword as expected, but because his flesh was unable to withstand that sword intent, causing it to directly collapse and turn into pieces. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted violently. He was at the half-step harmonization stage, and he was definitely much more powerful than Zhang Bu, but even so, it was impossible for him to kill Zhang Bu so easily. What is this Su family all about? The middle-aged man was also incomparably regretful. If he had known this, he should have investigated properly and come back to Bright Moon City. Obviously, the terror of this Su family was far beyond his imagination. The moment. Regardless of whether it was the Su family's collateral lineage or those in Bright Moon City, when they saw Su Qingtian directly kill that late-stage void refining stage with a single sword, all of their faces showed expressions of shock and horror. So strong. This is Su Qingtian, the lord of the Su family. Is he already this powerful? Who said that someone from the Su family escaped before? Smack him 2 times. Someone else's Su family probably couldn't stand looking at Bright Moon City and went elsewhere. Right? Too terrifying. A sword killed a late-stage void refining powerhouse. If Su Qingtian has such strength, how terrifying should Su Hongyuan be? After all, he was the first strong person in the Su family to break through the refined void stage. Why has the Su family's strength increased so quickly? I remember it's only been a few years. Haven't they changed so much? Shocked cries continued to ring out, and they were all very puzzled by Su Qingtian's strength. It's too strong, totally beyond the crowd's imagination. During these few years, the Su family had almost all but disappeared, and very few of their deeds were rumored within the 5 great cities. That's why the crowd was still stuck before regarding the strength of the Su family. But now, after accompanying the powerful strength that Su Qingtian had displayed, they realized that the Su family seemed to be a lot more terrifying than they had imagined. Chapter 59, The Weird Zhaojian. The middle-aged man who came with Zhang Bu didn't think of the idea of fighting back. He only had one thought in his mind. Get out of here. In particular, the strength displayed by Su Qingtian caused him to feel some immense scorn. In addition to that, he wasn't the only one who came back on the teleportation array with Su Qingtian. The aura on the other person was even more terrifying than him. Even he, a half-step harmonization stage, felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. In the next moment, the middle-aged man directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Su Hongyuan's eyes stared as he said coldly, trying to escape. He raised his hand and grabbed it, and the void violently exploded as berserk fleshly power poured out. Su Hongyuan raised his feet and walked away. His figure instantly appeared beside the middle-aged man. He directly raised his hand towards the top of the other party's head and smashed it. This punch seemed to possess the power of annihilation. The middle-aged man looked at Su Hongyuan, who appeared out of thin air, and he couldn't help but show a shocked look in his eyes, especially after noticing that Su Hongyuan's fist contained the power of mixing the heavens and destroying the earth. The middle-aged man's face became somewhat fearful. He instinctively knew that if he couldn't dodge this punch, he would definitely start with a serious injury. Damn it! What exactly is the origin of this Su family? The early stage of refining void casually beating a late stage of refining void. Now this refining void stage perfection. Beating him this half-step harmony stage is also like playing, as if the realm of the two peoples inverted. The two hadn't even faced each other yet, and he knew that he was definitely not Su Hongyuan's opponent. Boom! In the end, he still didn't dodge Su Hongyuan's fist. The middle-aged man was like a kite with broken strings, directly flying backwards and ruthlessly smashing onto the ground. The violent trembling was detected by the entire Bright Moon City, and many people with weak cultivation had fearful faces. What the hell happened? And his entire body was not embedded in the ground. Due to the fact that the force that Su Hongyuan had exerted on him was too great, this led to the place where he smashed down. A deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters, close to 10 meters deep. In the middle of the deep pit, a thin crack surfaced. Just this scene was enough to see just how terrifying power Su Hongyuan's punch contained. Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with coldness. Golden streaks surfaced on his body surface. His entire body was like a god of war, directly rushing towards the middle-aged man. Su Yuanba was almost killed, which filled his heart with rage as well. If you dare to make a move against their Su family, you must pay the price. The middle-aged man could only look at Su Hongyuan's approaching with fear in his eyes, and due to the speed, he could not react in time. Stop! Suddenly a bellowing voice rang out, and the distant void exploded violently. Immediately after that, a figure directly charged towards Su Hongyuan, sending him flying out on top. A large area of houses collapsed, and Su Hongyuan was directly smashed under the impact and flew to the outer wall of Bright Moon City. The visitor was tall, wearing a black robe, and his face looked incomparably gloomy, and the aura on his body was incomparably powerful, far beyond the void refining stage. Ensemble period. Su Lin, a member of the Su family's side clan, helped Su Yuanba up, then turned his head toward the distance, his eyes filled with panic. What a terrifying aura! What kind of strong person is this? Su Yuanba's expression was also a bit grave. Harmonization stage. What? Su Lin's face sank. He didn't know that the Su family's first lineage was already a sacred body. Now that they were facing a cultivator at the harmonization stage, could the family head and the old family head defeat them? Why don't we just send a message to the young patriarch? Su Lin's face was filled with worry. In his opinion, only Su Chen would be able to solve such a strong person at the harmonization stage. Su Yuanba shook his head. Don't worry, the old man has no problem. Although he was also a bit worried, he still chose to believe Su Hongyuan. An early stage of harmonization should be able to defeat it, right? However, just to be on the safe side, Su Yuanba still added, send another message to the Su family, tell them about the situation here, and if necessary, have Xiao Chen come over for a bit. Although he had faith in the old man, he was still worried that something might change. Other side, Zhao Jian, the four-elephant sect master, said with a gloomy expression, injuring my four-elephant sect's grand elder and killing my sect's fifth elder. Zhang Bu, if you can't give an explanation today, Your Excellency is afraid that you won't be able to leave. The moment something happened to Zhang Bu, he used his fastest speed to come towards Bright Moon City. If he had been a little slower, he might not have been able to keep the grand elder in his senses. Although the aura on Su Hongyuan's body was somewhat powerful, it was only at the refined void stage. The gap between the void refining stage and the conjugation stage was like a heavenly rift. Even a strong void refining stage was no different from a mole cricket in front of the conjugation stage. While Zhao Jian had yet to appear, many people in Bright Moon City were watching the show. However, after sensing the terrifying aura on Zhao Jim, many people couldn't sit still and fled towards the distance. The aftermath of such a powerful battle was enough for them to die 10,000 times. How did the Su family provoke such a powerful enemy? I see this aura. It's definitely above the refined void stage. The Su family is going to be finished. How did they provoke a harmonization stage powerhouse? A king-level powerhouse making a move against the Su family. That Su Hongyuan is just a void refining stage. It's basically impossible to block it. For the battle between the Su clan and the Four-Elephant sect, there was hardly anyone who favored the Su clan. The main reason was that the Four-Elephant sect was too strong. It was a king-level power. And the Su family? Although the strength that Su Qingtian and Su Hongyuan displayed before was very powerful, he was always only at the refined void stage. The gap between the harmonization stage and the void refining stage simply shouldn't be too great. Su Hongyuan stood up from the ground, calming the churning qi and blood in his body as he let out a cold smile. I had planned to go and personally go to the Four-Elephant sect, and since you've even taken the initiative to come to the door, I'll save myself the trouble. After saying that, his figure instantly disappeared in place, and his entire body was like an arrow off the string, directly killing towards Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian's heart shook. His divine sense at the conformity stage was even sharper, and he detected the terrifying power within Su Hongyuan's body. A mere void refining stage. How dare you be so arrogant? Although Zhao Jian was a bit wary in his heart, he wasn't afraid. After all, he himself was a harmonization stage. How could he be afraid of a refining void stage again? The power on Zhao Fitness poured out, and the pressure enveloped the entire Bright Moon City. In the next moment, he also killed towards Su Hongyuan. The two instantly exchanged hands. Berserk power centered on them, spreading out in all directions. Houses and roads were collapsing. Close to a mile range of buildings, almost all were destroyed beyond recognition. Zhao Jian's entire body flew directly backwards 100 meters away before he could barely stabilize himself. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his arm, his entire body was a bit bad. How is this possible? A void refining stage was able to injure himself. Zhao Jian raised his head towards Su Hongyuan and his pupils contracted violently as Su Hongyuan actually only took a few slight steps back. One's own physical body was actually no match at all? The gap between the void refining stage and the harmonization stage was like an elementary school student and an adult. For an adult to beat an elementary school student, a single fist might be enough. But now it's Su Hongyuan who has beaten him. Zhao Jian's eyes changed slightly, gradually calming down from his initial anger. He stared at Su Hongyuan dead in the face. Holy power! Zhao Jian finally realized why Su Hongyuan possessed such great strength. It was because he possessed a saint-rank physique. Thinking of this, greed surged in his eyes. Sacred Order physique. Undoubtedly not a renowned genius in the Xian heavenly realm, with terrifying forces behind them, but the person in front of him didn't seem to be one of those sacred lands. An evil smile appeared on the corner of Zhao Jian's mouth, and his eyes became bizarre. His eyes were as black as ink, and an extremely oppressive aura emanated from within him. So what if you're strong in combat? In the end, you're just a void refining stage. No one can save you today. Along with Zhao Jian's voice, the aura on his body began to grow stronger. In just a few short breaths, he had reached the returning Yuan realm. Black bizarre lines surfaced on his face, and his entire body was haunted by an evil aura that made people feel doubly uncomfortable. A sacred body is quite enough for this seat to risk exposing its identity. If it were any other place I wouldn't really dare to expose it. But this is a big 5 city. There aren't any strong people. Unfortunately, everyone in this bright moon city will be buried along with you. Chapter 60, The Devil Race, Yin and Yang Realms. Feeling the aura emanating from Zhao Jian's body, Su Hongyuan's pupils contracted violently and his face became alarmed. Of course, he wasn't because of Zhao Jian's cultivation at the returning Yuan realm, but because of the evil-filled aura on him. You're from the demon race. Su Hongyuan couldn't help but scream, and the look on his face became incomparably grave. Devil race and devil cultivator. Although they both carry the word devil, they are actually really far apart. The Xian heavenly realm was divided into 2 sides, Yin and Yang. The Yang side was mainly dominated by the human and demon races, while the Yin side was dominated by the demon race, also known as the demon realm. And although the Yin and Yang sides belonged to the same world, they never dealt with each other. Both sides wanted to devour each other, and often there were outbreaks of great battles that lasted for countless years. The rule system of the undemon realm was similar to that of the demon race, with only one king. However, the Yang realm was indeed a complicated world, led by several powerful people, which led to a situation where there was often a lot of deceit. So in the long struggle with the demon realm, the Yang realm lost many battles, and from the history books, it seems that in the end, a great emperor sacrificed his life to completely divide the 2 realms. It's only now that this long war has finally come to an end. Although the struggle between the Yang realm and the demon realm ended, the demon realm's desire to invade the Yang realm never gave up, and in the years that followed, from time to time, there would be demons that would pass through the spatial rift and enter the Yang realm, especially after the disappearance of the Yang realm's great emperor hundreds of thousands of years ago. The original seal that sealed the 2 realms also began to loosen, and more demonic races began to appear in the Yang realm. But Su Hongyuan, how did not think, actually have such bad luck encountered the devil. At this moment, quite a few people in Bright Moon City detected the figure in the sky, and feeling the disgusting aura on his body, many of them frowned. Magic cultivator? No, this is devil race. Some people's faces were horrified, and their faces were filled with panic. Hurry up and escape. A demon race has appeared in Bright Moon City. This kind of aura, it's over. I've heard before that every time the demon race shows up, there are almost always corpses everywhere. Are we going to be finished in Manhwa City as well? In a flash, the entire Bright Moon City began to go haywire. Beings from both the Yin and Yang realms could devour each other to cultivate. But this demon race person was clearly too powerful. Su Hongyuan immediately shouted, "Kong Tian, hurry up and leave with the people of the Su family. I'll break the back." As he said that, a golden aura blossomed on his body, and his entire body was as if he was a golden god of war. However, he didn't take the initiative to attack, but instead looked at Zhao Jian with a guarded face. Facing such a strong person, taking the initiative to attack was clearly an unwise choice. Zhao Jian's face was a bit weird. After he looked intoxicated. Finally, I don't have to disguise myself. As he spoke, he looked towards Bright Moon City, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. None will escape today. Zhao Jian didn't want today's events to spread, otherwise it would be a devastating crisis for him. Entering the Yang realm wasn't particularly difficult. Anyone below a saint willing to pay a certain price could come over, but wanting to go back wasn't that simple. So there is no way back for him. The evil aura on Zhao Jian passed towards the surroundings, and in a moment's time, it enveloped the entire Bright Moon City, directly isolating the entire Bright Moon City from the inside and outside. His strength was too powerful, and the stronger ones in Bright Moon City were at the god transformation stage, and it was simply impossible to pass through that demonic aura. After doing this, Zhao Jian looked towards Su Hongyuan again, his eyes dancing with excitement. A holy body, a great tonic. With that, he raised his hand and grabbed it. directly killing that half-step harmonization stage of the four-elephant sect. Palm. The middle-aged man's face was filled with the color of disbelief as he died with wide, unwilling eyes. A faint essence drifted out from his corpse, which was instantly absorbed by Zhao Jian, and eventually the middle-aged man directly turned into a dry corpse, a scene that was creepy to watch. After absorbing it, Zhao Jian instantly disappeared in place. Su Hongyuan's spirit immediately tightened. He raised his state to the best, and a horrible sense of oppression spread in all directions. With golden stripes and a fleshly body that's still so strong. I guess it should be the legendary desolate ancient sacred body, right? To be able to devour such a powerful physique. I might also be able to peek into that realm of the demon saint. Jia jia jia. Evil laughter continued to ring out, making one's scalp tingle just by hearing it. Zhao Jian's figure suddenly appeared beside Su Hongyuan. He grabbed fiercely and the space around him began to collapse. The void turbulence scraped towards the surroundings. Su Hongyuan's body was tense, and he subconsciously threw a fist towards his side. Zhao Jian let out a cold laugh. A mere ant at the refined void stage. Even if he has the desolate ancient sacred body, it's only a minor accomplishment after all. To try to fight against this seed is simply like riding in a mantis. He exerted a slight force, and Su Hongyuan smashed straight to the ground, a mouthful of golden blood spurting out of his mouth. This strike caused an unimaginable power to Su Hongyuan. He felt like his body was going to crack. His limbs felt as if they were going to fall off, and a sense of intense pain surged into his mind. The desolate ancient sacred body could repair his flesh and heal himself, but the injuries he suffered at the moment were serious. Even though the healing effect of the desolate ancient sacred body was at its best, it still prevented him from moving for a short period of time. Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with horror. Is this the strength of the returning Yuan realm? He had a feeling of invincibility since he possessed the sacred body, but reality slapped him hard again. He barely had a fighting chance against the harmonization stage, but against the returning realm, he was defenseless. Zhao Fitness' shadow floated in the air. His face looked eerie as if he was a nine ghosts ghost. The desolate ancient saint body. It's nothing more than that. Zhao Jian sneered, his face filled with disdain. In the next moment, he appeared beside Su Hongyuan, and his evil aura gushed out from his body, instantly enveloping Su Hongyuan's entire being. Seeing that he was about to eat a sacred body, a hideous smile filled his face. Suddenly, a sharp sword blade attacked in the distance. Bang! Zhao Jian directly raised his hand and easily grabbed the sword on. His eyes narrowed vainly as he looked towards Su Qingtian before revealing a look of surprise. There seems to be holy power in your body as well. You can't be a holy body as well, right? Ha ha ha. I didn't think I'd be so lucky as to run into two sacred bodies. Su Hongyuan's face changed as he yelled. Hurry up! Go! Zhao Jian said with a cold smile. Neither of you two will be able to leave today. He casually flung his hand away, and the terrifying power directly hit Su Qingtian, directly making him lose his ability to fight, collapsing on the ground and unable to move. After doing this, Zhao Jian looked towards Su Hongyuan again as he licked his lips. Time to enjoy. With that, he was ready to directly devour Su Hongyuan. But suddenly, Zhao Jian's heart fluttered as he twisted his head and looked towards the high sky with an incredibly grave expression, only to see a behemoth coiled in the clouds above. Along with the clouds gradually dispersed, revealing the true form within, which was a huge true dragon with 5 claws, green scales and armor, and green horns. What's this? Zhao Jian didn't have too strong an impression of this creature, but instinctively, he still thought that this demonic beast was definitely very strong. Chapter 61 Devil Origin. Breakthrough to the Guiyuan realm. He was a being from the demon realm, where there were no such creatures as the dragon race, so naturally, it was impossible for him to recognize the dragon race. Half-step return to Yuan realm? Zhao Jian's brows furrowed and his heart rate increased. He always felt as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. But this creature in front of him was only a half-step return realm fluctuation. So why would it give him this? And almost everyone in Bright Moon City saw this behemoth that suddenly appeared. What's going on? What kind of demonic beast is this? What a terrifying aura. The demon race is the common enemy of both our human race and demon race. Are we being saved here? The cries of alarm continued to ring out. At the moment, manhwa City was all wrapped up in Zhao Jian's demonic aura, and their strength didn't go at all, so they could only quietly wait for death. Originally, they had all despaired, but now after the green stone, the crowd in Bright Moon City rekindled their hope. Something's not right. You guys, look at the appearance of this demonic beast. How come it's so similar to the legendary dragons? It seems to be really. Moreover, there seems to be a person sitting on his head. Could this be the mount of a certain human powerhouse? To be able to subdue such a terrifying demonic beast, it looks like we're all saved today. In Bright Moon City, there was a woman with a frown on her face. She was married to the amazing empire in the early CE, and today was a special return to pay respects to her parents at home, but as a result, she did not expect to encounter this kind of thing. Subduing the dragons. Before Dad said that there is a Sioux family in manhwa City. It can't be the one in Wangyun Mountain, right? It was too late to give her time to think more. A high-pitched dragon's roar sound instantly came down from the clouds, and Qingshir's figure rushed straight down. That huge figure hovering high in the sky of manhwa City. Aoshi lowered his head and looked towards Zhao Jian. At the same time, Zhao Jian's pupils contracted violently, and the evil aura on his body all began to instinctively shrink a little. Of course, he wasn't because of the green stone, but because of the plump, jade-like youth with a handsome face above his head. Su Chen just sat there without moving, but it all gave him an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Stronger, a real powerhouse. All of them are at least in the realm of the Dao entry. Zhao Jian's eyes trembled. Such a strong person was definitely not something he could handle right now. His own strength was the middle stage of the returning Yuan realm, while the strength of the living beings in the Yin and Yang realms were all about the same, and some of the demon race's heavenly prides could battle their way into the Dao realm at the middle stage of the returning Yuan realm, but he is never allowed to. Zhao Jian's face became incomparably ugly. He had researched and understood all the holy places in the eastern region, and there was no information on Su Hongyuan that was associated with these holy places. Of course, there was no association with other Holy Land forces outside of the eastern region on them. There was even no involvement with those top king-level forces in the eastern domain. Completely pure free agents without any powerful backgrounds in the sacred body. As a result, a strong person of the Dao entry realm suddenly appeared now. What exactly is the Su family from? Could it be that Su family from the amazing empire? But didn't they only have one returning Yuan realm cultivator? At this moment, Zhao Jian's mind was flooded with all sorts of thoughts, but what he wanted to do most right now was to hurry up and get out of here. The pressure of being stared at by Qingshi was too much. Right at this moment, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes as he looked at Zhao Jian with a slight frown. Demons. Looking at the other party's body draped in that evil aura, his eyes narrowed vainly. This was the first time Su Chen had come into contact with the demon race. As the supreme sage, he easily saw through Jian Zhao's origin. Su Chen was astonished. Although the aura on the devil race was incomparably evil, its origin was very sweet and delicious, and just like what was recorded, it seemed that both the devil realm and the Yang realm could devour each other. Wouldn't that mean that if a cultivator from the Yang realm devoured him, he would be able to directly seize the other party's origin and break through to the returning Yuan realm? The devil realm and the Yang realm are almost all from the same source, but since they come from two extremes, absorbing each other can make up for their own shortcomings. Su Chen's eyes revealed a look of interest. This between the demon realm and the Yang realm seemed to be very interesting as well. He was almost certain that this Yin and Yang realm was definitely not as simple as a simple enemy, but right now was not the time to dwell on these things. He directly grabbed towards Zhao Jian, who immediately tried to escape, but before he could move, he was directly confined in the air like a small chicken, and along with Zhao Jian being confined, the demonic aura that had enveloped manhwa City began to dissipate rapidly. Zhao Jian's eyes were filled with fear. Sage. The moment Su Chen made his move, he sensed that Su Chen was definitely not at the Dao entry realm, and was at least a half-step saint-level powerhouse. The spirits of the demon realm had a strong sense for the spirits of the Yang realm, or they were like this to each other, and the spirits of the Yang realm could easily recognize them. Zhao Jian had clearly sensed just now that Su Chen carried a faint holy might within his body, which was clearly a sign that only saints had. Zhao Jianrun was numb. Want to cry. He had thought that this time he had picked up two sacred bodies on a stroke of luck, but he hadn't expected it to be fishing. Zhao Jian's heart was filled with regret. These were two sacred bodies. How could there be no strong people behind them? Even if he had a killing intent, he shouldn't have been so rough and ready. He should have prepared the time to kill directly and then disappear far away, which was obviously the most prudent way to handle the situation. Tatsu. In the distance, Su Yuanba's face was filled with delight and shock. Although the people of the Su clan all knew that Su Chen's strength was very powerful, they still couldn't help but sigh a little when they saw Su Chen easily take down Zhao Jian with their own eyes. Su Chen smiled and responded. Fourth uncle. The Su family's collateral lineages also came forward. Greetings to the young patriarch. Su Chen nodded at them, then raised his hand at Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian then directly fell on the spot, coalescing into a giant black ball, almost as big as a basketball. These were the essence of Zhao Jian's origin. which was directly condensed by Su Chen. After dealing with Zhao Jian, they returned to the middle of the Su family. The 4 members of the Su family's direct lineage were all gathered in the inner courtyard. As Su Hongyuan looked at this young grandson of his, he also couldn't help but sigh a little. "You kid, your strength is too strong, isn't it?" The strength that Su Chen had displayed had truly stunned him, and that Zhao Jian was so powerful that he had been solved so easily. The Su family's crowd could sort of see that Su Chen's strength was perhaps not as simple as the returning Yuan realm. However, they all had the heart to not ask. Su Chen had his own secrets on him. He was not willing to say that it would be somewhat pointless to ask. Su Chen smiled and didn't dwell on this issue too much as he took out Zhao Jian's origin essence and said, "Elder, this thing is the essence of that demonic race's origin, and I'm sure you all know that the living beings of the yin and yang realms are able to devour each other, and this demon possesses the cultivation of the returning Yuan realm. Devouring it will break through the returning Yuan realm, and there are no side effects. This item will be left to the old man to decide exactly who it is for to absorb and refine." When Su Hongyuan heard these words, his eyes sizzled as he looked towards the black ball in Su Chen's hand. Of course he knew that yin and yang could devour each other. If they were to devour Zhao Jian, then their Su family would have their own return realm in the future, and become a king-level power without relying on Su Chen. Chapter 62, What's the name of the Taoist master? As for who the devil origin was given to refine, both Su Qingtian and Su Yuanba were unanimous in letting Su Hongyuan devour it. The old man had given a lot to this family, and now that there were benefits, there was nothing wrong with him being the first to enjoy them. Su Hongyuan was not a motherly person, and soon took the demon origin with him to go into seclusion in Bright Moon City. Su Qingtian, on the other hand, went back to Wangyun Mountain, while Su Chen stayed in manhwa City to wait for the old man to make a breakthrough. In this area of the Eastern Domain's shocking empire, the only person who had a dragon as a mount was Su Chen, plus there were people from the shocking empire in Bright Moon City as well. Soon, the news that the Su family of Bright Moon City was the Su family of Wangyun Mountain spread out. "No, what are you all saying about the Wangyun Mountain Su family? Is there any connection between this and the Bright Moon City Su family? A while ago, the 8th prince ascended the throne. You all know about this matter, right? And the 7th prince ascended the throne by relying on a returning Yuan realm cultivator. And that returning Yuan realm cultivator is none other than the Su family's young patriarch, Su Chen. I also know about this matter. And the royal family found a cave blessing for the Su family right behind it, which is the Wangyun Mountain. So that means that so many people from the Su family disappeared not because they were running away, but because they found a better place and relocated? In Bright Moon City, many people were in awe after learning about the Su family's deeds. No one had expected that the Su family was so powerful. Half a month passed like this, and the Bright Moon City gradually quieted down. For the residents in Bright Moon City, after having a powerful Su family, they were instead happy. With a powerful force sheltering them in Bright Moon City, their safety index was going up many notches. For example, this time when the demons attacked, if manhwa City didn't have the Su family, it was estimated that they would have been finished. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted within the Su family, spreading out towards the outside of Bright Moon City. The terrifying pressure caused the hearts of Bright Moon City to be on edge, and countless people raised their heads and looked towards the direction of the pressure release with fearful expressions. Dreaming back half a month, the pressure on that day was also as terrifying as it is today. This is a strong person of the returning realm. Soon enough, the pressure converged back. In the inner courtyard of the Su family, Su Hongyuan opened his eyes, and there was a look of ecstasy on his face that was hard to hide. Returning Yuan realm? Is this the returning Yuan realm? At this moment, the aura on Su Hongyuan's body was heavenly, and the whole person revealed an ethereal spirit. A situation of returning to the basics. Cultivation is divided into 2 directions. One is to increase cultivation. The other is to wash oneself and return to the truth. From the beginning of man's birth, he has countless evil spirits in himself, which are turbid and need to be cultivated in order to reach a state of complete purity. As the practice gets stronger, the self becomes cleaner and more permeable, entering the Tao realm to cross the heavenly steps, and saints decapitating the 3 corpses. Only thereafter would they be considered complete and penetrating. However, since Su Chen was using his cultivation directly, he directly broke through without experiencing any of this at all. Su Chen's silhouette surfaced as he said with a smile, "Congratulations to the old man for breaking through the returning Yuan realm." Su Hongyuan nodded at him, but soon the expression on his face began to tighten again. Su Hongyuan concentrated towards Su Chen, wanting to see through this little grandson of his, but in the end, he realized that he simply couldn't do it. Su Chen was covered in what seemed like a layer of fog. No, I should say that there were countless layers, and after he had set aside one layer, there was another layer waiting for him behind him. No matter how many layers he plucked away, there was never an end. As if the abyss was endless, Su Hongyuan's eyes revealed a look of gravity. He had thought that after breaking through the returning Yuan realm, he would at least be able to roughly know exactly what realm Su Chen was in. However, after reaching the returning Yuan realm, he realized that Su Chen was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Su Chen's strength was impossible to fathom. For Su Chen, there were actually a lot of areas of doubt, just like how exactly did this body strength come about, and those heavenly materials and treasures. In the past, Su Chen said that he had a mysterious master, but now it seemed that that mysterious master wasn't himself. But Su Hongyuan for these actually feel indifferent. Su Chen also hoped that the Su family can be good. This is already enough. No matter how many secrets he carried, he was always a part of the Su family. Su Hongyuan smiled and said, Chen I will be preparing to return to Mount Wanyun. Are you going back with me? Su Chen shook his head. No, I'm going to stroll around. After entering this world, he hadn't even gone out much for a proper stroll, not even around Bright Moon City. He was also tired of staying at Wangyun Mountain, so he took it as going out for a break. Su Hongyuan froze for a moment, then an ambiguous smile appeared on his face. Chen I see that you're not too young. Why don't we choose a good match for you? Su Chen lightly coughed twice. Let's just forget it. No such thoughts for a while. Su Hongyuan's face revealed a smile, and he didn't try to persuade him any further, so he turned around and left the Su family. Su Chen also turned around and left the Su clan, wandering around in Bright Moon City. After a few hours, Su Chen left Bright Moon City again and headed towards Pingyang City. In his memory, he had a playmate when he was a child, and he was only 10 years old at that time. But then she followed her parents to the middle of Pingyang City, and this time Su Chen also planned to go over to take a look. In his memory, this playmate and his own relationship is not bad, and is also considered to be one of the few friends of Su Chen in his childhood. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. After he left manhwa City, he slowly headed in the direction of Pingyang City, walking and stopping along the way, and when he came across any scenic places, he would stop and take a rest, walking alone with the mountains and the water, getting away with the sunset. Su Chen liked this quiet and comfortable life, quietly watching the sunrise and sunset, and feeling everything in heaven and earth. Bright Moon City was extremely far from Pingyang City, and he hadn't rushed, so it had taken him close to 2 months to travel half the distance. This day, Su Chen was lying down on a rock by a small stream to rest, when two silhouettes walked out from amongst the woods next to him. Both of them had the appearance of a Taoist priest. One was an old Taoist priest in his 60s. His face was a bit demented, and the light of wisdom in his eyes was dim. At his side was a young Taoist priest who was about the same age as Su Chen, but although he looked young, his face had a vicissitude that did not match his age. The moment he saw Su Chen, the young Taoist priest's face stared. In the midst of his divine sense, he surprisingly didn't notice that there was another person beside this creek at all. Stronger. In just an instant, the young Taoist knew that the person in front of him was definitely not simple. In the entire eastern region, there were only a handful of people who could block one's probing. Just as he was about to leave, Su Chen sat up as he asked with a smile, "What is the Taoist master's name?" Chapter 63, Beheading 3 Corpses. The difficulty of cultivation. The young Taoist priest's footsteps lurched as he bowed his hand and saluted. In the Nine Clouds Taoist Temple, Xiangjinjin. This one beside me is the poor Taoist disciple. Real people. Su Chen nodded. There was some surprise in his eyes. A Taoist who could use this title. It must only be a sage-level cultivator. I didn't expect to run into a saint in a place like this. Su Chen also arched his hand and said, "Under me, Su Chen." Su Chen. Xiangjinran was instantly startled. He was from the Shocking Empire, so naturally, he was incomparably familiar with this name. Su Chen. That was a big celebrity in the middle of the amazing empire. It could almost be said that no one knew about it. Among the rumors, Su Chen was only a returning Yuan realm, but it seemed from his own contact that he was afraid that he was much more terrifying than the returning Yuan realm. He was all mid-Saint King cultivators, and to be able to keep him guessing, such a person was feared to be extremely terrifying already. Su Chen asked with interest, "What is the Taoist master here for?" Xiangjinran didn't avoid it. He looked at the old man beside him and said helplessly, "This disciple of mine lost his sanity when he chopped the corpse in the middle and kept walking in this direction. So the poor Taoist had no choice but to follow." Middle corpse. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Unexpectedly, this old man was still a cultivator who was about to break through to sainthood. The three corpses are divided into upper, middle and lower corpses. The lower body is the body of desire. The middle body is the body of wisdom. And the upper body is the body of life and death. Can be chopped in the body? Then it seems that this old road also has a few ability. If you can cross over, then chopped three corpses is also considered to be successful most of the time. The core of chopping off the three corpses is to chop off the obsessions. And this process is all about the process of turning to death and chrysalis turning into a flying butterfly. If his decapitated body is in the middle, it will lose all its intelligence and become demented. If you can't come to your senses and regain your wisdom again, I'm afraid you will be a real cutie. Three corpses, each of which is a matter of life and death. Neither the lower nor middle corpses will actually die, but the upper corpses will actually die if they can't make it through. Zhang Jinran glanced at the disciple beside him and saw that he didn't seem to have any intention of wanting to continue walking, so he found a rock and sat down. Looking at the stream that slowly flowed in front of him with a somewhat melancholic expression on his face, the heavens are merciless. Cultivation, cultivation, all the way to the top. A breakthrough into the Tao at the realm of returning to the origin needed to pass through a heavenly tribulation, and if you couldn't pass through it, you'd only die. Entry realm wants to break through the saint. Chopping three corpses is even more terrifying. From ancient times, this chopping three corpses blocked countless cultivators. Seemingly recalling his memories of when he had chopped off the three corpses, he also became a bit sentimental. Su Chen smiled and said, "How is this not a test? Without going through trials and tribulations, how can one obtain a strong cultivation?" Zhang Jinran also froze for a moment when he heard this, and he then laughed out loud. It's the poor man who's in love with the image. With that, he looked towards the old Taoist again with a calm expression. Beheading the three corpses is originally three tribulations. He could have chosen not to cross these three tribulations, since they all chose to take this path. No matter what the end is, it is common sense. After saying that, he stopped dwelling on these things. He believed that his disciple had chosen to behead three corpses, so he must have been prepared for the worst long ago. Before long, the old Taoist walked towards the distance once again in a dull manner. He directly stepped his foot in the cold stream water, but he continued to ignore it. What little wisdom he had left in his eyes was guiding him toward the front. Zhang Jinran followed suit and stood up. Saluting Su Chen, the poor Taoist will take his leave first. Su Chen nodded and made a gesture of invitation. He looked at the direction that the two men were leaving in. It seemed to overlap with him somewhat, both heading towards Pingyang City, but Su Chen didn't choose to travel with them as a companion. Everyone had their own path to take. In this manner, he traveled for another 3 months and finally arrived at Pingyang City. Among the 5 major cities, Pingyang City was slightly smaller than Bright Moon City. He came to the Ning family according to his own memories. That hairy young man was a collateral of the Ning family, and had lived in Bright Moon City since he was a child to manage the business over there, and had been called back by the Ning family later on for other reasons. This gentleman, may I ask who you are looking for? The guard at the entrance of the Ning family saw Su Chen's impressive appearance, so he politely opened his mouth to inquire. Su Chen opened his mouth and said, "Please pass on a message to Ning Yan. Just say that a deceased person is looking for her." Ning smoke. The faces of the 2 guards suddenly sank, and one of them spoke up. "What is it that the prince is looking for Miss Ning Yan for?" Although Ning Yan was a collateral line, she was considered a young lady amongst the Ning family. It was just that her status wasn't particularly high. Su Chen said indifferently, "Just say that I'm from manhwa City." Bright Moon City? The expressions of the 2 guards were slightly relieved. It seemed like it should have nothing to do with the Su family. "Please wait for a moment, Your Excellency." With that, he turned away, and after a while turned back again. "Sir, please follow me." Su Chen followed, and soon arrived at the Ning family's reception hall, in which sat a dignified woman, dressed in a long green coat, with a gentle temperament and clean eyebrows, as if she was a little neighbor sister. When Ning Yan saw Su Chen, she immediately looked puzzled. Su Chen's temperament was not bad, and his appearance was an excellent beauty. She asked herself that she had never known such a person in manhwa City. Seeing the hair little, Su Chen's heart is also a burst of emotion. I cannot imagine that so many years unchanged. Ning Yan also changed so much, almost no little shadow of the original. If he didn't know that the other party was Ning Yan, he was wondering if he had recognized the wrong person. A girls. Su Chen shook his head and laughed. "What? Don't even recognize me?" Saying that, he took out a lavender stone with a smoke character engraved on it, which they had found when they were playing in Bright Moon City. They thought it was a beautiful stone. So they broke it in half and carved half with the word Tatsu and half with the word smoke. Then both sides exchanged stones with each other again, when it was meant to be a token of love. Su-chen came here partly to see his old friend, and partly because he had feelings for Ning Yan in the beginning, but he didn't know how to express them because he was young and ignorant. After growing up, the family was constantly facing the crisis of the other families in Manhwa City, so Su-chen didn't continue to hang on to this relationship and always thought about improving his strength. Now after being idle, Su-chen suddenly wanted to come and take a look, as well as give an account of this relationship he had in the first place. When Ning Yan saw the stone in Su-chen's hand, she immediately revealed a bewildered expression, but she quickly reacted, and her face was filled with joy. "You are Su-chen." With that, she also removed the small purple stone from her waist and placed it on the table. Looking at Ning Yan's piece of stone, Su-chen also froze. He did not think that Ning Yan actually still kept this stone. After all, so many years had passed. Su-chen thought that she had long lost it. Su-chen nodded his head and said with a smile on his face, "It's been a long time." Looking at Su-chen's smile, Ning Yan did not know what was going on, but tears were welling up in her eyes, especially when she thought of her impending fate. She was overwhelmed with sadness in her heart. However, Ning Yan still forced out a smile and said, "Su-chen, it's really great to see you again." Chapter 64, Aggrieved Ning Yan. Seeing Su-chen again, Ning Yan's heart was mixed. What was once a childhood playmate has now grown out of her reach. The Su family controlled the 5 major cities, and from the news coming from Bright Moon City, the Su family's Su-chen was still a powerful cultivator of the returning Yuan realm. The current Su-chen, regardless of strength or status, was far removed from her. Su-chen smiled and asked, "How is it? How have you been lately? I never came to Pingyang City. Why didn't you say you'd come to Bright Moon City to look for me?" Ning Yan instantly let out a bitter smile. Facing this question, she was a bit at a loss as to how to answer it for a moment. In fact, after returning to their home family, Ning Yan and their lineage of sidekicks had not had a good time, and had always been suppressed and targeted. And the one who had brought them back was none other than the Ning clan's grand elder. Ning Yan, his father, had taken care of the business of Manhwa City, and the scale had even increased by close to 10 times or so, and the first family was perhaps thinking of stealing their achievements because of this. Since returning to the Ning family, he had to report even going out of the Ning mansion on weekdays. So where did he have the opportunity to meet Su-chen? Looking at her appearance, Su-chen asked with some curiosity, "What's wrong? Are you being bullied?" When Ning Yan heard these words, her heart suddenly trembled slightly. In the past when they were in Manhwa City, every time she was reprimanded by her parents she would go to Su-chen to confide in him, and then she would just cry there. And Southern asks this every time. Is it being bullied? Even now, Ning Yan could still remember in a trance the look of Su-chen at that time, with a few moments of anger and a few moments of worry. For some reason, Ning Yan only felt warmth in her heart as she shook her head. "It's fine. It's all good." With that, she stood up with a smile on her face. "Wait for me first. I'll take you around Pingyang City later. We haven't seen each other for so long. I'll take you to have a good meal later." Seeing that he wasn't willing to say, Su-chen didn't ask, and just nodded. "Good." Ning Yan then walked out of the reception hall, and it wasn't long before she folded back again, saying with a smile on her face, "Let's go, Southern." Su-chen stood up, and the two of them then prepared to leave the Ning family. Before she had come to the Ning family, Su-chen had envisioned Ning Yan's attitude towards her, which might be awe-inspiring, fearful, pleasing, and so on, but it didn't occur to him that Ning Yan didn't have these emotions towards him at all, only happy. He could clearly feel that Ning Yan's emotions were very ecstatic. It's pure joy. Just as the two of them were about to walk out of the Ning clan, an icy light heckle rang out. "Ning Yan, stop right there." Ning Yan's face changed when he heard these words, and he turned his head in the direction of the source of the voice, only to see a youth with an unruly face, looking at him with a cold expression on his face. Nimring. This person was the son of the Grand Elder, probably at the Grand Elder's behest, and he had not bullied her much in his day-to-day life. Ninglin slowly walked forward as he chided. "Get back. Who let you out?" If it was an unusual time, Ning Yan might have put up with it, but today, Su-chen was by his side, and perhaps he did not want him to see his predicament, so Ning Yan's heart was filled with anger. "The third elder has already agreed for me to go out. Who are you to control me?" Ning Lin's eyes instantly crossed as he took 2 steps up and raised his hand toward Ning Yan's face. "How dare you talk back? You're looking for a fight." However, before he could hit Ning Yan, he was stopped by Su-chen who was on the side. When Ning Lin saw that Su-chen dared to stop him, Anger surged on his face. Where did the wild seed come from? Even daring to meddle in my Ning family's affairs. Looking for death. As he said that, his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation burst out, and he wanted to break free from Su Chen's hand. But he realized that he couldn't do it at all. Su Chen's hand seemed like an iron clamp, locking him firmly in place. Seeing that he couldn't break free, Ning Lin became annoyed and said, "Damn it, let go of this young man, or I will kill you today." Su Chen gently launched out a palm, and Ning Lin directly flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing into the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth, his breath wilting to the extreme. "Get out!" If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Lin was a member of Ning Yan's clan, he would have killed him straight away, and would still have given him a chance to bounce around here. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted within the Ning family, and a figure swiftly several people in front of it. The person who came was none other than the Ning family's grand elder, Ning Wei. When Ning Lin saw him, he immediately shouted in excitement, "Father, he dares to hurt me. Hurry up and kill him." Ning Wei first glanced at Ning Lin and ordered his subordinates to take him to heal his wounds. Then he looked towards Su Chen again as he said with a cold expression on his face, "Your Excellency injured a direct member of my Ning family. Your guts are really big." After saying that, he looked towards Ning Yen again. "Ning Yen, did you bring the people into the Ning family?" Looking at Ning Wei, a hint of fear flashed through Ning Yan's eyes as she stammered in her tone, "Grand Elder, this is my friend, and it was young Master Ning Lin who made the first move against me. He wouldn't let me leave the Ning clan." Unbridled, Ning Wei instantly let out an angry cry. The fire in his heart was wild, especially when he saw that his son had been severely injured. He was even a bit frantic. If he didn't have to be concerned about the face of the entire sideline, he would have wanted to just slap Ning Yen to death. Ning Lin is a direct lineage. You're a collateral lineage. You listen to what you're told to do. So what if the third elder agrees? Ning Lin says you're not allowed to leave the Ning family. Then you're not allowed. Besides, you're going to marry a member of the Su family. What's it like to hang out with other men? Ning Feng is all locked up in the dungeon because of you. Do you want your mother to go down there with you? Get back on your own and obediently marry into the Su family in half a month. Hearing the Grand Elder's cold words, Ning Yen lowered her head, her eyes reddening. Ning Feng was none other than his father. Half a year ago Ning Wei designed to frame her father and force her to marry the Su family. The Su family was the top power in Pingyang City, with a total of 3 transformation spirit stages in attendance, and the Su family's 4th young master had always liked her, so Ning Wei had used her to curry favor with the other party. Ning Yen was naturally unwilling to marry the 4th youngest member of the Su family, but due to her parents' reasons, she could only be forced to agree to the Grand Elder. Thinking of this, Ning Yen felt a burst of aggression coming from her heart for no reason. It was clear that they had done nothing wrong, and their lineage was the same, yet they were targeted by the Grand Elder at every turn. Ning Wei's tone was unquestionable, completely leaving no room for Ning Yen to discuss. Then, he turned his gaze back to Su Chen, his tone filled with cold killing intent. "Kid, it's your turn now. Beating my Ning family's first lineage. If you can't give an account today, you can enter, but you can't leave my Ning family's gate." Ning Wei looked at Su Chen. His eyes were full of ice. If not for the fact that he was looking at him with an extraordinary demeanor, and thought that he was of some origin, he probably would have already made a move to kill Su Chen. Chapter 65, Feelings of the Year. Su Chen looked towards him, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "And what explanation do you want me to give?" With that, he looked towards Ning Wei with interest, curious as to what he would do next. Ning Wei's eyes sank. He stared at Su Chen with a deadly stare. All these years Ning Yen stayed in the Ning family, almost rarely going out, and even if he did go out, it was not to go out of town. It's unlikely to have any friends with strong backgrounds. At that thought, Ning Wei's eyes were filled with ice coldness. "Kid, you seek death." In the next moment, he transformed into a residual shadow and killed towards Su Chen. His aura looked extraordinary, but Su Chen's eyes were filled with disdain. "It's just a mole." Accompanied by the fall of the voice, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Ning Wei, and actually hardened him down to kneel on the ground. Ning Wei's face flushed red as he struggled to support himself, and his knees on the ground made clicking sounds as his bones couldn't withstand the pressure and began to shatter. How is that possible? At this moment, Ning Wei's heart was filled with horror. Just by virtue of the pressure it had inflicted such power on him. If he had made a move, wouldn't he have been instantly killed in seconds? Ning Wei's heart was filled with trepidation. How could he not have thought that Ning Yen actually had such a friend? Su Chen slowly walked towards him, his face indifferent, looking for an argument from me. "Are you worthy of it?" As Su Chen walked towards Ning Wei, the pressure became more and more terrifying, and Ning Wei was screaming in pain. "My lord, spare my life. I was blind for a moment. I beg your pardon." Ning De shouted loudly, his words filled with humility and begging. In front of Su Chen, he felt that there was no difference between himself and a mole cricket. As long as Su Chen wanted to kill him, he could do it with the move of a finger. This terrifying sense of oppression was not present even when facing those at the God Transformation stage in Pingyang City. Could it be a powerhouse above the Goddess of Transformation stage? At this moment, Ning Wei's heart was fearful to the extreme. Just then, a figure appeared in the surroundings, and he rushed forward and said, "Please be merciful, young Lord Su." The person who came was the head of the Ning family, Ning Huayu. He had been to Bright Moon City many times before, so he had naturally seen Su Chen. Only he had never thought that Ning Yan would actually be involved with Su Chen. "This is Su Chen, that rumored mighty cultivator of the returning Yuan realm." Ning Huayu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in his heart. If he had known this, he shouldn't have let Ning Wei go and suppressed the Ning Yan family. If the Ning family could rely on the Su family, it would be 10,000 times better than climbing up to the Su family. Su Chen twisted his head and glanced at Ning Huayu before withdrawing his gaze once again. As he raised his hand and gently waved it out, Ning Wei then directly spewed out a mouthful of bright red blood. His entire breath wilted to the extreme, as if he would die at any time. This strike not only caused Ning Wei to be seriously injured, but it also caused his tendons and veins to be broken, severing his ability to advance further on the path of cultivation. If not for the fact that Ning Wei was a member of the Ning family, he was afraid that he would have killed him directly. Not killing him was mainly for Ning Yan's sake. After doing so, Su Chen then turned his head towards Ning Yan, a smile on his face. "In the future, if anyone bullies you, just come to the Su family to find me." Hearing these words, Ning Huayu's expression changed greatly. These words were undoubtedly Su Chen backing up Ning Yan. He looked at the departing figures of the two and hurriedly ordered his subordinates to go and release Ning Feng from the dungeon and treat Ning Yan's mother well. Ning Huayu didn't really have any enmity with Ning Smoke and the others, and hadn't gone so far as to actively target the family, though he hadn't given it any help. When Ning Wei had targeted Ning Feng, he had actually known about it. It was only that he felt that Ning Feng's family was not worthy of his strained relationship with the Grand Elder, so he had stayed out of the way and just let the Grand Elder do his thing. But now it seems that things are a little less so. The Su family was now the king of the 5 great cities, and belonged to the behemoth in the eyes of their Ning family. If Ning Yan could get involved with the Su family, not to say that they would soar in the future, but there was certainly no one in the 5 great cities who would dare to touch them again. Ning Wei ignored the severe pain all over his body as he asked with difficulty, "Family master, that person is?" Ning Huayu lightly glanced at him, then said in a calm and indifferent tone, "The Grand Elder should have heard of it. The young master of the Su family, Su Chen." "What?" Ning Wei's eyes widened at once, and his entire body was like a deflated ball of leather, lying helplessly on the ground. He could feel the indifference of the family head towards him, and Ning Wei could even imagine that in the future, his position within the Ning family would definitely take a big hit. Compared to him, Ning Yan is more obviously of investment value. She can be close to Su Chen. Then who would dare to touch the Ning family in the future? It was just that Ning Wei couldn't figure out why Ning Yan was so close to Su Chen. Now he had nothing but regret in his heart. If he had known it would come to this, he would not have bothered. If he hadn't gone to target Ning Feng and set him up, there would have been room for maneuver at least for now. Ning Huayu said indifferently, "Grand Elder, the marriage between Ning Yan and the Su clan, since it was started by you, it's up to you to personally break it off. Ning Yan and Su Chen obviously have an unusual relationship. If you let Su Chen know about this matter, it may not be possible for you to keep this life." Hearing those words, Ning Wei's heart fluttered. If it was usual for him to go and break the engagement with the Su family, he would definitely not dare. But Ning Yan now has a relationship with Su Chen. As long as a little bit with a mouthful of Su Chen, then the Su family would still dare not to break the engagement? Ning Wei couldn't help but let out another bitter laugh as he thought of this. It's a big loss for a small loss. If he hadn't bullied Ning Feng's lineage, he might have been able to use Ning Yan to climb up the Su family's ladder. Outside the Ning family, Ning Yan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes as a smile bloomed on her face once again. "Su Chen, thank you." Su Chen shook his head. "It's just a matter of raising my hand." For the rest of the time, Ning Yan brought Su Chen around Pingyang City, eating and drinking along the way. Originally, Ning Yan had intended to pay, but since the Ning family had exploited her too miserably, Ning Yan really had too few spirit stones on her, and in the end, it was Su Chen who went to pay for the bill. But Su Chen didn't really care about that. The two of them made small talk all the way, as if they were back in the day, when they were children, and the two of them were like that at that time. And when he followed Ningyan, Su Chen also had a relaxed and comfortable feeling without pressure. When the two are together, they don't feel awkward because they don't have anything to talk about, and they feel comfortable even if they're simply taking a walk together. Ningyan suddenly thought of something, so she couldn't help but ask, Su Chen, I remember when we parted ways in Bright Moon City, you said that you would say a word to me when we met again. Do you still remember that now? A word? Su Chen recalled that there was indeed such a thing. At first, he still liked Ningyan better, and when he met again, he planned to confess and marry her home. Unfortunately, things are different now. Su Chen twisted his head to look. Ningyan's delicate white cheeks were reflected in her eyes, and there was still a bit of anticipation in her eyes. It's been so long I can't remember some of it. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ningyan let out an "oh," then lowered her head, some disappointment showing in her eyes. Ningyan sighed helplessly in her heart. Originally the gap between her and Su Chen's status was huge, and now it was even bigger, and she really didn't deserve Su Chen. Sighing softly, she was just about to speak, but she was suddenly stopped in front of her by several figures. When she looked clearly at the few people in front of her, Ningyan instantly changed her face. Chapter 66, Returning a Marriage at the Door. This person is too noisy. The person who came was the Su family's fourth young master, Su Jingqi. Su Jingqi looked at Ningyan with a somber expression, then towards Su Chen, and a moment later, he said with a smile on his face, Smokey, isn't this one going to be introduced? Ningyan took a deep breath and said frankly, this is my friend. Friends? Su Jingqi indifferently looked towards Su Chen, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Kid, don't you know that Ningyan is this young man's unmarried concubine? Hearing these words, Ningyan trembled, her eyes filled with anger. She never agreed to marry Su Jingqi. It was all forced upon her within the family. And this Su Jingqi is just a playboy. All day long, he has played with many women. How can Ningyan want to marry him? Su Jingqi, when did I promise to marry you? Su Jingqi looked towards Ningyan, a fiery color flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by him. My Su family has joined forces with the Ning family, and now you, Ningyan, are my Su Jingqi's concubine? This is something everyone in Pingyang City knows. And, Su Jingqi's face turned slightly cold. You woman and I already have a marriage contract. Why are you still hanging out with other men? Is there no sense of shame at all? Due to the fact that the location they were in was right on the street, many people immediately paid attention to this side. Isn't this Su Jingqi, the fourth youngest member of the Su family? Who are those two? I've been watching for a while. The one across from him is Ningyan of the Ning family, the one who had a marriage contract with Su Jingqi. It seems like it was because Ningyan stayed with other men and was caught by Su Jingqi. So exciting? This dude is also really ruthless. He even dares to touch Su Jingqi's woman. Isn't he afraid of death? But looking at him he does look much better than Su Jingqi. His face value and temperament are above Su Jingqi. Low murmurs rang out, but they were all not so nice voices, and many of them were scolding Ningyan for being unashamed. And many people couldn't help but shake their heads when they looked at Su Chen. Su Jingqi do things ruthless. Jeer, dare to touch his woman. That the end is basically already can guess. Ningyan's eyes were filled with rage. Su Jingqi, when did I say I would marry you? People like you will not marry you even if you die. If it was under normal circumstances, Ningyan would definitely not dare to talk to Su Jingqi like this. But the thought of Su Chen by her side filled her heart with a sense of security. With Su Chen by her side, Ningyan had become much bolder. You, Su Jingqi was furious. He said angrily, give you face and you don't want it. You're just a sideline of the Ning family. If this young man wanted to play with you, he would just arrest you directly. Would he still need to take you as a concubine? Since you don't know what's good for you. Fine. Come on people, give Ningyan to me to arrest back to the Su family. Today I'm going to show her what it means to be a man. As he said that, a lecherous expression appeared on Su Jingqi's face. According to normal circumstances, in fact, after he had taken a fancy to Ning Smoke, there was no problem with him directly robbing her by force, and the Ning family would definitely not dare to say anything more. However, during that period of time, the Su family master told him not to cause trouble. Plus Ningyan's beauty did impress him, which made him agree to let Ning Wei have Ningyan come to his door as a concubine. Otherwise, how could he have let Ningyan enter the Su family? After all, she was just a lowly sidekick. As you wish. Seeing this, the several subordinates besides Su Jingqi immediately surrounded towards Ningyan, all of them wearing an unintentional bad smile on their faces. The surrounding people watching the show couldn't help but shake their heads at the sight. You don't want a good concubine's name, but you want to be ungrateful yourself. But no. So what if I don't want to? That Su family is so powerful. Can I still suffer if I marry into it? This is more than just not being able to enter the Su family. The reputation will be lost. Losing reputation is a small matter. That's Su Jingqi's methods you are not unaware of. Among the women who were captured by him into the Su family, there are a few who were able to walk out in one piece. I have heard that this Su fourth young man plays a very perverted one. It's a pity. Ning Yan was my previous goddess, and now she's going to be defiled by Su Jingqi. Ning Yan was also considered quite attractive in Pingyang City, otherwise she wouldn't have been seen by the picky Su Jingqi, and she naturally had many admirers. Now, many of the surrounding men couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh when they saw Ning Yan's impending doom. However, not a single person came forward to help. The Su family's power was too strong. It was completely a hegemon in Pingyang City. Who could afford to mess with it? Su Chen watched from the sidelines was very speechless. He just wanted to take a good stroll. How are there people to find death? He just gently swung out, and the sword on shot out, and the few people who were heading towards Ning Yan were instantly cut down, and blood kept flowing out. This turn of events caused the surrounding crowd to freeze. After a while, they reacted. He dared to kill someone from the Su family. Isn't he afraid of death? My God, he's absolutely finished. Daring to make a move against the Su family's people. This nature is completely different. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Su Chen looked towards Ning Yan, a warm smile on his face. Why don't you talk to me about this kind of thing? It's just the Su family in the district. Wouldn't it be better if I helped you out? I remember when you were a child, you encountered any problem that could not be solved. All would come to me for help. How? Now older Raw? Looking at Su Chen's expression, for some reason, the somewhat flustered Ning Yan's heart instantly stabilized. Her face slightly flushed, and she was somewhat unsure of how to answer Su Chen. Su Chen let out a light laugh, then turned his head towards Su Jingqi. At this moment, Su Jingqi had some panic and alarm on his face. Among his several subordinates, there was a Jiedan perfection that could kill him in an instant, so they were all at least Yuaning stage to start with. Su Jingqi was also used to being brutal. He said with a fierce look on his face, if you dare to kill my Su family's subordinates, my Su family will definitely not let you go. Su Chen's face was expressionless. He didn't even move, and Su Jingqi was blown away by the power he unleashed, and he lost his breath on the spot. This person was too noisy and was affecting his mood, so naturally it was impossible to stay. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd showed horror. Even Su Jingqi dared to kill. Doesn't he know this is the fourth young master of the Su family? Many people had already secretly backed away, fearing that they would be implicated by Su Chen at that time. This killed Su Jingqi. The Su family would certainly not be able to spare Su Chen. In their opinion, Su Chen only had one way to die. Su Chen laughed. There's nothing to do with leisure. I'll accompany you to the Su family to return the marriage. How dare you? Suddenly, a roar rang out, and a terrifying pressure came from the distance. Transformation stage. The passers-by who were originally watching the show around them all backed up far away, each face filled with fear. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Su Chen. He was tall, his face was full of gloom, and his stumbling chest made it look as if it was a volcano about to erupt. The visitor looked at Su Chen with murderous intent. Killing someone from my Su family and still daring to come to my door to withdraw from the marriage. Your guts really have no bounds. Chapter 67. Okay, I'll wait for you. Grand Elder of the Su family. Su painting, the strength of the late stage of the transformation spirit. Ning Yan was instinctively a little worried, but when she thought that the person beside her was Su Chen, she slightly lowered her heart. Although the Su family was an overlord-level power in Pingyang City, but in front of the Su family, didn't count, not to mention Su Chen. A random full-fledged elder was something the Su family couldn't afford to mess with. It's over. Su painting is out. That kid is definitely dead. I really don't know what he is thinking. I see that he is estimated to have the Yuaning stage. With this strength to directly escape is not good? Su Jingqi probably can't kill him either. Why do you have to go through with the Su family? This is good. Life is gone. I guess it's for the woman Ning Yan. There's truth in that since ancient times. Red faces have been a curse. The Su family had accumulated power for a long time. Plus this place, the 5 great cities, didn't have any strong people coming over in normal times, and Su Chen looked unfamiliar. So almost none of them thought that he possessed the capital to fight against the Su family. The moment Su Painting's eyes were filled with killing intent, Su Chen dared to kill their Su family's direct line. That was no longer different from provoking the Su family. If he couldn't kill him today, then the prestige of the Su family would be dealt a serious blow. Su Painting said icily, "Kid, today I'm going to let you know what happens when you offend my Su family." With that, he raised his hand and slammed it towards Su Chen, containing an extremely large amount of power, and his whole being was as if he were a strong man with eyes full of indifference and contempt. The aura on Su Chen's body was not strong, even if he could kill Su Jingqi and the others. At most he would be at the yuaning stage of cultivation, and it would be impossible for him to resist his strike. Su Chen glanced at Su Painting, and a look of impatience flashed in his eyes. "Since you guys have to seek death, then I'll fulfill you." Suddenly, the void in the sky violently opened a huge gap, directly swallowing Su Painting in. Accompanied by miserable screams, Su Painting was then directly annihilated in the void. The void only had the strength to be able to withstand it at the refined void stage, and Su Painting was only at the transformation of God stage, so it would be completely impossible to survive in the void. Su Chen directly took Ning Yan and tore through the void. They came to the sky above the Su family. Su Chen didn't hesitate to raise his hand and swing down with a palm. The strong aura poured out, and the entire Su family was directly razed to the ground. As he watched the Su family being destroyed by himself, there was only indifference in Su Chen's eyes. He also knew that there were a lot of innocent people among the Su family, but it didn't matter. Cutting off the roots. Such a simple truth he still knew. This will also give the Su family less trouble. Besides, isn't the world a place where the weak eat the strong? The weak were killed by the strong. There was no such thing as a reason. If Su Chen was destroyed by a certain strong person one day, it would be because the Su family itself was not strong enough. Of course, whether or not anyone can extinguish it is another matter. The sound of a huge explosion echoed through Pingyang City, and countless people turned their heads towards the direction of the explosion, their eyes filled with horror. What's going on here? However, at the place where Su Chen had stayed at the beginning, the crowd had also slowed down from the shock of Su Painting's murder. He can tear through the void. This is a void refining stage powerhouse. Only the Su family has a void refining stage in the 5 great cities. Could this be someone from the Su family? Su family, when you say that I seem to feel that young man is a bit familiar. It seems like Su family's young master, Su Chen. I happened to see Su Chen once in Bright Moon City a few years ago. This statement instantly caused an uproar, and the eyes of the crowd were filled with horror. No one had expected that the person beside Ning Yan was actually Su Chen. The crowd now thought of what Su Jingqi had said to Su Chen earlier, and suddenly felt that this was purely looking for death. If he had known at that time that the person in front of him was Su Chen, he didn't know if he would have been scared out of his urine. In Pingyang City, who doesn't know that Su Jingqi is a bully? A few years ago, one of the Su family's direct descendants came to Pingyang City, and at that time, Su Jingqi's entire body was like a lapdog in order to go and curry favor. Soon, the news of the Su family's extermination spread out from Pingyang City. Everyone who heard this news had a horrified look on their face. The Su family. This was the overlord within Pingyang City. Who could have the strength to destroy it? The other God transformation stage forces were all a little alarmed after hearing this news. However, soon after, another piece of news came out, saying that the Su family had been destroyed because they had messed with Su Chen. Everyone froze. The Su family is so brave? Even the Su family dares to mess with them? When Ning Wei, who was going to the Su family to prepare for the withdrawal, heard this news, his entire body was about to be incontinent with fear, and he only felt a bit of numbness in his scalp. Thinking that he had also offended Su Chen before, he instantly became a little less nice. If he wasn't a member of Ning Yan's clan, I guess Su Chen would have already killed him, right? The storm passed 2 hours later. Windflower. This was one of the more famous restaurants in Pingyang City, and the food inside was all very unique. Ning Yan and Su Chen both sat in the middle of the topmost private room. The table was piled high with delicious delicacies. The aroma was overwhelming. It was very appetizing to look at. Ning Yan looked at the handsome man in front of her. Her beautiful eyes rippled a little, especially after recalling Su Chen's terrifying strength. The whole person was a little bit more uncontrollable. However, she was not obsessed with her feelings for Su Chen now, and Ning Yan felt that it was quite good just the way it was now. After all, there were still very few people in this world who could be so close to Su Chen. She only needed to maintain her image in Su Chen's mind, and she would be happy if Su Chen could come back to see her when he had nothing to do in the future. Unconsciously, Ning Yan had become Su Chen's little licking dog in her heart, and it was also the extremely blind kind. For some time afterward, the two of them strolled all over Pingyang City and even left it to go out for a walk. This stroll was 3 months long. This period of time was the most relaxing time Su Chen had ever had after coming to this world. After returning to Pingyang City, Su Chen took some resources to Ning Yan and incidentally helped her upgrade to a heavenly spirit root. For Ning Yan, Su Chen had already treated her as a friend who could be talked to, and as to what point she could develop to in the future, that would just go with the flow. Not far from the Ning family, in the middle of a pathway, Ning Yan twisted her head to look at Su Chen, a little tear in her eyes. Su Chen, will you still come to me in the future? Su Chen laughed. It will. Ning Yan took a deep breath. She didn't know why. She just wanted to cry, probably because she was worried that with this separation, the two would never have the chance to meet again. Okay, I'll wait. A sunny smile spread across Ning Yan's face. She didn't want to end up staying in Su Chen's impression as a crying Ning Yan. Perhaps she herself doesn't realize how much she will pay in the future because of her words today. Chapter 68 Since meeting is fate, let's send you a creation. Eventually, the two parted ways. That day, the dusk was extraordinarily beautiful. The red haze spread all over the sky, coloring the earth blood red. Su Chen was also ready to leave Pingyang City. To him, the status of Pingyang City in his heart was no longer the same. He would always remember this city, and he would also always remember Ningyan. Ningyan's posture is actually really not considered to be a beautiful country, compared to Lin Yimeng or a little worse, but she is the woman who makes Su Chen's deepest impression, and he was convinced that the two would meet again later. Su Chen was just about to leave Pingyang City when the sound of bawling suddenly came from the distance, and it was surrounded by people. He craned his head to look, and suddenly raised an eyebrow. In the center of that group of people were the two Taoist masters he had met earlier, and the person who was crying out was a disciple of Ziyang Jinjin. His disciple was as if he was a child who had spilled his guts, crying and crying on the ground. Ziyang Jinjin's face, however, was filled with gravity. He detected the Tao rhythm flowing from his disciple's body. This was the critical time to chop the middle corpse, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have such a great emotional fluctuation. The surrounding passers-by were also a bit greatly shaken when they saw an old Taoist crying and wailing non-stop. But this sort of thing was also fresh to see, and soon the crowd drifted away. Su Chen slowly walked up, and Ziyang Jinran immediately spotted Su Chen, who slightly arched his hand in greeting. Hello again. Su Chen found a step to sit down a few meters away from Ziyang Jinran, and looked at the old Taoist with a calm expression before speaking. Beheading the middle corpse requires finding the thing with the deepest obsession in one's heart. And since this apprentice of yours stopped at Pingyang City, it seems that the opportunity is here. Hearing these words, Ziyang Jinran sighed helplessly as he glanced towards the old Taoist, the sadness on his face increasing. Unfortunately, it's hard. When this disciple of mine was not yet under my tutelage, he was just an ordinary person in this Pingyang City, and at that time, he had fallen in love with a woman. But the other party was a lady of a high and mighty family. Although the two were very much in love, they still didn't come together in the end, and eventually the woman was forced by her family to marry another man. Su Chen frowned as he asked with some curiosity, then where is this woman person? Dead. Ziyang Jinran shook his head and sighed. Whether it's that woman or the family behind her, they have all been annihilated. And this was already 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years. Su Chen immediately frowned. Wouldn't that mean that Pingyang City had already existed for 10,000 years? Is the city of Pyongyang so old? But that was normal. In this world, 10,000 years was not particularly long to say the least. It's the same thing as Iron Mountains and running water dynasties. Compared to 10,000 years ago, it was possible that all the forces within Pingyang City had changed one batch after another. Ziyang Jinjin said helplessly. Unringing the bell requires a ringer. My disciple can't get over that hurdle in his heart without a ringer. This chopping center corpse is in danger. Su Chen also fell into silence after hearing this. So it seemed that it was indeed a bit difficult. He looked towards the old Taoist, and at this moment, the fluctuations of the Tao rhythm on his body began to stir intensely. It was clear that he was definitely going to fail if it continued to develop. Ziyang Jinran's entire body also sat on the ground powerlessly. For this disciple, he had put in a lot of effort, and also regarded him as his only family member. Now that he saw that his disciple was about to die, he felt very bad in his heart. To behead a corpse in the middle, although after failing to do so, one's spiritual sanity would only be completely lost, becoming demented and stupid. There was practically no difference between that and being dead. Doesn't this become like a shell without a soul? As time passed by, the old Taoist didn't continue to cry, and his whole body sat on the ground with blank eyes and a somewhat wooden look. If this continued, he was already bound to be unable to successfully decapitate the corpse. Real Ziyang looked at the sky, and his eyes became somewhat sentimental. After countless years of cultivating the Tao, almost all of his friends, relatives and clansmen around him had already died. This apprentice of his could be said to be the only family member in this world. And now, it's time to watch those close to you gradually die. For a moment, endless sadness surged in the heart of Zhang Jinran, although his appearance was young and incomparable. At this moment, he was like a pale and powerless old man. Zhang Jinran let out a bitter smile and issued a soulful torture question to himself. What exactly is the purpose of cultivation? Su Chen also fell into silence. Cultivation is actually divided into many purposes. Some simply like to cultivate and want to pursue a more powerful cultivation. But most people are not so pure. Most of these people cultivate for the sake of their relatives and clansmen, all to protect those around them, or to make them live in happiness and well-being. There's really no problem with either. However, it was obvious that the former were more likely to go farther on the path of cultivation because their Taoist heart was more pure. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Sometimes the power of love was infinite, and he could explode into amazing greatness. So Su Chen felt that there was really no difference between either. From the face of Zhang Jinjin could be seen to be very confused. It was obvious that he was not the kind of person who simply liked cultivation. He was more inclined to the latter. A person cultivates for the sake of his loved ones, but now that they are all going to pass away, it's normal for him to become a bit confused. Su Chen slowly stood up as he said indifferently, "Meeting each other is fate. In that case, let's send you a creation." As the words fell, the originally disordered Tao rhythms on the old Taoist's body once again became solidified, and his breath was much stronger than before. Gradually, the old Taoist's eyes also regained their clarity, completely lacking the wooden feeling they had in before. The old Taoist looked at the scene around him, his eyes filled with confusion. This is happening? Did I manage to decapitate the middle corpse? At this moment, Zhang Jinran also reacted, and he stood up violently, his eyes revealing a look of horror. How is that possible? Su Chen was actually able to forcefully interfere with the decapitation of the three corpses. One must know that the beheading of the three corpses was a rule of the operation of the heavenly Tao, which no one could defy. Not even a holy father could do it. He is that realm, above the saint, the ancient saint. Only this realm could interfere with the workings of the heavenly Tao, and it was naturally not difficult to intervene in the beheading of the three corpses of others. But cultivators who could become to this realm were all strong on one side. It was impossible for them to be so unknown. Why had he never heard of the name Su Chen? Zhang Jinren turned his head toward Su Chen, but the other party had long since disappeared. Come without a shadow, go without a trace. What a Jedi! His eyes were incomparably heavy. This favor must be repaid. Taoist people are most concerned about cause and effect. Su Chen had saved his disciple. Such a great favor. Even if he had to give his life, he had to return the favor. Amazing city, the Su family. After just a few moments of thinking, Real Ziyang decided that his next stop would be at Mount Wanyun. The Nine Clouds Taoist temple was just his master and disciple, and it made no difference which place they were in. As far as he knew, the Su family wasn't very strong and didn't even have a returning Yuan realm. Why don't he just sit on the Watching Cloud Mountain for the rest of the time after that? His cultivation wasn't too bad, so sheltering the Su family, and incidentally helping Su Chen guide the clan's cultivation, would be considered repayment. Chapter 69 Terrifying Su Family, Cloud Watching Cave. Another 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Su Chen had always stayed at Wanyun Mountain, and his days were considered calm and peaceful. In half a year's time, the Su family had developed very quickly, and Su Hongyuan had already fully adapted to the strength of the returning Yuan realm. The realm that the old king of frightening had gone through so much trouble and was still in seclusion to break through, was actually reached so easily by Su Hongyuan. I wonder how he would feel if he knew about it. With the help of the huge resources, Su Qingtian also crossed into the harmonization stage. Right now, the strength of the entire Su family was already considered to be above the amazing empire. On this day, 2 Taoist priests came to Mount Wanyun. Taoist Ziyang looked like he hadn't changed much, but the old Taoist beside him was now extremely young, looking almost like he was in his early 20s. However, this was not caused by his breakthrough, but rather because he was experiencing the decapitation of the upper corpses. After Su Chen glanced at it, he ordered it down. Go down and inform the family head that if 2 Taoist priests come later, let him be well entertained. Both of them were very strong, and he had speculated on the heavenly chances that both of them were living in an unsettled place. So if they could be admitted into the Su family, it would be very helpful to them as well. Yes, sir. The underling sniffed and left when he was ordered to do so. It didn't take long for a small Taoist temple to appear at the foot of Wangyun Mountain. Su Chen had never placed so much importance on someone before, so Su Qingtian also knew that these two people must have come from an extraordinary background, and he treated them as his guests. Originally, they were offered to build a larger Taoist temple for them, but Xiangzhen refused. For someone like him, luxury and extravagance meant nothing. Instead, he liked the understated feeling of seclusion. Su Chen didn't continue to pay attention after just a glance, and he gathered his gaze once again on Wangyun Mountain, always feeling that something was missing. Although the Su family was growing quickly, it gave him a feeling that it had a shallow foundation. After thinking about it, Su Chen came to the uppermost center of Mount Wangyun, and with a wave of his raised hand, a huge void opening appeared in front of him. Immediately after that, the void opening gradually stabilized and the space inside began to change. Su Chen was creating a cave of heavenly bliss. In the Xian heavenly realm, basically all those big powers had cavernous blessed lands. This was something that their Su family did not have. After about half an hour, a cave was successfully built by Su Chen. Su Chen walked in. The aura inside was incomparably abundant, almost about 3 times that of the outside world. This outside world refers to Lookout Cloud Mountain, but the space was also extremely small, only about 100 square feet. It's not enough. Su Chen's eyes stared, and the power in his body poured out, continuously surging into this cavernous sky. Soon enough, the cave sky began to continue expanding up, and the spiritual energy in it became more and more dense. After a few more hours, Su Chen felt a little tired, and most of the holy power in his body was consumed. This cave sky had also undergone a drastic change. Originally it was only about 100 square feet, but now it was elevated to 10,000 square feet, and the richness of the spiritual qi was about 15 times that of Wangyun Mountain. However, there were still some problems. Although the spiritual qi in this cavernous blessed land was 15 times thicker, however, the rate of birth of spiritual qi was still only about twice that of the outside world. In the cave heavenly bliss, the rules were not perfect enough, and it was normal for the birth of spiritual power to be very slow. Su Chen quickly found a solution as he took out a 7-colored spirit stone from his system backpack. Immortal rank 3, Dao Yuan Crystal. This item was a consumable item that was specifically used to perfect the rules of the cave heaven. Along with the Dao Yuan crystal slowly disappearing, the entire space also began to vibrate continuously. The Dao Yuan crystal was of the immortal rank, which was an item that far exceeded the emperor rank, and the effect was naturally good beyond words. Su Chen could clearly feel that the speed of aura birth in the cave was at least about 30 times that of Mount Hopeful Cloud. It's simply terrifying. The most crucial thing was that the Dao Yuan crystal had transformed this cavernous sky, so that it was as if this was a small world inside, and he had formed his own circumference, which could give birth to a constant stream of spiritual energy. It was important to know that other caverns were expendable, and although he was able to give birth to pure spiritual energy, this came at a cost, and other treasures had to be used to act as energy sources, and there was no such problem in this cavernous sky of Su Chen's. It was all because of the Dao Yuan crystal. Su Chen glanced at the system backpack. Taoist dollar crystals, 315. There were still more than 300 pieces. Not much of a problem. And now the spiritual energy in this cavernous sky was enough for the people of the Su family to use, so they could continue to ascend without having to do so first. After that, let all of the Su family's first line move to the Su family. As for the sideline, after Su Chen thought for a moment, he still shook his head. It was fine to leave this kind of thing to Su Qingtian to make the decision, but since it's a cave, it always needs a name. Let's call it Hope Cloud Cave Sky. Originally, the name was just a title, so Su Chen was also extremely casual. With this cloud-watching cave, I think the Su family will develop even faster in the future. Su Chen suddenly began to somewhat look forward to the day when the Su family grew up. It was a bit like playing a simulation game by himself. It was quite interesting. It wasn't long before Su Qingtian was the first to enter the cloud-watching cave to observe, but his entire mouth never closed. What a counterintuitive tactic this is. Is this the equivalent of directly opening up a small world? I'll be damned. Afterwards, when the Su family's direct line heard the news, they all rushed here on the wind, but their expressions were almost all the same. Shock was written all over his face. Soon they moved in with great haste, and this Wangyun cave heaven was almost the best cave land amongst the entire Xian heavenly realm. Even the cave heavens within those emperor clans back then were not as good as the cloud-watching cave heaven. In the time that followed, calm fell back into the amazing empire, and there weren't too many ripples amongst the major powers. And so 3 years passed. On this day, the the old amazing king came out of the gate, and his powerful aura was detected by almost the entire amazing empire. However, many people within the shocking empire were relieved. The old shocking king was more than just the king here. He was their guardian god. Without him, the neighboring empires would surely come to invade them. Therefore, but not a single person within the shocking empire wished for the old shocking king to fail in his breakthrough. Well, the dust has settled. Old King Shocker had managed to make a breakthrough. It was during these 3 years that the Su family changed the most. Among the first lineage, Su Qingtian and even a few elders, with the exception of the 5th elder, Su Yunpeng, had all broken through to the harmonization stage. Among the juniors, the strongest Su Yujie had also broken through to the late stage of transformation. The Su family's collateral lineage had also progressed rapidly, with many deacons breaking through to the void refining stage. The current Su family could be said to be unprecedentedly powerful, especially the Ziyang Taoist has something to point out the Su family cultivation. Even Su Honyuan Su Qingtian they also greatly benefited. Realm strength is much stronger. Of course, the one who was most shocked was Taoist Ziyang, whose entire being had become somewhat self-doubting. The Su family is full of holy bodies. At first, he only wanted to repay Su Chen's favor, so he instructed the people of the Su family, only to find that they cultivated very quickly. At first he didn't think much of it, but slowly he realized something was wrong. Anyway, he had seen at least 20 sacred bodies from the Su family. Taoist Ziyang's heart was grave to the extreme. He knew that this was definitely related to Su Chen. It seems, this one is a million times more terrifying than he thought. Chapter 70, The Helpless Lin Yimeng. Ever since the Wang Yun cave sky had been established, the strength of the Su family had once again climbed crazily. In a year's time, all of the Su family elders had broken through to the harmonization stage. The current Su family had a total of 1 returning Yuan realm and 5 harmonization stage powerhouses. With countless resources and the blessing of the Wang Yun cave sky, the Su family directly began to grow savagely, breaking through at a staggeringly fast rate. Reporting to the young patriarch, Princess Lin Yimeng has sent another letter. Su Chen sniffed and said directly, "Bring it in." Although so much time had passed, Lin Yimeng still kept sending her letters, sometimes every few days, sometimes only once every 10 days and half a month, but it never stops. However, in the middle of the recent year, he basically didn't read the letters sent by Lin Yimeng, because Lin Yimeng said pretty much the same thing every time, 1,000 times. It was almost always something to eat or drink, or to share with him his recent moods and what he had seen and heard. So Su Chen didn't read much after that. At least the letters Lin Yimeng sent him in recent months. He didn't read them. He didn't even open the envelopes. Thinking of this, Su Chen raised his hand and waved it, then took out all the letters in the middle of the spatial ring, close to 30 letters. This girl has really fallen in love. Su Chen sighed helplessly as he opened the envelope that had just been brought in. Unlike before, there was only 1 letter this time. Su Chen looked down, and the rows and rows of words came into his eyes. Su Chen, if you receive this letter, it means that I've already arrived at the Thousand Feathers Empire. There are still so many things I wanted to say to you, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance to do any of them, and I'm afraid that if I leave this time, I'll never be able to return to the shocking empire again. Su Chen, did you get my letter? Why do you never write me back? I asked the people who sent the letters. They said they were all handed over to the Su family by hand. Yimeng doesn't know what she did wrong. Do you hate me that much? Not even willing to give me a letter back. Su Chen, goodbye. This letter was different from usual. The things written in it before were all happy and pleasant, but with all this he could feel that Lin Yimeng's every word contained sadness. Su Chen's face changed slightly as he hurriedly picked up the letter that Lin Yimeng had sent before and checked it. Young Master Su, I learned a new dish this morning. The people in the palace are calling this dish called 7-star bucket turning. The flavor can be good. The next time when you come to Surprising City, I must do it for you to try. Guaranteed to be delicious. Young Master Su, when can you come to Surprise City? Lately I'm too bored. Father has been letting me cultivate. I'm getting moldy. Su Chen opened a few envelopes in succession, and the contents were pretty much the same as before, but he opened an envelope again, and the contents gradually changed. Young Lord Su, recently the Thousand Feathers Empire has been putting pressure on my father. My father is dying of worry. Probably because of the reason that the imperial grandfather broke through the returning Yuan realm. The Thousand Feathers Empire wants to draw in, so they have been bullying and luring, but also all kinds of threats, and this period of time is also non-stop in the stunning empire to put pressure on. My father decided to compromise with the Thousand Feathers Empire and offer the 3 counties to the east of the shocking empire after conferring with my royal grandfather. Today, the Thousand Feathers Empire has sent people again. They want to marry with my surprise empire. And they also named me to marry over. What should I do? Su Chen. I don't want to marry that great prince of the Thousand Feathers Empire. The Thousand Feathers Empire has been putting pressure on my father, and I was forced to agree to the marriage. And half a month later, the welcoming team of the Thousand Feathers Empire will come to take me away. Su Chen. I don't want to marry. Over. Su Chen kept checking one letter after another, until his hand trembled slightly when he picked up the last letter in his hand. There were only a few words inside that letter, but it touched Su Chen greatly. Su Chen, can you take me away? After reading all the letters, Su Chen closed his eyes and gently exhaled. From among those letters, he could feel the despair and helplessness in Lin Yiming's heart. He had also heard of the Thousand Feathers Empire, which was one of the more powerful forces in the Eastern domain, and they had a strong defender at the Tao Enlightenment realm. Looking at the table full of letters, Su Chen suddenly had some mixed feelings in his heart. Naturally, he had known for a long time that Lin Yiming liked him, but Su Chen didn't want to taint this part of her feelings. If it is just a simple sleep with Lin Yiming, Su Chen felt that he should not refuse. After all, a beauty. This can be refused that is really not a man. But he really couldn't say he was in love with Lin Yiming, even if the two did get together. It was estimated that he would treat Lin Yiming similarly to Ruwashi in the future, going to nourish her when he wanted to. He knew his own mind very well, which was why Su Chen never gave her a response. Just don't want to disappoint Lin Yiming's feelings. But now, as Su Chen looked at the envelopes, every word and every sentence seemed to contain an endless amount of love. For a time, making his entire being a little complicated, he looked towards the direction of the Thousand Feathers Empire, and in the next moment, he disappeared into the Lookout Cloud Mountain. Thousand Feathers Empire. Qitian City. This was the imperial city of the Thousand Feathers Empire, and its scale was many times more massive than even the Surprise City. It was just like a small world. Today's Qitian City is decorated with lights and colors because their Grand Prince is getting married today. Similar to the pattern of the Amazing Empire in the beginning, the Grand Prince was also the most powerful prince among the Thousand Feathers Empire. However, one difference was that this Grand Prince had already been internally determined to become the Crown Prince due to his strength being the best of the best. I've heard that the Grand Prince is welcoming just a concubine, and it's also the princess of the Amazing Empire. Is it necessary to have such a big battle? What has she got to do with it? Who doesn't know that we, the Great Prince, love face? How can it be because of that Lin Yiming? But I've heard that the surprising empire refuses to become a vassal of my Thousand Feathers Empire. It really doesn't know what's good for it. It's only just had a returned Yuan realm sitting in it and it's so rampant. Many people in the city were talking about it, but it was clear that hardly any of them valued this wedding. The Amazing Empire and the Thousand Feathers Empire. Although they were both king-level powers, there was a huge gap. In front of the Thousand Feathers Empire, the Amazing Empire would be no different from a small bullet-ridden country. In the past, there were no return to Yuan realm cultivators in the Amazing Empire, so naturally, there was no need to make the Thousand Feathers Empire pay attention to them. However, with the old King of Surprise breaking through to the returning Yuan realm, naturally, there was also the attention of the Thousand Feathers Empire, wishing for its defection, but it was rejected by the Surprise Empire. But the price was also very heavy. Not only did he lose 3 counties, Lin Mu also sacrificed his own daughter, which saved the Amazing Empire. Otherwise, the odds are that the Thousand Feathers Empire would have exterminated the Amazing Empire. The law of survival in this world is such that even if you don't want to be the vassal of a powerful person, then you need to show an attitude of submission. Chapter 71, The Thousand Feathers Empire. In the palace of the Thousand Feathers Empire, Lin Yiming's eyes were bleak, and the room he was in was filled with a bright red color, looking extremely festive. But her gloomy expression changed this joyful celebration into something sad and bleak. Immediately when the hour arrived, she would be going to marry the Grand Prince of the Thousand Feathers Empire. Thinking of this, Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. She didn't blame father for being helpless. When she herself left the Amazing Empire, the person who was most saddened was probably her father. But there was no way around it. The Amazing Empire was incapable of fighting against the Thousand Feathers Empire, and this was the only way they could do it. If they were to submit to the Thousand Feathers Empire, then there would be only one end for the future of the Amazing Empire, to be completely assimilated into it and become part of the Thousand Feathers Empire. There will also be no more Amazing Empire as a power in this world. That was why Lin Yiming actively chose to agree to the Thousand Feathers Empire's request. The thought that she was about to marry someone she didn't like, Lin Yiming's heart was incomparably painful. She really wanted to die, but she couldn't do it, or else the Thousand Feathers Empire would surely be angered at the shocking empire. Suddenly, Linny dreamed of the person who had haunted her, Su Qin. Ever since that time when they parted ways in Surprise City, Lin Yiming was completely enamored with this man. She wanted to see Su Qin again all the time, but unfortunately in the end, she couldn't get what she wanted. In the end, after she was about to marry into the Thousand Feathers Empire, she wrote a letter expressing her desire to meet Su Chen, and there was still not the slightest reply. Thinking of this, Lin Yiming's heart was incomparably sentimental. Is he really not attracted to me at all? Lin Yiming had actually already seen that Su Chen might not be interested in her, but she just couldn't restrain herself and wanted to contact Su Chen. In the end, Lin Yiming sighed deeply and didn't continue to dwell on this matter anymore. Her feelings were originally wishful thinking, and it was Su Chen's own problem if he didn't give her anything back. But even so, the emotions in her heart still surged out like a mountainous tsunami, and teardrops continued to slip from the corners of her eyes. Complaints, helplessness, confusion, pain, all sorts of emotions are intertwined. After a long time, a maid slowly walked in, and she said in a cool tone, "Your Highness, His Highness has orders, please follow me." After saying that, Lin Yiming remained where she was. The maid frowned slightly when she saw this and directly walked up to set her up towards the outside. Lin Yiming was a royal consort to put it nicely, but in reality it was nothing more than a bit of face that the Grand Imperial Prince had left behind for the stunning empire. The return to Yuan realm was also considered a top-tier powerhouse in the eastern region, and the Grand Prince wanted to pull some strings, unwilling to offend him to death, which was why he pretended to hold the wedding. Soon, the two of them then entered an extravagant hall, which was already filled with people, each of whom was a strong person on the side of the Thousand Feathers Empire, and there were 4 people in the returned Yuan realm, all of whom had come to show their support for the Grand Imperial Prince Zhou Mengyang. There are also no facilities or steps at all for worship and marriage in the middle of the Great Hall. Zhou Mengyang was wearing a big red robe, sitting at the first place, talking and laughing with the others, as if it was like a normal party, not a big wedding day at all. The Thousand Feathers Empire had existed for a very long time, and there were many strong people in it, such as Zhou Mengyang, the Grand Imperial Prince, whose strength was also incomparably terrifying, having the strength of the late stage of returning Yuan. The king of the Thousand Feathers Empire, on the other hand, was even more terrifying, rumored to have touched the saint level. Of course, this is all rumor. Today, Zhou Mengyang took advantage of the big wedding to gather the group of strong people who had defected to him for a get-together, which was also considered to be a way to maintain the relationship. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess has arrived." An underling walked to Zhou Mengyang's side and spoke in a low voice. Zhou Mengyang nodded and said with an indifferent expression, "Let her come in." Soon, Lin Yiming slowly walked in, and all the powerful people in the Great Hall looked towards her indifferently, but none of them rose to greet her. It was enough to see the contempt for Lin Yiming. Lin Yiming pursed her lips slightly as she walked straight to Zhou Mengyang's side before she sat down peacefully. Zhou Mengyang immediately frowned as he coldly scolded. "Who told you to sit? Don't you know your own status? You are also worthy of sitting beside me. Get up and stand aside." Lin Yiming was just a low-status plaything in his eyes. He just looked at King Jinghong, who seemed to care a lot about this daughter, so he specifically asked to marry her over the door. This was also for the sake of good and easy access to the amazing empire in the future. If it wasn't for the fact that he was looking at the fact that he would still need to use Lin Yiming to blackmail King Shocking in the future, including having to pull in that returning Yuan realm powerhouse, he wouldn't even bother to hold the wedding. Hearing Zhou Mengyang's words, Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with gloom, and she could already envision what her future end would be. Perhaps she would not even be in the same position as an underling in the future. Lin Yiming stood up and silently walked to where the subordinate stood on the side and stood with the serving subordinate. However, her body was trembling slightly and her fists were slightly clenched, so it was evident that she was not at peace. In the Shocking Empire, she was at least a princess, with an honorable status. Now she was made to be as humble as an underling. How could anyone stand it? Lin Yiming's heart was incomparably sad, and she was no longer able to face her fate honestly at this moment. She wants to die. Crystallized teardrops traced the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry, father." The daughter could not accept such a future. Originally, Lin Yiming thought that she was able to sacrifice for the stunning empire, but after she really came to the Thousand Feathers Empire she realized that she simply couldn't do it. Such an outcome was unacceptable to her. Even if Zhou Mengyang didn't humiliate her, Lin dreamed of the idea of death for a long time, only fearing that the amazing empire would be retaliated against, which is why it has been suppressed in the bottom of her heart. But because of this incident, it made this thought completely explode in her mind. Suddenly, Zhou Mengyang turned his head to see Lin Yimeng, who was sobbing softly. He stood up and walked up with a gloomy expression. Pop! A clear and pleasant sound rang out, and Lin Yimeng was directly slapped to the ground, bright red marks appearing on her delicate face. Zhou Mengyang said in a cold voice, "Why are you crying on the big day? This palace is the future crown prince of the Thousand Feathers Empire. To be able to marry this palace is your great fortune. Do you still feel aggrieved on your own?" He felt very dissatisfied with Lin Yimeng's appearance. If Lin Yimeng was just an ordinary woman, Zhou Mengyang probably wouldn't have particularly cared, but the key was that she had excellent posture. Even in the Thousand Feathers Empire there were few. It's kind of a quality female, and the way Lin Yimeng was crying, she was obviously unwilling to marry him. This look is more or less looking down on himself. He was already very anxious to save face, and there were so many people present, which made Zhou Mengyang, who had always been anxious to save face, have his self-esteem provoked. In fact, normally speaking, if Lin Yimeng was willing to put her body down and serve him properly, Zhou Mengyang could also give her some status and position appropriately. But unfortunately, he didn't have this kind of thought right now, just a plaything who doesn't know any better. In the Great Hall, the eyes of the other powerhouses were filled with disdain as they looked at Lin Yimeng. In their opinion, Zhou Mengyang's status is honored, can marry him to enjoy the glory and wealth that is to pick up great luck. As a result, they are still pretending to be aggrieved there, which is really a bit of a crime. Lin Yimeng was lying on the ground, only feeling some heavenly rotation, as well as a splitting headache. Zhou Mengyang's this slap force is not light. If it is, an ordinary person is expected to directly head open. Lin Yimeng didn't know where she got the courage from, and after she slowed down, she said with a cold face, complaining, "I don't feel aggrieved. I just feel that the gap between you and the man of my heart who is as good as I want him to be is just too great, and is not worthy of being my man at all." Lin Yimeng's words could be considered harsh to the extreme, and quite a few people within the Great Hall had their faces slightly changed. Daring to talk about His Highness the Grand Prince like that, this is looking for death. Lin Yimeng had planned to seek death, and if Zhou Mengyang killed him, this would just fulfill her wish. When Zhou Mengyang heard these words, his face was gloomy to the extreme, as if dark clouds were enveloping him, and his eyes erupted with icy killing intent. Chapter 72 Lin Yimeng full of fighting spirit. Zhou Mengyang looked at her death-seeking gaze and sneered, "You want to die?" With that, he raised his hand and waved it away, directly placing a ban on Lin Yimeng, making it impossible for her to commit suicide on her own. "Having come to my Thousand Feathers Empire, do you think you can still leave from here? You still dare to scold me? This palace will make you beg for life and beg for death." Zhou Mengyang's tone was grim. Lin Yimeng's contemptuous words made him furious in his heart. He naturally couldn't just kill Lin Yimeng so easily. "You don't want to marry me, right? Then I'm going to abuse you and make her feel what desperation means." Zhou Mengyang coldly glanced at her and gave a sneer before not continuing to pay attention. Right at this moment, the void in the hall began to stir up, and a figure slowly walked out from it. The terrifying aura instantly spread out. Almost the entire Chi Tian city sensed it, and countless people raised their heads in shock, their faces showing fear. What a strong man this is! Zhou Mengyang stood up violently. His eyes were filled with fear. What a terrifying aura! This aura had even far exceeded that of his father's. This was a strong person above the Dao entry realm. In a flash, Zhou Mengyang's heart trembled. Sage-level powerhouse. Knowing that his father was a cultivator at the late stage of Dao entry, for his strength to be so much stronger than him, it could only possibly be a saint. The Qi Su Chen still seemed to have a purpose in general, specifically looking for him, and from the moment he entered the middle of the Great Hall, his line of sight stayed on his body. "Greetings, Elder." An old voice rang out, and the figure of the Thousand Feathers King emerged, and he looked towards Su Chen with some trepidation, his posture extremely humble. No one dared to imagine that the strongest person of the Thousand Feathers Empire, a cultivator at the late stage of the Dao entry realm, could be so humble. This time Su Chen didn't keep a low profile, he directly erupted with the might of a saint. When the others in the hall saw that the Thousand Feathers King was so humble, they didn't dare to sit down and stood up to salute Su Chen, including Zhou Mengyang, who was no exception. At the same time, when Lin Yimeng saw Su Chen's figure, her entire body revealed a look of disbelief. "Southern." Lin Yimeng murmured a sentence in a low voice, her eyes all tinged with doubt. "Is he hallucinating? She was suspecting that she was getting old because of the slap she had just received. At this moment, Su-chen slowly opened his mouth. Why? Are you frozen? I'll take you home. Su-chen's voice calmly resounded in the middle of the hall, and everyone froze. Hearing this familiar and unfamiliar voice, Lin Yimeng froze, but soon, her face was covered in tears. Su-chen, is it really you? Su-chen didn't reply as he directly raised his hand and with a wave, he cut down Zhou Mengyang. The pupils of the people present contracted violently, but they didn't dare to have an attack and could only lower their heads in a submissive gesture. This is a saint. Su-chen, is that the name of that saint? Quite a few people had a look of trepidation on their faces. They were all aware of Lin Yimeng's identity, the princess of the amazing empire, yet no one knew that she was actually involved with a saint. Zhou Mengyang actually hit on the woman of a sage powerhouse. The group of strong men within the hall were all following Zhou Mengyang, but no one would choose to die for Zhou Mengyang's sake. Immediately afterward, Su-chen and Lin Yimeng's figures disappeared into thin air, and from the beginning to the end, Su-chen did not even look at anyone else squarely. In the palace, the Thousand Feathers King looked a little terrified, and only after seeing Su-chen leave did his emotions settle down a little. It seems that this one is not the one who destroyed their Thousand Feathers empire. Although he had lived in the Deep Palace for a long time, he knew almost everything that was going on outside, and naturally, he understood what Zhou Mengyang had done recently. That woman should be Lin Yimeng of the amazing empire, right? This fool dares to steal a woman from a saint. He glanced at the dead Zhou Mengyang without a single thought of revenge in his heart. Thinking of this, the Thousand Feathers King was secretly a bit annoyed in his heart as he said to Zhou Mengyang's corpse, "Idiot," almost bringing a devastating crisis to the Qiyu Empire, when it's really not enough to die. With that, he swept a circle of the others in the Great Hall before turning to leave with a cold snort. If Zhou Mengyang heard the words of the Thousand Feathers King, it was estimated that his heart was also incomparably aggravated. Who knew that the kind of ordinary king-level power of the shocking empire could actually be involved with saints, and that it could also allow saints to all personally take action? Feeling the Thousand Feathers King's icy gaze, everyone else in the Great Hall was a little frightened. Look out, Cloud Mountain. The figures of the two of them, Su-chen, slowly walked out of the void. Right now, there was only Su-chen's cloud-watching courtyard at the very top of the cloud-watching mountain, and everyone else had moved into the cloud-watching cave, so it looked a little quiet, and the mountaintop was starting to get overgrown. The two of them, Su-chen and Lin Yimeng, walked on the pathway, feeling the breeze blowing from the sky. Neither spoke. Lin Yimeng wanted to speak, but she didn't know what to say. After a while like this, Su-chen handed over a jade pendant and said in a gentle voice, "This object contains a strand of my qi, so I will be able to know whatever happens to you in the future." Lin Yimeng nodded and gave a soft She raised her head and looked at Su-chen's side face, and in her heart, she thought of the letter she had written to him some time ago, and her face suddenly blushed a little. He should see that, or didn't you see it? For some reason, Lin Yimeng was now instead still hoping that Su-chen hadn't seen it. It was just too shy. It's completely indistinguishable from a confession. Su-chen didn't say much. The two of them casually talked for a few sentences before separating again. While Lin Yimeng was arranged by the Su family to be among one of the guest rooms in the waist. But Lin Yimeng didn't stay long, and after staying at the Su family for 2 days, she departed to leave the Su family. However, as she left, she stood at the foot of Mount Wangyun and craned her head to look at the top of the mountain, her eyes full of fighting spirit. Su-chen, one day I'll catch up with you. Lin Yimeng secretly resolved in her heart that the current her really didn't deserve Su-chen either, so she had to cultivate well and wait until one day when she was enough to be on par with him. Then she would boldly express her love. Now she was really a bit of a bottom feeder. Can I catch up, though? Lin Yimeng sent out a soul torture question to herself. From the fact that Su-chen had rescued her from the Thousand Feathers Empire earlier, she could tell that Su-chen's strength was absolutely incomparably terrifying. It was likely to be the legendary Saint realm. And she was only in the late stage of God transformation now. No, 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 Lin Yimeng, you mustn't be discouraged. You must always have a dream, in case it comes true one day. Lin Yimeng regained her confidence once again and headed towards Surprise City. Su-chen sat on the edge of a cliff on Wangyun Mountain. The scenery below the mountain was unobstructed, and with the blazing sun high in the distance, it looked like the world was full of beauty. Cultivators had no fear of the cold, and the blazing sun naturally couldn't affect Su-chen. There was also a table beside him with a blanket on the floor, and Ruwashi knelt on it, pouring wine for Su-chen non-stop. The wine in this world is seriously a bit out of the realm of alcohol. He didn't have that feeling of wine at all. His mouth was mellow and fragrant, just like immortal juice. Even Su Chen, who never drank wine, was hooked on wine. Su Chen looked at the departing Lin Yiming in the distance and shook his head with a light laugh. This girl. Soon after, he retracted his gaze once again and closed his eyes with a cozy look on his face. Sitting on the top of the mountain, feeling the wind blowing through his ears, how cozy it all was. And for someone like Su Chen who liked to be quiet, it was simply the holy land on earth. Chapter 73, The Seat. I love destroying geniuses like you the most. What Su Chen wanted to do now was to watch Su Chen grow up step by step. As for those love affairs, he didn't want to think about them for the time being. Besides, he can't really say he's invincible with what he's signing up to get right now. Aside from that Su Xiujiao's summoning card, he really didn't have much to go on. Although he still had 10 billion years of cultivation left, could that cultivation allow him to reach the very top of this world? Not necessarily. So Su Chen didn't want to add too many ties. One Su family was enough. What if you meet a strong person that you simply can't handle? Su Chen's signing system was one that gave birth to better things as he signed up for longer. And he also wanted to see what good things he could sign up for after another million years. After all, millions of years have signed up for something like Su Xiujiao's summoning card. So can we summon other characters as well? For example, characters like Xiao Yan and Yi Fan. When the time comes, we'll just get together and play mahjong, which is kind of exciting to think about. Existing for 10 seconds, though, is a bit difficult, I'm afraid, but that's not even a thing. Maybe signing up millions of years from now will just permanently summon them over? This possibility is not unknown. But what if these people are so fierce in their strength, but they can't handle it themselves? 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. These 30 years of time, Su Chen have not changed much, and he can always find a lot of fun, such as fishing, hooking and listening to music. It is not very lonely. No matter what, it was still much better than staying in the middle of the system's void space when he first crossed over. It was also because of the million years in the void space that he was now very interested in some very ordinary things, like fishing. If it was a different person who came to cultivate, they would definitely think it was very boring, but Su Chen was enjoying himself. In 30 years' time, the amazing empire had changed tremendously. Su Hongyuan had broken through to the perfection of the returning Yuan realm and was in seclusion polishing his realm in preparation for breaking through to the Dao entry realm, while Su Qingtian had also broken through to the early stage of the returning Yuan realm. The other few elders had only reached the consummation of the harmonization stage. The Su family had enlisted countless experts and powerhouses in these 30 years, and when they came to Wang Yun Mountain in the beginning, the population was only 1,000 or so, but now the Su family was close to 100,000 people. Most of these were subordinates who were subservient to the Su family, and the true Su family members, even if they were collateral lineages, only accounted for a small portion. Nowadays, looking down from Wang Yun Mountain, the entire foot of Wang Yun Mountain is still full of houses, just like a small city. Among these 100,000 people, not every one of them was a person who served the Su family. There were many of them who were their family members and were just settled at the foot of the mountain. Only the mountainside of Mount Wang Yun upwards continued to be less crowded. After all, the mountainside upwards were all inhabited only by at least the collateral family. The Purple Cloud Mountain Range, on the other hand, was completely under the Su family's umbrella, not allowing any outsiders to enter. The amazing empire had been offering great gifts to the Su family every year since 10 years ago, rather like being a vassal. However, this was normal. The Su family was too powerful. If the Su family wanted to take over the amazing empire, it would be a very simple matter. Dingyang County, Sunset Sect. This clan was founded by Su Yuza of the Su family, and due to his own cultivation being strong enough, coupled with his reliance on the Su family, the development was also smooth. Nowadays, the entire Falling Cloud sect was considered a major power in Dingyang County, with close to 3,000 people up and down the door, and Su Yuza himself had even grown to a half-step harmonization. This was only a part of the Su family's people, along with the Su family's direct line constantly branching out outside. The entire Su family's power was actually extremely large, definitely more than just the 100,000 people under Wang Yun Mountain. Today, outside the peaceful Falling Cloud sect, a group of silhouettes appeared, all of them wearing black robes with the word "in" tattooed on their clothes, and their entire bodies also released a gloomy aura. Sect leader. This is the Falling Cloud sect, and according to the news, Su Yuza is definitely within this Falling Cloud sect at this moment. Standing at the very front was a middle-aged man with a grim expression. His pair of eyes were filled with coldness, as if he was a cold-blooded animal without feelings. Yang Lang nodded indifferently. Since we've confirmed the news, let's gather all the manpower together, and when the time comes, let's exterminate the Falling Cloud sect. The Grand Elder immediately nodded his head, and his face was somewhat uplifted. This Su family doesn't know who it has offended, but it has been publicly rewarded amongst the Dark Outposts, and assisting in the killing of a Su family's direct lineage is 2 million top-grade spirit stones, as well as 3 earth-ranked weapons. If we can destroy all of the Su family, our extreme sect will definitely be able to advance further. At this moment, the second elder suddenly said with a frown on his face, the Grand Elder should still be careful. Although my extreme sect has 3 late-stage returning Yuan realm members and the sect leader, a half-step into the Dao realm, in attendance, but the Su family is not to be underestimated. I'm afraid it's not that simple for them to grow to this point in such a short period of time. The Grand Elder let out a cold laugh. What is the second elder worried about? Have you not forgotten who the person who offered the public bounty is this time? When the second elder heard this, he pondered for a moment and then stopped speaking. Indeed, the strength of the person who offered the bounty at this dark post was too powerful. The Su family didn't even have a single Dao entry realm, and there was no way they could block that person. Their mission this time was also not for them to take action to exterminate the Su family, but to fish the Su family over. And when the time came, the main one to take action would be that person, and they would just assist from the side. Any quests issued at a Dark Sentry must be handed over to the Dark Sentry with the reward for the quest, and once the quest has been taken, the person issuing the quest cannot harm the person who took it. It could be said that the Dark Sentinels had very strict requirements, and if they violated their rules, they would be hunted down by the Dark Sentinel assassins. As a saint-level power that was feared in the middle of the eastern region, no one wanted to offend the Dark Sentinel. Therefore, they were also very relieved in their hearts and were not worried at all about the person who issued the mission backtracking. Yang Lang suddenly opened his mouth at this moment and said, "All right, the people are almost all here. It's time for us to make our move." Upon hearing these words, a grim smile appeared on the faces of the few people beside him. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, instantly enveloping the entire Falling Cloud sect. The terrifying pressure caused everyone within the Falling Cloud sect to look terrified. Some of the quick-reacting elders violently shouted at the clan's interior, "Enemy attack! Everyone prepare to meet the enemy!" The words had only just fallen when a distant blade aura directly decimated him. Su Yujie scurried out from within the sect, his expression grave to the extreme. "Where did the high-level person come to attack my Falling Cloud sect? Do you dare to leave your name?" Although he said so, he still hurriedly sent a message to the Su family. The aura of these people was extremely powerful. At least all of them were cultivators of the returning Yuan realm. This was a strong person that could not be resolved at the moment. Yang Lang's figure instantly surfaced as he directly raised his hand and blasted down towards Su Yujie with a palm. The terrifying force fell. Su Yujie's body seemed to fall apart, and he directly smashed down in the middle of the sect. A dull and loud sound that made people's scalp a little numb when they heard it. It sounded like someone falling from the 5th floor and hitting the ground hard. Yang Lang looked down with a sneer and said contemptuously, "A mere ant at the refined void stage is worthy of knowing our names? Su Yujie, the stunning empire's name for you is Genius Sect Leader. I heard that you broke through the half-step harmonization at less than 60 years old. This kind of cultivation speed, even compared to the pride of those holy lands, it's not much better. Unfortunately, you don't have the background of the Holy Land after all." The corners of Yang Lang's mouth rose slightly as a playful expression appeared on his face. "This seat, however, loves destroying geniuses like you the most." Chapter 74, Spirit Kuei. It's over. The Patriarch has lost. We're all screwed. Isn't the Patriarch a member of the Su family? Can you call the Su family to come and help? These people's aura is so sonorous and powerful. It has completely exceeded the refined void stage. Could it be that they are at the harmonization stage? No. This is definitely the return to Origin Realm. Terrified voices resounded within the Falling Cloud sect, and a crowd of disciples and elders were trembling. However, it was good that these people were targeting the strongest of the Falling Cloud sect, and those disciples with average strength. The Extreme sect didn't bother targeting them, but just the aftermath had left the disciples dead close to 300 people. Yang Lang slowly floated down from the air. At this moment, Su Yujie was lying on the ground. His body was in excruciating pain. He didn't even have the strength to move. "Return to the Yuan realm." "No, you're not at the returning Yuan realm. Half a step into the Dao realm to start. Why did you commit a crime against my Falling Cloud sect?" Su Yujie hissed and waited, his voice low and incomparable, like a dying but furious wild lion. Although he had the Su family at his back, he never went to cause trouble. And the Falling Clouds sect had always developed steadily. A powerhouse of this level, he could be certain that he definitely hadn't messed with. But why did they attack the Falling Cloud sect? From the attitudes of these people, it was clear that they were running towards the attitude of destroying the Falling Cloud sect. Yang Long wore a cold smile on his face. You're not qualified to know these things. Hurry up and send a message to your Su family. Only they can possibly save you. Send a message to the Su family. Hearing these words, Su Yu's face changed. These people are targeting the Su family. Su Yujie exerted all his strength to remove the Su family's jade pendant at his waist, wanting to send a message to the Su family to tell them not to come, so as not to be caught in a trap. If he dies with this life, he dies, and there is no fear of death for the sons and daughters of the Su family. But if he implicated the Su family, then he would be a sinner. But as soon as he reacted, a sharp pain sensation came from his hand, making his entire body nearly collapse. Ah! A low cry of pain rang out, only to see Su Yujie's eyes red and his face hideous, only to see that his entire arm had been chopped off. Although for a void refining stage powerhouse, a broken arm or something was not a fatal injury and the arm could grow back, the pain was still there. Yang Ling directly sucked the token over and grasped it in his hand as he wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems like you've already made contact a long time ago, so there's no need to go through so much trouble. With that, he slowly walked towards the front with a weird and evil smile on his face. Next it's time to feast. This seat's favorite thing is to dismantle you geniuses and then watch your terrified and panicked expressions. Ha 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 ha. Genius. Bull asterisk 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 genius. In the hands of this seat, it's still something worse than a pig or a dog. Just after the words fell, Su Yujie violently stormed up, his entire body shooting towards Yang Ling like a cannonball, and on his face, a lavender streak emerged. This was his holy body, the triple pole illusion spirit body. Yang Ling was caught off guard and his entire body crashed and flew hundreds of meters. Su Yuza did not pursue. He tore through the void to leave, but found that the void was directly blocked, so he had no choice but to disappear toward the distance. But only just a short distance away, a giant hand violently grabbed towards him. Griffin, this power of yours is something this seat didn't expect. Su Yujie's face changed as the purple lines on his face changed violently, becoming as black as ink. At the same time, his body swelled by close to 30%. Bang! Yang Lung slap directly sent Su Yujie flying once again, but this time Su Yujie did not suffer any particularly serious injuries, but instead used this force to fly towards the distance. The lines on his body also changed back to purple once again. This side is the ability of the triple pole phantom spirit body. He was divided into a total of 3 types. The purple lines represented a surge in speed and strength, the black represented defense and recovery, and the last one was yellow, which increased the strength of spiritual energy and divine soul. With Su Yu's current control over the triple pole illusion spirit body, these increases were at least around 7 times. He could also catalyze 2 powers at once, or even all 3, but this would reduce the increase of a single ability. What? Yang Long face with disbelief. His own just now that hit although stay hand, but definitely have half-step return to the realm of strength. Ate this hit. He actually are still able to act? His eyes were filled with gravity. At the very beginning when that strike hit Su Yuza, that was also at the level of a perfected harmonization, and at that time when Su Yuza was still able to speak, he felt a little surprised. It was only until now that Yang Ling could be sure that Su Yujie definitely had some kind of secret on his body. It was important to know that Su Yujie was only a half-step harmonization stage, and it would be outrageous for this realm to be able to block a harmonization perfections attack, let alone a half-step return realm level attack. It's a good thing I didn't just die a violent death. Yang Ling's eyes became fiery. No wonder the Su family was targeted. This is with a big secret. To be able to have a strength comparable to a half-step returning Yuan realm at a half-step harmonization, even among the Holy Lands, only those top-tier celestial pride could do so. Thinking that, the aura in his body violently erupted. Yang Ling caught up with Su Yujie in 2 breaths of time and pressed him down to the ground with a death grip. Although Su Yujie's defense was comparable to a half-step returning Yuan realm, his strength was a half-step into the Dao realm, and there was absolutely no comparison between the two. Even if he was a genius again, it was impossible for him to transgress so many realms. Su Yujie kept struggling, which excited Yang Ling even more. Such a powerful force. Even a perfection of the harmonization stage can't compare to you. Your Su family has many secrets. Yang Ling had an evil smile on his face. This seat already can't be bothered to kill you directly. Such a powerful body. If it can be refined to be able to spirit Kue, that would be considered good. Spirit Ka. Upon hearing this word, Su Yuje's pupils contracted violently, and a look of trepidation spread across his face. Refining spirit Kuei? He had also heard of it. It was a formation developed by a devilish sect countless years ago, only due to it being too evil. That sect had long been destroyed, and the spirit Kuei was not a real puppet. He was parasitizing part of his own divine sense in another person, and then that part of his divine sense took control of the other person's body. The soul of the master of the controlled body is forced to watch itself act, and is powerless to stop or change it. This kind of spirit Kuei was usually used on those geniuses to ensure that the puppet was obedient without losing its room for growth, and also possessed a certain amount of spirituality. Su Yuje's expression was a bit terrified. He wasn't afraid of death, but if he was refined into a puppet, this was something he couldn't accept. You animal, kill me if you have the guts. In the face of Su Yuje's impotent rage, Yang Lang always wore a contemptuous smile on his face. Aggressive? This kind of little trick is useless to me. While speaking, Yang Lang also began to activate his gong method, preparing to search Su Yu's soul first. After all, whether or not this body could be saved depended on that person's attitude. So he first searched the other party's soul to get the secrets of the Su family. He was just about to make a move when a loud noise rang out in the distance and a terrifying pressure was transmitted. Who dares to violate my Su family's power? Chapter 75, Elder, please also make a move. The strong man in the dark. The Su clan's group of powerhouses joined forces and came with a sound that shook the heavens and moved the earth. And when the surrounding forces saw this, they were all incomparably curious as they looked in the direction of the Falling Clouds sect. This seems to be someone from the Su family. Who provoked them? That direction. Falling Cloud sect. There is actually someone who dares to make a move against them? Right. Who doesn't know that it's a power created by the Su family's direct lineage? Isn't offending the Falling Cloud sect the same as offending the Su family? But the Su family is really powerful. I saw the aura of those people just now. They all seem to be cultivators above the harmonization stage. The moment. In the middle of the Falling Cloud sect, Su Hongyuan's several figures stood in the void. Each of them had a powerful breath, aura that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Before they started to do anything, the void around them began to be a little unstable, and they simply couldn't withstand this powerful pressure. When the people from the Extreme Yin sect sensed the movement, they all stopped their actions and no longer continued to slaughter the Sunset sect's disciples, but instead looked at the Su family's crowd with a grave expression. However, in just a moment, the Sunset sect, excluding Su Yuje, had almost all of the other senior members dead, and only 30% of the disciples in the sect were left. Yang Lang's eyes narrowed vainly as he glanced at Su Yuje and raised his hand to seal him on the ground with a palm that prevented him from moving. Soul searching requires a quiet environment, and now that a big war is about to break out, it is definitely not very suitable, and the only way to search for souls is to exterminate the Su family. He slowly stood up and looked towards the 6 figures in the high sky, his eyes filled with gravity. From the news, these 6 people should be the strongest fighting force of the Su family. 1 returning Yuan realm perfection, 1 early returning Yuan realm, and 4 harmonization realm perfections. This Su family is indeed a bit uncomplicated. I heard that their strongest person a few decades ago was still only at the refined void stage. To be able to reach this point in such a short period of time, one must have obtained some kind of heaven-defying chance. Thinking of this, Yang Lang's eyes were full of fire. To be able to make that person even make a move against the Su family, it must not be something unusual. His request wasn't too high. When the time came, they would just have some soup from the Extreme Yin sect. Su Yunshan looked at Su Yuje, who was sealed on the ground. An icy killing intent suddenly surged in his eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, a thunder arc violently bloomed between heaven and earth. This thunder arc grew bigger and bigger and eventually turned into a huge thunder pillar to kill Yang Lang. No matter who you are, if you dare to harm someone from my Su family, it will be impossible to let you leave today. Yang Lang's eyes were filled with contempt. A mere harmonization perfection. How dare you speak so loudly? He didn't pay any attention to Su Yunshan's attack at all. There was a huge difference in strength between the two. He was a cultivator of the Dao realm. Would he be afraid of someone who hadn't even reached the Guiyuan realm? But soon, he blushed. It's not right. The thunder pillars did not only contain violent lightning power, but were also filled with sword chi that obliterated everything. Only that these sword chi were hidden in the thunder pillars, and he did not notice them. It was probably because he had been a bit slighted by the distance before. It wasn't until the thunder pillar was about to reach 300 meters in front of him that he noticed the terrifying power contained within it. Boom! Only a loud sound was heard exploding from the Falling Cloud sect. Yang Lang was directly blown down to the ground. The earth instantly cracked. This terrifying might could not even be withstood by the earth. In a flash, the entire Falling Cloud sect was destroyed. Countless disciples saw this scene, and their faces all wore an uplifted look. Great! This is the Su family behind the sect leader. With them coming to help, our Falling Cloud sect can finally be saved. It's a pity that my master and senior brother are dead. These damned ones must be killed. The Su family is incredibly powerful. They'll definitely be able to do it. The strength displayed by Su Yunxian immediately caused the surviving Falling Cloud sect disciples to rejoice. And there were already quite a few people around the Falling Cloud sect who were secretly observing. And after they saw Su Yunxian's terrifying strength, they all had some chills beyond measure in their hearts. This was too strong. It had completely transcended the realm of the harmonization stage. Right? Daring to provoke the Su family. This group of people really aren't afraid of death. I seem to recognize these people. They're the Extremine sect of the Dechen Empire. But the Su family's power is only within the Shocking Empire. How did they provoke the Extremine sect? A while ago, a mission was released among the dark outposts that was targeting the Su family, and the pay was incredibly rich. I reckon it should be related to this matter, but I've only heard about it, and I don't know the specifics. The people who were secretly communicating were almost all cultivators above the void refining stage, and they were so far apart that they only probed out their divine senses to quietly observe. However, after hearing that someone had issued a mission to kill the Su family at the dark post, they all revealed surprised expressions. Although the Su family was developing rapidly, they were all acting in a relatively friendly manner, not overbearing at all. Who would go out of their way to destroy the Su family? Inside the Falling Cloud sect, those people from the Extremine sect all had some disbelief on their faces when they saw Yangling get hit. How is that possible? The sect master is a half step into the Dao realm cultivator. That Su Yunxian is only a perfect harmonization stage. The realm gap is so big that it can actually hurt the sect master? Su Hongyuan also did not watch the show. His figure was like Tarzan, directly towards Yangling heavy smashed, wrapped in boundless might, so that people look at the shocking. He already had a cultivation level of returning Yuan realm perfection, plus being a saint body, he had no problem at all in crossing the border to battle below the middle stage of the Dao. So even if Yangling was a half step into the Dao, Su Hongyuan didn't bring fear at all. Sky crash. Su Hongyuan integrated his own power into his feet. This was what Taoist Ziyang had taught him before, and it was also the basic operation of a powerful physical cultivator, which was to gather the power of the whole body to a single point. This ability was simple for those who used spiritual power, but the strongest thing about physical cultivation was not spiritual power, but strength. Trying to gather power at a single point requires pure control of the hearth. Yangling had only just climbed up from the ground when he sensed that Su Hanyuan was once again killing towards him, and now he didn't dare to take it lightly and used all his strength to resist. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the entire place where the Falling Cloud sect was located directly sank by several meters. This was the terror of physical cultivation. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Yang Lang's mouth. His body felt as if it was about to fall apart. His eyes filled with shock and confusion. This is the perfect return to Yuan realm? In front of Su Hanyuan, he did not have the slightest resistance at all, as if he was completely out of a class. However, the aura on Su Honyuan's body was indeed only the perfection of the returning Yuan realm. Suddenly, Yang Lung thought of Su Yujie, whose combat power was also far beyond his realm. Looking at Su Hanyuan, who had a strong breath, Yang Lang couldn't help but yell at once. Senior, I've already lured the people for you, so please do it. The strength of the Su family's people was somewhat beyond his imagination, so Yang Lang didn't dare to fight alone again. Otherwise it was likely that he would fall today. When Su Hanyuan heard these words, his spirit immediately tightened and he looked towards all directions with a stern look. It wasn't just him, the rest of the Su family was the same. This person's strength was so powerful, and those who could be addressed by him as seniors, wouldn't they all be at least at the beginning of the Dao entry realm? Chapter 76 Extreme Insect Destroyed. Terrifying powerful man strikes. After a while without the slightest response, Yang Lung was a bit anxious. Senior, all the core members of the Su family have already arrived here. Please show yourself. Yang Lang still didn't have the slightest reaction after he called out again. At this moment, even Yang Lang, no matter how stupid he was, reacted. Pitted. Not only him, but the other elders of the Extreme sect also had incomparably ugly faces. They were prepared to use Su Yujie to go fishing, but it didn't occur to them that Su Yujie was the bait and they were likewise the bait. Now, although the mission was completed, if they died, the rewards of the mission should be returned to the person who issued the mission. Only that the Dark Sentry would have to collect 20% of the commission. That one is planning to sell them outright. Yang Ling's face was gloomy to the extreme. He stood up with great difficulty, his body's aura violently climbed to the peak, and he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Having reached this situation, he had no choice but to recognize the reality of the situation. Although the Su family's people were powerful, their extreme sect was not bad, and it was still possible to fight their way out. Yan Long clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with indignation. Damn it! It wasn't nice to be counted out. But things were different now, and he had to be calm and not let his anger get the better of him. Mission accomplished. Let's just run away. Yang Long stuffed an elixir into his mouth, and his body, which was originally seriously injured in dying, was suddenly revitalized once again, and even became more powerful. Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was a kind of elixir that could raise his strength for a short period of time, but the after effects were extremely great, and it would very much affect his foundation after using it, so he wouldn't use it if he didn't have to. Su Hongyuan also reacted. They don't have any help at all. Hurry up and kill them, don't let these people escape. He had also heard of the extreme sect, and if any of these people were spared, there would be great trouble for the Su family in the future. They naturally wouldn't be afraid, but if a strong person wanted to assassinate their Su family's juniors, were afraid that it would be hard for them to live. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he fiercely chased towards the extreme sect's Grand Elder. There were only 7 people from the extreme sect who had come, 3 at the returning Yuan realm, 1 at the half-step into the Tao, and 3 at the perfection of the harmonization realm. These were their extreme sect's top fighting forces. Originally, according to normal circumstances, the strength of these people from the Su family would not be able to make an enemy of them at all. However, the actual situation was that the extreme sect was being chased and beaten, and still without a fight. Although Su Qingtian was only at the early stage of returning Yuan, in reality, it was impossible to be his opponent below a half-step into the Tao. Although Su Yunxian and the rest of them were just harmonized perfection, they could fight up to the middle stage of returning Yuan, but this was only against ordinary cultivators, coupled with the fact that the extreme sect masters were all directly being pressed. Even if the remaining extreme sects people could hold off the 5 Su Qingtian, once Yan Long fell, who in the world could Su Hongyuan stand up to him? Watching the Su family's people being so raw, those disciples of the Falling Cloud sect climaxed. This is too strong for the Su family. Is this the Su family? Our Falling Cloud sect is blessed by such a power. What else do we need to worry about in the future? Yang Lang had thought that he would be able to escape after taking the Tyrannosaurus Rex pill, but realized that he couldn't do it at all. Su Hongyuan's speed was just too fast, at least the strength of the middle stage of Dao entry. Yang Lang's heart was full of despair, and in the moment of emergency, he twisted his head and wanted to fight to the death, but he was blown to death by Su Hongyuan's hard carry of damage directly to his fist. And similarly, Su Hongyuan was also severely injured. A hideous hole appeared in the location of his lower abdomen. Blood flowed out along the wound, which was blasted through by Yang Lang's desperate counterattack. But in just an instant, the wound was restored as before. For him who possessed the desolate ancient saint body, any injuries, as long as he himself did not die, then he could recover quickly. This is true even for fatal wounds. Su Hongyuan then proceeded to kill towards several other people from the extreme sect. In that moment just now, the extreme sect had only 3 elders left alive. However, after having Su Hongyuan join them, the remaining people of the extreme sect were powerless and were directly blown away by Su Hongyuan. To this point, the people of the extreme sect had all fallen. The surrounding shadowy powerhouses couldn't help but be appalled when they saw this scene. The Su family is too powerful, isn't it? Why do they all possess the ability to cross the border and kill their enemies? Su Yunxian quickly stepped in front of Su Yujie and asked with a somewhat worried expression. Yujie, how is the situation? Su Yu's pale face squeezed out a smile. Father, I'm fine. Although he had been chopped off an arm and had suffered serious injuries within his body, they were not fatal and only needed to be recuperated for a period of time. After Su Yujie recovered a little bit of strength, he activated his triple extreme illusion spirit body, and black lines immediately spread all over his body, including that broken arm. It also grew directly and quickly. In just 5 or 6 breaths, it was completely indistinguishable from before. However, due to the fact that it was a freshly grown arm, it was still a lot more fragile than before, and he couldn't fight with this arm for a short period of time. In terms of recovery ability alone, Su Yujie's triple pole illusory spirit body was almost on the verge of being comparable to the desolate ancient sacred body, but there was still a big difference between the two. While the triple extreme illusion spirit body was to be actively urged, the desolate ancient sacred body didn't need to be, as that was his original recovery ability, and if he were to recover at full strength, it would be at least about 3 times that of the triple extreme illusion spirit body. However, third-level phantom spirit abilities are a bit more varied. Su Yunxian looked at Su Yuji's horrifying recovery ability and couldn't help but sigh. This recovery power is really perverted. Even his thundering sword body was inferior to it. Su Yujie looked at the falling cloud sect which was already in ruins. His eyes were filled with sentimental colors. He had paid a lot of effort for this sect. There were still many elder disciples within the sect, but now they had died in the midst of this great battle. Su Yu's fists were clenched, or he was not strong enough. I have to get stronger to do that. Su Yunxian looked at his son's appearance and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Right at this moment, the distant Su Hongyuan was shaken as he hurriedly said into the void, "What, senior? Just a moment ago." He detected an incomparably powerful aura that far exceeded any person he had come into contact with before. When the Su family's crowd heard these words, all of their faces were shaken as they stood up, their expressions somewhat grave. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't imagine that this extreme sect is so weak and was defeated without any fight. A cold voice rang out, and it was as if the water rippled in the sky. Immediately afterward, a silhouette slowly walked out from it. He was dressed in white, with his hands behind his back, and the whole person looked imposing, and the aura on his body was introverted, making it impossible to see the depth. But even that was a bit of a head-scratcher. This is a kind of instinct and intuition, just as the little sheep encountered a tiger. Even if the tiger did not take any action, the little sheep will still be afraid. The visitor looked towards Su Hongyuan. Surprise flashed in his eyes, quite perceptive. This father just released a little bit of his breath and it was all captured by you. Chapter 77 Nine Clouds Taoist Temple. Desperate Su family members. The moment he saw the man, Su Hongyuan's entire body tightened up, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Su Hongyuan's heart shook as his eyes were filled with gravity. Why did Senior allow the extreme sect to commit the falling cloud sect? The man smiled contemptuously. Are you questioning my father? With that, he raised his hand and swung it, and a terrifying force instantly descended from the sky. Su Hongyuan was a desolate ancient saint body, but under this strike, he was directly blasted to the ground. His body almost didn't directly split apart, and golden blood continued to flow out. Su Hongyuan's face grimaced from the pain, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Enter the realm of the Tao. No, this is a cultivator above the Daoentry realm? Saints! He tried to restore his shattered body, but found it impossible to do so. There was an even stronger force within him, blocking his power and preventing him from recovering his physical body. Seeing this situation, Su Qingtian as well as several elders of the Su family immediately stepped forward and the group protected in front of Su Hongyuan. The man in white looked at Su Hongyuan's appearance, but there was a slightly different color in his eyes. Golden blood. This is the desolate ancient sacred body, isn't it? The Su family's crowd immediately changed their faces. The sacred body had always been their Su family's secret. This kind of thing could never be spread out. Otherwise the Su family would be in deep trouble. Along with their cultivation growth, the Su family's crowd knew just how difficult it was to make someone possess a sacred body out of thin air. Although Su Chen was very powerful, there were people in this world, and there were always people that Su Chen couldn't solve. What if someone covets the Su family's secrets at that time? The white-clothed man swept over towards the Su family's crowd, his massive divine soul power pouring out, and the crowd was as if they were stripped naked, with no secrets to speak of in front of him. You guys, the white-clothed man's pupils contracted violently. Surprisingly, all of them are sacred bodies. There was shock and disbelief in his eyes. In the Eastern domain, 1 or 2 saint physiques within a saint-level power was considered extremely rare. And this kind of physique was simply too rare to be found. But so many people in this Su family were all sacred bodies. The most crucial thing was that they actually all came from the same power. The probability of this kind of thing was just too low. The white-robed man's eyes narrowed vainly. It seems that you, the Su family, still have an unimaginable secret? The Lord asked me to exterminate your Su family. You were only a small force a few decades ago, and to suddenly grow to this point, you should be the one who has obtained some sort of heaven-defying chance within these few decades, right? A few decades ago, he had learned about the Su family's intelligence in detail, and at that time, the entire Su family didn't even have a single extreme spiritual root. Since the Su family was really too weak, he just casually put up a bounty at the dark post and didn't bother anymore. Such weak forces can't grow anymore. The ceiling is right there, so he didn't care too much. As a result, he didn't expect that in recent years, he had heard the name of the Su family again, and it had grown extremely terrifying. He had bought some information about the Su family in a secret outpost, which actually said that there might be saints in the Su family, and because of this, he issued a reward, wanting to go and test the bottom of the Su family. As a result, I didn't expect the extreme insect to be such a waste. The white-robed man took a deep breath. His complexion gradually calmed down, and he once again looked towards the Su family's crowd, his eyes full of scorching heat. Sacred body. So many sacred bodies. If I can refine all of you, it's possible for my holiness sacred body to break through to an imperial body, right? It was a common operation for sacred bodies to devour each other. Nowadays, in this era, due to the fact that there were fewer sacred bodies, all of them were the treasures of the major powers, so similar things rarely happened. However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, when great emperors still existed, such things happened from time to time. Hearing these words, the Su family's crowd immediately changed their faces. The white-robed man's face grew more and more hideous, which was caused by excitement, as he laughed out loud and said, "Unexpectedly, your Su family has managed to give me such a great gift, and the secret of your ability to give birth to the sacred body, all of these things, will belong to the honored one." Suddenly, he felt that when he had directly told the Lord that the Su family had been destroyed in order to save trouble, this was simply one of the most correct choices he had made in his life. Otherwise, the secrets of the Su family might not belong to him. The holy might within the white-robed man's body violently erupted, and an incomparably terrifying pressure pressed towards the Su family's crowd, and all of them instantly collapsed to the ground, unable to move. This is the saint. Just by sheer might, it made it impossible to move. Although saints in the Dao realm were only separated by a single realm, the gap was simply too great, and even a supreme celestial pride would not be able to cross this chasm. Those who could defeat a saint at the Dao realm could only do so with the talent of a great emperor. Although the Su family's crowd were all saint bodies, there was still a gap between them and the qualifications of a great emperor. Saint bodies. There were quite a few in the Xian heavenly realm, but there were indeed only a handful of saint bodies that could become great emperors. However, the talent of a great emperor was not measured by his physique, and from ancient times to the present, there were many great emperors who started from the smallest of beginnings and grew to the greatest strength of heaven and earth by relying on their mortal bodies. Chance, time and luck. You can't have one without the other. The man in white once again looked towards the Su family's crowd as he raised his hand and grabbed towards them. This giant hand contained holy might and possessed a terrifying refining power. If it was grabbed, it might only take a few breaths of time for these people from the Su family to be completely refined. The Su family's crowd could only fall to the ground and watch as this giant hand came towards them. Despair, helplessness, pervaded their hearts. This was the most powerful person they had ever faced. No, it's not the first time. Back then, Yi Qingling's clan was also so powerful. Su Qingtian's face was full of unwillingness. He still had too many things he wanted to do. He still wanted to retrieve Qingling. He still wanted to reunite his family. If he collapsed directly here, he would not be able to rest in peace in his 9 springs. At the same time, he knew exactly what level Yi Qingling's clan was. Definitely saint level. And it was still an extremely powerful saint level. If it was the previous Su Qingtian, he was afraid that he would despair. But now that his cultivation was progressing rapidly, if he was given time, breaking through to become a saint would be absolutely difficult. But now, it's all coming to an end. He's not happy about it. Su Qingtian tried with all his might to break free from the pressure, but realized that he couldn't do it at all. Just as the giant hand was about to grab them, a breath like a spring breeze filled the air and directly melted the giant hand away. At this moment, a breeze blew between heaven and earth, which was incredibly refreshing. In front of the giant hand, a middle-aged Taoist elder appeared, his face old and heavy, his eyes incomparably kind. With a smile on his face, he said, "Fellow Taoist, I wonder if I can stay my hand and give the people of the Su family a way out." At the same time, the pressure that had enveloped the Su family's head dissipated, and they were shaken after glancing at the middle-aged Taoist priest. "You are Taoist Master Yu Hua." The eyes of the Su family and the others were filled with disbelief. Although they knew that the 2 Taoist masters of the 9 Clouds Taoist temple had extraordinary origins, how could they not have thought that they were actually saints? The feathered realist smiled and nodded. The whole person was like a spring breeze, making one's mood doubly comfortable. The white-robed man looked down at the feathered realist, his eyes full of ice-coldness. "That saint of the Su clan, that's you, isn't it? A mere saint who has just broken through dares to be in the way of my father. It is truly arrogant. Just as well. It's been a long time since I've made a move. So I'll kill a saint today, so that the eastern region remembers the name of my sage of the returning ruins. Chapter 78 Strong Returning Sage, Nine Clouds Taoist Temple. After the returning market saint finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura was released from his body. This aura shook the heavens and earth, and the entire surprising empire, and even several neighboring empires, detected this terrifying aura. Holy might! This is holy might! Someone shouted with a horrified face. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since the eastern region has seen the aura of a saint? Who has provoked a saint here? That direction. Go and take a look. It's worth it even if you die if you can see a saint do it. Many of those who were not afraid of death immediately headed in the direction of the breath release, their eyes filled with fervor. Saints were in their eyes, and that was completely mythical. Among these people who had come to watch the show, there were also quite a few who were strong in the Tao entry realm, who wanted to watch the saints do their thing and then use it to comprehend the holy Tao. It doesn't help much either, but it's nice to know just a little bit more about the saints. The moment. Inside the Falling Cloud sect, the feathered master looked upwards with a bland expression, and his gentle eyes contained the colors of gravity and solemnity. 10 years ago, he had successfully chopped the upper corpse, and for him, of the 3 corpses, only the middle corpse was the most difficult to get through, while the upper corpse was instead a bit easier. As a member of the Taoist family, he had cultivated his body since he was a child, and he looked at the matter of life and death a little more lightly, and if Su Chen helped him to cut down the middle corpse, that would be equivalent to owing the Su family a heavenly karmic debt of his own. Even if he had to die for it, it would be appropriate. So no matter what, we have to save these people from the Su family. The aura of the feathered mortal also spread out, confronting the returning ruin sage in the sky, but his expression was grave to the extreme. The Sage of the Ruins. He had also heard of this name. It was the old ancestor of the returning ruin sacred land, and it was also a powerful cultivator at the late stage of the sacred king, a little stronger than his own master. He was not the least bit confident that he would be able to defeat the other party. Around the Falling Cloud sect, quite a few people had also gathered around. These were basically cultivators starting at the returning Yuan realm. Even the old shocking king had come. The main reason was that the commotion here was really too great, and it was still his territory of the shocking empire, so it was really a bit too much for him not to come. This is the Su family. The old surprise king's eyes were filled with gravity. How did they provoke a saint? Hiss. 2 saints battling? I've never seen that in my life. So today I'll finally be able to open my eyes. In the dark, a cultivator who had just broken through into the Tao had eyes full of fire. That is actually the old holy lord of the returning ruins sacred land. My Morong family is a vassal of the returning ruins sacred land, and I was once fortunate enough to see it once. What? That one I've heard has already broken through the Saint King realm a long time ago, and you guys look at that other saint. The aura on him is obviously much weaker. It's estimated that he's only at the saint realm. He should still have just broken through not long ago. It seems that this great battle is no longer in doubt. This saint who has just broken through will surely be defeated. But how did he mess with the returning ruin saint? Many people were secretly communicating, their eyes filled with doubt. In just a moment, there were surprisingly close to 10 entry realm cultivators who had come here, and there were quite a few more entry realms in the distance that were on their way, and there were even many submerged closed-door cultivators who had also come. Who wouldn't want to observe a great battle between saints? If one could take a peek or two, this could increase one's probability of becoming a saint. The eyes of the returning ruin sage were filled with ice coldness as he raised his hand and the heavens and earth began to shake violently. Immediately afterward, a huge palm appeared in the sky, at least 10,000 feet in diameter, which contained infinite might, as if it could destroy the sky and the earth. From below, it looked as if a mortal was facing a god. A mere saint dares to provoke this honorable man. The voice of the sage of the returning ruins was transmitted like a flood bell. Countless people only felt some numbness in their scalp when they saw this huge palm. Obviously looking at his descending speed was not fast, but they had the feeling of a mole cricket facing the sky, unable to hide. The feathered realist's eyes were filled with gravity. This strike seemed slow, but he couldn't avoid it. He had to follow it. He raised the duster in his hand and holy power poured out. For the returning ruin saint, this was just a casual strike from him, but the feathered mortal would need to use his full strength to parry it, and he might not be able to block it. Although there was only a gap of 1 realm between a saint and a saint king, at the level of a saint, every small realm was a chasm, not to mention that the difference between the two was a large realm and several small realms. In the next moment, A sword coalesced in front of the feathered master. This sword was different from other people's swords. He was like the breeze, without the slightest feeling of sharpness, and you even had the feeling that he couldn't hurt you. The long sword clashed with the huge palm, and strong holy power poured out. The fallen cloud sect, which was already in a state of disrepair, had become even more dilapidated, almost completely unable to find any trace of the fallen cloud sect in the beginning. Luckily, the feathered realist shielded his behind. The aftermath did not affect the Su family members, and the disciples of the falling cloud sect were farther away, and no one appeared to be dead. Only a number of people were injured. However, the feathered realist's sword was not able to block the giant palm and began to crumble inch by inch. When those who were secretly observing saw this scene, they could not help but shake their heads. It looks like this senior who just advanced to saint is going to lose. It's a pity that he's going to fall just after his breakthrough. A saint who has just broken through even has the guts to provoke a Saint King powerhouse, when really, he doesn't know the heights of heaven. I thought it was a big battle, but I didn't expect it to be a crush. Boring. Su-du came here specifically to observe the sage battle, but he didn't expect that the returning ruined sage would just make a single move and directly abort the battle. This made many of those who had come all the way over here couldn't help but be a little disappointed. The feathered realist looked at the huge palm in the sky, and his eyes were also grave to the extreme. The move just now was his full power strike. If a mid-saint cultivator were to receive it hard, he definitely wouldn't be able to get away with it. But he was so easily defeated by the other party. The difference between the Saint and Saint King realms was also too great. The feathered mortal revealed a bitter smile on his face. Master, I'm sorry for the trouble. As the words fell, a figure appeared out of thin air at his side. The visitor only had the appearance of a youth, but his body's aura was ancient and his Tao rhythm was strong. Xiangjinran looked up at the huge palm in the sky. His aura blossomed and he raised his hand to meet it, directly blasting that huge palm apart. Extremely easy and simple, not at all as laborious as the previous feathered realist. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. And a saint? No! Holy King powerful. The eyes of the returning ruined sage were fixed, and he looked somewhat serious, without the frivolous mentality he had before. The holy power within Xiangjinjin was very powerful, almost not much different from him. Is there such a strong man behind the Su family? Soon, the eyes of the returning ruined sage became fiery again. Could it be that the Su family had turned into what it is today because of these two saints in front of them? However, he felt that this possibility was not high. Although Saint Kings were strong, they did not possess the ability to create saint bodies. But even if it wasn't created by the two of them, it definitely had nothing to do with them. At least these two definitely knew the inside story. Chapter 79 Nine Clouds Taoist Temple Inheritance. Chagrined Xiang realist. When the Su family members saw this scene, the shock in their eyes overflowed. They had thought that it was already outrageous for Taoist Master Yu Hua to be a saint, but they hadn't thought that this Xiangjinran was actually one as well. The Su family actually had two saints guarding the door for them? It's a bit disrespectful to say it in terms of guarding the door, but it's true. The Nine Clouds Taoist Temple was just below Wangyun Mountain, where the junction between the mountainside and the bottom of the mountain was, and upwards was where the core personnel of the Su family, the collateral and the direct lineage, resided. Below that was where the Su family's underlings lived. That's why it's not an exaggeration to say that the Nine Clouds Taoist Temple is guarding the door for them. Xiangjinran's eyes were bland as he looked towards the returning ruined sage, and his voice said calmly, "Fellow Taoist, go back. You can't move the Su clan today." His voice was flat and incomparable, but it was filled with the color of confidence. Although his cultivation level was slightly inferior, if a great battle were to break out, he was completely confident that he would be able to defeat the returning ruined sage. The reason is simple. His seniority was too much older than Sage Gue Rue. As early as when the returning ruined sacred ground had not yet been established, he had already been a saint, only that he had always acted in a more low-key style. Even in the middle of the eastern region, it was the type that was conspicuous, so the two had never crossed paths. He had accumulated countless means over the years, and Xiangjinran had absolute confidence that he could take down this returning ruined saint. The eyes of the returning ruined sage remained as normal as he coldly looked at the Xiang realist, and although the other party's aura was very powerful, there was not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. "It's just a Saint King, and you dare to go against me." Saying that, a flood-like aura was released from his body, and his entire person became incomparably maniacal, just like a wild beast, and the aura on his body grew several times and was incomparably furious. Those surrounding Immortalization Realm and Return Realm cultivators who were just watching the battle had a feeling of their bodies sizzling just from being washed by this aura. This heat did not come from the heat in terms of temperature, but rather the blood in its body was affected and its spiritual energy was boiling. It's not worth the trip. This is actually still a great battle between two Saint Kings. Someone's face showed excitement, and their eyes were filled with excitement. A great battle between Saint Kings would definitely not be divided into winners and losers at a moment's notice, which gave them more opportunities to learn. However, there was also a certain risk. In case one was caught up in the aftermath of the Saint King battle at that time, I'm afraid that the consequence would be to fall on the spot. The returning ruined saint looked at Zhang Jinren, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. To think that at the beginning, my father was also a heavenly pride on one side, and you, a mid-Saint King, also think that you can defeat me? Seeing the returning ruined sage in this state, Zhang Jinren's face also became extremely grave, especially after seeing the heart-pounding aura of the returning ruined sage. His heart tightened. Zhang Jinren seemed to have forgotten a very important thing. Most of his confidence came from the fact that the other party was just an ordinary cultivator, but the person in front of him was different. He was a genius saint. Back when he was a saint himself, the returning ruined sage was still only at the Dao entry realm, and had just made a name for himself amongst the eastern domain. By now, he had only broken through to the middle stage of Saint King, but the cultivation of the returning ruined saint had then broken through to the late stage of Saint King. If the returning ruined sage was just an ordinary late Saint King, the cards he had accumulated would definitely be useful. But if the other party was a genius, then he might not be able to defeat the other party, because geniuses are usually accompanied by great chances. Their cards are no less. Zhang Jinren said with a grave expression on his face, "Fei Hua, take the people and leave in a hurry." Looking at the Zhang realist's appearance, the feathered realist's face also changed violently, but he didn't have the slightest hesitation, and hurriedly led the Su clan's crowd to leave directly. As for those disciples of the Falling Clouds sect, he couldn't care less and could only listen to God's fate. When Su Yuza saw this scene, his eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. As the sect leader, leaving behind his disciples, this kind of thing was really hard to accept in his heart. If these people from the Falling Clouds sect were to be destroyed, then his heart would suffer even more. Want to go? The returning ruined saint let out a cold laugh as his figure instantly disappeared in place, and his entire body was like a fierce beast as he directly tore through the void towards the feathered realist and grabbed him. With this attack, the sage of the returning ruins hadn't let go of the water, so it was by no means possible for the feathered realist to withstand it. Zhang Jinren's face changed as his figure flashed, directly stopping in front of him, majestic holy power spreading out from his body. Behind him, an illusory figure emerged. That figure was sitting on top of the Tao Lotus. His eyes were tightly closed. His figure was magnificent and incomparable, and it was vaguely visible as a young man's appearance. His body revealed infinite Tao rhythms, as if he were a supreme deity. This was the Taoist Dharma, and what was being visualized was also a certain ancient supreme god of the Taoist family, and the true legacy of their Nine Clouds Taoist temple. Exactly who this supreme god was, Zhang Jinren himself was not clear, only knowing that the two words were engraved on top of that visualized Dharma treasure. Upper clearance. The Zhang realist's Dharma phase was hundreds of thousands of feet, and this massive silhouette could be seen throughout the entire Dingyang County. Countless people looked up, their faces filled with horror. What the hell happened? If today's great battle broke out completely, then the entire Dingyang County, and even the entire stunning empire would be destroyed, all because of the great battle between the Saint King powerhouses, and as weaklings, they cannot even know the underlying cause. Other side. The eyes of the returning ruined saint were filled with contempt as his aura became even more furious, and his hands were somewhat sharp, as if they were the claws of wild beasts. This was his sacred body, the berserk beast's sacred body. This physique could be ranked in the top 30 even amongst all saint bodies, with an extremely strong fighting strength. Boom! Huge collision sound resounded. Wild winds swept toward the surrounding diffusion out. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, a dead silence by the destruction of this horrible power. Just as the group from the Falling Cloud sect was about to die in the aftermath, their figures suddenly disappeared between heaven and earth, as if they didn't exist at all, directly vanishing into thin air. This group of people were already weak, and the returning ruined sage didn't care too much about these people, so naturally, he didn't know when they disappeared. Click, click, click. A crisp sound rang out, only to see that the Dharma phase behind the Zhang realist had unexpectedly cracked. Real Zhang's face changed drastically. How is this possible? Is this the Heaven's Pride sage? It had been many years. He hadn't fought for a long time. And this was the first time he had fought a saint in nearly 10,000 years. And one of the few times in his life that he had fought a heavenly pride. The result was extremely no different from before. He was all down. Damn it! Zhang Jinran's face was incomparably ugly. If he had been able to comprehend the core of the inheritance, the returning ruined sage would never have been able to shatter his Dharma phase so easily. Even he was able to blast the returning saints. He could feel that the inheritance law of the Nine Clouds Taoist temple contained infinite power, but it was a pity that he just couldn't truly comprehend it. The returning ruined sage once again raised his hand and commanded with a palm. The heavens and earth violently shook, and a terrifying power poured out towards Zhang Jinran. Zhang Jinran's face changed once again as he prepared to parry the strike with all his might. After the returning ruined saint had done this, but he didn't continue to attack. Instead, he directly tore through the void and left. His speed was extremely fast, and in just an instant, he caught up with the feathered realist in front of him. In his opinion, there was no need to tangle with the Zhang realist. Although he had absolute confidence that he could defeat the Zhang realist, it would be difficult to do so without a lot of effort. None of the powerhouses that could reach the Saint King realm were oil-saving. First, he would devour all of the Su family's saint bodies, and when his strength grew again, it wouldn't be too late to find trouble with this Saint King then. When Zhang Jinran saw the scene, he wanted to stop it but it was too late. Oops. Zhang Jinran was actually not the least bit worried about the Su family's life. He was just a bit chagrined that he could clearly have a chance to repay the Su family's favor, and it just slipped away right in front of his eyes. If he could save these people from the Su family, it would certainly be enough to repay the favor. But now I guess there is no chance. After Zhang Jinran blocked that strike from the returning sage, he did not act again, but instead coldly looked towards that direction of the returning sage with a sneer in his eyes. With that person in the Su family, do you really think you can do anything to the Su family? It is not yet known who will die today. Su Chen was a powerful person who could intervene to decapitate 3 corpses. Such a heaven-defying figure. Killing a Saint King wasn't a game? It's an easy pinch. Chapter 80, Su Chen descends. Do I give you permission to go? 3 chapters. Other side. The returning ruined sage wrapped in boundless greatness and grabbed towards the feathered realist, and the strong force wrapped the Su clan's crowd in it as well. If you want to escape in this seat's hands, you should also see if you have the qualifications. There was contempt and excitement in the returning ruined saint's tone. He would soon be able to devour these saint bodies of the Su clan. Once one was able to promote their imperial body, not only would their combat power greatly increase, but the upper limit of their cultivation would also increase by a lot. It was thought that with some more time, he would be able to break through to the Saint Emperor realm, between a Saint King and a Saint Emperor. Although there was only a line of separation, but overall it was a completely different concept. After becoming a Saint Emperor powerhouse, he was a party of powerhouses in the entire Xian heavenly realm. In just an instant, the returning ruined saint grasped the crowd in his hands, his magnificent figure resembling a giant god, looking extremely powerful in terms of intimidation. It looks like it's going to end like this. The returning ruined sage is still too powerful, worthy of being the old ancestor of the returning ruins Holy Land. But no, the difference in strength between a Saint King with a saint body and a Saint King without a saint body is still huge. I advise you not to think like this. A person without a holy body can reach the Holy King realm. This is enough to show how bizarre his methods are. Do you believe that if it really comes down to a fight, that Taoist master will be able to escape even if he can't beat them? And there's still the possibility of killing the returning ruined sage? Discussions continued to ring out from the shadows, but this time, only the strongest of the Dao entry realm were communicating. The returning realm no longer dared to be on the lookout and had long since run out of sight. Although it looked like Zhang Jinran was at a disadvantage on the surface, not a single person belittled him. How could any cultivator who could reach a realm like Saint King be a simple figure? The returning ruined sage grabbed a group of people in his hands with an icy smile at the corner of his mouth, causing people to shiver a little. And the Su family's crowd was in utter despair. The enemy they had encountered this time was simply too powerful, and although the Su family still had one of their biggest cards unused, they no longer wished for Su Chen to come over now. This was because in their opinion, even if Su Chen arrived, he would definitely not be able to defeat the returning ruined sage. The main reason was that the returning ruined sage was too powerful, leaving them without a little bit of confidence in their hearts. The returning ruined saint didn't pay any attention to the Su clan's crowd as he turned his head toward his back, his brows slightly furrowed. Why didn't that Saint King catch up? Could it be that he knew he was outmatched and was planning to just run for his life? Thinking of this, the sage of the returning ruins sneered, still counting on you to be a bit self-aware. Then, He looked towards his surroundings and saw quite a few cultivators of the Dao realm. And in the distance there were also quite a few of the returning Yuan realm who were carefully checking out the area. The returning ruined saint's eyes narrowed. If it was under normal circumstances, he would have really wanted to kill those who dared to come close to look just now. But cultivators who had reached the Dao realm had more or less some background behind them, such as being subordinate to a holy land. And now that he was mainly going to devour those saint bodies of the Su clan, as well as obtain the secrets of the Su clan, erupting into conflict with other saint-level forces was completely unnecessary, and would just add to the changes. After thinking about it, the returning ruined sage still gave up his intention to exterminate them. He looked toward the Su family crowd in his palm again and said with a sardonic smile, "So many sacred bodies. When it's really interesting, the secrets of your Su family belong to me." Being gripped by the huge palm, the faces of several members of the Su family were filled with despair. They were unable to move at all. They couldn't even operate their spiritual energy. The difference in strength was simply too great. Su Qingtian's eyes were filled with worry. If he let this person know the secrets of their Su family, it would definitely be difficult for Su Chen to escape the poisonous hand as well. The returning ruined saint didn't waste too much time, so he prepared to turn around and leave this place. But just as he was about to move, he suddenly had a numbing sensation in his scalp. His entire mind was tense, and his tone was serious as he said towards the high sky, "Where are the high rollers?" The surrounding crowd that hadn't left yet saw this scene, and their eyes were filled with oddities. Is there someone strong in the shadows? The moment. Above the endless heights, Su Chen sat in the void as he slightly opened his eyes and looked down. In fact, he had been there for a long time, only that he hadn't made a move. These people of the Su family had traveled smoothly all the way due to his help, and had hardly encountered any setbacks, letting them know that it was good to know that there was a world outside of man and a sky outside of heaven. That was why Su Chen hadn't made a move all along, only observing in the shadows, and incidentally sheltering a group of disciples from the Falling Cloud sect. It seems about right now. A few moments later, Su Chen slowly floated down from the high altitude, his face lazy and his expression calm. Inside his body, there was almost no breath released, and the whole person looked just like an ordinary mortal. Su Chen! The Su family's crowd was stunned, but they didn't have much joy in their hearts. They were all worried. Why Su Chen came? In their opinion, as long as the Su family still had Su Chen, then the Su family hadn't been destroyed yet, and there would always be a chance for the Su family to rise again in the future. But if Su Chen came, then if something happened to him as well, then the Su family would be truly finished. However, the people of the Su clan couldn't say anything, so they could only express it with their eyes, hoping that Su Chen would hurry up and leave. But Su Chen didn't even look at them. On the other side, the returning ruined saint's expression was serious to the extreme. He was unexpectedly unable to probe the depth of the cultivation of the person in front of him. There are only two possibilities. Either Su Chen was just an ordinary mortal without any cultivation, or he was a cultivator far stronger than himself. But Su Chen could even fly in the air, so how could he be just a mortal? Which meant that he must be much stronger than himself. Thinking of this, the eyes of the sage of the returning market were filled with gravity as he arched his hand and said, "This fellow Daoist, I wonder if something is wrong." He had never come into contact with Su Chen before, and in the returning market saint's opinion, the other party should have also seen the situation on the Su family's people, so they had specially come up to get a piece of the pie. It was the only reason he could think of. The returning ruined sage also began to judge in his mind how he should divide these saint bodies of the Su clan when the time came. Being involved by a cultivator even more powerful than himself, he was afraid that it would be a bit difficult for him to swallow the Su family's holy body whole. Su Chen's expression was bland as he sat in the void, sticking out his hand and sticking his head, asking with some curiosity, "You should be the person behind the mission that was released at the Dark Sentry back then, offering a bounty to the Su family, right? I seem to remember it was 2 million upper-grade spirit stones?" Hearing these words, the returning ruined sage's face changed drastically. What it means? Didn't he come because he wanted these holy bodies? He is coming for himself. Su Chen didn't mention the tone of the Su family's sacred body at all, and also directly talked about the mission he had issued to kill the Su family back then in the Dark Sentry post, which caused some uneasiness to rise in his heart, especially when facing an unknown powerhouse. This was extremely worrying in his heart. Although the returning ruined saint was nervous in his heart, he still said expressionlessly, "What does this mean, fellow Daoist?" When the crowd of the Su clan heard the tone of the returning ruined sage, they all had a look of shock in their eyes. The returning ruined saint's tone was filled with scorn. Could it be that Su Chen's strength could be comparable to the saint's? He's so powerful? The distant Xiangzhenren saw Su Chen show up and also sighed violently in relief. He was really a little afraid that his little disciple would be killed in passing as well. What do you mean? Su Chen lightly laughed. His voice was as calm as water. It is that it is very simple. To be able to block the probing of this young man, you cannot do it, because you are really too weak and too weak. It is impossible for a worm to do this. So, there's someone else who wants to destroy the Su family, right? The moment these words came out, the pupils of the returning ruined saint contracted violently, his face no longer able to maintain its composure, and the color of fear filled the air. In the next moment, his entire body completely animalized, turning into a beastly appearance similar to a wolf. Then, without looking back, the returning ruined saint tore through the void and vanished towards the distance. His speed was extremely fast, much faster than when he had chased after the feathered reality before. Su Chen's expression remained bland as he said in a flat voice, "Have I given you permission to leave?" Chapter 81, Killing the Returning Sage. Su Chen's terrifying strength. Su Chen slightly raised his hand. There was no earth-shattering sound, only endless calm, and it was this appearance that the distant returning ruined saint had a palpitating feeling, as if he was in the middle of a giant hand that could never escape, even though he had already left the falling cloud sect 10,000 miles away. In a split second, the returning ruined saint's eyes went black. The scene in front of him changed drastically, and he also returned to the front of Su Chen once again, only this time, he could no longer move, and his entire person was imprisoned. How is that possible? This person unexpectedly possessed such terrifying strength. For a time, the heart of the returning ruined sage also sank to the bottom, pulling out cold. Unspeakable fear lingered in his mind, and for many years he had never been in a situation where he was afraid, but this time more than just appeared. It was extremely dense. The returning ruined saint had never yet encountered such a helpless and desperate situation. In front of Su Chen he seemed to be like a mole cricket, completely without the slightest resistance, and was simply not in existence of the same magnitude. Who the hell was this person and why was his strength so terrifying? When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, their eyes were also wide with disbelief. Who the hell is this person? As a saint king, the returning ruined saint's combat prowess was there for all to see, but in front of this young man, he was surprisingly powerless. What kind of power does it take to do that? The most shocked of all was the Su family's crowd. Since the returning ruined sage was preparing to flee, the confinement on them was lifted and they could move freely. At this moment, the Su family's crowd were all staring at Su Chen with wide eyes and open mouths. What kind of strength is this? Watching Su Chen confine the returning ruined saint as if he were pinching a mole cricket, it was hard for them to believe that this person in front of them was the young master of their Su family. It's incredible. Su Chen's face was bland as he opened his mouth and asked, "Say it, tell me who the person behind you really is. As long as you say it, you can die a little more painfully today." Although Su Chen's voice was calm, everyone who heard it had goosebumps. Even the returning ruined sage was sweating, and his entire being was like falling into an ice cellar. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, knowing that it was absolutely impossible for him to escape today. The fact that the person in front of him was able to create so many saint bodies of the Su family meant that his own strength was definitely extremely terrifying. The Saint Emperor was not even as good as the Saint Emperor, and he must be a Saint Zun or even a heaven-defying cultivator above the Saint Zun. But the returning ruined sage didn't understand why such a powerful person would want to help the Su family. Suddenly, a lot came to him. Could it be that the Lord wanted him to destroy the Su family precisely because of this strong man? Is this a game between the Lord and this powerful man? Or is there something else going on? At this moment, the returning ruined saint thought a lot in his mind, and countless thoughts crossed his mind. In the end, the returning ruined sage also completely despaired. Knowing that the only way to have a chance of survival now was to cooperate with Su Chen, he opened his mouth with difficulty. "My lord, I don't know exactly who wants to destroy the Su family. These are all the arrangements of the Lord. For the origin of his identity I'm not particularly clear. I only know that it comes from the southern domain." Suddenly, the returning ruined saint's eyes glared as the breath in his body became disorganized, and his eyes were soon covered in blood. The returning ruined saint seemed to have sensed something as well, and his eyes were filled with despair and pleading. "Save me!" Su Chen's eyes were calm. He already knew the information he wanted. Southland? It seemed to be similar to what he had probed earlier. Previously, he had also probed his mother's situation, and although he hadn't found out anything in detail, he had deduced that Ji Qingling was in the Xian heavenly realm, and that the approximate direction was in the southern and western regions. The west is Buddhist territory, so odds are it's not the west, so the south is the most likely. However, Su Chen was not in a great hurry to immediately go to the southern region to look for someone. His entire being was very calm. The fact that his own mother hadn't been in trouble for so many years meant that the environment he was currently in was very safe. And besides, he wasn't sure what the level of that force was, in case it was very powerful. After all, the other party was able to isolate his probes. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen still had a steady hand. The southern region. For sure, but definitely not now. Moreover, the situation had changed. Before Su Qingtian's qualifications were very wasteful, so he hoped that Su Chen would be able to retrieve Yi Qingling in his place. But now, along with Su Qingtian's cultivation growing, his thoughts had changed. Su Jingtian wanted to retrieve Yi Qingling by himself. This is something he has to do on his own. And there's still the problem that the ones who grabbed Yi Qingling back were their clansmen. As for why they wanted to destroy the Su family, it was also because they thought that Su Qingtian was wasteful and unworthy of being with their clan. Or perhaps they felt that Su Qingtian had tainted their bloodline. You can't just destroy them, can you? Su Qingtian was also a man, and he had his own thoughts about this kind of thing. He hoped that one day he could grow up and stand proudly in front of that group of people. Using his own strength, the forces behind Yi Qingling no longer had any reason to object. That was why Su Chen did not bother to actively search for it. Otherwise, he could have directly carpet searched and found and brought back Yi Qingling based on his deduction a long time ago. The Xian Heavenly Realm was just this big, and there were only a handful of strong people who could stop him from probing, so as long as he judged the general location, it was just too simple to find. Su Chen didn't make any other movements. He just watched the returning ruined saint slowly dissipate before his eyes. The heavens and the earth were silent, and everyone just watched so openly. They didn't know the exact original reason and thought that Su Chen had killed the returning ruined sage, so all of them were in shock and awe. Su Chen turned around and nodded with a smile towards the Su clan's crowd. Then with a wave of his raised hand, he threw out the falling cloud sect disciple he was protecting, and disappeared into thin air. Since the matter had been resolved, there was no need for him to remain here. As Zhang Jinran looked at Su Chen's departing back, he couldn't help but sigh a little. This one's strength is too scary, isn't it? Suddenly, he shook his head with a bitter smile, originally saying that this time to repay the favor. Now it seems more and more difficult. Not only had the favor not been returned, but instead, Su Chen had saved the feathered realist, which should be considered a favor owed even more. Zhang Jinran shook his head and lost his smile, and he wasn't too bitter about this matter. Taoism is all about a single thought, so it's not very good to get too hung up on one thing. When all the people had left, Su Yujie began to lead the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect, moving towards other places. Originally, there was a spirit vein underneath the Falling Cloud sect, but because of this great battle, the entire terrain had changed, and the spirit vein naturally vanished. Looking down from the high altitude, it was all below a bottomless abyss, and these were all cracks that had appeared because of the great battle. The spirit veins had all disappeared, so naturally, Su Yuza could not continue to establish the Falling Cloud sect here, and he needed to go and find the spirit veins again. Chapter 82, a scroll composed of the power of cause and effect. Those people around the Falling Cloud sect saw the whole thing end, but they all just froze in place for a long time. From today, they will remember the birth of a powerful force in the eastern region. Su's, a powerful force that could exterminate a Saint King. After this news was spread out, it instantly shook the entire eastern region, especially the people of the Shocking Empire, who were the most shocked. The Su family actually possessed a strong person who could kill a Saint King, which was something that everyone had not expected at all. The time when the Su family started to show its strength was during the battle of the 9 dragons to seize the throne, and at that time, Su Qin showed his strong strength and helped Lin Jin to seize the throne. After that, it was the Su family that became stronger and more outrageous. Within just a few decades, the entire Su family had undergone a radical change, and just when everyone thought that was it, it turned out that the Su family had given them another heavy blow. The Su family has a saint. This is outrageous, isn't it? Not only those outsiders of theirs, but in fact the Su family themselves felt outrageous. Su Chen was actually able to exterminate a Saint King, something that none of them had expected. In an instant, Su Chen became the hero of the Su family's crowd. 3 months later, the center of the cloud-watching cave, Su Chen stood in the air and looked towards the surroundings. Nowadays, although the aura of the cloud-watching cave sky was abundant, it was somewhat not quite enough. These people from the Su family broke through too quickly, coupled with the fact that everyone's physique was incomparably strong. The amount of spiritual energy absorbed was enormous, and it was still a bit difficult to satisfy so many people. At the very least, the demand exceeded the supply. And as this continued, the strength of the Su family increased, and the speed of spiritual power birth in the entire Wang Yun cave sky would be even more unable to keep up. Su Chen raised his hand and took out 2 Daoyuan crystals, filling them into the cloud-watching cavern. In a split second, the entire cave sky began to tremble violently, and the Su family's crowd was all startled as they woke up from their state of seclusion, looking towards the surroundings with astonished expressions. However, after they saw Su Chen in the air, they were relieved to come under. With Su Chen around, it must be all right. It was accompanied by a violent trembling of the looking cloud cave sky. Soon, the incomparably dense spiritual energy began to gush out, and the entire cave heaven underwent a drastic change. Not only did the size double, but the rules within the cave heaven became even more perfect. The most important thing was still spiritual energy. After absorbing the 2 Daoyuan crystals, the speed of the birth of spiritual energy in the Wangyan cave sky directly climbed close to 10 times. It was important to know that the speed at which the Wangyun cave heaven had previously given birth to aura was terrifying, many times faster than the birth of the Wangyun mountain dragon vein. The dense spiritual energy was spread throughout the entire cave, as if it was covered by a mist. Of course, these are not mists, but visualizations of spiritual energy. Even many spirit pools had appeared on the ground in the cave heaven due to the spirit chi being too dense. Because of the surge in spiritual energy, several auras immediately erupted within the cave. And Su Yunqian, a few cultivators who were at the perfection of the harmonization stage, had begun to break through to the returning Yuan realm. 2 Dao Yuan crystals should be enough for a very long time. Su Chen left the Wang Yun cave sky, and he once again came into the middle of his small courtyard. Ruwashi was also cultivating in the cave sky at the moment. As his maid of honor, she served him with all her heart and soul on weekdays, so Su Chen also gave Ruwashi some preferential treatment, allowing her to cultivate for 3 hours a day in the cave heaven. Now Ruwashi's strength was also growing rapidly, her cultivation reaching the late harmonized god realm. However, she had almost no combat experience, so against those battle-experienced spirit transformation stage cultivators, she would probably still be at a disadvantage. But it didn't matter, and Su Chen had no intention of letting her fight. Looking into the distance, Su Chen slightly squinted his eyes, feeling this breeze from the sky, his face incomparably cozy. His days were also easy and leisurely, and he only needed to help out a little when the Su family encountered difficulties that couldn't be solved. But Su Chen squinted his eyes towards the sky, and as these years passed, he realized that the heavenly Tao in the Xian heavenly realm was getting weaker and weaker. While this weakness may not be particularly obvious, it does exist. It's been decades, and it's weakened almost 1,000%. That 1 in 1,000 may not be particularly fatal, but what if it's the same every few decades after that? If this continued to develop, in a few tens of thousands of years at the most, the Xian heavenly realm would enter the age of the end of the Dharma, and would no longer be able to cultivate. Su Chen's eyes were slightly cold. He would never allow such a thing to happen. But why is the heavenly way weakened? What is the reason behind this? Thinking of this, Su Chen wasn't in a leisurely mood as he left the top of Wangyan Mountain and arrived at the Nine Clouds Taoist temple below. Ziyang Jinran hadn't existed for a short period of time, so he must know something. The moment Ziyang Realist and Yuhua Realist were sitting on the ground, meditating, Su Chen also did not cover up. His footsteps were loud. Ziyang Jinran immediately turned his head to look. When he realized it was Su Chen, he immediately stood up and arched his hand. So it's young Lord Su. Su Chen smiled faintly and glanced at the ancient and simple facilities of the Nine Clouds Taoist temple. So he asked with some curiosity, are all the Taoist masters so special in their cultivation? No need to search for a heavenly cave? He had also long since realized that the 2 Taoist masters in front of him had also grown in their cultivation over the years. According to reason, these 2 people's cultivation levels were both very strong, and although the place, Wangyun Mountain, was not bad, it certainly did not help these 2 people. But even so, the 2 had grown in their cultivation, which was quite marvelous. Ziyang Jinran murmured, but did not reply. Su Chen also waved his hand when he saw this and said, it's okay. If it's not okay to talk about it then forget it. Ziyang Jinran smiled. Actually, it's not an unimaginable secret. The other sects of Taoism are not as common as my Nine Clouds Taoist temple. It's just that my Nine Clouds Taoist temple is going to be a bit more special, not just relying on cultivation to increase my cultivation. Su Chen immediately revealed a look of interest as he asked with great curiosity, can you tell me about it? Ziyang Jinran didn't hesitate too much as he very frankly pointed at the portrait in the center of the hall and said, this is the root of the Nine Clouds Taoist temple. Our cultivation has increased precisely because of visualizing this portrait. In addition to this, there is the power of incense. However, there are fewer people who worship my Nine Clouds Taoist temple, so the power of incense doesn't provide much cultivation, and it's mainly about visualizing this portrait. Su Chen's strength was extremely powerful, so real Xiang was not worried about him being interested in the portrait or doing anything to take it by trickery. Moreover, this portrait of their Nine Clouds Taoist temple could not be snatched away by anyone else. Xiang Junran worshipped this Taoist temple at a very young age. He was only 5 or 6 years old at that time, and he was still just a mortal. After that, he had been practicing with his master until now. During this period of time, the portrait had actually been snatched away many times, but each time, within 3 days, the portrait would once again return to the person who inherited the Nine Clouds Taoist temple. Those who snatched the portrait fell without exception. The method of visualization is in fact many people in the Taoist family, but only they, the people of the Nine Clouds Taoist temple, can truly visualize this portrait, and other people look at it as just a chaos. In the past, Taoist Xiang didn't know why, but as his cultivation grew, he learned about this thing called karma, and behind this portrait lies a huge power of karma, which determines that the scroll only belongs to their Nine Clouds Taoist temple, so no one can snatch it away. Once you take it away, you will suffer bad luck because you cannot bear the karma. It was better to say that this portrait contained the power of cause and effect than to say that this portrait was what the power of cause and effect was composed of. Chapter 83, One of the Three Qing, the Supreme Qing Lingbao Tianzuan. When Su Chen heard these words, he was also very curious as he looked towards the portrait. He steeply narrowed his eyes. Although he could see the portrait, when his divine sense probed past it, he was unable to probe it, as if it was invisible. But even though he couldn't see it, Su Chen still felt an extremely terrifying special power from the location of the portrait, as if it was a monstrous wave that made his heart palpitate a little. The power of karma. Su Chen's heart was abruptly startled. He knew that the owner of this portrait was definitely an extremely powerful person, far beyond his current knowledge. Because the karma within this portrait was too terrifying, it was naturally impossible for an ordinary cultivator to possess such terrifying karma. But as long as you don't go moving this portrait around randomly, you'll basically be fine. Su Chen's eyes were a little heavy. It seemed that the inheritance of this Nine Clouds Taoist temple was very unusual. With that in mind, he slowly walked up and examined the portrait carefully. The portrait looked very ancient, and it depicted a young Taoist who was sitting on top of a Taoist lotus, his eyes slightly open, and holding a sword in his hand. Just with the naked eye, this portrait was extremely ordinary. Even Su Chen couldn't tell what the name was. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed 2 small fonts above the portrait. Su Chen's pupils violently shrunk, and there was disbelief in his eyes. Isn't that a font from the blue planet? The script used in this Xian heavenly realm was completely different from the script on the blue star. Surprisingly, it is a small seal. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Could it be that there were people in this world who had traveled over before him? From this powerful force of karma, one could tell that the owner of this portrait was absolutely powerful. After taking a deep breath, Su Chen calmed his inner emotions as he gazed towards the 2 small seals, chanting with some uncertainty. Shanqing? After all, he didn't know much about the small seal script, and he couldn't identify the 2 characters for a while. Hearing Su Chen's words, Taoist Xiang and Taoist Yu Hua were instantly startled. Young Master Su, how do you recognize these 2 words? The Nine Clouds Taoist temple had its own inheritance, and they had just one gongfu, the script of which was the small seal script. And this text was completely different from the text in the middle of the Xian heavenly realm, and it had always been passed down by word of mouth from their Nine Clouds Taoist temple, and had never been transmitted to outsiders. So after hearing Su Chen pronounce these 2 words, the look of surprise on Taoist Xiang's face was incomparably thick. But obviously, Su Chen was even more surprised than Taoist Xiang. On one hand, it was because he had seen the blue star's words in the middle of the Xian heavenly realm, and on the other hand, it was because these 2 words meant too many things. Upper clearance. Su Chen thought of an extremely terrifying figure in the mythology on the blue planet. One of the 3 clearings, the upper clearing Lingbao Tianzuan, also known as the Tong Tian sect master. The Nine Clouds Taoist temple was a Taoist, and sect leader Tong Tian was also a Taoist. Could it be that there really be a connection between the 2? After coming to the Xian heavenly realm for so many years, Su Chen didn't have the slightest attachment to the blue star and had never thought of going back. But at this moment, his perception of blue star had changed radically. Are all those myths and legends true? Of course, this is just a guess. Su Chen turned his head to Taoist Xiang and asked, Do you know the origin of this portrait? When Su Chen asked this, Daoist Xiang was also a little embarrassed. To be honest, regarding this portrait, he didn't know its origin at all. Not only him, but his master didn't know about it in the first place. The Nine Clouds Daoist temple had experienced several sackings, and the people of the inheritance had been killed several times, so the records about the past were almost completely broken. Daoist Xiang shook his head. I don't know. Although I'm the lord of the Nine Clouds Daoist temple, I'm not very clear about the origins of this portrait. I only know that our Nine Clouds Daoist temple's legacy started at least 500,000 years ago. When he finished, he inquired, could it be that young master Su knows? Su Chen did not answer. Regarding the things on the blue star, this was his own secret. It was naturally impossible to show it easily. He shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Xiang Jinran's eyes flashed with disappointment when he saw this. Looking at Su Chen's appearance just now, he thought that the other party knew something. Pity. Xiang Jinran also no longer dwelled on it. He greeted Su Chen and sat down. Then he asked with some curiosity, young Master Su is usually a god. How did he have the time to come to my broken Taoist temple today? Su Chen was not in a hurry. He first took out a luscious set of tea utensils, then slowly and methodically brewed and poured the tea. In the beginning, real Xiang did not care, but as the rich aroma of tea filled the air, his entire body was shaken. This tea, it's not simple. Just the aroma of this tea alone gave his entire being a sense of enlightenment. Knowing that he was in the Saint King realm, and a cup of tea could make him feel this way, that was enough to see how terrifying this cup of tea really was. Su Chen poured a cup for real Xiang before pouring it for himself. Please. Su Chen wore a smile on his face. This time, Xiang Jinran made a move for the Su family. This was a small favor that could not go unreciprocated. Xiang Jinran didn't refuse, and he wasn't the type of person who liked to be polite. With a mouthful of tea in his belly, Xiang Realist's pupils shrunk violently. This, the power of enlightenment. Could this tea be the leaves of the legendary tree of enlightenment? Real Xiang had also drunk tea made from the leaves of the enlightenment tree, and although the power contained therein was similar, it was many times stronger than this, and the difference in taste was also huge. This enlightenment tea has a mellow flavor in your mouth and soothes your body and mind. And because of this cup of tea, real Xiang's cultivation surprisingly also had a slight tremor once again. This is the feeling of breaking through to the late stage of Saint King. Xiang Jinran's eyes were filled with shock. He had actually found a breakthrough because of a cup of tea. He even felt that if he drank a few more cups of tea, along with having enough spiritual energy, he would be able to directly break through to the late Saint King stage. Su Chen raised his hand and poured another cup for the feathered realist. Seeing this scene, Xiang Jinran couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The power contained in this tea was extremely huge. It was better than many heavenly materials and treasures of the saint rank. Even for him, a Saint King, it had some help. Not to mention the feathered harmony who had just broken through. For Fei Hua, this cup of tea was then another opportunity. Is this another favor? Real Xiang suddenly felt that he might not be able to leave Mount Wanyun for the rest of his life. How can I pay back the favors I owe more and more? For their Taoism, it is very will be on the thoughts through. If regardless of Su Chen's favor directly leave, may lead to karma-stained body. When the time to effect the cultivation, some serious and may lead to go into the devil. Of course, it would have to be orthodox Taoism. Now many Taoist sects in the Xian heavenly realm, in fact, cultivate the Gongfu are a little problematic, has been improved many times. Just say they are Taoist. In fact, there is no difference with the Taoist at all. To these people, they, the Nine Clouds Daoist temple, were the outliers.